That is so funny. I gotta send this to you. Colin, you are so funny. I gotta figure out a way to send it. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. Colin, you're gonna be. You are so funny. Oh, it's gonna take forever.
I'll probably, it might take a little bit longer.
A lot of those doctors think that's the only reason as well.
It's funny that you bring that up because I remember there was this doctor that was here 300, 400.
Strikes in Iran.
Crazy hard. Yeah. So we're in the office one day. He's like,
Turned any attack on North Korea for the security.
So
Kim Jong-un,
he hit hands like nose the switch. He goes out to Iraq. He walks out. I walk out. He goes in his office. Before I could walk, he just past his office. He was like, hey.
Expert Charles R. Smith with us here. Charles, what's happening in the
This was before that was.
North Koreans are not necessarily unpredictable.
He's doing stocks on one monitor. Even better, bro. I go in the office. He's like, no, check this out. It's the mouse. And there's 3 screens filled with mail order rides from 3 different countries. So the guy's ordering rides. He's got an MRI machine in the parking lot. He sends me downstairs to go into this guy to take an MRI on his 60-year-old and copy it on to the 20-year-old.
U.S. military forces secondary.
That's how it is.
And the doctor refers you to his friend, who's the pharmacist.
Or they're in-house.
Right.
Or they're literally having pharmacy. I mean, they were busting doctors.
Considerable amount of
Yeah.
sports missile program.
If you think about it, if us three went to the doctor, it's $100 a visit. They book their patients. Patients
Watch and see what happens with that situation next term. What if a child has detailed memories of a past life or just fantasy? The data for a major scientific investigation will thus exactly
so it ain't on nothing.
That's just for the
academic institutions is about to find out.
And then they were, they could choose that.
Division of Perpetual Studies.
I mean, some of them were like, today is 200. If you don't have it, you don't have it. It's backed by you're in that shit. You got people in the car.
Remember past lives.
You remember the story
Tell us more about this groundbreaking work and the
a guy,
one
one of the sales reps,
broadcaster on the afterlife, Sandra Champlain. Sandra, what is
and
this all about?
they basically wanted to like test their
Monumental step for the steel.
they kept trying to figure out how they're going to make more money, how they're going to
Virginia, first
at this point they're making like $3 billion a year. So they find this guy who's been in like crazy car accident, crazy like spinal surgery, like super high trauma. So this sales rep went down to meet this guy.
finally applied modern science, including neuroimaging.
Started giving him
These cases are stunning.
okay, take 20 milligrams
Many
tablets a
people
day.
know about
Starts
the
to lab
white
rat.
James line
Yeah, kind of the lab rat. And they're giving him for free. They met him in the parking lot of the clinic.
nightmares of being a pilot.
I don't doubt that.
He's He's like, yeah, hell yeah, I'll do it. He's like, I'll take this stuff. Yeah, it's called OxyContin. Okay, sure, I'll try it. He's like, this is
Name
not
of a
enough.
friend who died alongside, and many other details.
How much is that? Still not doing it. So that milligram tablets take 20 a day. After everything, they give him the biggest dose they've ever created, which was 160 milligram tablets. It was like they told me to take take 25 tablets twice a day, 160 milligram tablets. He's like, it took me 15 minutes to take all the pills. He's like, it was like eating a giant bowl of Cheerios. He's like, it was like 30 minutes total, 50 pills a day. He's on the documentary just talking about it. It's so fucking crazy. It reminds me of like so many different Florida men.
That's what I'm saying. Like down here, it seemed like it was worse. Like we were the last state to get the virus.
Yeah.
That's because
What is the database?
so the database is if me and you go to the doctor, we can't turn around and go to another doctor, especially not science. If you do, you go to the pharmacy and you put the database and they see it too, you're automatically ready for the system. That's where it all came to.
Well, the very patriotic one called Spiritual Independence
Selling the
Day,
pills,
there
doing
are
shit.
many stories of soldiers
Like
near
what
death
prison I
experiences
ended
on
up
the
was it was
battlefield.
like sweet.
Even that
So
Steve Boykin
there
had a
wasn't
meeting
like
with
this
the White
violence and
House,
shit, but
and
not
our
until
own
like
George
crazy.
Washington was visited by an angel and gave different choices of what he did
So
and what was
I
the
got out
future of our
of prison
nation.
that time.
Pretty incredible story.
You listen to Sandra on the Paranormal Podcast Network.
And she's been going to multiple doctors.
With us
Like a
for a couple of years. His latest work is called Flair's Magic
go upstairs,
Garden.
go to the doctor, go downstairs to the pharmacy,
Practicing physicians
stuff,
of the supernatural next on Coast to Coast.
So it was like at that point where I was like, because I had been planning on doing this like the rest of my life.
Here's a
Really?
Yeah, like
Did
because
you
the
know that
money and
80%
then
of strokes are
I became
preventable?
addicted to
So
it.
how
So
can
I
you
was like,
manage your heart health at home on summer vacation or between doctor's visits? You can with the most advanced personal medication in the market. Cardiomobile 6L.
later on,
FDA cleared 6
Bill Mills
leads
was
for
on
cell
Shell
You can detect up to 6 of the most common
price to fill them
arrhythmias
in pharmacies.
leading cause stroke. It gives you 6 times the data of any smartwatch at a fraction of the cost. Now you may think it would be hard to use, but it's not. It's so simple, it records right to your phone anytime, anywhere. To make it even easier, right now, Cardiomobile 6L is 10% off. Just go to cardia.com, that's KARDIA.com, or Amazon and use code 10
And then it was like just to the
That's
point
the
where
number 10 6L
like I didn't give a
to get 10% off.
I didn't give a
Cardiomobile 6L.
At first I was selling the pills and
We're
doing
days
shit
away
like
from
that,
what
but
has
it
been
got to
dubbed
the
the
point
real
where
reason.
like
The greatest
nobody
threat to the
wanted
U.S.
to
government is
I was
global
just like,
dominance in over 80
I was
years.
just jacked
On
with
July
the
6th,
shit. I'd be like, oh, you want the pills? And I'm like, you know, it's like,
India, Iran,
in the
and
car,
more
and I'd come
expected to unveil their plans to circumvent the U.S.
door,
government.
grab all their shit.
Yes, greater
Oh
reach now.
shit!
Yeah, that was one time. I did that to a kid at a doctor's too, bro.
Thought it was
Shit.
shit.
Yeah, so it became like
How can
savage.
you protect your iron?
And this was all through the being in the car wreck, starting to take a little, and that's how quick, like, I didn't even notice.
In times of high
Like,
uncertainty,
it went
which
from
is
a
right now.
problem, you know,
Free
like,
of
I got this word. Oh, that is so that is the funniest shit. Oh, that is so fucking funny.
So I go home.
You are so funny. You are so funny. Carlos, It's WMD. You are so funny. What the fuck is this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it? Oh, that is so.
So then I go to jail.
That is the funniest. Oh, that is so fucking funny.
When I went to prison this time,
You are so funny. You are so funny. WMD. You are so funny. What the fuck is this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it? Oh, that is so. That is the funniest. Oh, that is so fucking funny.
That's an industry.
You are so funny. You are so funny. College, WMD. You are so funny. What the fuck is this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it? Oh, that is so. That is the funniest. Oh, that is so fucking funny. You are so funny. You are so funny. College, WMD. You are so funny. What the fuck is this have to do with the church? What the fuck is it? Oh, that is.
90% architecture.
Mostly hills.
Yeah, hills are okay. I think more that was really where the hills started. Back then, there was a big stack of pies there. And we go to fucking Matt's house. His dad would have a script. That's how it
Yeah, I saw that. Kids are making the car seat in the back. Jesus fucking Christ, but this is a very good argument for I was like, what? How the fuck is this work? Right, but those were legal drugs. That's what I'm saying. They were perfectly legal drugs, and that's what they were doing. You know what I mean? Usually it's when they make drugs illegal and there's a whole underground illegal fucking market for them with cartels or whatever it is. That's usually how the bad shit happens. And this is completely legal. These are doctors that are giving drugs. So this is what's happening.
The reason I did is it wasn't
It was all about money.
Purdue was like literally lying.
Oh yeah.
Like they were passing like, they have to go get this drug. They're paying off the new Tesla. We don't know that.
that was one experience.
Yeah.
And that was one of the
10, 15 years later. Usually somebody you know is either an addict or they know
paranormal.
it's just
About that whole thing. 2007, I think it was when they had to pay their first settlement. And it was like $13 million I think they had to pay. And they were making like $3 billion a year. They had like the record year right after that.
Well, I think it was.
And that's when that happened, that sparked all those other companies to start up. They start doing the same thing. Because they're like, holy shit, they just got away with this? We're gonna go do the same thing. Are you kidding me? I'll pay $30 million for every million. No problem.
That's more than selling the bills. I mean, you are the connector.
Right.
So you make the prices. And Purdue, man, there was a time when they were like getting under investigation and they were starting to get maybe it was around 2007. But you could literally, like, your doctor would know your script and they would send you
Shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, I'm like, what the fuck does this have to do with the church? I'm like, what the fuck does it matter? Like, Bernie, I just don't want to be on lockdown. Like, this shit fucking bothers me. Like, Bernie, I just don't want to be on lockdown. Like, this shit fucking bothers me. She's like, yeah, I'm like, what the fuck what does this have to do with the church? I'm like, what the fuck does it
and then they started to see that. So then you would get pulled over and they were able to so the guy on Monday should be missing a day. Because he was selling crack and doing meth and all this shit. Cops raided his house and all that. I was in prison. That was the mayor of the town I grew up in. So who was he?
I think lots of doctors have
Ocala?
I discovered is that most of the doctors, especially ones that are there, have had some really kinds of experiences. The younger doctors may not have.
Right.
But I interviewed a lot of
Dude was a fucking
and
real Florida mayor.
We
should look that guy up.
experiences. And the ones that I selected.
Yeah, I mean,
the ones that gave response.
they were getting away with it. The government let them. They gave them the fucking green light to do it by making them get away with a $30 million settlement.
Yeah, well, you gotta think, man. Those companies like Purdue and they're paying for politicians to campaign.
Right, they're backing campaigns with tens of hundreds
That's
of
why,
millions of dollars.
that's why they're signed.
I don't know what.
Yeah.
And he wouldn't pass the database.
Yeah.
Because he's probably got someone on the phone with him back in the back saying, pass this shit, you're done. Because there's billions.
And there's no makes no sense to not have that database in Florida when you got it everywhere else. Like why? Why would you? Hey, we don't want that here. But why? I think the company he was partnered into paid out like the biggest pharmaceutical settlement of all time. Purdue paid out the biggest, right? They just paid $1 billion. What happened to Purdue? What's the? I don't even know. Maybe he was part.
They shut Purdue down.
They shut it down, right? This was recently.
It was because of gas, I think.
Well, I was back in medical school. I was kind of a fool around in college. I did, my grades were okay, but they weren't as good as they could have been. And I had 1 year to focus on medical school.
And then,
I wonder what happened to the guys who won
by that point,
the two guys. What was the last name? They have their names are on like the most prestigious museums.
like, that's what got me. Imagine how many bodies there's.
And it was
Right.
for selling those. So I
Yeah.
Aurora,
Oh yeah, they fucking donated money to these museums that they have their names inscribed in some of the most like infamous museums around the I wonder what it is.
I thought my life was over because I'd never been a doctor. You know,
They're hanging out with the CEO at Enron.
Yeah, they probably had so many people like didn't know about this.
So much dirt on people. And again, additionally, the people that work at the FDA ended up a year later working for them. They had people that were FDA employees that they hired to work for Purdue.
Oh yeah, to approve their shit.
To approve shit, yeah. I just saw something recently too. I saw someone on Twitter saying that currently 75% of the FDA's review budget is paid for by like Pfizer and Johnson & Johnson. That's insane.
That's 75.
Yeah, I think that's
I know that Florida had the most opioid prescriptions. I think it was Florida. So they were literally just like giving their shit out. That's what we did. It's they're not going to tell you about it. There's no books in this bill. They literally would make your hand go away and feel good. So they were not knowing the whole time.
Here it is. Biopharmaceutical industry. The whole biopharmaceutical industry provides 75% of the FDA's drug review budget. That's posted in Forbes by John Lamatine.
It doesn't get much like noticeable.
On YouTube today or yesterday they announced that they used to like suppress videos that talked about like about the vaccine or say talk about like any kind of bad side effects. Now they'll delete the video. They used to shadow ban. Now as of today they said they're going to start deleting. Yeah. So this video will probably be deleted. Don't talk bad about the FDA.
So yeah, man, it just like it got bad. They were talking about. I ended up going when I was in the chow hall. It was session 7. The officers are all walking back and forth with files. There's a bunch of Bloomberg buses. Glorious destination. So when we're in there, I'm like, yo, sorry, where are we going? He's like, no wet hands. Like, college students are here, not like watching it. These are violent places. They just happen. So you hear about in the reception or in jail because people are coming back from prison or they just hear oh, this place is sweet. This and this. So there's always like 3 prisons that are sweet in the state of Florida. So when everybody's waiting to go there, they're always like, yeah, I'm not going here. So we're in the chow hall and I'm like, yo, sorry, where are we going? It's like, where am I going? I don't understand. What do you mean? He's like, you're going to the Gulf. She's like, so I didn't know like how bad it was. So we drive like 8. We get to the prison. Try something different. 4 or 5 red ones, full building. The women look like that's and they come over and we're all standing in line and they say, welcome to We Won't Hit You Florida. We don't hit you. And then they just like start screaming at our face, get your shit. It's like a they run Florida like a military. Visit nhTSA.gov/right in your face. And that's really like The first one, radio and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Use Radio Podcast Preview.
Biwa Hitchcock.
Yeah. So he said, welcome to Biwa Hitchcock. We don't Hitchcock. They weren't lying.
About a sign. Full drive through.
Oh, that's so funny.
Like, all these like rumors, like a lot of officers.
Oh, I'm sure they are.
And that's like pretty known in Florida.
Yeah.
There was actually students that got busted, 2 guards that were like, and you just, like, you don't feel it, man. Like, people tell you, like you could hear a mouse piss on you. That's how, like, high your cover-ups were. Just didn't know, like, what was going to happen. When I called home for the first time, I only had my grandparents on. I'm biased to this cover story. And I called because I just got to it. They can't anymore. I'm going to be out. So they're trying to figure out how to do the packages. Like, I'm at golf collection.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. Number 1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one app.
Yeah, I just Googled it, and there's 75% murderers. Like, Florida puts everybody together. People think it's like California. Florida really sell choke. Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, if you're a stand-up people, but what I'm getting at is Florida's like a cesspool. They literally just put everybody together. So you have Aryan Brotherhood,
This is a good song. This is a really good song.
so they literally like don't care. And you don't have to really worry. So I didn't really have to worry.
You are so funny. You are so funny. College, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love you so much, WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck was that funny. Oh, fuck was that funny.
So I don't know any of this.
Oh, that is so funny. Yeah, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you are so funny. I've got to figure out a way to send this to you. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. So sick. No, shout out to Colin WMB. You are so funny. Oh, it's gonna take
There's hunting X. Either die or like they're looking for people they can finesse. I mean, I don't know how they do it, but I know how other people do it. I would be like, I come to your dorm, he would come up to me and be like, hey, bro, cousin, your cousin on the street from Rob. And now he's going to have to go what I'm saying is I don't know what he is. But at the same time, you're like,
you are so funny. You are so funny. College, WMD. You are so funny.
so I love you so much, WMD.
That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny. That is so funny. Yeah, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you're so funny. I've got to figure out a way to send this to you. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. So sick. No, shout out to Colin WMB. You are so funny. It's gonna take forever. You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love you so much, WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny.
They get a box of as I'm turning the corner, they got this box that dump all this legal paperwork. He's been down for like 15 years, so he's accumulated a lot of shit. So when I come around the corner, they're dumping all this shit, all this shit in the fucking dorm, and they just whip out and start pissing.
That shit was so fucking funny.
So I was like, all the officers don't like him. So I know, like, my little area where I'm living, so when he got in the relationship with the running officer, she called him. He was a black dude, probably like, he was not, he was not jacked, he was just like,
Welcome. I'm here. Yo, what's up, Big Dumps? Big Dumps, how you living, pimp? How are you? Alive. How are things in your neck? How are things in your neck of the woods?
I don't know.
Aliens. You like aliens?
I don't know. I haven't met them.
All right, that's all right. I like to talk about aliens a lot. What kind of aliens do you like?
I don't know. I don't know. We haven't met them. I don't know.
How'd you find out about me, Big Lumps?
My friend, it's a friend of mine that sent me the link.
Okay, very cool. How'd they find out about me?
I think he said that some list or some shit. I don't know. His name is yeah, he was here with you. I was with you in this chat before. What was his name? Cool Cat.
Okay.
Cool Cat.
Very cool. Well, any friend of Cool Cat's a friend of mine. How's your day going?
Yeah. What?
How is your day going?
It's very early, man. It's 5 o'clock.
I gotcha. Well, it's 2:43 for me. What's on your agenda for today?
Nothing, man. Chilling, just looking around.
Absolutely. What are your hobbies?
I'm a big hacker.
You're a big hacker?
Hey, very big hacker. I'll come back later. Be safe, my friend.
You too. You too. Blessings. Take care, my friend. That's what you want to hear, motherfuckers say a big hacker and then they leave. Shit.
And they would like talk about how to finesse the daytime. So on Saturday, they would all wake up like 4 or 5 of them, and they would on Saturdays they would coffee. So they would all go to the chow hall to get the coffee cakes, bring it back, and see who could get it to the pump first, because then they would get it once. It was like on that type of stuff.
we can get those premonitions.
So we're doing this. I'm watching all his friends talk about it. And one of the guys, you're trying to just like escape from everybody. And now I got like gay boy gangsters right now talking about how they're gonna get this punk. So that's really like where I was like, this is gonna happen because he was already disrespected having that shit going on sleep. And the fact of just how he is. It was like, but what did do it was Master Rothschild. They come in, you have to sit up on your bum and read off your
So as they walk too much of it, but she sounded a little funny. And then
so when they get done counting the door,
came across
they'll say relax.
cars, fire trucks, and
There
was this huge fire on a bus.
Tallahassee.
And all of a sudden, my wife's that's an AG's bus. So what happened was
there was this lady that worked the door
back of the bus.
and there's
caused some friction and heat, and all of a sudden it caught
so
on fire.
Gunner
And there
is
were two buses.
if they move a female officer to the officer station, she's in
one
there.
bus
She works
caught on
night
fire.
shift. The lights in prison are out. When I was in
the cabin of the bus. The kids in the bus behind started texting everyone, there's a fire in your bus, get out, get out.
or like they do it any which way. Like you literally will get out at 10
And so there's
the lights are out,
bus full of
and you'll go to the water fountain. They
there were,
were
I think, 30
he's
girls
literally
on
the
that
water
bus. They
fountain
started
that's right
screaming.
there. And the officer
Before it
station.
got hot, it was filled with
So he's
smoke.
just standing
And
there, ripping shit out,
kids
jacking
the second bus
it to
behind them.
her, and she's just sitting there watching and likes it. Some of them like it.
They described it as like a magic hand.
But a lot of them don't, and that's where you get you can get charged.
Died down. All the girls off the bus. The last girl jumped off the bus. The flames.
So this dude, right? He has all these like pumps going on.
A giant wall of flame.
Finally, we're in Master Rothschild that night. This officer, they all like to gun down, and she worked.
Funny thing that
It's
was
working.
that they had to
So instead of waiting until we clear town, I had rolled over to face the wall and take a nap, right?
makeup, nothing. And so they started
I hear like commotion, like
project.
laughing,
My wife
just
just
that. So I roll back over, and this dude's literally on the
they
ball,
found
butt ass naked, jacking his dick while we're all sick.
they found 25
Gunning the lady
in our
through the
home.
window at the officer station. She's not even
The
looking.
bowels of our home.
Like she's like turned around.
Then
And
we
it's
got
just
to
like,
last high school.
she's the leader.
In the
Though.
morning,
She's
when
gonna
the
get it.
kids discovered. So
I roll over
outfits
and wake
that
up
were
to this.
contrasting
So which
colors.
is
One
really
was
like
sequin,
disrespectful.
silver, one was sequin purple. That they could,
So
they
I
could
didn't
find,
find
and
anything.
they got
I just
those.
put
My
my
wife
shoes on and
was
stood up.
sweating like crazy, trying to fit all these with duct tape and pins and so forth. And they were eventually went on. They were able to go on
Really
stage.
into it.
Does he fight back?
Yeah, we were fighting.
Is this naked guy with a boner?
Well, he had his boxers on.
Oh, okay.
Well, I think they ended up fucking. But we were on the ground, like fighting. Like they ended up going to the ground. That's when we got straight up the mace. So they all come in, they handcuff us, we take us to the shower, we have mace and shit. He's lumped up, right? Bleeding out of his eye. So they take him to medical.
They announced the winners.
They take him to confinement. They literally just walk from whatever dorm they're in across the country.
The grand champion. And we won South High School.
And so the warden happened to be making rounds in the prison as I'm walking out.
Caused that bus to the flames to die down.
You don't want to fight
girls off. There was a phenomenal. So
that's why a lot of people don't like do shit to
I would. And I think the kids that saw that would call it a miracle too, because the bus was just.
So I'm walking across the
flames
common
everywhere. And when it died down, let the kids shit off.
comes over to the two officers.
Awful tragedy.
Yo, I'm here.
He's like,
How you living?
I'm back. Hello.
What up, big dumps?
Join my server.
I'm at 100.
So I did what I had to do. And he's like, you AD?
I'm at the maximum amount you can be.
Join my server. Join my server.
I'm at the maximum amount that you can be. Or I was. Why should I join your server?
Everybody knew about that, right? Because everybody knew what him was. nobody really knew it. Maybe it was just like the white version. You know what I mean? So I get into confinement, I'm in my cell, and they bring him from medical into the confinement. Whenever he gets in, the officers, I guess, are saying some shit, whatever. And so when he walks
Okay,
out,
sex pimp.
oh, that white boy beat your ass. So now they're like screwing the whole situation.
You are so funny.
Get out.
You are so funny. College, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love you so WMD. That just made me laugh. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, that is so funny. Yeah, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you're so funny. I gotta witness this to you. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. So sick, no shot to Colin WMD. You are so funny. Oh, it's gonna take forever. You are so funny. You are so funny. Colin, WMD. You are so funny. Oh, I love you so much, WMD. That just oh, fuck with that funny. Oh, fuck with that funny. That is so funny. Yeah, I gotta send this to you. Colin, you are so funny. I gotta witness this to you. Oh, it's gonna take me some time. So sick, no shot to Colin WMD. You are so funny. I gotta figure this out. Oh, it's gonna take forever.
Look at this move.
So they would turn the camera on. They would have to record what was going down. So what they do is they would literally have the camera guy would be behind two other officers. They go over to the door with the camera off, talk a bunch of shit to this inmate, gets going crazy, and then boom, they turn the camera on, and they're like, inmate, stop fucking, stop! Like they make it seem like he just started to go crazy for no fucking reason. So they sprayed this dude through the food flaps with black Jesus. Like if we sprayed it in the front parking lot or like 50 yards away, like we would be like choking. That's how bad it is. Like we would get confinement that would come through the vents inside. So if you upstairs got sprayed or air turned on, when you have yourself. So you're literally like 10 cells away and you have to take your shirt off and then wet it a little bit and you like mask your face and stuff. Shake it in the nose. So this dude's in the cell. After they spray you, they're supposed to take you out and put you in the shower because that shit's like powerful. So they didn't do that. They just left it in there for like an hour. That stuff not only gets in your eyes, it gets on anything that touches. So, like your hands just from getting and he was literally like screaming. That's how much like because these are hard, like these aren't no bitches. You know what I'm saying? You're a grown man and know like there's nothing he can do to control this situation. It's totally out of his hands. Like he is literally at the mercy of So they did that. He screamed. He finally like calmed down from screaming, but he couldn't breathe. So that's why he screamed. They ended up having to go in with a stretcher and get him out of it. He ended up having a couple of days. I don't know if that was true, but that's what he was like. Shit.
Well, not
Black
but
Jesus.
it's called Black
Yeah,
Jesus.
it's a big OC. But the shit shoots like something fire. It shoots like a hose.
And it was black.
Like a trigger like that. They would put it on their belt. Yeah, I think they took it out of the prison system. That's how ruthless. The people that had asthma.
There's black label pepper spray.
Devils and things like that. There's an example of
Black Jesus.
John Smith, like with friends, was a practicing internist.
I don't know if that was
The patient.
I think it was though, but that's what it
It's
was.
a good name for it.
Days
Just make you see Jesus.
cancer, and he was at home.
And that's like really, man, like that was the first time ever in my life I was like, man, I need to change the bed. Because I'm in there, and I'm in the dorm, and I'm going to like sit on the phones, look around, and there's dudes that have been in there for 22 years, but haven't gotten on the phone to talk to anybody. Haven't had like, you know, here, because their family died, or shit. The majority of people, a lot of that goes on prison. You know, like through my life, I don't know about like you or anything, but like my parents would always tell me shit when I was younger, right? Like, you don't want to be a drug dealer. And I was like, yes, I do. Now I'm in prison. So it's like, I was like, I heard all that shit when I was young, but I just thought I was different. I was now I'm sitting in prison with old guys in their 60s that got life and never got any surgery. They're telling me, like, man, if you keep doing what you've been doing, you're going to be. And that was really where I could see it. I could see it. Like, I could always tell myself, man, I got 10 more years to get in trouble. But then it got to the point where, like, I was worried about the charge that I was going to get. Because the violence and the crime just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It starts from selling pills to robbing pharmacies to writing scripts to a bunch of different levels. And then, you know, you're robbing people, so now they get out of jail. So you never know. Like, I lived for the day. You know what I mean? It was then that I was like, man, I'm literally not getting my shit together. I didn't know how to do that. You know what I mean? Like, so caught up with my game for so long. I didn't really want to work at the job because I would always tell myself, man, I'm going to go work now. $400
I've read his book,
and that's what kept me in. When they put that database, those are the things that and I went to prison again. I was really like, I was like, I don't want a very
serious meningitis experience, something near-death experience. He went to heaven and saw his. I think it was his sister there. His point of view. I believe that.
And they try to instigate, obviously, that you're going to get out. It's going to be conflict with you guys again. What happens when you guys get out?
So we both got released the same time, right? It was like 2 other guys. The other shifts, we go out to the suburbs. He didn't say anything. I didn't say anything. We walked out of the door to find the dorms, and I just stepped off over. Bro, listen, I'm done with that shit. If you're done with it, we're good. If you want to run it up, might as well just do it here. I got you, right? So he was like, nah, bro, but still, even then, like when I went back into the dorm, like, but when that was going on, I was still like, this dude was not sleeping. It's nothing to ordinary this door. And they sneak off into my door. So it was like probably a couple weeks where. So like, we're sleeping from Vancouver, British Columbia. That's how it is.
But there's like no doors on your phone.
Not in an open bay. So, you can have doors inside. Very
Simply go
not
to
in an open bay. Even when you have a door, they make shit. You get a soda can. Take off the so you're not safe. And I'm not a small dude. I was even bigger when I worked all the time. That cop shit ready with everything as well. And I'm worried, you know what I mean? So I know like now I'm in a place where like I graduated to the next level. I didn't gang bang. After I fought that, I got out of the fire. I learned about the states that touched us. They were like, they were so good.
Yeah, it's so funny.
I need to make some friends. That was like just kind of more the same shit was going on just around pineapples and general knowledge, which will also use crazy how our relationship is great at least 20 years later. Let's talk about life with love and heart and everything in between. Jack and off on the girl is walking down the hall. It's like monkeys at a zoo. It's what they do. I was so disgusted. I had no idea. And when you see it now, the way I look at it is just right with my chick. Man, it was so like, we were on the yard, bro, and they had gun towers. So there's all these inmates on the yard, right? You look up in the prison tower, so there's these like this group of dudes like over to the side where there's like lines and they're jacking off. So the person in the gun tower said, that gun tower, nobody ran up in it because it was in construction. They were gunning a mop, turned upside down, and leaned on the window. They thought it was a chick. So they're gunning a fucking mop. That was a big reason too.
Free iHeartRadio app is number one for music, radio, and podcasts all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of hundreds of thousands of titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
And I was just like, man, I could probably do more time, but I can't do it. I know what I come back. And it just got worse too as time goes on. Because of there, everybody's doing too cheap too. So.
Hey, darn flame. Sam Harris, it was just making me laugh because obviously I think Sam Harris is very, very smart. And I'm sure I'm only like 20 minutes in. But it's just funny to set up all the fucking like defenses. It's really set up like the police are bad, doing bad things. Like you gotta just put up all these defenses just to try to get a point out. Yeah. And his point is like maybe their culture. Like it's just he finally uses all these big words so hard.
If you get to the whole thing, it's there's 10 million arrests a year. Yeah. And 1,000 people get killed from the police. Out of the 1,000 people who get killed from the police, a good chunk of them are armed, white and black. It's 25% black. Like out of the 1,000 murders, 25% of them are black, 50% are white, 25% are other. And the years that violent crime was higher, police murders are higher. Now, violent crime's actually gone down, murders have gone down, police murders have gone down. That'll know exactly what they're wrong. Basically, all the pedophiles are causing the police murders, so Trump stopped all the pedophiles. That was the whole thing. It's like with violent crime comes violent encounters with police, comes incidental police deaths. It's like it's not an argument for being like we'll just get over the ones that are like we're totally unjustified. But it's like for the media to be like this needs to stop. And it's like, yeah, obviously it needs to stop right now. But it's like, and that was the thing, is like you don't hear about all these other people who get murdered by the police for a reason, because they're building a narrative. They want to divide people. That's all. But to say that, that's why Sam Harris has to be like, I think slavery was bad. I'm just saying that. And here's some statistics that everyone should know. It's just like, you might hate this, but that's what it is. That's what it is. The news, we live in a country where you flick a channel and you are being propagated. Like, now I'm mostly, I never trusted the news, but now I can be like, I'm pretty convinced, unless people slide me another DOS, that it's propaganda. It's literal propaganda to serve political interests or which are really corporate interests. That's the news. That is what it is. If you believe the news, you failed, dude. It's an intelligence test. I believe it. You failed.
I'm sorry. I'm trying to break Phil from the Fox.
You can't, man.
I've been trying to break the boy.
They can't. Their heads can't take it, because we kind of grew up with the internet where we were able to like watch all this stuff.
It's the same thing every time, where it's just like, well, what do you think CNN is? I'm like, yeah.
Yes, exactly.
You're watching CNN by watching Fox. Just stop.
Explain to people that they're the inverse of the thing they don't like. It's like it doesn't. For some reason, it blocks out.
It cannot go through.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, that's one version of it. You're the opposite, like a negative image.
Dude,
You're that, but
I'm literally like being in New York and then being at home and shit, and like sitting at a table with people that like at dinner, like, hey, you can't even talk to these people. I'm like, dude, you know they're having the same conversation in their house right now.
Yeah.
The people in New York are like, these fucking idiots down there. They have no idea. People in Cambridge are like, fucking idiots. They have no idea. It's the same fucking thing. It's crazy.
Yeah, man. But that's like, so I watched that and I'm like, all right, we're being propagandized. This is, and my question is now like, what are they fucking trying? What are they trying to do? Because it's like, historically, you see, and I talked about this yesterday, it's like, there's been things that have been introduced, like when Bush wanted to get elected, there was like, I'm tough on crime, and the news was just like black guys getting jammed against cars constantly, and like fucking like neon green t-shirts just big up against cars. Like there was that one, who was that one guy? You're like, he got off?
I forget. It was somebody that Dukakis let out.
Yeah.
Bush.
One guy
ran an article, or a total ad on TV, a national ad that was like, Dukakis let this black guy out and he fucking raped and murdered right away.
It's like, I wouldn't do that.
What the fuck you think?
It's funny too, because by that logic, Bush is like, I wouldn't let any of them out. Bush for president.
Oh, they're in there.
But yeah, so they did that with Bush. So we got all like the heavy drug things, and like now you go away for 25 years. No.
I think it was Oliver Stone. He did a documentary or a movie on George W. Bush, but it showed the part where his dad was in office, and like because he was
He had the CIA, right? Then he went to the.
Must have just been running for. Wait, did he have 2 terms? No, he lost the second term to Clinton.
I think so. I don't know. Honestly. I know he had one.
Oh wait, he was the vice president when he won.
You want more?
Right.
I know he was in the CIA, and I know he was before Clinton. That's all I know. My history facts are pretty bad.
Jamie. Well, he was vice president when he ran.
Possibly.
President.
Possibly. Oh, I got what you're saying.
Was he Reagan's? Yeah, he was Reagan's vice president.
Okay.
In '88. So in '92.
Yeah, he slid from the 80s. He slid right out of the crack epidemic. Went into '92. It's when the chronic dropped.
And then '94 was Clinton to 2000. And then, or to 2000. 92. It must have been 92.
Yeah, 90.
When he lost to Clinton. And then Clinton took over. And then W got in there in 2000. And then 9/11 happened.
Yep.
Now we got Obama coming.
Yep.
And then Trump dog comes to save everyone.
Basically.
And now we're saved.
Now
Things are good.
Now we're good.
Nobody's causing a hissy fit because they lost the election. The media is treating this president, the same way they would anybody.
Well, dude. Yeah, exactly.
But he is a fucking retarded guy. So that's a catch-22. It's like there's a retarded guy in office. Do you criticize him nonstop every single day and blame everything on him?
Well, who do you want? A retarded guy or like an elite network of like people like just out to dominate the world?
What were we on?
Oh,
yeah, no, but in the movie there's a part where they run that ad. They show it to Bush, and he's like, his campaign advisor's like, we gotta run this. And he's like torn on it.
Really?
This is dirty, this is fucked up. And they're like, do you wanna fucking win? Yeah, fucking run it. And they're like, it's a hit. It's a hit, man, you did it. Yeah.
Fuck, man. Yeah, well, that's what I was saying yesterday. It's like, so we have, out of the propaganda of the news of the early 90s, you have like these harsh racist crime bills that got passed through.
Yeah.
Then after 9/11, we have the Patriot Act that gets pushed through. After all this crazy, like, was there really weapons there? The news kind of flubbed that one pretty fucking hard, dude. Yeah, you know, that whole thing. So we got lied to pretty much throughout every presidency. There's been humongous lies in the news that, you know, are pretty mainstream central issues of, you know, different things. And now it's like there's another narrative that's totally off, you know, off of a full statistical picture, and it's like it's still going right to people's spinal cords, and they're just like,
yeah,
it's, you know, it's hard to watch.
No, that's true. That anytime there's like this level of like, this is crazy, what's going on right now, and you're right that there is definitely something.
That's my
Something
point.
bad is coming.
What's coming behind this Trojan horse is my question.
Yeah.
You know, and
Anytime the media and all the politicians are like kind of on the same page.
Yeah.
What are you guys doing here?
I think it's total phone trade. I think we'll have like total like
If they tried to do it with COVID,
Yeah.
the double whammy here of complete surveillance and like COVID, it's like we need to track you guys at every moment.
Yeah.
Why don't we just all wear body cams?
Dude, I'm telling you. Yeah, but dude, they paused COVID for the
If you don't do
riots.
anything wrong, just wear the body cam.
That was the weirdest part. They paused COVID for the riots. They were like, all right, time out on global pandemic.
Race war? All right, race war didn't work. Back to COVID. Back to COVID.
Yeah, man. It's like, it's pretty fucking. That's what Harris gets into. He starts talking about like, I worry for the democracy.
Yeah.
I think democracy could be becoming untethered.
You're pretty good. You got a decent
So
system.
finally, I just listened to it for 2 hours. Finally, at one point, it's so funny. About 3/4 of it, and he's like, and here we are in the core of this situation.
Oh, yeah.
In the core at best.
Go ahead and put a pin in yours. Go back to what I was discussing.
But dude, I was telling you about Rappaport, the guy from the he got busted on the
Not Rap. You're not talking about not my dog Rap.
Yes. It's another guy who's like a chef from like a Bon Appetit magazine or something. I forget what it was called. And he dressed up as like 10 years. I don't know when this was, 5 or 10 years ago. His wife dressed up as, I believe, Puerto Ricans. Just all he did, he shaved. Actually, it's definitely Puerto Ricans because his wife. The tweet is so fucking funny. So basically, the guy was I'm gonna bust this up. Unfortunately, can't wait till we get the TV. Can't wait till we get the TV, dude. So.
I guess, you know, I was about to say, like, how the fuck do you do something so stupid, but I guess I've had some racial jokes go awry.
Well, I mean, dude.
Maybe they're just goofing.
I mean, I stay amazed at the number of people who still come out that have done blackface. That's kind of one of those things where it's like, dude, how?
Yeah.
And it must haunt their fucking dreams, dude.
I told you on the last episode, I was listening to the 1619 Project.
Yeah.
I'm woke. And they were talking about how black people have been music.
Excuse me.
Pardon me. That's the Jeopardy.
Obviously.
Invented music.
That's what the Pythagorean scale's named after.
But minstrel shows was like they were huge hits. Like
blackface shows.
or something. I think that's Jim Crow.
What?
You know the Jim Crow laws and all that?
So let me reset my posture.
I could be wrong, but is Jim Crow just like
Blackface, mandated blackface. What up, everybody? We're fucking live. We're here. We're fired the fuck up. Dude.
Yes.
God damn, this is motherfucking bullshit. Anybody? Well, no, I'm saying here, take this. Did you ever see Ray Donovan?
Yes.
That's what I'm gonna do. That's my job.
You got Ray Donovan cancel people.
Pretty much. I'm gonna go around and smash N-word.
Well, Ray Donovan. Great.
I'm gonna smash N-word dudes.
That's good. Did Ray Donovan start out by getting canceled right away?
No, he got molested by a priest.
That's how it started?
Yeah, Ray Donovan, and they, spoiler alert, it was like his brother obviously got molested, but it turns out Ray did too. But there are guys from Boston who got molested by priests, and they're like, they get hired to like, it's funny because they're like Hollywood henchmen, so they go around, they're like covered up messes. But it's just like, now that like seeing all this stuff, it would for sure be like blackface.
Yeah.
Pictures, N-word tapes, like
it was funny. I was at my parents last night, and at dinner, my mom was like, "Oh, they got Jimmy Kimmel. He did blackface, right?" I was like, "No, Jimmy Fallon." Although, yeah, Jimmy Kimmel, his was the N-word. It's funny that.
Not to get all Chappelle on it, but it's like, can a white guy be famous without doing blackface? Is it something they make us do to embarrass us?
Wait, what?
And they always say you put black guys in dresses in Hollywood. Why do they always put strong white men in blackface? Bro. Well, I mean, I'm starting to think it's conspiracy. Hi, welcome. Hello. How are you? We're back, dude. This is a fireside chat. Mistakes were made. Damn, my leadership failed. No, yeah. I made it, yeah. I fucked up. I did. I made a bad mistake, dude. Did you? I think so. This might be. We talked about it on the Patreon, but yeah. I fucked up. Sorry, guys. Shit got bad. I thought other things were going on. Yeah, man. I definitely triggered the Nego Fag nest within our Patreon or our Reddit. Just like, Nego Fags are definitely fired up right now. Yeah, they are. I feel bad. I feel bad because I loused up. It's like, my bad, guys. There's mistakes made, but it's like, it reminds me of being back in Bryn Mawr when it's like, yeah, these guys have these strong emotional reactions at the drop of a hat with like no nuance, or there's like, this is what's happening. Yeah. You know, it's a shame. So basically, you're calling the Nego Fags libtards. They're sort of. They share qualities. They do share qualities. They are not gonna like the Reddit boys are liberals. Not all. No, it's a type of I'm not trying to. Type of thinking that you just put any kind of filter on. When something happens, you're just like, it's like take a breath. It's so funny that it's hard for me not to want to make you dig a deeper hole. I know. Like, there's a part of me that wants to just be like, why'd you do that? Just to be an asshole. But I understand that the position you're in is shitty. When there are Nego Fags on Reddit turn on you, it sucks. Because normally you open Reddit and you're like, oh, nice. Like, here's a funny quote. This guy rules. Especially with you, they're always like, oh, the shaman, fucking sick. Shane's a fat retard, shaman rules. Well, if you're doing what they want, you're the best. Oh, yeah. They shower you with praise. As soon as they don't like something, they're like, their brain is just like, oh my god, the podcast is ending. That guy's a fucking fag. And it's just like, you know, that's the other thing too. You lose translation of like people are kidding and all that stuff. But yeah, man, it was a tumultuous day, dude. I mean, I take full responsibility, dude. I fucked up. Really? It was my bad. That was my bad. I mean, I don't. When my principles, I stand by my principles. My principles are sound. It's like, dude, I don't care about all that stuff. It's just my tactics, dude. The tactics could have been a little bit higher. You mercenaried out, dude. You hired a merc. Brought in a different autistic man. You got him. Ladies and gentlemen, he got him, dude. He got radio. He got Benghazi, dude. He got left out to dry by Hill Dog McCusker. I know. Well, that wasn't my plan. My plan was like, dude, I'll talk about it. It's cool. He's like, no, I'll handle this. I'm like, yeah. Anybody listening that has no idea what we're talking about, good for you. Stay out of this world. It is. It's a wicked podcast Reddit. This is a problem. I think I said this yesterday too on Patreon. Yo, it's like, are you there, Rabbi?
Yo, what's going on, Big Pimp?
Dude, you might be.
Doug, I'm here.
It's true, but he'll hit it and he'll Nego Fag back where he's like, you guys are losers. Like
I was just fucking talking to you.
It's like
Yo. Yo.
Just like sad and angry. Yeah. That's more of what
Stop, bro. Is this the... Like, can we see your setup? Wait, Tom, look at this. Wait, can we see your setup, bro? All your laptops?
Yeah, how'd you find out about me?
No, I spoke to you before. Do you remember Tony?
I talked to a lot of people. How'd you find out about me?
No, because we've spoke to you before, bro. You were showing us your setup once with like 30 laptops. It's pretty sick. It's pretty cool.
Yeah. How'd you find out about me?
No, bro. Like, we've spoken to you like multiple times before, like months ago.
I know that.
Like, we know about your challenge for like lifetime like streaming, always live.
Yeah, word, dog. Okay, here it is, really quickly.
Wait, Tom, look at this. His room is awesome. He's got like 50
Yeah, look how cool that is. Wowzers.
No, Tom. He's got. Oh my god. Yo, Rabbi.
What up, Cam?
Oh no, I fucking Jody, you gotta show Tom the video. Oh yeah, he's doing this phone. He's got like 50 accounts and like 50 phones.
Rabbi, you doing karaoke?
I do karaoke, yeah, fuck yeah.
Wait, Tom, look at his phone account. You see the camera?
I have bots.
Hey, tweets or something. What's this? Oh, we can't see.
Okay.
You look like you've been on a bit of weight since we last saw you, Rabbi.
It's muscle, baby.
I show like all the other laptops as well.
All right. I mean, I'm showing you what I can.
Oh, is that how you go?
Yeah. There you go, big dog.
Bro, you had more laptops last time, bro.
Dude, they're right there. I showed them.
No, I had like all the phones. Yeah, last time you showed us everything, bro.
Okay, that's fine. It's 3:19 in the morning, so I'm a little tired. How are you?
I'm good, bro. I just woke up at 5:19 a.m.
Okay, very cool. Well,
Are you still living with the Pakis?
doing what I can to live.
No, you know those people you live with? Are they Muslim?
Yeah, but they're not Pakistani. They're not Muslim either. They're not Muslim either.
Where are they from? India?
No.
Yo, are you in the military, Rabbi?
No.
Are you in the military?
No, too many questions. If you have any questions, go to the Ask Rabbi Anything section, and I'll answer your question.
Yo, Rabbi, why do you have an ego now, bro? I thought we were friends.
Dude, it's 3:19 and 3:20 in the morning. I'm tired. I'm just chilling.
Bro, come on. Yeah, we're just chilling this way. We want to see your restaurant.
Okay, cool.
Whatever, but it's like, it really is like serious.
Apologies if I come off with an ego. I have the biggest ego on earth, but I'm tired. It's early. It's really late, so I'm gonna be going to bed soon.
It's not this.
Oh, wait, Tom, so he's always live on Twitch, Kick, YouTube on like 100 accounts and like in like 100 different Discord accounts, always live on like every server.
People just twist your words into what they. I went through the same thing.
It's like
I don't think he makes any money.
Yeah, it's like a challenge where he's just live 24/7 for the past 7 years or something.
It's like,
Rabbi, how long have you been live for?
3.5 years.
are you?
Nice.
That's that was
I know.
Wait, Tom, all those laptops and stuff, they all bought. Wait, what do the bots do? Rabbi, like on the laptops?
They spam people on Blue Sky.
People go on there and they're like, I don't even care. I get my
On
stomach
Twitter?
drops. I read it. I'm like,
Blue Sky.
oh, Jesus Christ. Oh, God.
Have you ever had fentanyl before, Rabbi?
Tons.
You know, for people to
Seems to be watching a TV show about it.
how dare you tell us what to do with your stuff? It's like,
I've had surgeries, and they give it to you after surgeries.
it still is, bro. You can't have
Tom, he never leaves his room.
That's incorrect. I leave my room every single day.
Really?
Yeah.
To the toilet or something?
I go to the bathroom. I go outside. I streamed as far north as Santa Barbara, as far south as San Diego, as far west as the Pacific Ocean, as far east as the desert and mountains. I've streamed in Beverly Hills. I've streamed in Los Angeles. I've streamed at Disneyland. Basically everywhere in Southern California.
How far
What's the
west
furthest east? What about northwest? How far northwest?
Like Santa Clarita. Oh, northwest.
Have you gone any further than that?
Santa Barbara.
Alright, let's say you're in there right now. How far northeast? What about from there?
Like generally, I don't have a map, but like around Santa Clarita or Visalia or
What about southwest? How far you went?
to the ocean,
I feel for the person who like
It's very nice.
to like San Diego.
But then again, it's like, you know,
maybe they're having a good time.
I hope so. I hope so.
He has done that, I
Trying to
think.
get in your crawl. Get your ass.
It's not hard. I'm sensitive, dude. It's not hard to get in my crawl. I'm a sensitive human being.
I lose track at 42. I fuck tons of chicks.
See what you've done right there.
Oh.
This is my best friend. You guys are making him fucking cry, dude.
I think he's lying, by the way, but he might have a liar on the call here.
It's reaping all the benefits, dude. He's such a fucking coward traitor, dude.
First of
Yep,
all,
we have a liar.
you can have, like,
Rabbi, how do you get money?
It's collective narcissism.
I'm a certified project management professional. I've launched apps on the App Store and Google Play, and I generate income from my previous work.
From what?
It's fun to watch new people enter the realm of Reddit fandom.
Exactly.
He's after like recording macros on fucking like
He was like, man, fuck those
the
dudes.
way his own board works is like clicks. Oh, it's so bad.
It's kind of like
And then, like, 2 months later, they're like, she's actually a fat gay retard and sucks, right? I was like, what the fuck are these guys?
it is. You feel you're like. I remember thinking that, being like, yeah, but they just don't understand how
They don't get it.
And he goes, yeah, wait.
Like go back to like this goes.
It took you last a while. This is the first time they turned on you.
He's a bit of a weird
My whole
individual.
thing was, I didn't want to. There's an individual I'm dealing with. You know, I made mistakes. He made mistakes. I didn't want to hang the guy out. That to me is the weakest personal thing. To have a mob full of people who are just like out for pure hatred, and then like take like I can't punch his pilot, man, dude. I can't. I should honestly. It would be smarter for me too. It's just I can't bring myself to just punch his pilot. It's like, yeah, dude. Mistakes were made, bro. Mistakes were made. I saw the drugs coming down, dude. I held on down. He was like, help. We had no knowledge of that. It was the only
We need to release the emails, dude. Where are the emails between you and Jake?
I destroyed the server, dude.
I'm sending Billy, and Billy, I might be deep state. Billy's my guy.
No, I do. It's a very weird, conflicting thing because the funniest part is you can just delete a Reddit app and it like just stops. It doesn't. It's gone. Like it doesn't affect anything.
Yeah, of course.
So you open it up. Like, I have to fix this, and it's an unfixable situation. But you know,
I think it's fixable. I think everybody will. I mean, will forgive you, dude.
time
Hill dogs are rocky.
dude, I hate Hill Dog, dude.
Well, in the end, you become what you hate.
True. Not fucking crying, dude. My eyes are tearing.
It's okay. It's okay.
Yeah,
Let's move on. Let's move on from the Reddit.
yeah, we should.
Because normal people are driving their cars thinking, what the fuck are these two weird dudes into now?
No, it's true. It's wicked. It's pretty wicked. Yeah, that was the. So, dude, last night I had. So I'm laying there. I had no sleep. Not over this shit. My baby woke up at like 4 in the morning. I woke up at 12 at night. 2 and then 4. So I wake up at 4 and I'm like, oh, what's up? And then I had like this flash of insight at exactly how I'm gonna do psychedelic now, which I was like, fucking sick, dude. That was actually it was kind of nice, dude.
That is nice.
Yeah. So the thing I'm going to do, and this is the thing I've been working on for a while, is there's this whole idea of psychological flexibility, which they've studied like a whole bunch of disciplines, a bunch of therapies, and like this seems to be one of the underlying processes that like makes people feel better. And they've studied it. It's not like you go, you pay, you talk, you hope it works. They're like, this is the whole thing breaks down into like these 6 points where it's like, so there's parts that are your behavior, parts that are the way you think. So there's psychological flexibility makes up these, I think, 6 things, but it's like contact with the present moment, being able to actually sit in the present moment without your brain like being like, what are you doing? This is boring. This sucks. This blah blah blah. Being able to sit in the moment and not worry. So there's that.
I'm 0 for 1.
But you can't sit in the present moment. I'm telling you, people who can't sit in the present moment without being like, what's about to happen. Really, we're 2 dudes sitting in a chair.
Yeah.
But we're also, our brains are coming up with these scenarios of like possible dangers that could happen. Like, this could suck. This could be boring. So that's exactly. So that's one thing that pops up. But if you do that in your life when you're just like doing other things, that can cause problems that don't need to exist.
Yeah.
So really, it's like being in touch with the present moment. Being able to mindfully handle things that can be psychologically painful. Like, you don't want to just, if some guy comes into your room and starts like fingering your butthole, they're not saying like, hey dude, it's mind over matter. It's not like that. But if you're like, say like, some dude was like, I'm gonna come in there and finger your fucking
Dude,
butthole.
that's happened to a lot of women.
What, some dudes come in and finger the butthole?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
I was watching, there's a whole show on this guy named the East Area Rapist. It's Patton Oswalt's wife wrote a book. She solved this guy's, she caught this guy. What? It was a cold case. She wrote a fucking murder mystery about him. Like factual, obviously it wasn't, and caught him. But there was one guy, there was a bunch of rapists back then in the 70s, like serial rapists. Like that was a common thing.
They were just out and about.
There were dudes that were prowling neighborhoods and breaking into houses and getting women. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. This guy did it constantly. But there was one dude known as the Stinky Rapist, which that was making me laugh quite a bit. They all had nicknames. All the rapists had names.
He was
the Stinky Rapist. And it was because he smelled so bad. And I thought a great nickname for
It's like the stinky cheese man.
Just be the stinky rapist. Like, you know how bad you have to while you're raping someone, then be like,
true, yeah. Although I think your senses get heightened. Like you'll remember but yeah, that's pretty.
Because you think they'd be focused on the horrific atrocity that's taking place, but then they're like, God damn, this guy fucking stinks. And everybody reported that the East Area rapist had a small dick. Like every single person was like, the only things I remember about him was he had a pretty small dick. Yeah. Anyway,
that's kind of horrible. That's terrifying. Did she solve these things?
She did actually, and then she died. G.O.D. Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. She was taking like Xannies and shit before bed.
Dude, that's all you're focused on. Yeah, if I was if I was taking down like B&E rapists, burglar rapists,
dude, it was like scary. Some of these are like scary.
Yeah.
Like this one girl was like playing canoe and her parents had just left, turned around, he was just standing there. Yeah, he did. And the worst was when he started doing it to dudes. Not to guys, but like to women with their husbands in the house. Like he would like put a gun to the people's heads. Be like, if you fucking move, I'll kill you and fuck the wife. Like in front of a husband.
To the husband's head?
Yeah.
I know. Dude, I'm telling you.
I know.
I'm just getting shot, dude. I couldn't sit there and do that. I have an old neighbor who's constantly like, hey, I'll go inside, he'll be like,
so you're calling all those dudes cowards?
Yeah. Honestly.
It's pretty tough to look at them.
I mean, dude, I don't know, man. You got it. I mean, especially it's a gun, and it's like, how is he?
Gun, man. I think he was going knife first and then hog tying you before you knew exactly what was happening.
Okay. I was
Like, you still think it's like kind of a robbery.
I thought he was doing it while I'm like, no way I gotta get fucking on the gun at the same time.
Especially with the penis. The guy's notable penis. I think he's slipping out the whole time.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, I don't know, man. Knife's inexcusable. Someone has a knife, and they're like, kid, I'm gonna tie you up at knife. Nah, they were wrestling over knives.
True. But if you just woke up and there's this fucking dude with his dick out standing in front of you with a knife.
I think about this all the time. Whenever I'm laying in bed, I'm constantly being like, if there was a guy in my house, like how quick could I react? And whenever I sleep, especially if I'm by myself, I'll have to like come to peace with the situation. Like, if there really could be a guy in my house, and I think I trust myself to pop up. I kind of have this weird desire to
fight a guy naked
in that situation, fight my way out of it.
I did go for that. I've talked to you. I've been the time I had sleep paralysis.
Yeah, exactly.
Ass naked. Yeah, came out swinging. I had to swing. Swing in the dark, shit. All right, sorry to interrupt the. So we got number 2 was.
So present moment,
get figure the ass.
Present moment, and then there's being able to be in touch with the present moment, being able to accept painful material that pops up. Like we're sitting there being like, like I'm a fucking loser. You're at a quick matrix point where they're either gonna let that dictate your next behavior, or you can sit there and be like, this is just a thought my brain's producing, and then so that's like being able to sit with stuff that's kind of painful without actually having that dictate your behavior. Yeah. Because typically when you're trying to mitigate psychological pain, you do a quick maneuver just to get rid of it. That usually kind of makes your life smaller. Because you're trying to once you deem a thing a threat, your brain naturally starts to avoid it. So the idea is, you're able to contact the present moment, be mindful of painful situations or thoughts or whatever, and then the other part's the behavioral part where you have a set of like values or things that you actually want in your life, and then when you get to the point you're able to sit there and diffuse yourself from your thought and then move towards the thing that you actually want rather than eliminate your life through just trying to mitigate psychological stuff that's not real, in a sense. It's not actually affecting your life, because if you were contacting the present moment, you would know that you're just kind of like sitting in a chair about to eat dinner. But you can select, dude, like, not harping on Reddit stuff. You can sit there and imagine these dystopian futures where you're like, never's gonna leave. And you start acting out of this thing that hasn't happened, doesn't exist in the present moment, or you can just sit in the present moment and be like, all right, how do I actually think? What do I actually value? And move towards that despite feeling a certain way. So that's this guy studied it, like, came up with the system. Yeah. So I have it like a module where it's set up where I'm gonna have 3 levels to it where people can just do it just with like their friends. Like here's a module, you can just like talk about the stuff and try to put the ideas in your life. The second one would be more like, or the first one would be people just take the test to see how they rate on psychological flexibility, who don't do any of it, like a control, and then they can come in Like 6 months later, make house or psychological flexibility. The second one's a peer group, just peers, no super guidance, and then you see like before and after 6 months, and then do pre and post tests for people who actually went in like a structured group, and then take all that data and see like if the whole thing I'm trying to figure out is if you actually need a therapist, or if people can with the information do something comparable by themselves so that people can have free therapy, not have to have the options.
Yeah.
So that's what I'm working. That's what I'm working on right now.
That's tight.
So I'm working on right now. So that's the goal. That's the goal right now. And I hope, I'm just hoping that it doesn't get fucking.
Why would that ever get it? It can't get influenced.
Yeah, it's true.
It can't.
But what I'm trying to do is come up with a system to build a bridge for people to kind of like, just use the internet for a thing that actually feels.
So you're trying to help the mental stability of the Reddit boys who are.
I'd like to, bro. Like I said, I'm not even mad.
So all these dudes on Reddit, you're trying to help. You're basically Jane Goodall getting ripped apart by hate. You're like, hold on, guys, I'm trying to help, man.
It's I do. And my heart's in the right place, man. It's just, my heart's too big. Your heart's too big. It just gets kicked and punched all over.
Oh, man.
But no, I was actually excited, so I figured out finally how to do it. Where I'm just gonna release a thing. I want to do a thing where I do mock therapy sessions with comedians where you can just make up fictitious things and go through it so people can watch and see how a group is, but you would have to do it obviously. So, pretty fun.
That's a good idea.
When you go to school for this, they have mock therapy sessions and they're so fucking fun.
What type of things do they talk about?
It's just a guy being like, they'll have the therapist trying to show people like in training, so like, we'll do like a fake therapy session. And it'll be a guy like another like therapist or therapist in training acting bad, be like, I just can't stand my wife. She gained weight, doesn't do nothing around the house. Dude, so fucking
most
funny.
basic fucking psychology possible.
Yeah, it's pretty funny. But yes, that was my that was last night. I was like, it all clicked.
It all clicked. That's nice. It's nice when a plan comes together.
Exactly. So, yeah, man. So that was the dude. It really is crazy to think about how much people freak themselves out over a thing that's not physically like a biological threat or something that's actually in their life. It's like people spend a good portion of their life trying to keep almost like mental ghosts at bay. That if they were just to turn, instead of trying to fight them, just accept them, be like, yeah, that is something about me that kind of sucks. And be like, it's all right, bud, come here. Bring yourself all together and you stop trying to like control the little things. You can just move towards, just think of what you actually want to do and just go do that. Because you're going to feel shitty. If you try to control how shitty you feel, you'll definitely feel so shitty. But you'll never get to do the things you want to do. So, appreciate it.
Yeah, I've learned to kind of power through feeling shitty.
Yeah.
Just do whatever I would. Yeah.
I used to fucking quit things so hard. I would feel shitty and be like, I would concoct this whole thing where I'm like, this clearly isn't for me. I gotta get out of it.
Oh yeah, I can quit the fuck out of things.
I mean, some things are good. That's the other thing too. There's some things are genuinely good. Like I was definitely in a marriage that wasn't working for me overall. That was something I quit. That I was.
You gonna throw that under the bus too?
What? My first marriage? That was genuinely my fault too, dude. Again, that was another thing where you were talking about like pre-imagined situations. It would be like not have sex for 3 days, and I'm like, I want to be fucking celibate. Oh my god! And you start being like, you imagine if
being a fucking pussy brat is the gayest shit on earth.
It's on, dude.
I was in that, dude. That relationship I was in, I was just like, we never even have sex. It's like, dude, why would she? I'm sitting there fucking just laying there playing video games. I didn't have a job. Good lord.
Yeah, man. I did it. I shudder to think about that too.
Yes.
The fact of like, same thing. I was just lounging around.
When's the last time she even gave me head?
Exactly. Dude, I would like fart to the point where she was wrecking in bed. I'd be like, we never have sex. I would newever do anything. We'd go out to a nice dinner, and I had this thing where like I would finally get the bill, and like if we like argued at all, I'd instantly be like, why the fuck do we even go out and do anything then? So if we went out somewhere nice, I would instantly complain about how much it costs after doing it. So I would just like, if you take a girl to a nice dinner and you're like, we have to tighten our belts a little bit after that. You're just not even pussy. Be like, I mean, I hope you're happy with that because I just have a stomach ache. I don't see why people pay all that money for expensive dinners because they just use too much butter. Their food's too rich. I'm not using it. She would just be like, I'm not sucking this guy's dick.
Yeah, of course. How could you?
Yeah, man.
Damn. It sucks to just think about it. The queen, my bad. former bays I let go by being a fat bitch just hanging around.
I would sit there and you know, I could sit there. There's a bunch of there's like bad stuff I could put on that person's list.
Of course.
But it's like, you know, in reality, it always takes two to tango first.
Oh,
and for sure. And then it's like, I would sit there and be like, in my head, I'm sitting there, I'm just a dude who like probably could just jerk off and forget about this, or just like, you know, figure out ways to like cultivate sex in a marriage. But I would just sit there and like, in my head, I'm in this imagined scenario where I just like become involuntarily celibate in a relationship and then act as if that's the reality I'm inhabiting.
Yeah.
I start taking these wild, drastic actions that just fuck stuff up more because it's not based in reality. The other person's just looking at you like, what's going on? You're like, and you can't explain it because you're literally not acting in the reality around you. You're also not like talking to the other person, having them like, here's how I'm feeling. You're just being like,
remember when you used to fuck me?
Yeah. God. And then you do that in your life in like millions of different arenas. So it's like, you know, unless people can, there's an idea where you can have thoughts and you take them as reality, and even a self-story, you can have a thing where you're like, I'm a nice guy. So then you do things that aren't nice, and then you have to.
Yeah, I'm like real nice.
You do things, then when you do things that aren't nice, you have this thing where you deny that you actually did them, and you have to concoct things that say that you did, rather than just being like, I try to be a nice guy, but yeah, I'm kind of a dick sometimes. Sometimes I fuck up and do shit. Sometimes my fucking demotes possess me.
Yeah, your demons are at your neck today.
I'm in the grip of my daemon all the time, dude. But
that's all right. You're getting out of it. I can see you getting out of it already just during this cast.
I know. You have to, dude. Yeah, I mean, you have to take your lumps. I can only imagine how our president feels. Imagine.
Dude, I know. All day, every day. The
long.
Reddit is actually just the entire country.
I mean, am I DJT right now? I mean, I guess you guys have put me in that position.
No, you're hillbilly. I'm obviously DJT. Billy is definitely my not gay Pence.
He's Pence?
Yeah, he's definitely a Jack
I
Closet.
don't like that. Oh, sure, he's a Jack Closet.
Jack Closeted.
That would tip this off. If Pence gets caught with like meth and gay prostitutes, that would definitely make this presidency complete.
Yeah.
That would honestly that would be like the perfect like at the end of the orchestra, like just Pence getting caught with a bunch of like hot young boys. That would rule. Just having him be like,
I made mistakes. I left my wife down. I let down everyone around me. Just sucking dude's dicks.
Pence is the perfect. He should always be vice president.
Yeah, I've never met. I mean, has there been a better vice president?
He is like a, you know, the cardboard cutouts from Home Alone.
Yeah.
He is like a car. I swear, I want to see someone just go like that. I think he's two-dimensional. Like Pence, he would just go flat and fall over.
Pence is hilarious. He's also, I don't think he's ever talked.
No, never. He'll come up every now and again. DJT will be like, all right, Pence. Like, I think that's kind of open. Or if like someone asks shit, he'll be like, all right, Pence is going to handle like the hard technical medical questions.
Yeah, I think it's wrong, and Trump's like, he's an idiot. I'm sorry.
Yeah, exactly. Pence was a sick choice. I don't know where. Strategically, I don't know. I guess it's like it secured some weird lie. I think it secured geezers because Pence is like a perfect geezer.
Pence is like, he looks like stability.
True.
To geezers. He looks like, I don't know, like an androgynous, like, I don't know, it's just a thing.
He is.
He's like an entity that looks like a politician.
God, he doesn't get any heat, really. People will say, like, oh, Pence is an asshole.
Everyone always just like SNL whole thing that's just like Pence is fucking gay. That's their insult on Pence. Like, he's kind of gay, right?
Really?
Yeah, for sure.
No, Pence is hetero as hell.
Everybody just accuses Pence of being gay. Yeah, the fucking one thing Pence did that was sick was saying he won't go out to dinner with women.
Without his wife.
He won't hang out with women.
He needs his wife there to check.
It's usually a nice move, dude.
It's a nice move. It's so sick to be like, look, I don't trust myself.
I might get pussy right now.
I might get head in this dinner.
I don't know what to tell you. I might get some head right now.
Damn, I wonder how his wife actually handles that. Pence like has like a golf shirt, sits back. He's like, his wife's like takes his arms out. He's like,
yeah, you're definitely more of a hill dog right now.
Yeah.
We need to get you a pantsuit.
True. I need a futurist.
And let those hips fill it out.
Yeah, man.
I apologize. That was over the line, dude. That was OL.
That's the whole point. That's the point.
Hips are OLs, dude. I'll leave your hips out.
We're having fun, dude.
I'm just having so much fun. It's okay, dude.
Having a good time. I'm sad. I don't like it.
It sucks. It sucks, dude. We have such a nice, fun thing going on.
I know.
And when, bad things happen, it sucks. And especially when you go over my head and ruin everything.
No, I ain't going
You did. Me and Swells had no idea. I was communicating with my insiders. Swells.
Oh, man. Yeah.
Didn't go over my head at all. Just, I didn't care.
So sorry.
Don't shut up. Dude, you ever watch Last Chance U?
No.
I'm tired right now. I stayed up till 3 watching that.
Did you? I'm a tired boy as well.
Last Chance U, new season came out. It's just the same thing that happens every single year.
Did the coach get fired for like?
No, different teams now. They've done a bunch of different things. The first Mississippi, then it was into Kansas. This one is Laney in Oakland.
Okay.
Oakland, yeah. Same thing happens every year. They have a bunch of talented kids that are all like, man, fuck you, bitch ass coach. I'm out. And they quit every fucking game.
A lot of people take their helmet off. And
Dude, the first game they're down 1 point at halftime, and it looks like they lost the Super Bowl. They're all like, they're down 1 point at halftime. They're like, man, fuck this. Last year's your teams, every single dude threatens to quit throughout the season. The whole season, they're all just like, man, I'm out. I quit. Fuck you.
It's too hard, coach.
It doesn't make sense. I've never been on a team once where somebody even mentioned, like, they would quit.
Yeah.
Other than me.
You think it's like just for TV?
No.
These
I've
dudes
only been on hockey teams, pretty much. Except in college. But if you're playing, like, college, like, at a decent level, like a higher level, then you can't say a word to a coach. Yeah. Like, if you were like, fuck you, coach, they'd be like, oh, pack his shit up. Get the fuck out. Yeah, for sure. I mean, some guys are obviously talented enough to do that, and the coach would have to be like, fuck you. Go out. Yeah. Please stop being weird. But these are community colleges, junior colleges. It's like kids are just like, coach, you're a fucking bitch. Fuck you. And the coaches are retarded too. And they'll be like, I'll beat your fucking ass. Yeah, it's,
I'm going to try to walk on to community college football.
You get wrecked, dude. Get fucked, dude. Some of these dudes are good, but you could technically, yes. I know you, yeah.
Someone going straight out of like competitive high school football program and like into college football, even at community college level, would be pretty fucking nasty. It would be nasty as fuck.
I'm second guessing whether I can beat Lemaire in basketball. I would get murdered. But there's one dude that's fucking sick. Dior.
Has anyone made it to the majors out or like NFL out of high school?
Yeah, a lot of them.
It's pretty sick.
There's a kid named Dior who fucking sleeps in his car and works at Wingstop. He works at Wingstop and plays college football. Damn. And is the best player on the team. Fucking sick. Cool sort of sick. He'll freak out. I'm only like 2 or 3 episodes in. He's already having like chest pains from anxiety. Fuck. He's gonna die. You can't work at Wingstop and play college football. And sleep in the backseat of an SUV.
I mean, dude, that's why don't the coaches? That's like you think coaches live for that shit? Well, be like, come live with me. Come live with me, son.
Absolutely.
What kind of cars you drive?
It's like an old SUV. So at least we were watching it. Beezer was like, oh, at least it's an SUV. I was like, what are you talking about, dude? He's got like a mid-Afghan.
So the place I used to live, there's this lady who lives in her car. Yeah. It's like a, I don't even know what it is. It might be like a crossover kind of car. It's like she has enough room where she'll lay down during the day and she opens the door and just her legs are out of the car. She's a big woman, man. So you walk by and there's just like, it's like a hoarder living in a car.
With just her feet hanging out. Looks like
the legs hanging out.
Wicked witch.
Yeah, dude, just hanging out of her car. So she used to, live, I guess, where we lived before. And then we moved. And now her car has almost followed us. Not like us, but like she's in our area now again. And we're complaining to show off. I know that she gets out and shits like wherever. So people, where's next door at?
No.
Dude, it's the funniest fucking thing. So there's this app. It's for people who like live in like different communities. You go and like just talk like, hey, I saw a guy like a white man at the playground. You're like, hey, people will go on there and like complain about fireworks and shit. But there were people out there who were like, they're like this lady. We have a homeless lady living out of her car. And they just start complaining like, oh my god, blah, blah, blah. And then people are out there sussing out dumps to be like, I saw a dump. Basically, you know, someone like their language of being like, I'm pretty sure this dump was that lady's. And like they'll start like, dude, it's so fucking funny. Dude, Neighbors Next Door is might be the premier crybaby platform.
That's crazy.
People come out and they're like, what these fucking dogs, like complain about, like someone was writing a post about dogs, but it's like specific to your area. Or like some weird shit. Like,
damn, have you been hit with one?
I don't think so, no. I always pick up my dog food, but yeah.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean, to be an actual person typing in that is pretty wild.
It's literally a subreddit for all of your neighbors. To just all kind of complain, and then like people will go on and like fuck with people sometimes, and it is like
I'm just imagining who's on it. It's a subreddit for like people who lived in like hipster neighborhoods, so like Fishtown girlfriends.
They have them out in the suburbs.
And wives.
It's literally mostly like
hipster cool girlfriends. Cool girlfriends suck.
Where it was like super chill.
Cool girlfriends in Fishtown, like, oh, I have tats, I wear a snow hat all the time, yeah, but I'm still like a controlling bitch. Like, oh, I'm so cool, I love the Lumineers. Also, take the trash out right now, you pussy.
Yeah, I mean, that stuff doesn't melt away. I mean, you can't really, it's funny how people do think that you can kind of like completely get rid of all, like, hundreds of thousands of years of like evolution and like, you know, biological traits.
Just with a couple of arrow tattoos on your forearm.
Yeah, a couple of books and a couple of people on TV.
And be like, yeah, I just love, you know,
I was thinking about today.
Cool music and craft beer is also, you need to start working out. Just like, wait, which one are you?
Well, see, like dude sitting with their girlfriends, like the girlfriend would do like the no bra full side. And then it's like, because I was like wondering about this today. I was walking my dog and I'm just like sitting there. Actually, I was walking my dog. I was walking my baby. I'm like sitting there pushing the stroller and I was like, hope she doesn't wear like super slutty stuff. You know, because I have an awkward conversation to have, especially 15 years from now. To be like, because it'll fully be like, don't try to control I can wear what I want, blah, blah, blah. And trying to explain like, no, like if you have like your tits or your ass out, there's guys who will just like, they will attract the eyes of dudes who are just like, they'll look at you and be like, oh my god, there's an ass. And they'll hang out with your ass. And they'll ignore your whole personality. And, you know, then it's like, I'll be coming up with guys, like boyfriends who are like, no, Justin doesn't think like that. And it's like, yeah, he does. Just the same thing you're saying. Just because he dresses like a total fucking pussy and acts like a pussy, he's still a dude.
Yeah.
At the end of the day, he saw your ass and was like, sweet, I'm going to hang out with
that
ass.
heart-shaped hiney.
Dude. But it's like, again, it's like, you know, it's all sick. I've seen different things of like the dad being like, I don't tell my daughter to wear. It's like, all right, dude, you fucking
he's just begging the sticky right.
I don't care that my daughter has sex. And it's like, all right, dude.
Yeah. I don't know. I had a tough time because every once in a while, a girl I was seeing would go no bra, and I'd have to be like, oh, just so everyone's gonna see your tits today. It's a guaranteed fight. It is such a horrible fight. Yeah, but it's a tough one to avoid, dude. The part of me that's like, all right, just shut the fuck up. Who cares? I don't care. I don't care. But the thing is, it's like trying to tell a woman, like, your tits are out. Do you understand the heat you're bringing? Because they're like, oh, you're just insecure, you're being judged. It's like, no. I don't give a fuck.
Yeah.
But watch out.
It's also like, you don't understand.
Everyone's going to see your tits.
Well, you also, it's like they don't see nipples through a shirt, and they're not like, dude, imagine if a girl was like, I can see your nipples. Put on another undershirt. You'd be like, fuck you, dude. My nipples. Like, it is kind of bullshit.
It's crazy.
Dude, I would
never be like, I can see your nipples. Put on another.
That's kind of the thing.
In my head, I'm just like, I would like look at her and be like, oh, dude, tits are out, huh?
Dude, I was in the supermarket with Brittany the other day. We saw this lady who was just, she was a big woman, had big, humongous tits, had no bra on, and she was just like, you know, she was so big where she like kind of like skates around, like she was moving like this. And dude, it was just like these huge,
sultry cans.
Exactly, dude, just a huge fucking boob, and the nipples were just like, you could just see her boobs through her, like you could just.
You liked it. You like it big old unit.
I'm pants. Whenever I see something like that, I go to Brittany. I'm like, yo, check that out. So I point it to her.
You point. You
She
say
doesn't catch me looking at it. I go, yo, check that out. It's pretty sick.
Snorlax.
Pretty sick move. Yeah, dude. But then we were peeling, man. This lady had something going on. There's something going on. And she had like a, what do you call it? Yuppies or wagons yesterday?
Yeah, wagons.
Her boyfriend was a wagon, dude.
He was a fat wagon.
He was just looking like walking by.
Yeah, I think wagons is probably, first off, it's for your ass, but it's funny to just call someone a wagon.
I thought you guys were calling each other wagons.
Yeah,
So
no, absolutely.
he's a wagon.
Like, dude, I'm a fucking wagon right now, dude. I'm fat as fuck.
But so yesterday or 2 days ago, I did a yoga place I go to now. Just does it outside. So like doing the sun, it's
Dude, yoga outside.
on the grass, dude. It's my favorite thing right now. But so I'm there, and if you're a dude, you can take your shirt off. You get like the full sunlight and everything. And you're looking at girl. It's nice, dude. It really is. Otherwise, your shirt is bent down and it like comes over your head. And it's just like just take this thing fuck off.
Yeah.
That was another exercise of mindfulness of like doing yoga in the park, and then like my neighbors come by, and I'm just fucking like. My shirt off in the park. That's another thing too. That's selfless context. You're like, I'm not a person who takes my shirt off in the park, even though, you know, again, I have bitch hips, but it's nice.
You don't have bitch hips.
Getting sunlight, getting sunlight on your entire body while doing yoga in the park isn't nice.
You don't have bitch hips.
It's nice. They're going down, dude. I broke my PR.
Nice. How fast did you run?
Huh?
How fast? How far? Excuse me.
Mile and a half.
That's fucking sick.
Mile and a half. 15 minutes, dude.
No, that's terrible.
Hey, come on, man.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I can beat you in the running.
No, dude. We should have a long distance race. We were doing for real. My cardio sucks. Like we're definitely comparable. We're necking.
I beat you with the one thing we did.
I'm not good at running, dude.
I beat you 50.
Well, you started restricting my activity. I started going to.
Well, you were cheating on the app.
Cheating on the app.
Yeah, you were. You were running when it says not to.
Dude, if I can run when it says not to, that's just.
No, you just run harder when it says to run.
I'll do that too.
Look, you lost. Just let it go. Reddit, fucking get this fucking trigger, dude.
But yeah, man, that was like I was doing it. I'm like, it's nice to get sunlight's really good for you to get. Like I think you need it. They say in order to not be vitamin D deficient, you need to have like I don't know exactly what it is, but it's like 60% of your body. You think so?
Yeah.
Oh man, it sucks.
You get out just from cigarettes.
Really?
Yeah.
COVID, apparently cigarettes help with COVID, they said. Someone said that, I don't know. They were basically like people who smoke were less likely to have.
Yeah. And literally.
Yeah, I think they said people who smoke more likely to die.
Definitely likely to die.
Oh, yeah.
Definitely.
Oh, then COVID doesn't hit like those black lungs you see in health classes. Like, whoa.
Yeah.
It's scary around here. Let's get out of here. COVID it's just like a dude standing up for fatality. And COVID's just like, punk.
Yeah, it's kind of a nice, easy one.
Yeah. But yeah, man, that was definitely nice. Just doing that, and again, just being in a state where it's like, because you have to do the home too. So like, at the beginning, you're like, which again,
Dude, I can't even do that by myself.
It's so fun.
When I do fat guy yoga on YouTube.
You don't home?
No.
Why?
I just don't like it.
That's fusion with selfless context, dude.
I don't know.
What's the thought? I mean, you might
don't know exactly.
Genuinely might not like it.
That's what I mean.
But why? So
I think I genuinely don't like it.
But the thing is, to sit with a bunch of people and all make noise at once, I think
It's usually fun. I agree.
I think it's something a part of being
Chance rule.
Exactly. It's something that's instinctually gratifying. To sit in unison, either with a drum. If we all sat there and we're having, right now, we all had bongos and we're drumming, we'd be having a blast. But the thought enters, it's kind of gay. And then you're like,
yeah.
But it's a grounding thing. If you take a group of people and make them kind of talk, sing, groove in unison, it instantly like brings people together as a unit. It's pretty crazy.
So that is fun, but
again, it's one of those things where you're in the park. I'm loving it. I'm sitting there being like, oh my god, dude, my voice is blending with all the other. I think it's the best thing in the world. But it's like to sit. Then there's the thought of like, Jesus Christ, I don't my neighbors don't want to buy it. Which again is like, why would you let that thing dictate the thing? You know what I mean? Like, why would that thing dictate the thing you actually like to do? And how much of it does that dictate the thing that you might again, it's not saying everyone has to do the things that I'm into, but what are things you're inherently into that you maybe don't do because there's like these little like electrical fences around certain scenarios?
So, yeah. Yeah, like Bill, like wants to kiss guys, but he knows it's not good. It will be perceived poorly by the community.
True. I don't know. Bill Kamau is a strong gay alt-right leader. They do well.
Yeah,
They do pretty well.
They will.
If you're gay and alt-right, there's Douglas Murray. Did pretty well. Milo.
Tim Dillon.
TD. Dude, did you see speaking of the new age online celebrity, dude, did you see Schultz's latest thing? Where he did the thing about like Donald Trump not going after Ghislaine Maxwell?
No, I didn't watch it.
Dude, so I'm watching it, and this is just my theory, but I think that Hollywood now is transforming into people who are anti-Hollywood. The new Hollywood's going to be people who are anti-Hollywood. It's going to, I think,
Colin Schultz, Hollywood.
Anti-Hollywood. He's new. I think he's going to be Hollywood 2.0. Because I was watching him do his thing, and there's a lot of times it's like, you know, he does have that like strong, very kind of celebrity persona. So instantly, as people be like, oh, fuck this. I'm watching that just being like, what the fuck is this thing? I was like, this is pretty fucking funny. It was doing, calling out like Trump for not making fun of Ghislaine Maxwell, but I was just more so following the vibe of the thing where it's like, this is a guy with a pretty decent sizable following who's sitting there being like, kind of, you know, saying a lot of stuff. He said like, Trump used to be the man, he's saying all this shit, blah, blah, blah. And why is he, you know, kind of putting his tail between his, why is he going after Ghislaine, you know, blah, blah, blah. But I'm watching,
I did see that.
I was kind of laughing. I was like, dude, I opened it up being just kind of like nega-fagging, just being like, what's this? And I watched it, and I was like, that's actually kind of funny.
Yeah, Schultz's videos are really good.
Yeah, man. So I was watching it just being like, I think, and I'm just, you know, I'm thinking vibes. I'm like, this will be, in my opinion, this is going to be the new paradigm of Hollywood. And I think all of this cancel culture stuff in about, I'll say 3 to 4 years will melt away. Because I think there's money's getting closer to being like, oh, okay, let's just do this stuff now.
We'll see. Yeah.
I think so, man. I think I was watching him do that, and I was like, it's well produced, it's very funny. And I was like, it's not doing, it has mass appeal without bending to the current, like, regime.
Yeah, all of his, every one of those videos so far has good.
Yeah, it was pretty decent.
Which is funny, because then you watch his podcast, and it's like, man, what the fuck is up with those shoes, y'all? It's like, man, where's that guy? And then you watch these videos, it's like the most poignant, well thought out, funny video.
But yeah, man, I'm telling you, he's the funny thing too is like if you pay attention to pop culture, that becomes the actual like, so like pop culture is just like the training wheels of like, you know, when people are like 20 years old, what's cool for 20-year-olds eventually bleeds into discourse once they're 45 or 50 years old and like, you know, being in positions to like run the country. So it's like, I'll be curious when, you know, because this is like when people who are like 18 now or 45, it's gonna be fucking crazy, dude.
Yeah.
Like looking about the shit they're into and stuff, they're gonna like, everything is moving to the internet. I can't.
Well, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, that's not even a debate.
Yeah.
Like what? From what, TV or movies?
Yeah.
That shit's, it's already gone.
Exactly. So
for sure.
Yeah, it's just kind of crazy that it's like, you know. Although, dude, I'll say there's a channel I'm a big fan of. I think it's called Docurama. If I just turn on my TV, for some reason my TV just comes up on this channel.
Really?
It it's the fucking, every time I turn it on, it's just like this horrific documentary about like, it'll be about like a Swiss lady who like starved to death. It was fucked up shit. Then I put it on yesterday, and it was seniors ping pong. I watched it for like an hour.
That's pretty good.
This is fucking awesome. It was like championship level seniors ping pong, like they were playing, like get in a wheelchair and wheel out. It's like, it's fucking crazy.
That's fun.
I might be into senior sports. I think I found my sport calling.
Really?
Seniors ping pong might be my fucking, dude. I'm like, holy fuck.
Were they good?
They were slamming, dude. They were, I mean, dude, if some like 24-year-old Japanese prodigy would have eaten them alive, but like, dude, they were like 85, 90 years old.
Fuck, that's what it is. When I was talking on Twitch, I was playing on Beezer's Twitch last night. Somebody was asking what sports Japanese people were good at. Baseball. They're nasty at baseball. Yeah. But I guess ping pong. Do they play? I think that's more Chinese.
But I think Japanese play ping pong too, dude. I think they're probably pretty nasty. Fucking slice the ball in half. No, I think the Chinese are definitely ping pong down.
We don't say that anymore.
What, Chinese?
The Chinese.
You know what I mean? If you hit a hard triple E, you can say Chinese.
The Chinese.
Say this is Chinese. But dude, I think you said Chinese.
But fuck it, it's funny. That's what we're saying. It is funny.
It is funny that you're like Chinese. You can't say that. I'm like, yeah. That is funny. You can't say Chinese.
Peculiar.
It is.
Peculiar.
Well, are you Jewish?
Lemaire, are you going to admit that you are actually a Jew?
I'm not, no.
Why do you think you're one of the true Hebrews?
What's that?
Aren't you one of the true Israelites?
I'm a son of God. I'm a Jesus man, not a Hebrew.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean you weren't one of the true Israelites.
Exactly.
True Hebrew.
Are you trying to convert me?
No, I just want you to claim your birthright.
Show would be a lot better if you were a full-on black Israelite.
I'm a black Israelite.
Thank you. Give us some takes.
5%ers, right?
Give us some important information. What would you yell if you saw me and Matt stand there?
Oh, look there, 2 Yakubian devils walking by.
Pretty good. We're gonna beat your ass. You son of a bitch.
Yakubian, like, it's like he's like the first white, right?
Oh, okay, so you know the stuff. You know a little bit. You studied under the Honorable Dr. Nick Cannon. The Honorable Prophet, Dr. Nick Cannon.
Fuck, I think it was my friend Jared sent me a video of, probably should have named him on this vid. This dude wore Black Lives Matter. I guess the it was strolled in this town in Arkansas. Yeah, this dude just stood on this road wearing a Black Lives Matter billboard and filmed it. And dude, everybody stopped by and said something. Every single car. Like, I thought maybe he'd get like a couple comments. Yeah, dude, everybody that drove by was like, they'd drive by and be like, well, you're white, you fucking stupid bitch, fuck you. And just drive
white
off.
guy.
I guess he was white. Yeah, they yelled at him that he was white several times.
Gotcha.
Everybody stopped and said something. It was so fucking funny.
Kind of funny, actually.
It was really funny because these dudes are just really fucking like, they think they're trying to reason with. They're like, this is all bullshit, dude. Black Lives Matter is propaganda. It's bullshit. It would drive away. And I was like, damn, that's something I like sometimes think. You gotta get rid of that.
It's funny.
That dude might risk it. Maybe one of the dudes leaving the Walmart and harassing a dude wearing a Black Lives Matter shirt didn't know what was up. You know?
What, saying like it's propaganda?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, dude, the idea of hashtags are strange and how they bleed into discourse where it's like, hashtag this.
Yeah.
It's all of a sudden like, that's an idea. That's like a worked out, nuanced idea. There's no like debate. It's just like Black Lives Matter. It's like, okay, that's cool.
Yeah.
But what is the you can have that. It's like the fucking pro-life shit. It's like, you can have that as what is the organization doing? It's
yeah, of course.
Like, where's the money? Where's
you're not pro-life. It's like, no, I'm definitely pro-life.
What's going on? Question the money. Like, where's the money? You see shit about the money about, like, that was the vote blue or act blue thing.
Yeah.
It's like, there's a clause, allegedly, again, because we're in disinformation, we're in information war right now. But it's like, apparently there's a clause in that organization where, like, if you use Act Blue as your vehicle for moving money
after X amount of days,
60 days, it goes in. So people were saying, like, they checked the donations, and they even reported saying we got over, I don't know what it is. Just say, for example, it's $10 million in 2 days. How did you allocate that $10 million? Did you allocated $10 million within 60 days? And if so, what did you spend that on? And the whole reason is that you can, as the Democrats, you could have that funneling money into it. It's like after 60 days, it's like, you spend pay couple salaries.
Yeah.
What the fuck did you do with $10 million and show us what you did? Or did it go to the Democratic Party? And is the Democratic Party using that to funnel? That's legitimate.
Now imagine screaming that, driving past some dude holding a sign.
Yeah,
it's so funny, dude. It's so funny watching these dudes be like, hey, bud,
you're what?
Driving away, dude. It's so good.
And that's the other thing, too. You want to talk about people, like, again, you're driving. Some guy has a piece of wood on him with words on it, and you drive, and you go like,
yeah.
You're what? And it's like, again, you're acting out of, that's not present moment behavior. You're acting out of a perceived nightmare and slate.
Well, also, think how hard these dudes with propaganda is.
Yeah.
That they're sitting there, they fucking crush Fox News all day, and then they're like, holy shit, it's here. True. It's finally come down to whatever town in Arkansas they were in. Yeah. That's got to be like, holy shit, I've told everybody I would shove it up those guys' ass. I saw them, dude, I got to do it.
Some guy nervously comes up, he's like, you're what?
You're what? You doing something, man? You're actually quiet.
Oh God, I'll say it.
Yeah, those. But again, there's also a very funny trend in this country of filming retarded white people and being like, look how racist white people are. And it's just like some fucking cracked out old lady saying the N-word at a 7-Eleven, and it's like.
But can't we say that's how the media has been with black people? And look how aggressive they are. I'm gonna sit back.
Yeah, they did that in the 90s for 10 years.
Yeah, and it wasn't great. They still doing it now.
Not like now, but like within the past like 5 years, like black people have still been like portrayed as aggressive.
Black people portrayed as aggressive?
Yeah.
Or have they been portrayed as too weak and effeminate? Which one is it,
Whoa.
Which one do you believe it is?
I said the first one.
You think the first one?
Oh, wait, okay. Let me sit back. I'll sit back. Wait. I don't know.
Dude, the news.
No, I thought you said like they were trying to like emasculate black men.
No, on TV.
Yeah.
On TV, like in entertainment.
Well, man, would you put on the dress?
No.
But so you like, I don't know. Every time I see like a video of like a group of black dudes beating the shit out of a white person, it's usually like, just can't believe they said the N-word. You know?
Yeah, so
It's usually like before this video they said the N-word. Like, what an idiot! They deserved this ass beating. That tends to be the videos now.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, they flipped the switch. In the 90s, the news was like just like they're doing, like, you know, they're always trying to convince the population they're under threat. So like right now, the news are watching the demographics emerge and they're being like, all right, before that, the news was just serving white people. So like white people are under threat from ISIS, this, that, and black people are committing crime, especially in the early 90s, because there was like neighborhoods that were like completely fucked up and insane. And you just ran clips and you're like, black people are doing this, black people are doing this, be scared of black people, be scared of black people. And then now it's like they shifted the winds and they're like, oh wait, these fully minority populations are expanding, so let's kind of serve them and convince them they're actually under siege by white.
Actually, also, I'm sorry to cut you off
They
here.
switch it around.
Did you just all lives matter me? You definitely all lives matter
No,
me.
it wasn't all lives matter.
I was like, my house is on fire, dude. Don't worry about your house. You all lives matter me. I was like, they're filming retarded white people saying racist shit. And you're like, well, black people do that too. No, don't. We're the ones getting crushed right now.
That's fair.
You all lives matter to me, dude.
Yeah, what was your point? It's like, I don't think anyone would deny that you portray black people as aggressive.
Yeah.
And dude, right now,
They do, for sure.
they did forever.
My point was, it's your turn.
No,
we're not doing the terror shit.
Lemaire, you can't fix a problem using the same kind of thinking that created it. Albert Einstein. You can't. You can't. This is what they're doing.
But didn't he make 2 nuclear bombs?
No.
Hey, Lemaire, if people made a nuclear bomb on the podcast, what would be our fault? It's just fucking figure it out.
But like you said, you can't fix your problem by ignoring the same problem that created it.
Using the same type of thinking.
He created 2 nuclear bombs.
Did he create 2 nuclear bombs, Lemaire?
He defected from Germany to come to America to give us the secrets of the nuclear bombs.
You got that history a little, but yeah, you're close. Did he create one? So yeah, technically he did end the war with Japan by.
Yeah, I mean,
he came up with the science. I think.
Well, maybe he regretted it, Lemaire. Maybe people use the science and he regretted it. I don't know. I know something about that. Well, still, that's taking it to another level.
Yeah.
The whole idea, and all I heard, well, now it's your turn. It's like, no, it's not a matter of turns. Like, yeah, whatever. Like, what do you want us to sit there for 10 years and watch? The news is bullshit. It was bullshit back then when it was doing it. Still bullshit. But now it's bullshit that some people are like, ooh, I kind of like this version of it. It's, you do whatever you want. I don't really care.
That was a pretty bitch ass answer.
What was? Now it's your turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, you sounded like a white chick. I know. Welcome to White Chick Talk.
Well,
Not very Black Israelite of you.
It's a fair thing to be like, now you see, and it's like, all right, turn it off now. I say, turn it off.
Yeah,
I don't fucking like it.
I get it. It's not a fun game. Turn that off.
I mean, there was a period of TV where, like, any time a black dude was on it, it'd be like, what's up, motherfucker? You had to be for years being like, God fucking damn it, man. But
yeah, I'm surprised they're still breaking some of those out.
Yeah.
Like, I saw, it's also like, I don't know, I'm not saying Snoop is bad, but like, anytime you toss like Snoop on TV, or you like, first off, he's in the NHL game for some reason. He just comes up to the booth. He's like, what's cracking, Dizzle? Oh, Dizzle. It's just like, dude, this must be so many so many white kids' first interactions with a black dude, and it's just a guy dressed like he sells candy in the future. Just some fucking retarded guy walking around like, oh, basil. And then they have a show now on Vice that's just 2 Chainz going around. Basically, they're just filming his reaction to things. Really? It's just 2 Chainz being like, how did you get so much money? It's literally just a retarded guy. I mean, no, 2 Chainz is actually pretty smart, but you know, the character he plays is not.
I'm a big fan of T-Pain's School of Business. I think that's also on docudrama. It's like, if I turn on my TV, there's weird like internet channels that come on. And T-Pain's School of Business is so fucking funny. It's just him. It's just Diners, Drive-Ins, Dives. Just got there. Yeah, T-Pain just being like, same thing. Like, how'd you start this business? Like, I did this. He's like, man. That's pretty good. That's pretty cool. Just him eating things.
But we shouldn't complain about the whites. We should be worried about like Guy Fieri being out there and being like, we're not that white.
Hell.
Like, I mean, the same way they put like black dudes on TV and be like, all right, slow down. Like, you know, exactly your point. Like, if white people should be like, we're not all that white. Yeah. Like Guy Fieri's on TV like, whoa, this sauce is gangsta. Yeah. It's like, all right, get him the fuck out of here.
True. No, that's true. Well, there's also the problem is a lot of this stuff that the media narrative has been guided by like super elite whites. So it's like, you know, you have again the invisible knapsack of white privilege was written by Peggy McIntosh. Dude, if you actually read that document that this shit's based off of, she had things in there like, well, yeah, I'm white, so if I write a thing, it's going to get published. It's like, no, dude, you're elite. Her grade school to this day costs $30,000 a year to go to. Her grade school, it was her boarding school. So she was kind of like, being white is easy. It's like you have a couple points there, but you're also in like the 0.1%. So she's conflating being white with like having like a 5th generation like lawyer, professional class father with like your dad's dad who's on a trust fund. And that's the kind of, you know, that's the thing that gets kind of put off and stuff. But yeah, that's the people who are perpetuating this, because I think there's people who are like thought leaders in these industries who are like, probably had them for sure, had slaves. Yeah, man, dude, if you're on a trust fund for 3 generations, most likely fucking have someone either had slaves or like didn't have slaves but like bought stuff directly like call a guy and be like, would you get your slaves in order so you can fill these things like dude, that's how those dudes made generational wealth from that age.
Yes.
You most likely either again had slaves or were very slave adjacent, or you're like your boy had slaves and you're kind of like,
oh yeah, let me get some.
So you have these people now who are like, oh shit, and like they're in reality, if that's the case, dude, that's the thing too with the Oscars and all that shit. These people, we need to do this. It's like, dude, you have like $25 million at your disposal. Yeah, you could easily live off of $2 million. If you mean this shit, fucking give up half of that. If you're all about this, give up half of that, dude. There's like there's NYU professors who are like, oh, we're communists. It's like you're a communist professor who makes $250,000 a year. It's like, and also
they have answers for that.
Well, they're like, well, this is the system.
Yeah.
It's like,
they have
cool.
answers.
But how do you share? If I broke down your financials, how do you use your resources? Do you use them in a communistic fashion because you're perfectly free to do so? You know, so it's one of those things that's like, I think I'd be sick if everyone made a couple million or like, all right, I'm cool, and just like took the rest of their money and just did stuff with it. But
yeah, like Bill and Melinda.
Bill Gates.
Yeah.
I don't know what to think about that.
That really blows if he's actually.
That would suck.
Which seems way more likely.
Well,
I don't know, dude.
It's possible. It is totally possible. And, you know, people don't want to hear this. Because again, I watched that one documentary. It was a part of it. Who the hell was that guy? I don't know. I can't. He's a big conspiracy guy. Corbett report, not Corbett. And he was like doing. I think I talked about this before. He was showing his financials and be like, look how much his wealth grew at the time he unleashed all of his like disease stuff. Then if you just check his stock, he had Microsoft stock. If you look at his shares, it's like, oh, that guy should have even more than that. But and you get into this sick and twisted realm of $1 trillion markets, man.
It's $1 trillion industry.
Trillions of dollars are at stake. To be like, who gets to say, imagine this vaccine. Imagine people don't really know, but it's like, imagine if you could make trillions of dollars by being like, you have the data and you're like, all right, 4 people get to sell them. We're all going to give up a pie of like, a couple trillion. And it's like, dude, this shit's kind of over anyway. This shit's like ending, so we'll give people a thing. You know, like the flu shot. I never got a flu shot and been like, thank God I got that flu shot. So you're gonna give a thing, more or less make people take it around. There's countries you can sell to where you know for sure they'll make the entire population take it. America, I think they'll heavily shame people into taking it, and I don't know if they'll actually require it yet. But it's like, I don't know, you get a guy who's in charge of that, it's like, there could be foul, serious foul.
Oh, for sure, dude. That's like a, yeah, you take over a lot of the world with that. It opens a lot of, it's pretty big.
I mean, dude, imagine how competitive stand-up comedy is. Now apply that to $1 trillion market where, like, people have big-time money, big-time resources. It's the same people, man. It's just they're in a different arena.
Yeah.
And it's brought to you by people who basically hook the whole country on heroin. And now all of a sudden they're calling timeout. They're going to save us all from a disease with the vaccine that we all can have.
All right, you brought me back to the good side. Fuck Bill Gates.
All I'm saying, I don't know. It would be horrific if he actually was. But again, it's like, apparently he is doing shit weird. And the thing they say is, you know, again, sometimes I guess maybe he was on thing one day. He's like heavily into controlling the population. He's on record been like, we have too many people. So, but he's also on secure disease, and it's like, you know, again, that's a legitimate concern. We have too many people. And now he's like, well, no, maybe he just wants cure disease now. Who knows? But, like, you know, and apparently, again, I don't know this for a fact, but his dad, I think, or grandfather was, like, big into eugenics.
Yeah.
Of being, like,
sterilizing
people. And, like, you know, there are
I was driving with someone on the way to Cleveland with Easter, actually. And it was like, they'd say shit where I'd just be like, I just remember, like, coming in and out of listening to it and hearing, like, Bill and Melinda, there's pictures of Bill's father with Barbara Walters.
Yeah.
They're elites, bro. It's like, wait, his dad snapped a picture with Barbara Walters.
Well, yeah, that is the, and that's the thing too, man. There, like, you get into all like the weird people's thing of like transferring power to like other people, like to like, you know, you do it, and good people look at people and they're like, oh my god, they're the best. You transfer them into like deity status, and you have other people who transfer them to like negative, like total demon status, and it's just kind of like,
where do you think you are these days?
Demon status.
You think you've been transferred? You're basically a living Bill Gates.
Basically,
Bill Gates was the man coming up. He was fun. Everybody's like, look at this goofy dork. And then in the last like 5 years, everyone's like, evil piece of shit motherfucker.
Well, here's the thing.
He's not, you weren't a goofy dork. I'm saying he was likable, and then now he betrayed everybody.
Of course, dude. True. I am. I'm full of Gates, full Hill Dog. I take responsibility, dude. That's the thing. I take full responsibility.
No.
Gates and Hill Dog.
You're not Gates and Hill Dog.
No, I'm not. But
you're Hill Gates.
Look, there are parts. There are parts of us that we have in common with Bill Gates. There's parts of us that we deny. We say like, oh no, I don't.
I could never be.
That's not part of me. I can never go and like circumcise everybody in Africa.
Yeah.
He did an interview where it was just he was running down the facts about like the side effects of the vaccines. They're like, have there been? He's like, no. There's been. They've caused so they put some people in severe pain and they blah blah blah. But you know, and people are just kind of like, fuck you, dude. Like, I want to see you take it. Yeah. So he like they asked about the side effects, and again, it's like you're watching a guy on live TV. Like, I don't understand why he is the mouthpiece for like our defense against viruses. It is kind of strange that like, you know, people are like, why is Trump even talking about this? It's like maybe Bill Gates studied viruses more, but it is strange that he's not a doctor talking about this. Like, he's just like, we have it, we're good. It's like, why are you mouthpiecing this? It is kind of that he is doing it, but again, look, you're not going to whatever net neutrality was, I don't even know what it is. They dumped on us, and everyone's like, I don't want that. You shouldn't want that either. And I was like, what is this again? And all of a sudden, like, oh, we passed net neutrality. They're going to do this shit.
Yeah.
They're going to do it unless people actually organize into some sort of thing that's not like a bunch of retarded people taking like TVs and doing bullshit until people come in and are like, or themselves in the literature rather than being like, what is this? Someone's going to make me get a needle? I hate needles. Therefore, blah, 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 I hate all you guys too. It's like a really super simplistic way.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not getting that. All of that to say this. I'm not fucking getting that.
I think immersing yourself in literature though can also not really be helpful.
Dude, you
can immerse yourself in whatever literature you want.
Exactly.
And end up, you know, being like an anti-vax mom.
You could, but the problem is, so then this is the other part too. You have to, so in order to understand, like the quote, people say, I look at the scientific literature, you have to have like a PhD level understanding of statistics, where you can look at a study and it can tell you like, oh, this thing worked out, but if you can't like look at the validity of like, oh, we use like the Kruger method thing of a dual feedback. They like have these numbers and they have machines to like make sense of the numbers, and if you don't understand that math, you can't really determine the validity of most studies. I mean, you can say like, oh, I think the sample size of 3 people, you say that's bullshit. But yeah, people being like, oh, I read a study. It's like there's hundreds of studies, and it's like, what were the, how did they do it? How did they select people? Like you're saying, it's right. You're right, because you could read all of them and end up with the fact that the literature disagrees too. So really, all you have is your experience. So it's like you have to just make it, thing off your experience. But it does feel good to like boogeyman people out. Again, it's like the other part too is I was like, I'm not taking that fucking vaccine, man. I'm not. The 30%, they polled people. I think 30% of people were like, no chance, I'm taking it. And another like 25 were like, I'm not sure.
I'm in that 25. I'm gonna let some other people take it for a while.
I think that's what everyone's planning on.
But I don't know, because I've blindly taken every other vaccine.
When's the last time you got a vaccine?
I have no fucking
Dude, when we had Maya, they were like, you need to get this, you need to get that, you need to get this, and it's like, I'm cool. I got like one of them. I got like the one just because I have to get all these other ones.
Like foot and mouth and shit. All these weird shit babies get.
And it's like, well, they wanted me to get a flu shot.
They get like Legionnaire's disease and all this.
Yeah, they wanted me to get a flu shot, and it was like, I think I got the flu shot because I was like, it was there pretty easy. You know what I'm gonna do for her? And I'm like, I'll get the flu shot. Then they hit me with another one. I was like, I'm not getting that one. But
and my wife was like,
well, I mean, she's probably pretty reasonable. Of course. But they think
she was?
I think she's being reasonable. He's like, just
I agree.
I went in and got it. I was like, whatever. But again, it's like, I don't understand what the flu shot is.
It's a tough time to take a stand on vaccines.
It's not.
Your wife's like, can we get the shot? Have you looked at the Bill Gates?
I know.
Have you looked into Bill Gates? You just gotta fight to be in the hospital. Be like, well, I haven't really, but I've heard people say stuff about him.
Dude, if the pediatrician I go to, if I were to start being like, there's any side effects, this lady would be like, are you fucking serious? She would snap on me.
Yeah.
But then there's people who are
I'll tell you what the side effect of not taking it is. Smallpox.
But then they say with vaccines, if you don't have enough people taking it, they're kind of pointless. Because if you can't get enough people, again, I could be totally wrong. Me and Bill Gates are just amateurs here.
Do you know how they used to inoculate people? They used to, so if there was like a pox or a measles outbreak, like a pox outbreak, they would put a guy in a cart who had it, and bring him house to house to people who agreed to inoculate. Cut a piece of them off, cut you open and put it in you. Be like, hopefully you live. That's how people used to get inoculated.
What the fuck?
Yeah. So this dude was just suffering in the back of a wagon all day.
Oh, there's cutting him
They'd be like, let's see, there's a priest would be cutting him up. Yeah, pretty rough. Saw that in John Adams, so it has to be true.
It sounds about right.
Definitely seems historically accurate.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it was a fun one to watch.
So they would cut it,
cut off one of his fucking scabs, cut your arm open, put it in you. Yeah, and then they would just get horrible smallpox.
Yeah, why wouldn't you just like take your chances of whether or not you get it? You're definitely.
I don't know.
Or was that taken as like a weakened version of it?
I guess it was a weakened version, like while he was dying of it. I don't know. It seemed like they were like, yeah, you're probably gonna like. There's a chance you could die if you take this. John Adams' daughter almost did that.
There is a good chance that if you have like if you're in the elite, like super elites of like you have billions and billions and billions of dollars, there is a good chance there's a bunch of people who are like, we got too many, we got to do something about this. There's slowly depopulating. Also, I heard depopulation kind of can happen itself with the fact that like people are just having less kids. Like 2 generations, like boomers die off. True, yeah.
India and Africa and China and all that.
Well, China, you still get penalized for having too many. I think you only have 2 in China unless you pay. I think you have to be able to pay extra. If you don't pay extra, they'll force you. They'll like sterilize you.
Yeah, I don't know.
They do it to the Uyghurs. They force sterilization of Uyghurs. If you're a Uyghur in China and you have more than 2 kids, like you'll get they sterilize you.
Damn, that does sound like a Uyghur's rap album.
Chemical guys.
Yeah. That sounds exactly like something a white, like ICP Uyghur would like.
What?
Chemical castration spelled with like K's.
Yeah, man.
Yeah.
I'll be again. I don't think I was just at a friend's house recently. And he was just kept like bringing shit up like that. Like, what do you guys think about the vaccine? It's so funny. People are like, well, yeah. I was like, most people are like, same thing. I was like, I'll let other people. We're going to make other people take that first. They're already in. I think they've already given it to animals, and the third phase they're going to do is human trials. So we're going to test this out on more people, basically. So we'll get like, you ever meet people who do like medical trials?
Yeah.
It's usually like heroin addicts. Your heroin addicts looking for like, dude. I knew someone who would like come to me with like skin patches all the time. Like, what's that? He's like, oh, some dude, maybe $200 to wear this for a week. And it's like, what is it? He's like, I don't know, some shit they're testing out. It's like,
Yeah.
all right, dude.
So we're going to control. But like, doesn't hurt men. I don't know. Strap it to a crackhead and see what happens.
That's what I'm telling you, man. That's what they do. They find people who need money to the point where they're like, fuck it, I'll take this thing. They test it on and they see what happens. Right now, they said they're at the phase where like, yeah, some people are having extremely painful reactions, but it's like that. He was saying there wasn't any serious like life-threatening complications yet. So I was like, dude, I'm not fucking taking that thing. Yeah, I'm just not.
You should take it. As repentance.
My mom hit me with the funniest fucking logic. I was talking to her yesterday, and she was like, yeah, I saw a homeless guy outside CVS, and he was like coughing and stuff, and I was just like kind of nervous, but she was like, but then again, like if this was really that bad, would all the homeless people be dead? I guess.
Well, maybe you like that one.
I guess, yeah, that's fair. That's how we know it's safe to come out when there's just no homeless people left.
They are out, especially in Cleveland, dude.
Oh, Cleveland, really?
They were out.
Really?
Cleveland had a fucking strong amount of bums, dude.
Does it really?
Yeah.
That's weird.
I was surprised, yeah.
That's surprising.
Cleveland was a nice city, actually. In the small area that I was in. But the bums were there. San Francisco has the worst.
San Francisco might have the most bombs I've ever seen.
That sucked. From walking just to the venue to do a show from the hotel was just like 10 different bums.
They're bummed to non-bum.
And they're
It might be like one bum to 4 people. They're aggressive as fuck because there's so many. They're competitive. There's so many bums, they gotta step up. I told you about the dude when I was in San Francisco. Had a cardboard box with a robot face, Chuck, and he was going, you put $1, you
Yeah, they weren't good. They were inventive as far as being funny. I remember the bums when I was in like 5th grade. When in 3rd grade, we went to California as a family.
Did you really?
Yeah, the Gillis family went to California. That was like the only vacation we ever took. I think Phil had work out there.
Okay, so you guys were out chilling.
Yeah, but we went to San Francisco. And I remember that was the first time I really saw bums ever. They were doing like the robot standing on boxes, and I was like, these guys are awesome. These guys fucking rule.
Yeah, Barbados right now is doing a thing where they're trying to, I think like the Caribbean countries are trying to say like, trying to entice American and other, people, I guess economies who like have money. So you can get a weird citizenship there where you're able to live there for a year. And just like work, like that way if you're working remotely, you can just go to Barbados, get like a cheap apartment, just chill there. They're at like 40% unemployment right now. So they're like begging people just to go work remotely from Barbados.
That would be awesome.
Yeah, man. I know.
Ship the cats, dude.
Oh, dude.
That's all life. You can't come away. Unless this audio works. If this audio works for the first time, you can't come to Barbados. That's what's on the line for you right now.
You can move there for like 6 months, and they won't bother you with visas or anything. But they said they don't want any trash. I think they said they want garbage, trash people. You need to have a college degree. Like they say that you need to have like a job, college degree. They're like, we want the best that we can get. So I think they literally said, I was reading this article, they're like, we don't want like shitty people coming here. Like you have to like submit.
Good for them.
Am I sticking up for Barbados?
Yeah, get in here. You went to Westchester. Sick. Come on, give us some.
Dude, it's so funny for them to think, nah, you're a piece of shit. You can't come in.
Yeah, if you're not even good enough to be on it, they're like, we're throwing bodies at our unemployment problem. They know people are coming down to chill, dude.
For sure.
It's a chill session. No one's going to Barbados. Be like, I gotta prove my worth down here.
Just go have Zoom meetings on the beach and like do your thing, and then
it's a sick move to actually have the palm tree and beach behind you.
That's what they said.
Instead of the green screen.
They said ditch the green screen, dude. You can actually have a.
Man, look at that. I thought of that. Just like the fucking dork who came up with that in the picture. Me and that dork are on the same level. Where are we at time-wise? I gotta kill myself. Wow. It's good.
It's good emergency cast.
It was a good emergency cast. We tried to film it yesterday. I was Mr. Cool, dude.
You're hungover.
I was hungover.
Hey, Mr. Cool.
Trying to hang out. I was talking to everybody, high five.
Well, that was when you did Schoolicious Gang Spot.
Yeah.
So you're
I visited all my friends. Got to see all my friends from New York.
got drunk.
Mr. Cool, dude. Absolutely. Yeah.
Yesterday was fun. Yesterday's Patreon, I think, was.
Yesterday's Patreon, I think, might have sucked.
I think it was fun. I had a good time.
I was worried for you. And even addressing the Reddit is playing with very dangerous.
Well, the problem is I can't have a thing on my mind and then have a conversation.
Exactly.
That, it makes it so fun. My face the whole time is like.
Yeah, of course.
I'm like, don't say that. Don't say that. I'm just
Yeah. I do the exact same thing. Yes.
Yeah, I want to harm me there. I hope everyone.
I hope you guys can all forgive Hill Gate, aka Matt McCusker.
Really, just forgive me, bro.
For Ben Gotti, dude. Take Jake Gotti. Take it back, dude. If you take it back, we'll release the emails.
Yeah. We'll release all the emails. Just be like, sweet.
Thank you for listening. Oh, I had to cancel Minnesota. I was supposed to go to Minnesota. I had to reschedule that. I think they rescheduled it just to September, though. So that's good. But yeah, I had to reschedule that. Nice. Bummer.
Minnesota would be nice.
Yeah, it would have been fun.
Yeah.
But
that's Minnesota. That's like
Minneapolis.
Yeah, blowing up stuff and stuff.
I don't know if there's still getting wild. I was going to have a peaceful time.
Slash big
Mall of America.
True.
August 22nd. Let me check this. We're doing a live podcast, dude.
Oh, that'd be awesome.
Let me see. August. Yeah, I believe it's August 22nd at Magooby's Joke House. I'm doing me and Matt Friday and Saturday. Maybe Thursday. We got to figure that out. But the 21st and 22nd, Magooby's. We're doing shows. We're doing kind of, stand up. Matt's going to be featuring there. You're going to see Matt do stand up, which rules. Yeah, that'll be fun. I think Lemaire's coming down. That'll be fun. Yeah. Probably the Beezer. It'll be a good show. And then on Saturday, we're going to do a live podcast from there. So
what is it, Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
It's either just Friday, Saturday or Thursday, Friday, Saturday. Thursday might, I don't know if that's going on.
It's fine.
It might just be Friday, Saturday. It sounds like, yeah, I know. All right, so come to that. Thank you guys. Again, I'm so sorry for what Matt did. Matt's the best, dude. You guys are gay. No, dude, they're gay. You rule.
There's certain problems. There's things that can be worked on for sure, but all I can ever do is take responsibility for my actions, dude. That's all anyone can do.
But what'd you do? You didn't do anything wrong.
I didn't do anything wrong. I just there's miscalculations. So I stand by my, it's tempting to just start, dangling people, fucking with people. I was just like, gotta stay true. I gotta take this over myself, dude. It really is.
You're sweet. You're a sweet boy, dude. I hate to see you down.
Hey man, this is life, dude. This is part of life. It's ups and downs.
The Reddit.
Keep running, dude.
The Reddit is life. It's pretty much ups and downs.
So it is. Ask yourself this, dude. How you guys keep going? You guys keep ripping?
Probably not.
I'm ripping. I'm running, dude. My lungs start coughing.
It's like, man, keep going. We're so resilient, bro. All right, let's end this.
Episode 308. We're here.
This is it. 308.
Can't believe it, dude. Can't believe our staff's blatantly high.
Our staff gets high. They're fucking hippies.
I mean, Lemaire hides it pretty well. Noah's visibly intoxicated.
He's inebriated. He's showing his ass. He's high and showing his ass. That's the type of interns we get here. That's the level of respect he has.
I'm going to tell him, too. It's up to me, right? At the end of this, when you go on to another position, like how was he? He was always high.
He was high off his ass. And he was a smart aleck.
Good worker, but he was always high.
Always high and a bit of a back talker. But other than that, he's good. He really didn't bring much. Other than that, didn't offer a lot.
He's a good boy. Noah does a lot behind the scenes. Noah does a lot, dude. I'm like a Russian pimp. I just drug addict people who work for me.
Yeah.
So like, here you go. Chop up some clips. Here's a gram. Here's a nug.
Damn, have you been the plug, dude? Have you met the plug?
I hook the boys up. I make weed ice cream recently.
Really?
I made weed ice cream, and I ate it, and I watched Love on the Spectrum, and I was convinced I was autistic. I was watching that show high, and I was just like, sitting there like, what do you do if she doesn't like dinosaurs?
I was watching
I
it
was convinced, and I was like, I definitely have.
and was fully like, damn, dude, I look like if an Australian is retarded, they just look like me. Somebody was like, how can you tell if someone's retarded if they have an Australian accent?
Yeah.
Because they all sound retarded. And I was like, well, the regular Australians are just like tan, hot people.
Yeah.
And then if you're retarded, you just look exactly like me.
If you don't look like a model, it's no delineation.
Pale, frumpy motherfuckers that stayed inside. Yeah, everybody's gonna be talking about this show. It's literally a show designed for.
I feel like
It's
it's a
weird,
trap.
dude. It is weird.
It's a trap, dude. I was watching it, I'm like, I have pretty loose morals, and I was like, I don't know if you should be doing this, man. It's
Also, teaming them up, making them. It's like, dude, that's why we have fucking weird sex perverts. Just get one dude that's weird enough to fuck like a retarded lady, and let him take care of her.
Sure, you think
You can't link them both up and then be like, all right, you two figure it out.
Yeah.
Get in the house.
Well, like, how much have you watched it? Have you watched a couple of?
I watched 2.
Yeah, so they'll go on the dates and be like, hey, you guys are great.
Yeah.
It's kind of like, I mean, dude, the dates are anxiety removed. We're there, when they're sitting there, they're asking each other about like the shows and stuff. They just both freeze up. They both freeze up.
Yeah.
Dude, that must be intense levels of anxiety.
So do you.
Person with autism, putting them on camera.
Yeah.
So that can't be like relaxing.
So if you haven't seen it, it's called Love on the Spectrum, and it's just a show, a documentary following autistic Australians
And Londoners. And like,
and Londoners.
I think they have a couple of English.
Or is it Australia? Am I stupid?
No, they have.
I thought it was Australia.
I think it's Australia, and there's somebody from Britain. I think.
Perhaps. Jamie, figure that out for us, please. Jameer.
But yeah, that is. It is kind of weird, man. In fact, like, you know, they're right now saying like you shouldn't clap because it could set off someone who's autistic in like a public gathering. It's like, oh, but if you want to like put them on camera and film them awkwardly trying to date, it's pretty fucking nuts.
Yeah. How about the one at the costume party?
Oh,
And then they just put him outside.
I only saw the one where he goes to Comic-Con, ditches his date for the lady from Gilligan's Island.
There's one that's a girl, and then she went and sat outside with this dude, and they were like, oh, this one autistic girl was dancing, and then another dude came up and started dancing with her, and they were like, and they talk about it. It's like a fucking nature show. They're like, oh, she may have found a mate out there, and then they put him outside and made him talk, and the kid couldn't talk. Because there's a camera in his face. He's on a date, and he didn't know he was doing it. Well, I'm sure he did, but he didn't. You know, his autism kicked in hard, and he couldn't. She was like, "I'll eat it. Do you like cats and dogs?" And he's like,
Oh, I saw that.
She was like, "I have a cat." He's like, "Do you have a cat?" He's like, "Yes."
Yeah.
I do. Yes. It was like, holy shit.
Yeah, that was very uncomfortable.
And then it's like, that guy, I don't know if he got paid. And now his family just has to be like, oh, fuck, dude. We sent him to the dance. He ended up on Netflix.
Yeah, like having like a slight nervous
Yeah,
breakdown.
being on TV, just like, I have a cat named Gertrude. Holy fuck.
Yeah, that was probably one of the most uncomfortable parts so far. He like he freaks out. He just goes like,
oh yeah. That's the best part. She's like, should we go inside then? He's like, oh yeah.
Yeah, man, I can't. I don't know how Netflix is getting away with this right now. It's just, I mean, again, I was giving it the benefit of doubt because I want to watch it because I'm like, this is kind of interesting. And like, dude, about like 5 minutes in, Brittany cried. We started watching it. As soon as they're like, I got rejected. Yeah, I got rejected. She cried like sad, like turning us off. She went on one date. The hot one kept getting rejected. I went on one date and someone said they didn't want to associate with someone like me. Just looks into the camera and Brittany was like, no, it gets better. Come on, Andrew told us. Like, no, it's funny. It's funny. It's part of the formula. It has to be kind of dark and then it gets, Yeah,
one dude is a real Michael, I think is his name. That guy fucking rules.
I love that guy, man.
That guy rules. He's like, when I pass away, I want people to approach my wife and say nothing made him happier than his wife. Dude, his parents are like, what the fuck, dude? Slow down. Dude, this is your first day.
Everyone's parents just laugh. That's the other thing, dude. It's just their parents laughing at them. Because, like, they say the weirdest shit, and you have to just be like, It's like, dude, it's fucking bizarre.
It's good, but it does, it is interesting that like
But they bring her back.
you are allowed to do that. You're allowed to be like, we're gonna film some autistic people. We're gonna raise awareness. How are you gonna raise awareness? Well, we're gonna make them date and film it and kind of make it awkward.
I mean, dude, that would be sick though if they got some sort of like first family situation going on with the like London royalty.
What do you mean?
Because they established like if
An
somebody,
autistic kingdom.
yeah, like if somebody like links up and produces an offspring from the show, they probably that's like monarchy level.
True, that
If
is like
that one dude finds a bae on the show, basically he's already practicing, and she will be my queen.
yeah, dude. God damn, that show. That's I was binging some Netflix.
That's gonna be a one season done. They're gonna do that.
No,
That's a fucking hit. You think it's gonna be like a Seinfeld?
That might be a Seinfeld, dude. It's gonna end with one of them bad. It could be a shooting or something.
That would be fucked up, man. No, it's they're just peace lovers, dude.
It's also weird to see a couple of them that are, because of course it is a spectrum. So some of them don't have it that bad.
I got that one guy in my scope right now.
That one dude's a real
He's like, I love your body. The one guy was like, I love your body. I'm like, one of you. I think the dude's kind of faking.
I think he's faking it for those tits.
Yeah, I think he's faking for sure.
His tits.
I was watching it. And I was just kind of like, yeah, this dude doesn't have this. My radar, I have an all-star. My all-star is pretty good.
Mine went off the hook when fucking Hannah Gadsby claimed it. She claimed it. I was like, come on.
Is there an autistic revolution in Australia right now?
There must be. You must get decent. I mean, you're getting shows. You must get some clout for autism in Australia.
Yeah, I mean, autism's hot right now. In Australia?
It's so in.
Might be able to change it to Australia. But yeah, man, I'm a big
Australia,
fan. I'm a big fan though.
You've on record
I've been an ally forever.
been an ally of autistic people forever. They are awesome. They are very fun. Michael is. How do you not love that guy?
I mean, dude, they do rule. They're the funniest people to work with. Again, if you ask me, like, hey man, I got an idea. You want to film them dating? I'd be like, I don't know. That kind of goes against my ethics. I don't know.
Yeah, that's pretty intense, bro.
Yeah.
Well, there's a thing. You're allowed to. I've noticed it, especially. I don't want to drive this into comedy, but like, sure, all comics are allowed to. They're like the moral righteous ones. All the like people on the left that do comedy and like make sketches and shit. They're always playing like a retarded person, and everyone's like, "Oh, okay, this is very funny." It's like mental illnesses are funny according to those. Like every character they play is like a crazy guy. That's like, help me! I'm fucking kill myself. Help! It's like, all right, well, in 5 years when schizophrenia is, you're not allowed to make fun of it. You're gonna have some rough clips hanging around.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Well, the other thing too is like, dude, from a legal perspective, it's like, how does that work contract-wise? Are you able to? I mean, it's like, do they understand? Like, you want to be on TV? They're like, yeah. They're like, do you understand? Do you understand what's going to happen? Yes. Like, I mean, anyone takes that risk. You're on TV, someone might clown you. But it's like, I don't know. I think it's a honeypot. I think this whole thing's a honeypot to catch alt-right podcasters and be like, oh, they made fun of Lois, take it down.
It is this show it's designed to be.
It's a trap.
It's a trap, because it is such a nice, sweet show that making fun of it is bad.
It's so fun. When you watch it, it's so funny.
Also, when they show these people, do they have to play that music? That like almost like comical, like stringy, like I don't know. Next time you watch it, listen to the music.
Like a string band kind of thing.
Anytime they like show an autistic dude like walking around, it's like boom, boom, boom. Like this is music while this guy's just going about his day. Like, come on, man.
So you didn't get the episode of the Chinese dude yet, did you?
I've seen him kicking around. Don't you dare put that on me.
He's great, dude.
He does roll. I saw him fixing his hair.
They gave him like the dating lessons, dude. It's so fucking funny, man.
And he has a slight accent, correct me if I'm wrong.
Oh yeah, for sure.
So
Again, this is a trap, dude.
This is a pure trap.
They fucking seized my mind, and it was just like limitless. I'm like, oh my god, and I was like, I'm not falling for this.
They're like, what's the funniest thing imaginable? I don't know. Probably like a autistic Asian dude in Australia dating show. Do you want to go inside then? Yes.
Yeah, that was rough, man.
Yeah, that one was like I kind of felt bad because it was like Damn, you're sticking a camera in this dude's face and he can't talk, and they're like asking him, do you like cats or dogs more? And he's like, I can't even answer. I can't.
That should be like, this is like early UFC, before like you get like kneed in the head for like 10 minutes and they finally break it up. They gotta learn how to throw in the towel quicker up these things.
Yeah.
That one lady had, the two of them almost had a heart attack when they were both in that date, like a fancy place.
Yeah. I like that girl. That was a good date.
I was hoping they would,
especially off the SpongeBob intro they had on the speed dating.
Oh, dude. I saw her eyeing him up when he was doing his SpongeBob impression, and she was like, "Who the fuck is that?"
She was on a different date. Heard a dude down the table doing a SpongeBob. It was like,
she was definitely being like, "Yo, who the fuck is that?"
Who is that star?
They also don't like each other. And every time they all go to each other, they're like, "Man, I think we're just friends." They don't really like each other at all.
Yes. Yeah. Except that one dude, the dude who drives the bus. Is he the one that loves her tits?
Yeah.
He's driving buses? Come on now.
I mean, dude, he's kind of that guy's kind of fraud. I'm not gonna lie. That guy's kind of fraud. I didn't want to say it, but it's like, I watched that and I was like, I think this dude's
fraudulent.
I think he's in autism for the wrong reasons. I think he's just trying to get ahead.
You don't think it's for the love of the game?
I don't think so at all.
Yeah.
I think he's just seeking fame, like Chisholm, dude, like all the other Australians right now.
How dare you?
That was a good show. I'm gonna watch the whole thing. I'm ready for it, man. I hope that show works out and arcs in a way where like, it's good for everybody. Especially when you see like the parents, man. It's like just to have like come to grips with that and just be like, fuck, what are we doing right now? And it's just like I gotta talk about SpongeBob for 25 years. Like, dude, it's like
living with a black kid. Just kidding. Yeah, that's my favorite part was when I think it's his name's Michael, right? The main kid. He like responds to his mother like he literally sounded like a general in the Revolutionary War. It's just like, oh, well, if you don't find someone you want to date, he's like, I will not accept that. That's like, yes, get pussy.
It is sick how they'll like really do it again. That's why I think I have a little bit of autism. They'll like pick a thing and that's just it. That guy picked a character that's like a Revolutionary War general type. The other guy's a dinosaur expert. That dude's a fucking idiot, dude.
Wait, which one's the dinosaur expert?
He took the long girl out and was like, that might have been the third episode. I only saw it. He's a paleontologist. He goes on a date with like the tall chick. I
think I might have missed it. Phil fucking bullied me off of Netflix on that.
He didn't want to watch it.
I was kind of like half watching it, and then he was like, "What the hell are you watching?" He just saw like a date. I was like, "I don't know, dude. Put the golf on." Yeah.
What was the weekend like?
Chill, bro. I dropped like 8 pounds this week.
Did you really?
Yeah, dude. I did Legion of Skanks last week. Absolute unit, dude. I was a balloon in that.
Really?
Dude, I needed to take some time off.
And you were Mr. Cool down there too.
I was Mr. Cool that night. When you're a big dog like that, you have to be Mr. Cool.
True.
It's tough to like publicly be a unit and then also be like, no, I'm gonna take it easy.
Sure.
Everyone knows there's no moderation.
Yeah, nobody talks about that. Units are pretty much pressured into extreme behavior all the time. You have to. You hand like a unit of beer, like chug this, or like,
I have to. This is my role.
Yeah, I have to do this. So you lost 8. How'd you lose 8 pounds?
I just worked out.
Nice.
Did a little keto. I'm on some keto right now.
Oh, you're on ketosis right now?
Yeah, although I did have potatoes this morning. That fucks you up a little bit. That was the first time I broke it since last week.
Really?
Yeah.
How do you do that?
I'm pretty good at eating meat. Sure, I can crush just meat.
I tried keto for one day and I clutched the bread aisle thinking I was gonna pass out.
Yeah, there's sometimes it's probably very bad for you.
I mean, apparently it increases the risk of spontaneous human combustion. Nobody wants to talk about that. When you're in ketosis, your body produces ketones, which is like another form of acetone. And the one theory on spontaneous human combustion is that people are in ketosis.
Yes. Okay.
No more.
No. Just while they're talking. Guys. People explode. I think that's what happened in Beirut. I think there was a whole bunch of people in Keto at a disco and they exploded. I think dozens are dead, actually.
Really? My favorite disco
You
got
didn't see
bombed?
that?
I saw the headline, but I had to look into
No, it was apparently it was a fireworks factory, but
slash nightclub.
I don't know. It was like a waterfront fireworks factory, if that's what it was.
What?
In which case, like, even if someone was playing like Sim City, I'd be like, why the fuck would you put it there? Like, there's no way this city had
So there was a fireworks factory. The old Acme factory.
Yes.
The Acme factory was next to the discotheque.
Dude, did you see this explosion?
No. Holy fuck, it's pretty bad.
Hold on, it's enough that I'm gonna actually show you. Dude,
I saw that in the news and I scrolled down to the allegations the brat is putting up against Eminem via Mariah Carey. I saw Beirut explosion. I was like, I looked down. I was like, the brat reveals intimate Eminem things about Mariah Carey. Dude, the brat came out and is trying to say that Eminem never had sex with Mariah Carey, but he met her and came in his jeans.
that's
He's like ready to tell all memoir. I think that's the hook right now. Like Eminem came in his jeans.
This fireworks factory was basically Eminem's dunks.
So Eminem has his lenses on. He goes, damn, dude. Hopefully this stops the flow of fucking fireworks. Oh!
Yeah.
Dude!
Yeah, it's scary. It's a scary explosion. It reminds me of that one in China.
That like, yeah, it was wicked. That like vaporized. That must have vaporized those dudes, man.
Yeah. But I will say this: I've seen a bunch of firework factory explosions somehow.
Yeah.
They happen in Mexico like every 3 days. They really do, and they do kind of look like that.
Really?
Yeah, it's I don't know.
It's a bomb. It's a fucking
It's a factory with all explosives, and you can kind of see fireworks going off before.
I saw the snakes and sparklers going off.
Sparklers went first. But yeah, I saw like somebody from the BBC immediately was like, there was a missile strike in Beirut. Just tweeted it out immediately. What are you doing?
From BBC?
Yeah.
Are you not allowed to do that as a journalist?
It was her personal account, but still. Dude, and then I saw another lady that was like, my family lives in Beirut. I contacted them before posting this, and then posted something. It's like, why does every journalist have to be like, I'm a good person? Here's the news. It's weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. Like, it's like, dude, just post the fucking news. And then if someone's like, oh, you're not even going to check on your family before you do, like, it's like, well, first off, I did. Why would I say it?
Yeah. Yeah, it's just,
I don't know.
we're all linked up so much where you can like see, everyone can see pictures of everyone's kids and stuff. So everything gets way more, you know, like hyper intimate right now. I don't think it's
no, it's not great.
Dude, that's fucked up, man.
Yeah, they were instantly, and then it's so funny to read the comments on these things. It's like the U.S., Israel is definitely just nuked. Like, that was a nuke. They nuked Beirut. Israel nuked immediately, yes. People are like, where is Hamas? We need to stop this.
I mean, I'm wrong. I'll say I'm wrong. I scrolled the headline. I thought it was a terrorist attack. I scrolled the headline. I saw 12.
And it still could be. I mean, fireworks factory explosions. A little sus.
Yeah.
But, as
anyone see any real long fuses in the streets and alleys?
Did anybody happen to see a coyote and a roadrunner? Although, again, I've seen many Mexican fireworks explosions.
Yeah.
This did look like one.
Really?
Yes.
So it just goes, it's just that big, like...
It's like, yeah. And it's just a giant fucking explosion.
Was that mushroom cloud status, or was that just a flash?
That was not a mushroom cloud, but...
Yeah.
Fucking...
That was, it had that real explosion where it literally just kind of looked like it just, like...
Yeah. There's stuff like that, too, like chemical plants. I saw a chemical plant in, like, Texas do that. It exploded like that, and it's like, holy fuck. It's wild.
Dude, that's bold. With the new shit, I was watching something today. Actually, I can get a lot of people sending me the George Floyd body cam stuff. They're like, dude, I get a lot of people sending me they're like, dude, I mean, it doesn't change what was wrong, but, you know, gives people a little, it's just a guy who was high. He was like, please let me lay on the ground. I cannot go in there. I'm freaking. I think he was on meth and I think, like, not fentanyl.
Yeah.
And he was bugging. It was like the dude was like cracked out of his fucking mind. They were like, check this out. It's like, yeah, it just shows that they put him in a car and then he popped out of the other end. And they like, he was like, I can't breathe. They're like, shut up. He's like, well, I'm just saying.
I know.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. But He jumped out, but he was like they were trying to raise the whole time. He's just like, I'm not bad, dude. They're like, all right, dude, like, shut up, we get it, get in the car. And he just went out the other side.
And then they did it.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it's like,
I don't know. I didn't know what it was supposed to prove. I was like, yeah, I figured.
all that it's proving is, so that's just in response to people that are making him, that are like deifying him. So then the response from the right and like all those dudes be like, he was on drugs, dude. The guy's a piece of shit.
Yeah.
It's like, dude, even if he was a piece of shit, you shouldn't get killed.
Yeah.
For that.
Yeah, man.
That's what it's just a response politically to one another to be like, here's the body cam. Turns out the guy was actually a piece of shit.
He was high.
It's like that doesn't change a thing.
I think we're being like kind of
Anyway.
I think we're getting like right now the demographics are coming up where America is hitting 50% white, 50% non-white. So I think it's like the perfect thing for like the right just to create tension, especially if the parties start to melt away. It's like we'll just like black people hate white people hate.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's what I think is going down right now. Because all this stuff, like you get one side. This stuff is almost designed to like make people fight each other. You'll get like one side of the story where there was like the jogger. Like, the guy was just jogging, and then like here's a video of him breaking into houses. The other side's like, oh, look who we got, And they're like, oh, look at this video of this guy shooting with a shotgun. Like they piecemeal sides. I don't know. That's just. I was watching.
Wondering how intentional it is versus just what they're doing. It's like
trying to win.
Yeah. I was listening to War Mode, and they were talking about how, like, when shows come, they were talking about John Oliver making fun of kind of Midwest trash going to Costco. Be like, how come you can make fun of? They don't care about poor people. They care about if you're white, you can make fun of white people. And you can make fun of poor white people. Like, it's fucked up to make fun of poor people. And it's like, well, comics and anybody would make fun of anybody they can.
Yeah.
They don't care if So, like, the only thing John Oliver's allowed to make fun of is white people. So he's going to make fun of all of them.
Yeah.
Does that make sense? It's not like an agenda. It's not like John Oliver's sitting there like, we have to destroy. Oh, yes, we have to destroy the whites. Yes. It's just literally the no, it's British. The only thing you're allowed to make fun of is white people if you're on TV. Now, why that is, but it's not like it's anybody's intent. I don't know.
I hear you say it's not a master design. I know. Yeah, no, that's true. This is what I think, though, man. If you start getting into like these, there's the political party.
Same thing with men. You can just be like, men are retards.
Yeah.
And everybody would be like, yeah, nice. That's a special.
Yeah, I mean,
if you got on TV and were like, you guys know women are retarded, everybody would be like,
no. What?
And then go home, what's that guy's picture of?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm paranoid right now. It's like I have two parts of me that are like, yeah, I agree. It's like for anyone to be concocting and moving this all perfectly, it's pretty.
Yeah.
And part of me like I doubt someone can pull that off. Then it's like, dude, I don't know what it's like to have billions of dollars. You have billions of dollars. If I owned a newspaper, I could get people to burn stuff. I guarantee. I bet you. If I owned a newspaper, I could for sure.
What are you gonna have them burn?
I don't know. Like I could stir up. If I owned a credible news source, I could stir up civil unrest. I guarantee.
Yeah.
If you're gay watching, I'm not coming at Bezos. Although
well, the podcast, our podcast stirred up slight civil unrest.
True.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. So it's like,
yeah.
And it's also too, if you're like a billionaire class and you've kind of been economically owning everybody over forever, like they're starting to catch on to this. You're like, what do we do? Oh, race war? So I don't know.
Perhaps.
Again, it could just be we're all retarded. That's the other thing too.
I think yes.
Dude, I'm watching.
That is the case.
Yeah, because that's the other thing too. I was watching some sort of news clip. They were talking about the Speaker of the House, that lady, the hot lady. Sick move, by the way, by Trump.
No, she's not the Speaker of the House. She's the press secretary. Yeah.
Sorry. So she's not the SPOTUS. She's the press secretary. So she, it was just like a clip of her getting interviewed by a Fox anchor, and they're now like they name other journalists by name. They're like, oh, who that guy? Yeah, he's kind of a dick. Anyway, and it's like they'll sit there and kind of attack each other and be like, yeah, man, I'm a real tough guy on the camera. Turns it off. Like they sit there and like now they're like actually attacking each other like ad hominem. It's really just funny, man. It's like that's where people are getting informed by being like, that guy is a fucking dick.
Hot chick rules.
He rules, but I mean
I haven't even really watched her once, but
I saw one clip.
Just hot ass pictures of her.
Yeah, it's just her. It's just someone that can be clipped up. I mean, think about this. Is she someone who can just be clipped up to go viral?
Yeah.
It's like you don't think they have strategy like that? I think so. So it's like,
For sure.
but either way, not to get off topic, but not to get
We had no topic.
sidebar. We're talking about Australia's autism.
Damn. And they have kangaroos. You think autistic people would fucking love kangaroos? It's like a good, weird animal.
I saw some kangaroos
How'd you feel?
this weekend.
You saw kangaroos this weekend?
I was surprised. Brittany took me to the safari park, Six Flags. Dude, that's a fucking nightmare, man. Because I got a surprise. I was like,
Oh, that's
drove me to the safari park.
That sucks.
They usually hop in like a cool, like a bus military vehicle. But because of COVID, you just drive in your car.
Yeah.
So you just sit in like bumper to bumper traffic, and like every like
The zebra will walk up to your fucking car. You gotta, although you're not.
if you keep your windows up. I pulled up, there's a lady in a booth that like scan the ticket off your phone. You just hold your phone to the window, and then she scans it. She gives you a thumbs up. You're like,
Yeah.
it's really.
I did it this safari thing with my ex.
Did you really?
Yeah, that was back when you could feed the animals pre-COVID. Somehow you're not allowed to feed animals during COVID.
Is that what it is? You used to be able to feed those animals?
Yeah, they used to give you a bucket of food. And those fuckers will stick there. That's why they all walk to the car.
I was gonna say, I was like, what the fuck's the point
They
of this?
love coming to the car because they're like feeding.
You went to the Six Flags Safari Park.
No, I went to a different one in Virginia. But it's the same. They're all the same.
Yeah.
They're all
It
the
said do not feed the animals. It was like strictly don't feed them.
Really?
Dude, I was like, we're driving there. I'm like, dude, I would have picked up some meatballs and threw them to the tigers. Dude, that shit would have been fucking tight.
All right, wait, there are tigers out there?
Dude, so
All right, you couldn't feed there. Never mind.
yeah, there was tigers. Well, you pull in, it's just like ostriches. Like fucking deer, some bullshit. At first I pulled in, I'm like, all right, what is this fucking nonsense? And then, as you get into the animals, get a little more exotic. You start getting it ends with monkeys, which, to throw them some walnuts or something.
That would have been fun.
Yeah, pretty when you let me put my window down. She's like, put your window down. She was such a rollmeister, dude, the whole time. You can't put your window down. I'm like, dude, let me just.
I hate when bays are rules.
Let me see if I can communicate.
Then they turn on you. They side with the rules over you.
That's
They'll get
crazy.
mad at you for breaking the rules.
Dude, it's unbelievable. I was actually pretty close to a monkey, and I wanted to just like say what's up.
What are you gonna do?
I was just trying to make, like, you see a dog, you make noises, trying to be like,
Communicate with this.
I was gonna go like see what you do, like come move towards me. Like,
Why? What noise was that?
I don't know, I'm just making like wild noise in the wild. Shit like that.
That might have worked. That grabbed monkey's attention.
You think?
Yeah, you would think.
But yeah, it was miserable, dude. It was like, it was fun, it was one of those things, it's an activity. It's just kind of like,
It's a fun activity.
yeah, you go on, like, oh, it's cool, and you sit like bumping the whole time. My head, I'm like logistically like, all right, so like bumper to bumper. People are trying to like, because if you're on one side, the animals are on that side, and by the time you try to like, you'll be on the left lane, but then the animals will be on the right lane. Then you gotta try to like cut into like traffic. Dude, it was pretty ridiculous, man. My sciatica started acting up.
You have sciatica?
Yeah, if I sit too long in the car, I start getting sciatica.
What's sciatica?
It's a nerve that runs all the way from your back,
Sciatic
down your leg. Yeah, it's just a humongous nerve. And like, if I just sit for too long, I'll just get like shooting pain out of my leg and stuff.
Really?
It's uncomfortable.
It's crazy. And you were just doing that just to see like emu.
Emu,
And you saw a kangaroo.
ostriches, kangaroos are being a little lazy. They're just kind of like
Laying in the shade.
they aren't doing much. That's the other thing too. It's like you should be able to like throw like poppers or something. Yeah, just so like get around. Get your money's worth. Yeah,
That's what that's what.
like an air horn. Just
Yeah, like a zoo in China.
dude, they were chasing a zebra trying to get out of the zebra area. One of them didn't get out to like the other area. But the animals would get where like they didn't want the animals to be. There was just trucks everywhere, by the way. They have like Dodge Durangos that drive around the animals, and the Dodge Durango just started tailgating a zebra, like pushing, literally like an inch from its butt, just like pushing it back towards the zebra. It was kind of mean. I was watching like, pulled up behind it and was like about to like bump it up. Like, Jesus Christ.
How much do you think that guy hates his job?
But that's the other thing too. They force all the staff when you pass them. They wave. So it's one of those things where like a forced you pass a person, they're sitting on like a plastic lawn chair, and they're just like, you can tell like they're just like salt head, just kind of like. You wave their arm. It was kind of, the whole experience was a little awkward.
Yeah, that is, especially with a bay, like a little locked in. Yeah, kind of. Did you guys argue at all?
No, on the way up, a little tiff on the way up. Then we got the safari park.
It's on the way to the safari park.
The magic just enveloped us too. Yeah, a little tiff on the way.
What was that for?
It was me. It was a surprise for me.
Surprise.
I got no sleep that night. Actually, the night before, I went to the safari park. I ate my weed ice cream, and if I'm too stoned, I can't go to bed. So I was up late watching Love and Autism. So I was on a lot of
You went on an autistic day.
It's a fucking zebra, isn't it? I suppose, yes. It's a zebra, it's a zebra. The kangaroos are being lazy. The kangaroos are lazy, Mom. I told them. You understand that, kangaroos? None of this, sleeping junk. Dude, yeah, it was literally, I was watching that show. I ate so much weed ice cream that I was like, I definitely have this. I'm definitely fucking autistic in Australian. I'm one or the other. Either I'm Australian or autistic, I can't tell. And then I got no sleep and then woke up being like, all right, let's go. And we're running late. It was just fun. Oh, man. It was fun, though. Overall, I was like, it was cool. You don't get to see a zebra.
Was it like, how much of a surprise was it?
I thought we were going to the wolf sanctuary. So I was.
She took you to a shittier thing than what?
I thought wolf
sanctuary would have ruled.
First of all, Safari Park is good. You go from your car.
Look, he's not listening. Don't worry. Wait, she tricked him from. We're going to the wolf sanctuary.
No, I guessed it was.
I got a better idea.
I guessed it was a wolf sanctuary. She's like, we can't bring the dogs. I'm like, wolf sanctuary. She was like, what's that?
It's just a better idea. Go ahead. What was yours?
It was pretty.
What time of the day was this?
Noon.
Man, that would fuck me up. It's midday. You watched Hell or High Water last night. He's been talking like a cowboy.
Yeah, I was out that night raising hell, and
I'm Comanche, dude.
old lady woke me up.
I'm a Comanche.
You're the actual chief of the table?
I'm Comanche.
That was pretty funny, man. And the guy at the casino be like, Chief?
Oh, yeah.
Are you allowed to be like that outwardly racist in Texas?
Yeah, probably.
See a Native American be like, Chief?
I mean, if you're a rude dude, son of a bitch like that guy.
You're a cowboy. I was gonna say, we gotta lose weight, dude. You're slim. Cowboys are slim, dude. Fuck cowboys. Dude, if we robbed a bank and then what they look like, guys, like not cowboys.
You know who they look like? Remember that racist guy?
Again, they robbed the bank. That's where they ran like Louis runs up the subway steps.
And then they fell and stopped. They stopped for a while.
I fucking busted my ass in public. Oh my god, dude, I was
You
jogging.
might be Australian. You might be Australian. You might have Australian. You might be.
I was jogging the other day. It was last week.
Falling in public sucks. Hold on, this goes short. When I was at my fattest, most depressed, right after I quit football, I was about 320 pounds. Big dog. I was back at home and just quit Elon. Well, failed out. I went to get the mail, and then when I was walking inside, I rolled in the front yard, dude. Rolled my ankle on the sidewalk and fell into the front yard. I was wearing a Ruud van Nistelrooy jersey so a Netherlands t-shirt, so it was like bright orange. And usually like shorts down to my shins. I mean, it was one of those moments I was like, fuck, dude, I gotta make some changes. This is wild.
How long did it take you to get up?
It's not like I was ridiculous. I mean, that was 20 pounds heavier than
Did you lay there for a second and be like, fuck it, I'm not doing it?
Yeah, well, I remember I fell on my hands and knees, which makes it funny. To roll your ankle and fall straight down on your knee, like scrape your knee. I have to walk inside, just like, oh my god.
You landed in the tabletop position?
I landed tabletop.
Oh.
And then I was like, please, if it neighbors all that, that'd truly be the funniest thing they could possibly say. That dude's falling. Oh, a big dude falling.
I've honestly compilated. I've watched a compilation of fat dudes falling.
There's one video of a fat dude slipping on a German Shepherd's dog. That is literally the funniest video I've ever seen in my life. All right.
That is pretty good.
So you were out public and
So I'm jogging, dude. I'm jogging. Had a lot on my mind, so I'm sitting there driving like, I'm just jogging. Like,
this is for your post. Oh,
it's like during.
This is in the middle.
So I'm jogging. I'm gonna be running. The whole time I'm running, I'm like, fuck those guys, dude. I hit the fucking curb, pops up. I hit not a curb, the sidewalk from the tree roots popped up. I hit it, did like a literal somersault. I fell, tucked and rolled, somersaulted, scraped my fucking. I think my.
You tried to do a roll?
I did one of those like land like a spaz on the palms of your hands.
Yeah.
A scab like that, landed on my knee, and then I rolled and popped back up on my feet and just kept moving. And there was a guy like 50 feet ahead. And I like just ran by him, just like looking at him, like, yeah, this kid just kind of like looked away.
It's so funny that I know the role looked like shit, but I know you.
Yeah,
And I know you're like, I'm gonna get out of this fall by ducking and rolling, right?
I did. It was just like
While you were falling, I bet you were like, I can take control of this situation and fall correctly.
It was like, I remember the fall from like when you're little, and like almost as like the world just spins around you real quick, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? First of all, I tabletopped. As any fucking fat would do. So I tabletopped first of all. So I tabletopped, and as I tabletopped, because I lived, dude, I have a scrape on my knee. I can't hide it. My palms were gashed up.
I have scars from fat falls, dude. I just have scarred up hands.
Yeah, people like cats, they just land on their hands and knees. Good job on a building, like, oh, god damn it. So I landed hands and knees and out of hands and knees position. I think it was like an attempt to like look kind of cool.
That's what I know that's what you were doing.
But it was automatic. I didn't even try to do it. I landed at the tabletop, hands and knees down, popped up, and just kept running. I shouldered roll. Tough shoulder roll.
Yeah, what can you do? What can you do?
Just kept running back.
When I fat fell in the front yard, I took it in. I let a lot of people don't have that in them to let darkness just consume them. I fell and stayed at the tabletop for a second. I remember it. I stayed there for a second, just like Jesus Christ. I dropped the veil.
They should do a fat superhero. You know when superheroes drop down, they land in one. It's just a fat superhero. Slam the table.
Oh fuck!
Yeah,
then you got. Getting up from tail, you got to put his knee forward. Slowly stand up all your weight on your leg. Yeah, man.
It's tough. You can also throw another ankle. He's getting up. 320 is big dog status. What size team is that? 3X.
This is double. This is a tight double.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I guess so.
I think they were all stretched out. Fuck. It was a rough time. Yeah. It was a dark period.
That's your body's fighting like the washing machine. Your washing machine will shrink the shirt, and your body will be like, I don't think so.
Yeah. Nice try. That's what happened. A lot of football players get very fat. Like I was eating like I was still playing football.
Yeah.
But just not with football, you work out all day, every day, and then all of a sudden you stop working out entirely. And then you just keep munching.
Happened to be in 8th grade.
Yeah.
I ate like I was playing football and I quit.
You were down to eat pizza rolls.
Yeah, I got real big.
You became a young wagon.
Dude, I got this. I got a podcast recommend from my mother-in-law recently. And it wasn't for me, but it was one of those things where it's like the girl in the podcast, it was like a mom sending a letter to her daughter who's black and Cambodian.
What's it called? Good white parents?
No, I don't think his parents were white.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, no.
I just saw a very popular podcast called that right
Good White
now. I
Parents.
think it's called that
That'd be
right
an interesting title because I'm pretty sure it's a black lady.
That's probably it.
Called Good White Parents. But yeah, so she was like, Mom wants me to listen to this, and I'm sitting at the table. Dude, it was, so you go on, it's like, whatever the girl's name, say it's like Lana, it's like, Lana, this is your mother. I love you. It's like,
hold on. Tell me. I saw you press a button, and then you looked like you were at a fireworks factory in Beirut back there. Some guy hit a button, and it was just...
We left on the mic. I left on the mic and we were laughing. So
oh, okay. No, that's okay. Yeah, I bet Noah's bitch ass was back there conspiring against me.
nobody was conspiring.
That's stupid. This is not funny.
You fucking
How long was the mic on?
Probably for like 10 minutes.
Now you guys are pretty quiet. I mean, that's what you get when you hire two high guys.
Two high boys back there. I'm sorry to interrupt you. I couldn't just...
No, that's true.
The high panic I just witnessed.
It's true.
He literally was like... and I was like, did he not record the episode?
He's like a level 10 stone freak out. It's like, oh,
did we record that? Oh, fuck, Noah. I don't know, man. Fuck, dude. Nothing but stoners and imbeciles. New ends doing correctly. Alright, so you got a podcast recommendation. Yeah. It's about a black Cambodian writing letters.
No, it's about a mom wrote like an audio letter to her daughter, being like, you know, don't forget who you are. Big her daughter's name. It's like, Lana, this is your mother. I'm a proud black woman, and when you come to age, I need to teach you, all your aunties are going to teach you what it's at these, like, cultures and, well, you know, shit. And then it comes in, and it's like, Lana, this is Papa. It's like, to her dad, sir, I'm a Cambodian man. My Isles was invaded by the colonizers. I'm like, dude, they're talking shit, Cambodia, and they're black? Well, there's a black lady, and she's like, or whatever. But it's like the dad starts talking. They're recording this podcast probably from like fucking like central New Jersey, and they're talking like they're like the sky. It's like fucking guy sounds like the sky from the Lion King, where he's like, I am your papa, your people are that of the Khmer clan. I'm like, dude, what the fuck? What are you guys doing right now?
Oh my god, she's probably in like middle school. Like,
well, the problem is if you're so.
Just an Asian dude in a dashiki.
Well, I was like sitting there eating my breakfast, and I'm like, Jesus Christ. But he's like, what? I'm like, this is just like, if I were to raise my kid and just be like, you know, or like my grandfather, if my grandfather had like done his racial thing,
you're Irish, we're going to teach you the ways of step dancing.
Yeah.
You know, that's pretty much all we do culturally.
It's like, yeah, like your grandfather came here, became an alcoholic, and slowly drank till he had dementia. Never forget that.
He worked hard and then also hit his wife and then died at 50 of a heart attack. This is your ancestry.
But yeah, it was just like, I was listening to it, I'm like, I don't know, maybe it's just built into like people who are Irish not do that shit. Like, have you ever heard an Irish person legitimately be like, yo, the fucking British? You'd be like, dude, shut the fuck up. What? I've never heard it. You never taste an Irish person claims oppression.
If I actually was like fucking like,
you were being like, dude, well, obviously you're fucking me up. It's like, you know, obviously it was a long time ago.
I'm still traumatized. Like PTSD from.
Well, I was reading this thing for school way back when they talked about like intergenerational PTSD, where like if your grandparents experience trauma, you can get like subconscious flashes of trauma, like trauma and stuff. Dude,
I don't think they understand how the world works. Because all of our grandparents had trauma. Pretty intense trauma, I would imagine.
Yeah.
Especially their parents.
Yeah.
You keep going back, dude. Alright, sorry.
Oh, yeah. So this was the funny thing. It's like, you know, I get the intention behind it, but racial takes tend to not age very well. So it's
heard that.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like the racial tape technology gets like drastically updated.
Yeah.
So like imagine if my parents had done that and like, here's all of our racial wisdom we bestowed to you on a public platform. By the time that child who's like 2 comes of age and is like 20, your takes on that are going to be like wildly outdated and strange and weird.
Yes.
The chances are their kids won't be like, your people, like they got caught up in kind of this weird, like it's kind of like a
Pan-African movement.
Yeah, not even that.
Was it like the 80s?
No, this was like this just came out.
They just but I mean, when did they record all that?
Now, like this just happened.
Oh, they're making it now.
Just did it now. Her daughter's like really, really young. So it's like by the time you come of age, I'm bequeathing you this wisdom. Just her being like her dad. Your people come from Cambodia, oppressed by the colonizers, dude. It's like fucking crazy, dude. It was you know,
yeah, that's wacky.
It was strange, but it's also, I was just like, dude, turn the shit off. I don't know. I mean, it's also too like you gotta think for as a podcaster, they're trying to get views too. It's like you see like what gets a lot of views here. If I talk like like you know in like a hunter-gatherer thing, like your people long before you, it's like dude, you look fucking like. Yeah, Sewell, New Jersey. It's like stop.
Your people before you worked the Radio Shack. It has since been closed by the colonizers. The colonizers actually opened it, but they also closed it.
Yeah, man, I like listening to it. I was like, please turn this shit off, man. I can't listen to this one, bro. But yeah, that's gonna be funny to have to like. But imagine if your grandparents were like. Shane, you in a public forum, like, here's how we think about race. Go forward. You'd be like, oh, Jesus Christ.
See my grandma being like, I don't like that Tiger Woods. Like, why? There's something about him. I like all the other golfers. Alright,
it's also funny how
R.I.P., dude.
Oh, yeah, true.
Alright, she did fucking hate Tiger Woods. It was so funny. Like, it was in 97, I think, when he started blowing up.
Before sex crimes?
Oh, she hated him pre being he's being exactly who he should be.
Yeah.
God, I can't believe I was gay about that. That might be my biggest regret.
Really?
It's like being like, man, fuck Tiger Woods for having sex.
Your grandma laid down the emerald tablets for you.
I know.
She laid down.
Someday, son, you will hate Tiger Woods. You won't know why until it is revealed.
The prophecy speaks that one day will be a black golfer. There'll be a beer-made golfer.
It's gonna ruin your day for no reason while you're just hanging out.
There will be a golfer from India.
Impossible. What do they do in the sand?
Yeah, dude, it was painful to listen to this thing. We're just getting. I had to go to the safari park, sucked it up, and I did it. And I might be like, "What are we doing today?" Be like, do some research on Cambodia on Wikipedia. We're gonna play a drum beat. Start talking like we're inside of like a real like clan.
Cambodia, we did fuck them up in like the 70s.
It was, I think,
We like just fucked them up. We got all fucked up. We fucked them up in Vietnam.
Right? Yeah.
We've given them
We
gave them 1-4.
Yeah, it came in the 80s.
I think, could be wrong, I think the North Vietnamese were hiding in Cambodia. And because we didn't have we weren't allowed to bomb them. So then we just bombed them. Like, we pretended it was a secret.
Yeah.
I mean, everybody everybody has a bad history. Theirs is pretty recent.
I wonder what,
They got rocked. But they got rocked in World War II. The Chinese came down there and gave them 1-4 again. And the Japanese came down and gave them 1-4.
So they got it from
And the American came down and gave them 1-4. See, it's consistent.
So everyone was giving them 1-4.
Everybody gave them 1-4. At which point you gotta be like, all right, step your game up.
True.
Cambodia.
True. Well, no, the game now is. It's also too like so if you have a kid, you raise them in America. By the time they're like 6, you're gonna start being like, never forget the atrocities.
Yeah.
It's like that's a lot for a kid to handle. He's trying to like fit in and be cool, and it's like never forget the atrocities.
Well, I didn't really experience it, but I heard about it. And now you're hearing about it. You should be mad at it.
Listen and rate and subscribe my podcast order.
Hey, Nixon.
Daughter, rate and subscribe this, please.
Yeah, I'll tell you what. Speaking of somebody who stepped their game up, dude. The Comanche.
True.
Bro, so Rogies posted something on Instagram yesterday, and so I immediately downloaded the book and listened to it. I'm like halfway through it already. Did a lot of driving last night.
Yeah.
Bro, the Comanche were. You want to talk about some bad hombres?
Were they really?
Bro, every time I listen to people talk about. It's crazy. If you do any research into actually what Native Americans are doing, it's nuts. Dude.
Well, the Celtics were the
Celts were fucking.
Celts were here before Native Americans.
The Celts were actually even mentioned in the book as also being complete savages.
Really?
Yeah. So it's a pretty simple explanation for why Native Americans were fucking fired up, rowdy boys.
Yeah.
They got agriculture about 4,000 years after Africa and Asia, and therefore Europe. So they were on the exact same trajectory historically. Like they just started building pyramids. They just started getting societies. They were 4,000 years late.
Gotcha.
And then they run into colonists.
True. Yeah.
So that's what was really interesting about it was they were hunter gatherers. They were from the fucking Stone Age.
Yeah.
Running into today, essentially today. It was like 1800.
Future man.
Yeah. So then you'd run into this tribe of dudes that were living like cavemen.
Yeah.
And they'd be rowdy, dude. Obviously, they're gonna fucking throw shit at you.
Jeez, the T levels are high.
T levels out of this world.
I mean, dude, I was, up until a certain age, if I went to a movie theater, I would throw shit at me. Like, I would sit in the back and throw candy in the screen. Like, pretty recently.
Yeah, that's actually very funny.
You sit in the
You
back.
get a gummy bear stuff on there?
Oh,
Come on.
Or if you sit in the back, as soon as it goes all dark, you just go, whoa, and your brain just goes, bam, and you hear it just go, boom, 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 boom,
I
boom.
would always try to fart as loud as I could at the quiet parts in a movie. Like, if you can anticipate a silent part,
Dude, it's the best.
that's very Comanche of you.
And
Pretty much
enemy of everybody, dude. Enemy of everyone.
Lord of the Plains. Lord of the Plains. Bro, let me break this
Yeah,
down.
right down to Comanche.
Comanche fucking rule. They absolutely rule. They're ugly, short, shitty people that everybody crushed. So they came over, historically on the land bridge, that's where how all people came to North America.
Barely straight.
Yeah. So they were up there. So they were up in the Rockies. They were up in the mountains, and then just forever they had been pushed down because they sucked. Comanches, of everybody, were like, even amongst other tribes, they were known for their bad hygiene. They sucked. They were short. They never, so we see like the Northeast Native Americans. It's like that's like what's on. Yeah, that's what you see is like these tall, slender, fucking athletic, sinewy, long motherfuckers. Yeah, these people were like more like Hungarians. Really, like short, squat, fucking brown. Yeah, like fuckers.
Eskimos.
They look, exactly. But
I didn't know that. The Comanches were like
Comanches were not jacked.
Jesus body.
No, they're lads.
Really?
Comanches were pure lads, dude. And they were getting rocked by everybody until the Spanish came. And the Spanish, fucked around and introduced horses to North America. Horses were never there. Yeah. So all these different tribes got horses, and I think the Apache were munching them. The Apache weren't sure what to do with them. The Apache were just crushing horses.
They're munching. Yeah.
They were munching horses.
They're chopping them up.
That was good eating for a little while until the Comanche, those old fucking pussies that everybody beat up forever, just somehow got so good at using horses, like best horsemen in the world. I mean, and then just
you want to go with the Mongolian theory?
That's exactly what it was like. They just let it rain on everybody, dude. Everything just shit on cops. And not like they were even like there was no half of it was just for vengeance. Like this for ancient vengeance. For like 1,000 years, they were just like fuck these people. And just Comanche. They didn't build cities. They were nomadic. They just went around, and if you somehow came into the middle of the country, you got fucked up. And not just like oh you got it was their rules to torture everybody to death. If there were women, they would gang rape them and then torture them to death. Dude, they took this one lady as a slave, and white slavery, and what's that about 18 million to one? Here we go now, a little comeback, a little rally cats. Here we go now. We have a little chatter over there. A little chatter in the dugout, whites. But this lady, she was pregnant when she was captured. As soon as she gave birth, white lady? Yeah. She's in it too. True, technically I was too. Boom. Got another one. This is a quick one though. So she gave birth to this child. I think it was 7 weeks old when this Comanche man walked into the room, strangled it to death, but it lived. They strangled it until they thought it was dead, and put it back in her arms, like gave it to her like motherfuckers, and then it started moving. So they tied it to the back of a horse and rode it through cacti till it was ripped apart. They were wild, dude. Yeah, and like again, there's no redeeming. Like the book tries to be like, well, they sang at night and they loved praise, which was funny to be like, oh, they were dickheads when they were by themselves, which is really funny. But they were also the meanest. Yeah, Comanche were mean little dickheads. It's fun to listen to. It's a really good book. Damn, that's pretty tough. Yeah. Thank you, Praise Rogies, for recommending.
I read some of his posts. He was in the sauna, just bugging out on the Comanches and being like, dude,
it is a fucking it's wild to read.
I mean, dude, Rogan, the idea of Rogan in a thing, meditating and just being like a Comanche on a horse.
He must have connected with the Comanches so much. Little short, tiny guys, fucking ride horses, crushing people.
That's probably why he's going to do this. The Comanches around Texas.
Yeah, true.
He might be being called.
True. He might be called by that Comanche.
I'm going to start a trust fund in Texas Midland.
Yeah, we're pretty much Texas now. I'm all about Comanches. You're about told you. Hell or high water.
Bay loved it too, dude.
I knew Bay was going to love it. I love a good cop in that. Good Bay movie.
Good cop. She loves, I figured out she loves movies where people like give off like serious attitude. Like when that guy just like, from NASA said he gets a piece of shit out. She's like, oh,
have you been tucking your t-shirts into your dungarees since you watched it?
Sometimes.
I know you always have.
I tuck in every now and again anyway, but yeah, now it's like for sure.
You have to. You gotta get a a holster.
I just, if I do a crime, I want someone that, what they look like, that cowboy, skinny, lean, look like a cowboy.
Frank looks like a cowboy.
Frank looks like a cowboy.
Cousin Frank looks like a cowboy.
My family has, I got a lot of the Comanche genes in my family. My
Yeah,
family,
the ugly run that everyone hates.
man,
Good, dude. Just get a horse.
all I need is a horse.
Fuck them up.
I'll go up the compound. Oh, fuck everybody up.
Dude, I'm so fired up on Comanche right now.
Yeah.
They ride, and they were the ones who would like ride on the side of the horse when they were in battles. You know what I mean? When you ride on the side and shoot. Dude, they fucking rule. And they all were battles.
Well, that's not going in blood.
It was tortured straight, dude.
That's not going in blood.
Everyone's like, no, Native Americans were great warriors. Like, dude, they gang raped prisoners and tortured them.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like if you went to like the, what you call it, like the Celtic tribes. Like,
Yeah.
It's the same party going on.
Yeah, it's just 1,000 years before.
People from Celtic tribes thought they were from hell. Like they conceptualized time in hell. Like, yeah, we're from hell.
We're the bad guys.
Like, we're from hell, and their day started. It was some kind of weird thing where like their day was reversed. I mean, not like I don't think it starts at midnight, but it was something like
So
that.
my clock. I'm still
Something like that, yeah. Where they were kind of
just wake up and eat like a chicken parm. So
when you were born, they would just cry for you. They would like, oh, dude, and when you like, fuck yeah,
get out of here.
back in the nether realm. So yeah, dude, they were like nasty motherfuckers, man.
Yeah, the Comanche, man. Okay?
I mean, dude, there's literature that says that they try to claim Celts were the Native Americans. It's pretty funny. It's a pretty, that's like Irish spazzing.
I like that.
No, we're Native.
We're actually slaves and Native. And we're hammered. No, but it does do the thing where it's. Also, what was interesting is in the book, they're like, look, if you want to talk about people's statues getting torn down, you see Native American Chief's statue, you can pretty much count that guy, first off, had slaves and then also led like war parties that raped whoever they call it, tortured.
Really? Is it in the book?
Yeah, I was like, man, this guy's going hard. Wasn't early in time when this guy wrote. I don't know when the book was written.
Yeah.
He better not have written that recently. He's out of here. I don't like it.
Yeah, man, you can't be
But it was a fucking. Brought up the Celts though. Yeah, the book. Yeah, they were that. They were the people that like when the Romans came up to England, they were like, who the fuck are these dudes? Who are these retarded guys? Sick fucking book though. Definitely recommend it. It's way better than War on the Run. War on the Run's like the most, the one I read about Robert Rogers.
Yeah.
The most listening to. Pardon me.
Same thing.
No, very different. Very different.
How many information go through the ether in your brain?
Pardon me.
It actually might be, audiobooks might be better.
I don't think they are. I think I'll forget people's names and have to rewind 30 seconds to try to get the name again.
I have laser focus.
There's no chance you do, dude.
I have like laser focus attention.
No chance, dude.
No, it's crazy. I don't really retain information. I store it all in the ether.
Where's that?
Reading a book,
like a cloud?
Reading a book right now, sort of where they talk about like so there's like atoms and protons, but like in between an atom and a proton, there's just like, it's mostly just blank space. Really, if you were to take all the blank space out of everyone's atoms and, particles and everything, the human population would fit within like a sugar cube. That's how much we got. I mean, you probably think we live in a solid universe, which I don't understand anything, but it's not really the case. So, probably like, knowing all that, ideas are the same kind of thing. Where it's like, we're living in kind of like not a simulation, but more of like an electromagnetic field that we kind of perceive as solid. But yeah, man, it's just like, I listened to a chapter, I basically know it verbatim, but yeah, go ahead, please.
No, I'm good. You want to derail my awesome Comanche talk?
No, I'm not derailing it.
It's too late.
We were talking audiobooks.
I kind of forget the Comanche talk now. I had some other good points.
It's in the field. It's in the ether. You have to channel it. Any idea you ever have?
Oh, they did the same thing as. So I was reading I was listening to fucking War on the Run, and it's very dry. It's very like, they left camp with 3 satchels of blueberries, 6 gunpowder sacks, 8. Right? It's a lot. It's a lot to listen to. But then this one's just purely like, they did the same thing. The lady who was a slave to the Comanche, she beat the fuck out of one lady, and the Apaches or the Comanches just surrounded her and were like, sick. And then she beat the shit out of the old lady who was also her master, and they were all like, all right, you're pretty chill, you can come hang out with us. Dude, they did have that. That's like a common string. Like if you were a Native American slave. All you had to do was while out.
So you're saying if I were
You had to risk the worst torture known to man.
So yeah. So I wonder, so if I ever somehow, again, I don't think this happened to me, I lost on the reservation, but if someone else,
If they get you,
if I was being accosted on the
if you get
reservation,
hammered at a
I
casino,
should just start fighting.
if you're at a casino and you know, the lights start disorienting you, and then you get captured. You get captured.
You actually, you could technically be captured.
Yeah, bring you downstairs.
True. So I should just start swinging.
You should immediately swing. And if you're at a casino and you're drunk and you happen upon a security guard, swing upon it. They'll do nothing but respect you. That's awesome.
Here's 500 chips.
Yeah, like you're one of us.
I knew my bus driver's son hung out at an Indian reservation. And I used to always want to go there.
Really? I heard they were dumps.
Really? Our bus driver told us that his son was dating an Indian chick with huge tits. And I was like, dude,
Yeah, they go all there. These bus drivers
smoke weed on the reservation all day. He's like, my son has a maid. His girlfriend has big tits. She's Native American. I was just like, fuck yeah, dude.
Wow.
Our bus driver fucking, I mean, a lot of our bus drivers, one of them definitely pissed hot. We learned. Got fired.
That rules.
I think it was drugs. I think it was like oops.
Yeah.
I don't think it was alcohol.
Yeah, I don't think that's alcohol, but
they test. They do a lot of pee tests.
They should have breathalyzers.
Alcohol. They do like a lot of random pee tests, but alcohol is the one that gets bus drivers because they're like, they can't do any other drugs really. I mean, I guess they could do some coke, but it's like alcohol leaves your system pretty quick. But like they catch those guys.
You bust out some Adderall pretty hard. You can get some meth going. You'll rope Magic School Bus 5 and be like, we're going on a fucking adventure today, kids. It's the law, dude. They'll never fucking take me alive.
I'm pretty sure our bus driver for like a span of like 7 years, not the one whose son was like killing on the reservation. Yeah, this lady who was like actually kind of mean to us. I think she was addicted to opiates because she would drive the bus and then she like would work in jail and we would catch her at the farmer's market just taking naps. Yeah, well, she hit a fire hydrant one time and it lit like the water. It knocked over and it shot up.
That's awesome.
She was like, "Oh, getting the hell out of here!" She's fart. Blame it on the transmission. It must be the transmission.
What were you doing up front? Smelling farts.
Me and my cousin were sentenced to front seat for the entire.
Oh, nice. I was afraid that you sat there and that was going to change things for you and I.
No, bro. I had to sit there. I was so cool on the front. They had a Hannibal Lecter me in the front.
You must have been such a little dickhead of a kid.
I used to go on the bus, and then, like, me, just to sign up the bus driver, we would, like, look up. When she looked in the mirror, we'd look down. I'd look up and look, and then she's like, Pat, I'm not messing with you. Get up to the front.
Yeah, they got that big, I haven't even thought about that thing in forever. That giant thing so you can look at all the fuckers in the back.
You like Chuck Bird. Were you like Mike?
Yeah.
Two of my cousins got kicked off the bus for throwing Bird.
How?
Chuck Bird, Moody.
Very, very commanding.
A lot of my cousins got kicked off the bus. My cousin got kicked off.
Lords of the bus.
Lords of the bus, dude, for sure. We would just pile. There were big 8 of us would pile on. At the shop, we would pile, or at the bottom of our driveway. The bus would open up and like 8 of us would go onto the bus. It was just like, it was fucking sick.
Out of that compound? Oh, just the worst dick.
You'd be wrestling down at like the bottom of the driveway, and the bus would pull up, and then or it would be like, someone would be late, so like you kind of dilly-dally, because you'd be in view, and the bus would leave, and like someone would be kind of like, wait, hold the bus. But yeah, a couple people got kicked off. Give it, Chuck and Bird was sick. I used to do Napoleon Dynamite with an action figure on a stick.
You would do that?
Yeah.
And when you saw it in Napoleon Dynamite, were you like, oh shit?
Yeah, it's kind of like, oh yeah.
I didn't know that. I thought I came up with that.
Apparently it's a
I
problem.
would have thought you came up with that if I watched you do that.
Dude, pretty sick. But yeah, man, it was, the bus was fucking lit, dude. Do you know anyone got pussy on the bus?
What type of pussy were we talking? Fingering on the bus. So blank on
Sucking tits.
I don't know if I do.
I don't know. See, that's the problem. I don't know if I did. That's how like rock and roll my bus days were. I just know people around me got pussy on the bus. I could have. I don't know. I don't think I did. I don't actually. No, I'm gonna say I don't think I got pussy on. I think I
smooched on the bus after a field trip to the zoo.
Did you really?
Yeah. Yeah, it was big time. Getting hard now.
Yeah, man. Touching a pussy on the bus is like
smooch.
I'm the same.
Please.
I think I touched pussy on the bus. I'm not gonna pussy.
That sounds like a pussy lie. That sounds like something. I remember a kiss.
I could be stealing pussy stories from my cousin.
You're stealing pussy.
My cousin definitely touched pussy on the bus. I'm not gonna.
Does he get like discounts at Annie Ann's now? You're stealing pussy dollars.
First time I touched pussy was at the farmer's market.
An actual dude that figured pussy is gonna approach you with the cell phone.
Sure.
Did you figure pussy on the bus? Yeah, Yeah. He's like, what was it like? You're like, well, I was 19 now. Like, nobody was fingering pussies on the bus that year.
What bus? Bus 3? No one got pussy on bus 3.
Dude, they nail Australians. Australians always steal valid.
They gotta let them do it, dude.
Let the boys do it. They're at the mall in full regalia. And you have the audacity to approach in Australia and be like, you didn't serve.
Yeah.
Let the boys have fun.
Yeah, dude, for real.
I'm tired. Any stolen valid compilation is always an Australian.
They should be drafted.
Draft the autistic.
Yeah.
The autistics.
Dude, I mean, just for, like some Rudy action.
Yeah, you got ISIS on the run, send them in, get a sack.
Yeah, dude, send him in.
You want to win it, dude. Watch it. Good shot. Good shot, man.
Okay. Press this button. I mean, dude, you're talking about drone strikes. That would be...
Get some of those boys on the sticks.
The last thing you'd hear would just be like,
Who lives in a barnacle? Hey, that'd be their fortunate son. Be a drone playing SpongeBob. I suppose you have to die then. These are the rules. Sorry, you're actually dead now.
yeah, man, that's sick. No, I like that you're back on your story.
Bro,
back on your story.
A lot of people don't think about this. So when we kicked it, not we. It's another thing I'm trying to avoid. The fucking we's. The we's.
Oh, you're talking about winners.
Well, yeah, true. I mean, it's hard for me to not associate that. Which was pretty sick. In the beginning of the book, they're talking about, so the Spanish, look, let me get my back here. The Spanish were there. The French were there.
The Spanish were kind of running things, weren't they?
The Spanish ran shit forever.
Yeah.
From like 15 to
16.
17.
Really?
Yeah. French were popping off down there too. A lot of people, I think that's what Cinco de Mayo is about. It's a victory over the French. Surprising. Jamie, check that out for me. Cinco de Mayo is
French got into
I
Mexico.
believe it's over the French.
I feel like the French couldn't handle Mexico.
They didn't.
The
lads were like, damn, you guys, you want to talk lazy? Bring out some Frenchmen.
Yeah.
So, thank you very much, man. Confirmed. Kill confirmed. I suppose. So the Spanish were in there, but the Spanish had they had conquered everything, all of South America, Central America, and then they were slowly making their way north. That's when they ran into the Comanches. Or those native tribes, the Apaches, the Comanches and shit. The Shore Kings, the land of the Shore Kings. And, they started getting massacred and tricked and shit. What was pretty funny is the Apache were all of a sudden, there's no record of what the fuck was going on there, other than, you can see migrations of other tribes getting the fuck out of the way from the Comanches, which is pretty cool. To be nobody wrote shit down. They were just wandering around in tents, murdering everybody for 1,000 years.
Yeah.
Well, not 1,000 because they didn't have horses yet, but all of a sudden there was a huge influx of Apaches running. Where the fuck are you guys going? The Apaches were actually Spanish. We really like Catholicism. Could you please set up some missions in our territory? And so the Spanish were like, holy fuck, dude, we never thought you guys were going to say yes to this, dude. Wait till you see how awesome Jesus is. We're going to bring out some missionaries. This is going to be fun. And it was actually just a trick for them to put basically embassies in Apacheria so that when the Comanches came down and definitely murdered and raped everybody, they would kill Spanish people too. So that they would go to war with the Comanches. So it was a pretty funny trick from the Shore King Apaches.
Yeah.
But, what was nice about it was talking about the settlers. That's how America colonized it. Spain went in with missionaries, forts, very governmental, regimented, intrusion into the land. The Americans just sent people. Dude, literally were just no forts, no missions, just people just building houses. Go check that out. Which, ironically, so the Mexicans invited settlers into Texas, which, eventually the settlers just took Texas. Yeah. But the reason they invited them there was to get a buffer zone between them and the Comanches. Really? So originally the Mexicans, which you hear people today be like, the Mexican-American War was another act of aggression from America where we took their land. Those fuckers invited us there so that we could be fed to the Comanche, so they would stop fucking with the Mexicans. Really? It ended up that the Americans were kind of rude too. True.
They're slim.
They were like, bro, we'll fucking chill here. Well, we get raped, murdered every couple years.
Whatever.
Sick.
Texas fucking rules.
Texas does rule. That's when it became a republic.
Really?
It's fucking sick.
So they fought off. They were like they buffered, and they probably figured it out. We're like,
Well, yeah,
Or
that
they
was,
didn't.
no, they figured it out. They figured it out. And well, yeah, they kind of tamed the land a little, and then the Mexicans were like, why don't you give us that land back?
yeah,
Like, why don't you fucking take it? That's where that flag's from.
yeah.
Like, and then the Alamo happened, which was a huge mistake.
The Texas flag says like fuck off Mexico.
Pretty much.
But yeah, that was a funny thing watching Hell or High Water that you started to think about how they really had. It's like and then these colonizers came. It's like no, they kind of white people threw they threw poor white people at the problem. White people threw poor white people at the problem. They were like, here, go figure this out.
Yeah,
And,
really. And that's what they're banking on. And that's what was cool. In the book, it literally addresses, like, yeah, the American approach to colonizing was like hope. Like, they'd just be like, here's some dude that's just land hungry that lives in Boston. It's like, I gotta get my family the fuck out of here. Yeah. We're going to the plains. Get burned alive. But
it's also funny too how that still kind of goes. So you get the rich people who are like, "Yeah, man, we got a good deal for you. Go out there and do that thing." And I was like laughing the other day thinking about trickle down economics, how it more or less, it's supposed to be like here's what you do: just let us get all the money. We're gonna just send it back down to you guys, and it basically comes out as like, all right, look, you guys are gonna be the best poor people.
Yeah, we're gonna get you some change. I'm gonna buy some shit.
Yeah,
change.
Yeah, you
It's
guys
coming to you.
You guys get the piggy bank. It's such a funny thing. It's like just that I guess they won't ever talk about super poor white people who've been poor for like generations. It's just like, you suck up your fucking. If you go to like Kensington, you're like, suck up your white privilege. They'll punch you in the face. It's like they cannot get out of poverty. They're so poor, and the shit around them is so fucked up. Like they're just not getting out. But it is funny. A lot of those dudes will vote Republican. So they'll be like, oh yeah, dude, I'm fucking blah blah. I don't know about it. Kensington, but you get a lot of dudes.
There's a ton of Republicans.
Does it?
We're in a house right now. No, it's fucking, there's a guy that used to live by Claire that had a fucking full Trump house, dude.
Yes, I saw something wild. Unless it's the same house, I saw something very similar.
Has to be.
Up in Port Richmond, I think,
No, she lived like right here.
Okay, I saw something in Port Richmond house. It's kind of like
Trump house.
Trump house. Where I'm like,
that's a real bold statement, dude.
I mean,
to be like, how don't you even come close to fucking with my house? My house rules. I'll hit everybody that walks by here.
Well, it is funny they have psyop poor white people into that, being like, look, give your money to the rich people. But if you think about it, the trade-off is like they just get to be the best poor people in the world. So if you're American and poor, you're in terms of like all the poor people, you're kind of crushing.
Yeah, other than the healthcare.
Other than the health, you don't really get healthcare. Although you kind of do.
You do.
You go to the hospital and you're like, yo, I'm fucked up. They're like, come here. They'll kick you out immediately.
Yeah.
Your spud fell from like 30 feet to healthcare, and they're like, can you walk? And it's like, all right. They're like, yeah, there's nothing we can do for you.
Just love it. It's Comanche. Comanche. For sure. Absolutely.
For sure. You might have been one of the.
Also, by the way, blood branding, not exaggerating. That's what I'm talking about. The level of that's what that book's about. What they're up to, hunting Comanche.
Really?
Yes. That book, all those atrocities throughout that book, and like how horrendous the land was.
Yeah.
It's real. I thought man, this guy's really exaggerating, like jerking off to violence. No, dude. That was fairly similar to like the actual historical accounts of it. Pretty crazy.
What year was that?
I know you guys listen to this for comedy. Boy, do I love Comanches. It's recording.
Oh.
Hey, we're gonna switch over to the Patreon. Thank you for joining us. Go to patreon.com/MSSP. I don't know. For now, dude.
Until it collapses.
Until Patreon collapses and ruins our lives. But
that'd be sick. I'm actually looking forward to it.
Really?
Patreon collapses, put us back in the mud for a little.
Let's do it. No. Alright. Switch over to the Patreon.
Or no.
Or Radio Dogs.
Sure. We made peace. Fucking up, dude. We're in.
Wow.
Only episode 309. or whatever.
Yeah, your eye is fucked up.
I got peppermint oil in my fucking eye, dude.
You got Lena Dunham's on the brain, dude.
Fucking Lemaire's leaving us for Lena Dunham's.
Lena Dunham's writer. It's just like, I wrote a brunch scene. Fucking Lena Dunham's must have loved it, dude.
Dude, I can't believe Lena Dunham is your boss.
Lena Dunham.
Oh, man. Damn, dude.
You're sponsored now. That peppermint's in there. Leaving it out. Let the people say, damn, you got peppermint. Remember, like peppermint smelling salt.
Well, yes, peppermint oil.
Does that come with your fucking crystals?
So,
It's not giving you oils and crystals?
So, here's what happened.
Wait till you get into astrology, dude.
I've been into astrology, dude. So I know.
What's wrong with you, dude? You got Dunham on the brain.
I have peppermint oil in my eyes. It burns. So I started reading the book Breathe. You know the guy who was on Rogi's podcast? My eyes are going to be like pops eye the whole podcast. So the guy Breathe, who was on Rogi's podcast.
Yeah.
I started reading his audiobook.
You're all about breathing.
Life changing, dude.
You got to clear up the name.
Not just nose breathing specifically.
Yeah.
How's your nose breathing? So I have a new. What's it deviated at?
Deviated rough, dude.
You hear this airflow? That's probably about. I probably got 70% blockage right there. I was at 80, so my new quest right now is I'm going to cure my deviated septum without a septoplasty.
How? Just sniffing oils.
Well, there's a couple things. I'm going to do this helps. This helps me just do nose.
It's on the front of my nose right now.
Yeah.
It kind of burns, dude. This shit sucks.
That was good for you, dude. You're going to deviate, dude. Are you nose breathing all the time, all day, every day?
No. Rarely.
Good luck.
Rarely, yeah.
I've been like about.
Big fat mouth breathing, dude.
I've been 4 or 5 days straight, dude. It's just disease. You should know from researching the Native Americans. That was the Native American secret. They were nose breathers.
They did well against disease.
Well, they didn't have it until a bunch of mouth breathers came in and found up the whole scene.
Yeah.
But yeah, dude,
and they got chlamydia. Chlamydia ran through them, dude.
You can't blame them. Happens to the best.
True.
Happens to the best and most noble. But no, that's how I'm gonna get on Gaia. I'm gonna cure my deviated septum.
You got me fired up on
Just
Native
by
Americans,
breathing
dude.
it.
I should have mentioned it. I forgot about Native Americans. I am like a fucking love on the spectrum date. One day it's like, have you heard of the Comanche? Did you know they were bad?
That show I've decided is that French dish where you have to like put a napkin over your head to hide from God. That's that French dish.
Me and Phil watched it. I showed it to Phil.
Yeah, I put a towel over my head and I just watch it. I pretend I'm just like laundry on my couch. I'm like,
Yeah, Phil watched it and was like, oh. Well, that's not that Joe's will be like, oh.
Well, that's the thing. I watch that show and I go back and forth between being like, that's the funniest thing I've ever seen, like wanting to cry. Then they interview their dad. Their dad's like, come a long way. And I'm like, oh
yeah. Yeah, that's a sad.
And then they like just say something ridiculous on a date. It's like, I'm waiting patiently. You're like, did you see that?
Was that you, the kid on that?
Oh, that was my fifth. I've been
so hibachi.
Yeah, we went to hibachi and she busts out the Nintendo GameCube.
Yeah.
And she was like, I hate waiting. And he was like, I'm waiting patiently. It was like, dude, I was in the shower just saying that to myself. I don't know what made me laugh about that.
He got up and did a fucking testimonial like during the date. He got up and walked over to the camera and was just like, well, she doesn't like anime. This thing's not going great. She was like, I like anime. Just directly in front of him.
Dude, that's fucking arm. I'm telling you, man. Sorry that arm's that good.
It bothers me.
Dude, so I've been just breathing through my nose at nighttime. In order to do it, you gotta put tape on your mouth. Dude, I woke up. They say first couple
You're
nights.
taking like edgy comic headshots at night. Like putting like tape over your mouth, like caution, dude. Who knows what's coming out? I can say anything. Here it is. Turns out that was the bad one. Yeah.
First couple nights are scary. You wake up and you're like, because it gets blocked up at nighttime, and you just wake up and you're just like, it's popping, dude. I made it longer every night. I'm telling you, I'm gonna cure. I already went to what the fuck's it called? An otolaryngologist, something like an ear, nose, and throat guy.
Yeah.
It gives an 80% blockage. You hear me right now. I don't sound like I'm at. I sound like I'm at maybe 65.
Yeah.
Maybe 70.
Great.
That's air coming in. I used to not be able to get air. I've so far, I think I've given myself 15% less. I think I've reduced for peppermint, from strictly nose breathing. Because, dude, if you're nose breathing all day, every day, like water will erode like rocks. So if you're just bringing in like little water particles all day, every day, it'll push that little sucker back.
Who told you that? Because
this guy.
Best thing I've ever.
No, dude, I breathe nose all day long.
You think moisture air molecules are gonna erode your nose?
If you just nose breathe, it rearranges your whole facial structure. So I'm telling you, I'm gonna get myself down. I think like 50% obstruction. Have the ear, nose, and throat guy put it on the record, and then I'll be like, all right, go ahead with the rest of the rhinoplasty and knock that.
You want to do it yourself?
Yeah, I mean, I could do it myself, but at this point, it's like I'll get the 50 disapproved just to get on Gaia. And once I get on Gaia, I'll be Joe Dispenza, what's up, bro?
So you're gonna go on Gaia to talk to. You think you need your nose reconstructed?
You need a miracle. Yeah, you need to have like a miracle under your belt before you write your book. Like heal yourself with your brain. The one guy actually like became paraplegic and he can walk again. But if I kind of edge in on the deviated septum market, I was just like,
what did he get paraplegic from?
I think he got whacked by a car. Like he was like fucked up.
There was a player from Penn State who got paralyzed against Ohio State, and then they were like, he'll never walk again, and then he ran the team out of the tunnel the next season, or like 2 seasons. But they played Miami that day and just got beat by like 50. So they had this like real inspirational moment of him running out. And then you just fucked them up. Fun time.
At least he still could play.
He couldn't play.
He barely.
No, he couldn't walk.
He kind of like
he hobbled out.
I thought he like played. He got smashed.
No.
Give him a fucking break, dude.
He used to play. He was pretty good.
So he did. He just like
came in with his head down against Ohio State, and then he rooted. Yeah, and then he led the team more radio-esque.
Yeah,
more of a radio.
Gotcha.
Because Rudy can play.
So they were like, we'll get up by like 40 and then put him in at the end, and like everyone will hoist him on their shoulders. And
no. There was no. There was no. He didn't play again. He led the team out the next season.
So he walked,
just jogging out.
Like to
display. He wasn't in bad.
So there was a miracle.
It was a miracle, but then they got fucking.
Then they got crushed.
So it kind of ruined them.
Yeah.
Especially because then you rewatch it and he like hobbles out, fucked up.
Yeah.
Then they just get smoked. Anyway.
Yeah, it's kind of fucked up on his teammates to lose that one for him.
Yeah.
I would have fought extra hard.
You have to fight.
I would have dug it out, dude. If you got fucking hobbled up, we'd be podcasting my ass off, dude. You Hawkins out. I had to do this whole thing. I would never lose, dude. He's dead, right?
Black people are lazy.
Man.
But yeah, there's sick Native American facts that got me fired up.
What'd you get fired up?
Also, common misconception that they had cool names.
Don't take that from me,
bro. You know, they do have some cool names like Crazy Horse, shit like that. There was also guys like Peanuts and Stink and Erection that never goes down.
That's actually pretty cool.
This white lady she got taken, and then she had 3 kids, and their names were Stink and Peanut. They're like, here's my awesome warrior, Stink, and his brother, Peanuts.
It makes sense though. They would have like white trash nicknames.
Yeah. They basically, you got like Rocket Park named. Did you really? You know what I mean? Like, so they would just give you a name, you do something wild, and they just name you. Like, so some lady got abducted and then had diarrhea the whole way because they fed her like buffalo, like they gave her like a buffalo's like heart to eat, to munch on during the journey, and she just diarrheaed the whole way. So her name was like Diarrhea.
That makes sense. Yeah. I don't think they were working with like a robust vocabulary either.
No.
So it was just like Crazy Horse, Stink, Fart, Boner. And it was just like it's like being Irish and being like John.
For real, yeah. There's like 5 names.
There's 5 names. There's Stink, Boner, Diarrhea, and then you were the chief, and you're like, all right,
my name.
Super Crazy Man. I'm Thundercat. Sidney read that book. Sidney was talking.
Really?
He was like all over that. Dude. He was rules. Yeah, he was saying like, he's like, you got to do it. It's like, I will after I fucking heal myself through breathing. Dude, this book it's awesome, man.
Breathe.
I can't recommend it enough. So apparently the inside of your nose is made out of dicks. It's the same type of skin as your dick. So it expands, it contracts, and like when you're aroused, that's why women's typically their nostrils flare. If a woman gets like kind of turned on, her nose goes, exactly, dude, stop it. Dude, you're gonna get a boner doing that. It's literally made out of dick skin. So your nose like contracts and expands with your arousal.
Is your nose made out of cartilage?
I'm talking about the inner stuff. why
It's just dick skin.
it's the same type of material as this.
What are your eyelids made out of? That feels like dick skin. You know what I mean?
It's ball sack. It's all ball sack. Eyelids are all ball sack, dude.
Fuck yeah.
Yeah, dude, I'm going for it. I'm going to get rechecked out because I know I got 80%. I'll probably clock in around 70. I also every now and again I put my finger up.
Before the podcast, Matt was like, "This could be the best episode ever."
It is.
He just hits me right up on this.
Dude, I'm telling you.
He's like, "Yo, I got this."
Dude. That's a fucking miracle. I called a miracle.
I believe you.
You're the Miami Hurricanes, dude. I'm a miracle.
You're Sebastian Telefero. I think that was his name.
So then the other thing I do is, so I just strictly nose breathe, and it's been feeling a lot better. Every now and again, Brady doesn't like it. I'll put my finger like this. I'll feel the deviation.
Yeah, you'll feel it. Mine's marked in.
Just a push. Feel it moving. Get some air up there, dude. Pretty tight. People are gonna think we're just doing a bunch of coke or we're smelling peppermint. I got punched in the nose.
Really? You think that's what did it? Yeah. I don't know why I have it.
It's a bunch of
I've
stuff.
been hitting the nose a bunch, I guess.
Yeah. Probably football, dude. I use a face mask.
I've been punching the nose.
Think about all the time your eyes water from getting hit in the nose.
Oh, basketballs. Oh, that was the worst.
Deviation, dude.
God, especially when you got shitty hands. Just standing there, straight through your hands into the fucking face. Then you cry. You have to cry.
Yeah, or
You get hit in the nose, you have to cry.
Take a silent cry. Time out.
All your friends see you crying. Oh, man.
Everyone play like organized ball.
What do you mean?
I played like CYO.
Yeah, that's what I'm asking.
Oh, I thought you were talking about it's like street basketball.
No, you're friends.
I just played CYO.
I was friends with my teammates.
I was more organized.
I was more friends with my teammates.
What was the highest level of basketball you played?
I quit after freshman year. I played freshman. Played freshman ball and then focused strictly on football.
Yeah, I tried out
and track.
Sophomore ball got cut, so I played at a higher level.
Oh no, I did play CYO like my junior and senior year. Just fucking around. Like fucking around CYO, yeah. Those are the days, dude.
Playing CYO high school basketball.
CYO is so
That might be the best ball you can play.
It's the
Play
funniest
like
ball.
Catholic CYO.
Yeah, all the kids that weren't good enough to play on the team, but we're all dickheads and friends. Dude, we would beat the fuck out of some team. I remember my friend, like some of my friends were very good. And they'd like do ruck apart, like they'd throw the ball on people's foreheads and shit. Like start fights with the other parents. Yeah, we used to play a game after it. We used to play a game. We'd turn the lights off in the locker room and throw sneakers at each other as hard as we could. But we'd all make a deal to just throw them at one kid that we didn't like. So we turned the lights off and belt this fucking kid. Yeah, fun times.
That's what sports are all about. The whole point of sports is there's like psychologically torture someone.
Yeah, just find one
person.
Find one kid whose parents are like making him play. Yeah, and just getting his ass.
Yeah, we had a homeschooler on our baseball team.
Oh, disgusting.
8th grade. Now it's gonna be the norm. Everyone's gonna be weird as fuck.
Yeah, true.
This dude was a homeschooler. I don't know what the fuck his parents were thinking. They entered him into the school system at like 7th, 8th grade. It was fucking chump, dude. People were like, oh. You just like would see him walk, and you're like, what the fuck is up with that kid? I have to throw something at this kid just to see what's going on with him.
They put him in 7th and 8th grade. Dude, he like right when he was coming.
Dude, he came in with like a Dr. Seuss nerd walk, and everyone was like, what the fuck is this? It was to the point a hit list was made. This was like an extreme bully situation. I mean, dude, he was on a baseball team. So he was just like, dude, people were wolfing balls. Like, you'd be on first base. Like, you get shortstop, and you basically pitch. He made a hit list. He made a hit list, yeah. I was number 3.
You were on the hit list? Nice, man.
I made 3rd.
That's good.
3rd on his hit list.
In elementary school and middle school, they wrote an article in the paper about me being a bully.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah. Pretty good. That counts as like top 5 on a list. I got publication, dude. I've only ever got negative press. I've only ever got negative press. Well, there was a kid that used to get on our bus, and I used to call him Arthur, because he had an Arthur book back. I was being nice to the fucking kid.
That's not bad.
I didn't think it was mean, but I guess the kid was tortured by it, dude. He was tormented by it being called Arthur. And one day the principal called me to the office and had like a sit down, and like I had to talk to the kid. I think I talked to the kid's parents. And then like the next month in the school newsletter, it was like bullying handled. And and they wrote an article about it.
What?
Yeah, dude. It's like we had an 8th grader who was a real dickhead.
You gotta get that.
Yeah.
I was regrettably, I was a hard bully. I was a super hard bully.
No regret. No regret.
Up until
Being a bully when you're a kid is fun. It's not like I was hitting kids.
kind of born in.
Yeah, like, I wasn't just my friends. I want to bully the weaker.
No, I was. I had a couple of the weakers, dude. In my couple of weakers.
Who'd you get?
It wasn't even. I was never malicious. There was people that like. It was just the reactions were so funny. It was just you couldn't stop like doing it. Of course, that was the kid who punched me in the face before biology. I was just giving him soft touches. You know, you're good at giving someone a titty twister, but you just soft touch your tits. They're like, I hit him with a soft touch. He did like full like $80 an hour taekwondo on me. He used karate. Nerd karate on me, and he just struck me in the face twice. And I was like, a combo on you? He did a combo, dude. Literally low knee punch. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? And then I realized like, oh shit, I think this kid's actually upset. So then I kind of started like, all right, dude, I'm gonna help you out. And I ended up just getting him in a fight with another kid.
Oh, all right, good. I remember this. Good. That's the sweetest revenge. That's the sweetest revenge.
No, that wasn't my.
You're crying.
I fucking never bit my eye, dude.
Teardrops are falling from your face, dude.
That's how remorseful I am. But yeah,
Single tear.
I was actually trying to help him. Like, look, you gotta fuck this kid up. Who was like actually fucking with him.
Yeah.
And he got in a fight and lost. And
I think his ass kicked.
Ass handed to him, dude. And I was like, oh shit, dude, you got it. But then someone started calling him, leaving threatening voicemails. And the principal called me down. I was like, I'm gonna expel you. We know it's you. We have your own camera at the payphone. It was just like, I knew I did it. And I was like,
you did rat him out, dude.
It was a kid he fought on the bus, but yeah.
He was calling it.
He told me, and I was just like,
he's leaving a voicemail?
He was calling. He was this kid who ended up fighting because I actually then bullied that kid and was like, oh, that dude won. You fucking lost your pussy. So I had psyop that. Really trying to help this guy. Just made his life just worse and worse. Because then I psyop that kid and been, yo, you lost, and told everyone like, yo, you got your fucking ass kicked by like a pretty like hard level nerd.
Here's what you are, dude. You're an energy vampire. Just figured this out. I am too, dude. There's a show. You ever see the movie What We Do in the Shadows? Dude, there's a show. It's on FX. It's on Hulu now. Fucking rules. It's hilarious. It's so funny. But there's a dude who's an energy. He's an energy vampire. So the rest of them are like classic vampires, and there's one guy that just looks like a dork from an office. And the way he gets his powers, he drains you. So he'd be like, Dilly Dilly, how was your weekend? And people are just like, it'll come back to him. He's like, but the best part is he'll just start a fight and then sit in the room next door and just be like, yes, all the negative energy. And I was like, damn, dude, I'm definitely just an energy vampire. I just start a fight, leave, sit there and hear screams, and be like, yes.
It was so funny because back then too, I just wasn't like, I would start a fight and just ruthlessly crush people and be like, that was awesome. Like that was so funny. They freaked out in my head. There was not a shred of being like, is this okay? It was just kind of like, it's great. I can't believe I got those guys to fight, dude. But then he started calling this person's house and being like, where's your son?
So he was basically on the CD, like that one dude. I'm gonna fucking cut your head off.
He was calling and they'd be like, this is blah blah blah's parents, and he'd be like, fuck you, you fucking pussies, I'm gonna kill you. He was saying like, he was talking shit to like this kid's dad, like ruthlessly from a payphone.
Oh my god, this kid's awesome.
From the school.
Is he alright? How's he turned out?
He's a rough one, dude.
He has to be rough.
That was the kid who came up to me at the stop hop and told me he was on ecstasy, and I punched him in the stomach.
Why'd you punch him?
Because I heard like you feel everything, and I'm like, yeah, it's like crazy. He's like, yeah, dude. I was like, bam, and he punched him in the stomach, and he was just like, oh, dude, I was thinking about what a dickhead I was. I was doing the dishes, and I was like, I had like a vivid memory of reading. I remember reading the science book and seeing Homo sapiens when I was little, and being like, oh my god, she's gonna say homo in school tomorrow. And just like waking up, be like eating my breakfast and be like, fuck science class. I remember waiting for like 24 hours, and here's Homo sapiens and be like.
And no one, did anyone go with you?
My cousin was definitely down. I called my other way to bus. I'm like, yo, the teacher's gonna say homo today. There's like, get the fuck up. Like, dude, I read the science. They say it, dude. I'm just like. I vividly remember that being like stoked.
It's game day.
Fuck yeah, dude.
What we play for.
Did you want to say hello about the show?
Yeah, this is game day. All that work. Now let's have fun today.
I was doing the dishes at 34 and I was like, that was hilarious. That was so funny.
Dude, I think in like third or fourth, actually fifth grade, we had somebody come in to give us like the sex ed class type thing. And I remember writing a question, so he would have to say gay. I wrote a question. I said, can boys like other boys? And he was like, now, Shane, then he walked over to me and was like, did you write that? And I was like, yes. And he was like, I have to stay in character, dude. I had to be like, yes, I wrote it. And he was like, do you really want to know that answer? I was like, yes. And he was like, those are called homosexuals. I had to like stay in character, like, oh, how about that? That's something you don't learn every day. Which is so funny because that dude obviously knew I was he just had to watch a fifth grader pretend to be like, yes. Gross. Yeah, that was the one, dude. Yes. Gross. Do you really want to know this answer? Yes. Dude, that's crazy, bro. It's crazy we both have that origin story. Like trying to make someone say gay. And being like, got him.
That was my whole agenda for the day. I was like, teacher's gonna say gay, I'm gonna look around, make eye contact with as many people as I can.
Oh, fuck, dude.
Man.
Not much funnier than school, dude. School.
Grade school.
Oh, my God. My one friend, Dusty, used to pass gas. And he would say that. He'd be like, who do you want me to pass this to? And then he would get up and fart on their desk. It would be so loud, dude. So loud. Fuck.
Oh, it's so funny. It's just so funny because as a teacher, you like clearly know whatever.
See, exactly. Yeah, he walked straight to me and was like, did you write that question?
Oh. You also know, too, there's just like stuff going on in their house just isn't good. You like sit there and the guy comes in, he's like, say gay, and you're like, come on, man, what the fuck? What events have transpired to charge you up enough to get in here and try to like completely revel in the fact that I'm sitting there with
Oh man, my sister was talking about your bus stop. She was laughing about it, dude. The day that homosexual was coming to the bus stop must have been rowdy. Dude, you and your shitty hill
Well, it's
people.
also like, I read the book, I go to my brother, I'm like, dude, what's this about? He's like, yeah, do you know Homo sapiens? You're Homo sapien. It's like, oh, fuck, Homo sapien. Everybody knows. Fuck, dude.
Dad, am I Homo sapien? Oh, yeah. Fuck.
I don't think my dad would even know what that was. I was like, am I Homo sapien? He'd be like, hey,
I'm so blind. Come on. Goddamn Homo sapien.
Don't be a smart ass.
We've been hanging out with your sisters too much. Playing with the dolls.
I don't know if my dad would have known Homo sapien. If I said Homo sapien, he would be like, cool.
Cold, not at all. Yeah, cracking up in a cold one.
This is plain self.
Doing coke and drinking. That's changed.
Please,
to the audio listener.
Oh, man.
Bro, a little off topic and significantly less funny, but
Please, remember that was the beginning.
I cried the other day watching a 30 for 30 on ESPN.
What was it?
Phil was in the kitchen. Luckily, he didn't see, but I think he heard a voice crack. Oh, I think he heard a voice crack. Dude, there's a documentary. It's called 42 to 1. It was Buster Douglas beating Mike Tyson. Oh, I really want to get your fucking juices flowing.
What happened?
Buster Douglas was like could have been great heavyweight. That was like he would show up out of shape. He was kind of like a bum, but he was like he could have been great. Like he was a monster, and he fought Tyson in his prime. He was the guy who beat Tyson first.
Okay.
And he was 42 to 1 odds. That's why it was called that. But they were like, every announcer was like, this isn't going to go past the first round, all that shit. Well, in training, Buster Douglas's mom died like 2 weeks before, and there was just cool ass fucking moments in it where like he was talking to his mom. His mom called him before the fight and was like, don't do this. Like he's gonna it's Mike Tyson in his prime. Like he's killing everybody. First round knockouts every single time. Like scary. And then Buster Douglas was on the phone with his mom. He's like, Mom, you should fucking call him. I'm gonna beat his ass. And then he was like, as soon as he said that to his mom was like, he sounds like his daddy now. He's a man. And she was like going around like my son's about to beat Tyson's ass. Like everybody at work, all that. And and she died, and then he won. He just fucked him up. Well, he didn't fuck him up. He got tagged too. It was a great. I mean, it's an awesome fight. I immediately watched the fight.
Terrifying.
Yeah, well, Tyson apparently, you know, he didn't train as hard. He was like, it was supposed to be a tune-up fight. It was just a tune-up fight for Holyfield. Yeah, and then he got laid out. It's fucking sick. It was the first time anybody knocked him down.
Damn.
It was awesome. Then, you know, in the ring after, they're like, how do you feel? He's like, this is from my mom. And I was just like,
Rocky, basically. Yeah, man, that's
just got hit hard. Phil was like, what are you watching? It's like, it's called 42 to 1. That's what it is. Had to hide it.
That's the only thing.
He's like, Austin Douglas, he's a bitch. It's tough. That was it.
He was probably crying. He was probably crying eating bologna. He's a bitch.
I'll tell you what, he's a bitch. He says that as a compliment. Like, tough. Speaking of a bitch, Tibble.
What happened?
Tibble's a bitch, dude. My cat.
What's he doing?
He's an apex predator, dude. So I was watching, nobody went toe-to-toe with a fox. I was watching TV. It was like 12:30. Everyone's in bed. All of a sudden, I hear a scream from the backyard. This is 2 nights ago. Like, screaming. And I was like, what the fuck is that? And I was like, oh, that's definitely a fox. Like, I can tell it's a fox. And I was like, oh, shit, Tibble's outside. So I got, like, nervous, grabbed a big flashlight, and I was like, I'm going to have to beat a fox to death. Like, I was mentally prepared. I was shoeless, ran in the backyard. I was just like, I'm just going to have to beat a dog to death right now. Which is a weird mind space to get in. Like, it is a weird space to be walking out. Like I was the adrenaline. I was like, here we go. But Tibble was just staring him down, dude. Didn't care less. Fox couldn't care less. The fox was probably like 5 yards, 10 yards away, just like kind of moving back and forth, like screaming at him. Tibble was just sitting there like, what are you going to do, bro? What are you going to do? So then I pick up Tibble, and I'm like, not running, but like walking fast, looking backwards. I don't want to get bit by a fox.
No, don't dip your ankle, dude.
Yeah, that sucked. And then as soon as I put Tibble down in the house, he just started eating. Didn't give a shit. I put him down, he walked straight to his food and started eating. I was like, dude, you are a monster.
Holy
He didn't care.
That's a fair fight, him versus a fox?
Yeah, he's big. And he's got his claws. He's a mean little fucker.
That's a fair fight.
I've done it before. I've walked outside and he got fucked up before.
By what?
I don't know what it was. Probably a fox.
By a coyote.
Or a raccoon. Something big.
Yeah, raccoon will give him the business,
dude. Something fucked him up, like fucked his legs up. And he shit himself. When they're running away, cats will shit themselves. So I picked him up. He was covered in blood and shit. Yeah, but this time, not a scratch on him, dude. He literally just sat in the grass, stared at a fox. Couldn't have been prouder of my guy.
He's gotta be terrifying at night too. He's jet black. So that fox probably just saw glowing eyes and was like, fuck, man.
That's the Prince of Cats, dude. This big night.
That's big, dude. So that was after 41 and 2?
42 and 1, yeah. It was a big couple days. Phil had to do that once.
What?
Tibble got in a fight in the front yard with another cat. So it was like, 5, 6 in the morning, you just hear 2 cats screaming. Phil ran down in his wee tighties. It's like 6 a.m. So people are like walking out to get the newspaper and shit. School buses. Phil was out in just his white tighties and a fishing rod, swinging at the cats. So he grabbed the fishing rod from the closet that was right by the door and just started whipping cats. Yeah, man. It's a strong tradition of the Gillis family, dude. If your cat's in a fight, you gotta jump in, dude.
Oh my God.
I was ready to strangle a fox.
You have to, man. We have a possum on the loose, and it like through a chain link fence and stared down my dog.
I love possums.
They're fucking nasty.
No, they're funny.
They're disgusting.
They are. They're ugly, but I'm a fan.
They're hellish. I saw it skittering around the other day. I was walking home. Brittany called me like the possum's back in the backyard.
Yeah. Funny. Do you have like a garden or anything?
No, but there's like a ton of there's like a little alley that links a bunch of yards, so it kind of just scoots around. But I saw that possum running across the street, and I was just like,
you didn't like him?
Nasty little.
I'm a fan of him. Did I tell you what my roommate did to a possum?
What?
He murdered one.
Okay.
It was in his parents' garden.
Yeah.
But it turns out possums mostly help you. What do they do? They mostly eat like the rodents and shit, and like bugs that would eat like tomatoes and shit.
Do they really?
Yeah. So the possum was helping this guy's garden, and my friend he captured it in a cage and wanted to kill it. So he caught it in a trap, and the way he killed it was he put it in a rain barrel. He did your method, dude. What's a rain barrel? He tried to drown it, so he dipped the cage in, and he has pictures of this.
He gave it the dunk tank.
He dunks this possum. The possum. He pulled it out after like 5 minutes. The possum was hanging on, still alive. So he went and got a railroad spike.
Through the cage? Through the cage?
Yes. But he was showing me that shit, and I was like, dude, you're a serial killer. Like, I don't like this.
Defend the garden, dude.
He's like in his 30s out back, drowning a possum.
Yeah, dude,
Stabbing it.
my brother might get into getting like meat chickens.
Yeah.
He was talking about getting some meat chickens.
Oh, you're gonna have some battles, dude.
Well, they already have a couple chickens, but he was saying like getting them and fucking snapping their necks and shit. And I was like, it's a nice stress reliever. Go outside and go, I'll pick this one.
Fucking
Shut the fuck up.
Oh man.
I don't want to go to the fucking mall.
It's great. Remember that Ginty?
What?
Ginty had a great chicken joke. He was on a date with he was dating this Mexican chick, and she was telling him how they kill the chickens in Mexico is just swing them. So they grab them by the head and just fucking swing them and swing them around. I don't know, his bit was like talking about eating Mexican chickens. And then being like, oh, is this free range? He's like, oh, they're fucking everywhere in the streets. And he's like, was it cruel for you? Like, I don't know how you feel about swinging. Shout out Ginty, dude. R.I.P. Where's he been?
I don't know. Shacked up somewhere.
Yeah.
He's an elite, isn't he?
Ginty?
He's an elite.
I don't know if he's elite. He might be an elite.
He's an elite. I don't know. I think he's probably shacked up.
Remember his hidden MAGA hat? He was wearing a black hat that was like embroidered, the MAGA in the side that you could like hardly see.
I never knew if he was fucking around or
He was serious. He went to the mall and got that made. Custom. Speaking of, dude, see where Trump Daddy's thinking about giving a speech? Where? Holland Grounds, dude.
Gettysburg?
I swear to God, he's trying to secure my vote.
I think he's
like, he tweeted yesterday, it was like, bring back college football. I was like, this is my guy. That's the only policy I care about. And he was like, I'll probably give a speech down in Gettysburg. I was like, who is this guy?
Yeah, apparently there's he was like,
God damn it.
He's trying to make people pay like generic prices for the COVID thing.
Really?
So yeah, apparently that's what I've heard. The pharmaceutical companies are mad at him because he was like, if when a vaccine comes out, people are just paying generic prices. And that's a weird thing for the left to have to be like, well, apparently some of the argumentation's been like, but we need Big Pharma to get us out of this. We can't turn our backs on them now. And it's like, okay.
Swear to God, they have to disagree.
It's funny, man. Yeah, exactly. But apparently
either side can never be like, well, they got that right.
Well, Russia says they got the vaccine.
Russia has it.
They secured the bag.
Good for them.
Russia, he's like, Putin's like, I gave it to my daughter.
Really?
She got a couple fevers, broke them. He's like, we're available. The vaccine will be available immediately.
Yeah, that's a good move. They're just going to sell us Robitussin. Yeah. It sells like $18 billion worth of fucking nothing.
Yeah, I mean, it's like, how are you going to test it? Like, the vaccine's working, like, it's working. It's like, yeah, I guess, cool. I can go back to something now. Dude, I was reading about China in the Atlantic, and I told Spud.
Can you read that lib rag?
Spud was saying purely propaganda. The Atlantic, he was saying it's purely professional class. There's levels of propaganda. There's professional class propaganda, which has to be like use kind of like big words. You mess around with kind of like more ideas. It's not as like blatant. But I'm reading the first two articles. The first two articles are like that, just like the
like Fox News propaganda, where it's like, does this bitch hate freedom? Coming up next, do Arabs hate baseball? We'll find out.
Probably. But yeah, it's like the whole. Because I was reading it being like, dude, this sounds. So like the big thing right now in the Atlantic, I guess like in elite circles, is like America's done.
Everybody loves saying America's done.
This has brought America to its knees. And then somebody will write an article that's like, and the grotesque mirror of racism that emanates off of Donald Trump. And then so there's two articles of like, they're ripping that stuff. I'm reading it, being like, all right. And then it gets into this article about China. And it was just like, people are talking about the economy's down, this and that. And they're talking about China's, how they're working on their AI stuff. And they're saying how they developed it on the Uyghurs. Like they tested every time. They tested the Uyghurs.
It's like Homo sapien.
The Uyghur. Is that, how do you even say that? I don't know. I think it is the Uyghurs. And the, they're saying
dopers in the back, dude.
Right, it's like it's a shooting gallery, dude. So they're saying they tested this technology on the Uyghurs, and like, really? So they have them where Uyghurs like, hey, what the fuck is this shit? So they like make them. So they have like an app on their phone. They log, according to this article, they're saying like they log how much you're on. Say like Fox News was mandatory. So it's like state propaganda, and if you're not looking at enough of it, they'll call you and be like, "What's up?"
Do you think the Uyghurs talk like T.I.? Like, you need to get us the vaccination. So they're excited about that word.
I don't think they would take the vaccine.
The Uyghurs?
They're Muslim, bro. They're not taking that shit.
True.
So apparently they're around these guys. According to
Muslims don't take vaccines.
they don't fuck with that. Like a hardcore Muz, I'm not taking a vaccine.
Why? They love science. They invented it, bro. Have some respect.
The Uyghurs,
They invented math and
not
science.
that Hugh Uyghurs, dude. That Hugh Uyghurs are definitely not fucking with vaccines, dude. I don't think they're gonna get. First of all, they're just gonna try to let the Uyghurs die. Like so apparently. So they have a program, again, allegedly, I don't live in China, I don't know, but it seems plausible that they have like fully detained these guys, and they're doing like these they're trying to like re-educate them, make them like fully Chinese. But what they said was, they'll give you, they have big brothers and big sisters.
How do they make them fully Chinese?
I don't know. They can go to a Chinese school and you have to like fully learn how to be Chinese. I don't know.
What do they have, like driver's ed? You can't parallel park. Come on now. Come on, that's fun. That's fun. That's just fun, dude.
That is good American fun. We might as well get it in while we can, because I'm reading this article, and apparently they're swooping down on us. But dude, they'll have a big brother and a big sister, so like you'll go off to like Chinese school, and then they'll be like, all right, big brother, the Han Chinese big brother, who's like sitting at the dinner table being like, what do you guys think of President Xi Jinping or whatever? And they're like, you have to be like, I think he's very good. So like how do you feel about the party? Literally, you have to sit there and be like,
I love the party.
I love the party. And then you go to Chinese school, and big brother, they're saying in this article, will sleep in bed. Like sleep in bed with your wife. It's your big bro.
Damn.
You're your big bro. Want to stick around?
Prima nocta.
Yeah, dude. Or they'll just be. There's just a dude in your house all the time, making sure you're not fucking.
Damn.
Just for the
Hucking you.
But now what they're saying is they're developing all this AI technology where they're trying to get it down. They're not there yet. It's actually kind of funny because like one of their
They are in the future, dude. That's like the future of porn. Incest, cuckoldry.
Big Brother.
Yeah. Big
Like
brother
the government
fucks your wife.
fucks your wife.
That's what we're talking about.
That'd be hot, actually.
Yeah.
Government
They
big
got,
bro.
it's like woman stuck in the house because her door was welded shut. Big brother catches her with a net. She's stuck. China might be just working purely on the Be Perfect porn.
Well, right now I think that'll probably follow after that. I think they're exporting like plug and play autocratic like panopticons where it's like everyone's movement. You like sell all the phones, link them all in a network.
Yeah, they're trying to play Sim City.
They're playing, but they're selling the ability to do that to, according to the article, to autocratic regimes around the world. So you could North Korea can get hooked up by China, Venezuela might get hooked up by China, where they're like, here you go, here's how you completely monitor your entire civilian base, and then it'll be. This is my prediction, but I think they're going for it. It'll be like North Korea, China, Venezuela, any country that like where a dictator can get this technology, and then it'll just be up to the West to be like, well, I guess we gotta fight this like autocratic regime where like you can just demand all the data. The more data you have, the better your AI gets. So I think the West is gonna be like, look, let's just give up everyone's data in the name of freedom, and then they'll just do the same thing.
Yeah.
So I think it's almost unavoidable right now. Just at least the way they're reporting it.
Yeah. I don't know.
I mean, they're talking like facial recognition, looking at what you read, looking at how you react to things. Well, and again, they said it's funny too because they say all this stuff. And they're like, yeah, but last year they had a thing where like we can recognize everyone's face in 2 seconds, and then they're like, there was a thing where like an ad, some face on like a bus got a ticket for jaywalking.
I like that.
Yeah, so I don't know, dude. You're reading all these articles, and it's like
Definitely like a black nurse.
well, so the facial recognition.
So I mean, if it's an ad on a bus.
Well, what I'm telling you is the facial recognition, they're selling this shit to like sub-Saharan regimes, and the facial recognition for black faces is really bad. So like they're trying.
So for freedom,
that on
we might have to go all blackface.
We might have to Braveheart. Might have to braveheart for freedom.
That's a nice twist. That's probably why they don't want us in blackface, dude. The government cracked down hard on blackface lately.
Exactly.
Because the deep state knows.
Deep state knows.
The only truth, the way to beat them is to go full blackface.
Yeah, they. Did you ever like Facebook had trouble with it? They would. I think it was Chris Cotton, RIP. Every black person on Facebook is like, "Is this Chris Cotton?" I'm like, "No, Facebook is not. That's not him."
Now it's just Lemaire.
Every black person, every photo was like, "You're with Chris Cotton, right?" I'm like, "No, dude, that's not him." So yeah, the facial recognition is not good.
Thank you. R.I.P. He got lost in the great Pico scandal. He disappeared. Dude, there's a guy who did open mics in Philly that like ripped off his roommates and then quit over like $1,000. Lemaire, you were one of them.
I was one of the roommates.
You were part of the great.
I was one of the roommates. I was part of the scandal.
How much did he rip you off for?
Probably about like $500.
Yeah, that's big money in Titan House.
Yeah, that was big.
Yeah, that was big. That could have gone to a lot of Dragon Ball Z cards. The dorks were up to.
How did that resolve, Lemaire? I mean, that was the beef. The guy was pretending to pay the electric bill, right?
Yeah, it didn't resolve. He just disappeared.
You think he fled the country? He was international.
No, he's here. He's in Philly.
It's like, he didn't really disappear. All he did was quit his dream. All he did, his dream was to do stand-up, and then he was like, this bill is $1,500. All right, it's over.
I'm out.
Ride's over.
Yeah, I feel like he could have came out and been like, yeah, man, I fucked up. I'll work it off. And everyone was like, yeah, whatever. Everyone fucks up money sometimes. It's also a sick move, dude. To get the electric bill, not pay it as if like,
And then keep collecting from your roommates.
yeah, what was the vice, dude? There had to have been some sort of, like, was it just like sheer, was there like betting involved? Like,
I don't know, because he would just like eat pancakes like every day.
he was living it up in your guys' face.
Living it up, dude. Living it up, dude.
He was eating
It's
pancakes.
quick.
No, like he would like I don't know. I think he was just devastatingly poor. I don't know if his vices were.
I don't know, man. He never really struck me as devastatingly poor. But probably he's one of his many capers, dude. He's probably been in multiple cities doing stand-up, $1,500 at a time.
He's a black guy ponytail now.
No.
Yeah.
He's a security guard? No.
He works in old city.
He may have leveled up entirely. He's like a Sasquatch, though. Every once in a while, there's like a sighting of him.
Fuck, he said a fucking ponytail? Dude, he won.
He definitely won. He ripped his roommates off and grew a ponytail. He's like, I'm done doing open mics.
And now it's corporate America.
Yeah.
How's he have a ponytail?
Like it's just like
Oh, I see. I understand.
Is he like braided up or is it fluffy?
I don't know. I think it's just fluffy.
Fluffy.
You know what I'm talking about?
I got it.
They grease it up and pull it back. Or is it like, I think it was Omarion or someone who just did like a fluffy
Yeah, exactly.
little honey bun.
It's funny that you got like tiptoe around black hair. You gotta be like, what's that? Fluffy. Is that alright? Is fluffy?
Chick leg.
Yeah, black hair just instantly turns into fucking Price is Right or whatever. Fucking what's that game?
Family Feud.
Family Feud. Where you're like, nappy? Yeah, fuck, I'm fine. Yeah, baby.
Yeah, I spend a lot. I actually know a lot about black hair. I'm not bragging. I'm not virtue signaling. I know a lot. I mean, just ask me a question. It's not really funny for me to talk about, but
True.
yeah.
Didn't you write about it in a book? Somebody criticized?
No, it wasn't even that. There was somebody on Facebook who was like, there was like this thing where writers were like, started virtue signaling. We were like, I'll never write a black character in my book because that's not my story to tell.
Yeah.
I was just perusing Facebook and there was
My stories are whites only.
Yeah, really.
Take it easy, man.
Then they'll be like, there's no black people in this book. You're like, well, I'm not allowed to write them. I'm like, why?
Because I don't get them.
Yeah.
I don't know.
That was different. The lady was like, how would a white man ever know what a black woman's hair was like if it was wet in the ocean? It's like, maybe he was in the ocean with her.
Yeah.
Maybe
He saw it.
Maybe he knows a black person. They're like, shut up, fuck you, because you're the fucking worst. So was like, damn. That's a weird thing to be like, I'm not gonna write about black people.
I would never.
In fact, I quit writing. All I can write about is white people. Fuck them.
That's a lot of like.
I'm done.
That's just probably for bad writers. It's the same way bad comics are like, I'm an activist now, and that's pretty much it.
Yeah. I mean, dude, like what? Big time.
Yeah, that's the move.
Big time. I noticed a lot of the outrage. I don't know when it was, but there was people who were like freaking out. And maybe that's another thing. I don't know what it was, but you look at their profile, it's always like, oh no, by the way, check out my indie comic series about a black superhero. It's like, or a kick-ass Muslim lady who runs for the White House. And it's like, okay, that's weird. That's just fucking happening. That happens to make, it tells all the time, bro.
It is. It's unfortunate. It's good too to see comics just fully like I just saw a political ad for the Democratic Party, the DNC ad. Maybe it was the DNC. It was paid for by somebody. That was just a David Cross bit about how shitty Trump is. And they did that's like a political ad. It's like, how as a comic are you just like? It'd be like, yeah, I basically do propaganda for one of the political parties.
I don't know. It's just cash. It's odd. They're after the cash. If someone was like, yo, here's the bag.
And David Cross used to roll.
He's very funny.
Yeah, very fucking
That's
funny.
hilarious.
Yeah. Also, still is. He must still be funny.
Yeah, they're like, yo, we're going to pay you to use your banks. We're like, yeah, go fuck that.
Yeah, true. Shout out Ben Shapiro. You seen Ben Shapiro?
Dude,
Shout out
what's that about? He's like, I was watching Shane Gillis.
It's like, God damn it, dude. Anyone else? I heard it, and he was exactly right. Donald Trump would bury the other comedians. He would bury you because he's significantly funnier. Also, have you seen the WAP video? Have you seen that fucking thing?
Yes, I saw it.
Look, I kind of agree, dude. Shapiro was going a little too far.
Points.
I think he was just going over the lyrics and being like, how the fuck is this empowering? Yeah. Now, he didn't do it that way. Of course, he did it in a very dorky way where he like wouldn't say pussy and called it P word. He'd be like, F this P word, N-word. Get deep into it, N-word. I was like, damn, dude.
He just wanted to throw in some censored N-words.
Yeah, I think so.
So we're going to read the lyrics.
Yeah. I watched that music video. What do you think?
It's just a sad state of affairs, dude. It's just
kind of a weird thing.
I mean, it's a 27-year-old lady who's excited she has a vagina. It's like, yeah, dude. Newsflash, they're all awesome.
Yeah.
They all rule.
Cardi B's only 27.
27, yeah. Nicki Minaj is 35.
Age kind of hard. Cardi B looks.
Oh, we're talking party lifestyle, dude.
True.
That's like,
This is cool.
oh, she's
Mr. Cool. Mr. Cool last Thursday.
Really?
Oh, Mr. Cool. Remember you around, dude?
You're Mr. Cool?
No. It's the coolest I've been in a while.
Oh, being fucked up and being Mr. Cool.
It's so embarrassing waking up and be like, why would I fucking be that guy?
I was so fucking cool.
I was so chill.
Everyone's calling you like, dude, you were so fucking cool.
Remember when you did that? Whoa, you're 32. Like, yeah, I'm 32. I still black out, baby.
Yeah. That's like, yeah, imagine if you were blacking out every night, like a personal trainer woke you up and made you like fucking yogurt parfait and all that. You're like, all right, and fucking started working out. They're like, look, we're gonna build your ass. And you're like, sure, fine, perfect.
What do you have to do? Well, basically, you just have to scream wet pussy over and over again and shake your ass.
Yeah, that was like, yeah.
But I will say this. You hit old age. If I was in 8th grade right now and that music video came on,
man. Dude, I was jerking off to Britney Spears videos, dude. I was working with
that holds up.
I was working with it. Luckily, I was of age. I was loud. But yeah, dude, that.
Yeah, everybody talks about like movies that hold up. Nobody talks about likable music videos that hold up.
What else did you jerk to?
Obviously, Girls Gone Wild. You hear that fucking those steel drums come on at about 2 a.m. I still get hard.
I'm talking just music videos.
Music videos that got me.
I'm talking Chris Isaac, Wicked Games. That was a jerk.
I'm trying to think of
these Wicked Games you play.
Did you guys watch BET Uncut or BET After Dark?
Yeah.
What was on BET After Dark?
Just music videos that were
sexy,
provocative.
I used to jerk off.
Usually like
about
strippers.
D'Angelo.
Oh, you know what got me? Hot in Her.
Oh,
Hot in Her music video got me.
That's a good jerk video.
Yeah, I remember that. There was one, Shakira could get me. She was She-Wolf, and I was a geezer for that. I was like,
He's a pretty recent.
like a freshman or sophomore in
recent.
high school, and I was still like, that music video got me. No, fucking the one I said when I was young. What was the first one? Hot Hair? I was in like 7th or 8th.
Yeah,
I was right in my prime.
True. Hot Hair is a good
Yeah,
jersey.
we need to bring back throwback jerseys.
I'm trying to think. I think I jerked to like Jessica Simpson videos.
Fat guy apparel just plummeted in the last like decade.
Did.
There's nothing cool I can wear.
I think it's fat guy. You're supposed to just wear tight stuff right now.
Yeah, it's crazy.
I think all fat guys wear
Skinny jeans. I look like a fucking loser.
Yeah, tight shirt.
It's crazy. Bring back like throwbacks and like
It's like if you look,
essentially Jinkos.
it's like
Throwback and some fucking
yeah,
Tim's.
Gordon Ramsay will wear like a tight V-neck and just be like, just like what the fuck, dude.
Yeah, well, that's because men are supposed to be fat pussies now.
True, yeah.
So like, what's cool is like hipster fashion. So it's like, here's a sweater I barely fit into. It's got an owl on it.
True.
Also, I think socialism rocks.
Dude, did you ever see suburban hipsters?
Yeah. Dude, I actually give them credit. They fight the good fight. Like Lancaster, I'll go to Lancaster and see hipsters and be like,
That's like dead
good for
ends.
you guys. Like, you guys are up against it. They're the front line. They're up against like actual conservatives.
Yeah.
Like, dudes will drive by in a truck and be like, nice glasses. These New York hipsters they have no skin in the game.
True.
I don't respect them.
True, yeah. I always thought it was
Good Lancaster
just
hipster.
lonely for like a suburban hipster.
Especially goth.
Anything you talk, yeah, it kind of is.
Especially being a goth.
Anything you talk about, everyone's like, you're just surrounded by dudes in like tucked in Under Armour polos, being like, shut the fuck up.
It's a bunch of bees in a room.
Fucking pussy, dude. It's just, it's like ridiculous. I saw some guy riding a bike, like almost like a bike messenger around my parents' house, and I was like, dude, he lost. Like, go back to, I wanted to like catch him and put him back in the city.
Yeah, go to Fishtown, bro.
Yeah, dude, go back to like a highly gentrified
Everything
neighborhood.
I get like hit with like paintballs from like
Some
local
landscaper
dudes.
gonna call you a fag, dude.
Yeah, the fucking, I don't know, the being a hipster outside it reminds me of, truthfully now we're talking about, I brought it up I think last week, it holds up as a very funny video of this dude wearing a Black Lives Matter banner in Arkansas, dude. Dude's pulling up in trucks and being like, you're fucking white, man, put that shit away. Riding off. It's so funny. I mean, obviously a couple of them go too far, but it's clear. I mean, they see a white dude wearing it.
Yeah.
So they're like, shut the fuck up. You know what I mean? It would be slight. I'm sure it would be a little different if it was a black dude. I'm sure. Don't get me wrong. You'd be getting hit.
Other windows up.
You'd be getting hit with some hard heckles.
Think so?
Undoubtedly, but not as hard as a honky.
In Willie
I think it was like the Homa clan. This town.
Oh, that's right.
It was like one of the main clans.
He was like, I'm gonna go wear this.
People were Black Lives Matter billboard up front of Walmart in Arkansas. People were like, get the fuck out of here. What's wrong with you, man?
Oh,
It's like, oh, you probably want to fuck Bill Gates too, don't you, you fucking homo? The vaccine's not real. Just drive off. They all hit him with as many conspiracies as they could, like right away. Like, it's fake. Although I have been watching the NBA, and it makes me laugh every time. Like the whole court is Black Lives Matter. Everything's Black Lives. Like people's jerseys are like, we matter. They basically have XFL jerseys on. They're like, he hate me. Y'all hate me. It's so funny.
What's up with baseball? Wasn't there a lot
There's
of
a white dude with the ally. That's the best one. You see that fucking
They
ball
really
dude?
do that?
Yeah, they have instead of names. It's like say her name, ally. It's equality. Equality is the one that's going around. It's pretty funny because it's a white dude swatting out the pin, a black dude against the backboard. It just says equality.
They have that for real?
Yes. Every time I see it, I'll be watching with Phil. I'm like, oh yeah, have you seen that? Every time they're like Black Lives Matter, I'm like, hey Phil, have you heard about this Black Lives Matter thing? Because it's every single. And then he can't beat him. Got a beef, dude, hard beef. I haven't seen him spaz like this in a while. He came back from the men's club, had a couple drinks at him, he said, we're watching golf. Watching it. And I was like, hockey's on. It's playoff hockey. We're watching it.
Fired up, bro.
Well, that was a battle the day before. The Flyers were on, and it was like day 3 of this golf tournament. There was still another day. And dude, golf is 4 hours of watching. I doubt we have too many golf fans that are listening to this. Dude, it is the worst sport I've ever watched. It is fucking dorks in khakis walking around like, oh, that was a great shot, Bryson. Like the top 3 guys were like Dustin, Bryson, and Connor.
Yeah.
It's like, good Christ. But
yeah, it's like I would go to a family party and it's on. I sit on the couch and I'm just like, I'll go sit there.
yeah, it's just a guaranteed nap. You're just watching. You're watching accountants walk. That's the sport. It's a fucking old dude whispering, and then a bunch of accountants like, that was a hell of an approach.
Yeah.
Oh my God,
sucks, dude.
But it was really funny is Phil. So he had a, it's good. He's got some gambling going on, and the one guy, dude, on Henry, I told you he was on fucking Madden. Drew was at the beginning of 50 Cent's album. Come on. But there was one guy who he couldn't have win, Morikawa. So that was fun to watch. Watch this fucking young boy, Colin, by the way, just nailed it. Colin Morikawa, baller, new star of the game. Yeah, got that shot. Phil was like, come on, motherfucker, miss this. They're like, shot of a lifetime, best shot he's ever hit. It was like, he hit the eagle at the end. It was great, but this was a hard fight. As Phil came in, had a couple drinks, was like, we're watching golf right now.
What were you watching? You're watching now.
I was watching, I believe, Blues versus fuck, I forget who it was. Actually, I think it might have been Toronto versus Columbus. Great stuff. Yeah. Overtime hockey. Winner goes home. So Phil comes in, he's like, put it on, and then he was screaming, like trying to fight me in front of my family. Everybody in there was like, Phil, relax. He's like, what the fuck? Like, spazzing.
He needs to see what was going on.
But he doesn't know. So they lost the remote that controls the TV. They have the cable remote. That's what they use. But they lost the remote. So I downloaded an app on my phone that's the remote. So I just kept changing it from anywhere. I can go in my room and change it. I can hit like channel down. You just hit it. God fucking damn. And then I just I went to YouTube and typed in 10 hours of Trump saying "Bing Bing Bong," and put that on, and that literally resulted in him chasing me through the house because I couldn't get it back off. I couldn't get it off. I was like, I don't know how to change it. He's like, change it right now, motherfucker. And it was jump on full volume going "Bing Bing Bong," "Bing Bing Bong," and then my niece and nephew started going "Bing Bing Bong," like everyone was screaming at him. Yeah, Phil had a rough. And all that to just watch Morikawa just put a knife in the old man. Which was very fun. I just screamed and I was like, Morikawa. That's so put a fork in him. He's finished.
Oh, that's so fucking funny.
Yeah, big bomb. 10 straight hours. He was just like, turn it off. Volume off, dude. He's got a sound bar. It was like shaking the house.
Oh, how'd you? Is it a smart TV?
Yeah. Jesus, they lost their remote, and it's the only way I can get UFC, like when it's on ESPN Plus, is to switch apps.
Yeah.
So that was like, that was a fight. Me and Phil have basically just been fighting over the television
The whole time.
All of COVID.
Why couldn't you do the back and forth, like a little bit of commercials, a little back and forth?
He's a fucker about it, dude. He is like, he can't watch commercials, so he has to change it nonstop. But golf doesn't have it. Golf, they'll just cut to a commercial while they're still playing. Like, it'll be a screen and screen.
Do they do that?
Yeah, it's a fucking, dude, golf sucks.
It's pretty boring.
It's 20 hours of just dudes walking.
It sucks.
It's crazy.
Yeah, my uncles will put it on and watch it. It has to be.
And it's always, you get the same fucking answer from everybody. They're like, wait till you play it, and you'll really appreciate it. Yeah. Like, have you ever played? You can't play. I did. You can't fucking even play for 30 years. You still suck. That game sucks. You couldn't do it. That's the argument to watch something.
Yeah. See, I couldn't do professional darts.
I'm not jerking off to American Ninja Warrior. I can never do that.
That's a good show.
Show knows for what.
I'd watch that over golf.
Russia's
100%.
Yes.
But yeah, exactly. If someone turn it off, I'm like, oh, you got a good argument.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. That's yeah, golf is easily the worst fucking sport.
Yeah. Regular season baseball. Regular season baseball is rough. But yeah, golf's number one.
Golf is like the best it can get is the worst of baseball.
Tell you what, NBA in the bubble has kind of sucked. Especially because the Sixers are horrible, dude.
Really?
How about your Sixers? You don't like your Sixers this year?
I'm doing too well now.
No. What do you think about this?
They have the cool jerseys too?
They have cool, yes.
Everyone has one.
Almost everybody has
one. What about like those European dudes? Do they have any
kind
of
like... will just say like ally.
Brexit?
True. I was wondering when people were going to start making other points, which would be funny.
Yeah, man. Like there has to be someone in the NBA who rocks like an American flag Trump jersey.
There was only one. I saw one dude that stood for the national anthem. That was it. Yeah.
Yeah, that was a big story. Unfortunately, I saw someone be like, and this guy stood, check it out.
Yeah, like, look at this amazing patriot. Who gives a fuck?
That sucks. Yeah, but whatever. It'll be, see what the next thing is, you know what I mean? Pretty sure it'll all be President Xi Jinping or whatever. Xi Pajama, dude. It'll be back to Xi Pajama.
Yeah, that's a good guy. Lemaire, what do you think of the bubble? What's going on out there? Put the phone down, you goddamn doper.
I'm sorry, dude. I'm not paying attention to basketball. I'm waiting for actual playoffs to start.
Yeah, that's a good point.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Dude, so Brittany's
Great point, Lemaire.
no, I'll write that one down for the time.
Yeah, right that. We've been trying to put clips out. That could be our best clip. Lemaire, what do you think about the NBA? I haven't really been watching it too much. Great, thank you. Back to the podcast.
So Bays,
I've been thinking about it like the draft is like a sleeve auction, the NBA draft. Like that's a
new take.
Is it?
No.
Oh, okay. I don't know. It just
it does look like it. Yeah, it's a bunch of white dudes like literally measuring black dudes. Yeah. I mean, wingspans. He's got big hands. Like, yeah, it's not great. And then
jump for me.
And then a bunch of agents, their agents selling them. Put them on and be like, look, his hands are huge.
Yeah, it's
so the NFL Combine's worse. NFL Combine's way worse. Yeah, now there's a lot more white guys, but there's still like thick, like jacked black dudes just standing in a line like with their shirts off.
Just dragging.
And just white dudes with clipboards like.
It's like your Special Olympics.
Grab his like flab and be like, he won't do.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. It's a wild world. I wish someone would rate my body and tell me where I stand. Just tell me where. Let me go to the combine.
You would look like in your prime. You would look like Tom Brady's combine picture.
What's that? How's that look?
It reminds me of how you would look like if you were like in your prime for this thing. Yeah.
I'm in my athletic prime right now.
You think?
Easily.
What have you done athletically?
I did yoga this morning. I ran 1.6 miles yesterday. Basically, I've never been able to run this far.
That's awesome, man.
1.6 miles is my world record. So
world record.
Pretty stoked on that. 15-minute 1.6.
True. Come on, baby.
I'm surprised my phone's not ringing right now.
You say boss gonna call you and be like, how are you doing it? Get down here.
I do like my back will start hurting about immediately when I start to run.
Yeah,
so I just
ride through it.
I do like slow old guy jogging, or like I've seen people do it. I'm like, dude, just walk.
How long is this mile and a half take?
About I think 15 minutes.
That's pretty good. That's not bad. That's pretty bad. That's not great.
It's about 9 minutes.
I did the math wrong. I was like, that's 2 8-minute miles.
That's 9 minute miles. That's 9. It's about 9.5, 9:55, 9 minutes 55 seconds.
That's pretty good. Yeah, that's not
sub 10. Sub 10 minute miles.
Sub 10. You're fast as lightning. That's grease lightning. That's grease lightning, dude.
Sub 10, dude. Come on, 90-degree heat. I'm running at like a 200-meter elevation. I think it's like 57 feet elevation still.
Where?
That's the elevation. They track the elevation.
It's like sea level.
No, there's a lot of hills, dude. Trust me. I'll take you out on the track. I'll take you out in the mountain.
Philly's a port city.
Dude, now where I'm at, it's like Greece where I'm at. It's just
you're on the
San Fran, dude. Oh, dude, so right now, Bay's planning the wedding. And I've been watching for 2.5 days now. I've been watching her. She'll try to rope me into these discussions. And it's like, I'm not even being a dick. I'm like, dude, like, I have nothing to offer. They're like coordinating the dresses. Like they're all in like they're planning a color like a Prince, basically.
I'm not wearing a color.
A year from now.
I'm not wearing a color suit.
Whatever you
I'm wearing that fucking say your name.
You have to. I've had all my groomsmen do
different.
Yeah, being like justice. Dude, they're like.
Mine will just be like segregation. We need to split this church up. Sorry, I apologize.
You're on fire.
Shouldn't be on the air right now.
On fire, right?
It will be. It'll be pretty segregated if you sit.
Family.
So that'll be fun. That'll be a fun moment.
Pretty split up.
You're gonna have to invite like Lemaire to.
True.
Go on the group side.
Just like the yin and yang. Just have that little. I got you.
It's a dot.
Yeah, they're planning like a color experience,
which would be fun. Like if you invite like Sydney or like Lemaire, like when they walk in, whoever is at the doors, be like, no, you're on that side.
For sure.
Just be like, what?
I don't know how. I have no idea how they're going to do that. It probably will be something like that.
Yeah.
It's all in one spot.
You're gonna have to get her side of the family to see people because that's tricky for honkies. If they get the wrong side,
Figure it out.
yeah.
Yeah, I think it'll just be like pick wherever you want. Doesn't matter.
True.
Cool. Whatever.
True. I apologize.
No, I'm saying I think that's the only way you can handle that. Rather than being start like blocking a black dude, like hey, boom, like crazy, come on, get out of here.
Look, there's certain jokes I shouldn't make. But instead of segregating like left or right, you should segregate like front and back.
You think you're gonna do that, dude? Wow.
Groups family up front. I apologize, dude. Don't you dare crush yourself to a good. I apologize for the racist remark I made. That was stupid.
Love it, dude.
Love what?
Love that kind of stuff.
That stuff's crap, dude.
It's epitome of ignorance.
It's crap, dude. I don't even think it's funny.
No, that will never do that.
It never.
I stand with everybody.
Alright, so you
My
think
deviated was close
about
enough.
getting like multicolored, like you guys go like.
No, they are doing that. I told her, I was like, whatever you guys do, it's we're going classic tux. But they're like, it's a year from now. They're like, well, if you have that orange, I'll have this teal. It's just weird, man. It's just like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah, it's
crazy.
wild that women have.
That's what I'm saying.
Was it always like this? I don't think it was. Like when our parents got married, shit, you could have been, right?
You could do it.
It was like $40 and then you go to like the Knights of Columbus, like parade
You
ground.
took a picture like in your dad's living room,
Yeah.
stained carpet. He was like, and then everyone there with his scope stand, drink Bud Light, and everyone smoked cigarettes the entire time. But yeah, now it's like it's a big deal.
Yeah.
She can get sucked up into too much of that.
You better have a coordinated dance.
I already shut that. I already said no to that.
Please let me see you do that, dude.
Said no to that. I don't want to do that.
I'm not doing if they do the groomsmen intros. I'm not doing.
Not even. I don't know. I don't know what they're gonna do for any of that stuff.
That's tough. That
I'm gonna have to produce a dancer, dude. So I'm gonna have to. I'll have my dancer.
You're a dancer.
Obviously,
You're a
I'll have my
dancer.
dancer.
Especially old Billy will have a couple cocktails there. We'll be cutting a rug, spun dude. We're gonna make peanuts. Yeah, it's gonna be good, dude.
It'll be fun. That was blowing my mind. Like, dude, just pick a fucking color. It's like this whole thing, like these three people in this color will signify this. And it was just like, Jesus fucking Christ. And then it'll just be like, what do you think? Should I do this, that? And it's like, I'm not trying to be a dickhead. I don't know.
Yeah.
No fucking idea. I don't care. It's just like, yeah, this is for both of us. That was that.
Yeah, trust me, I don't care.
Yeah, it's not.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's been fun.
I already regret the separating the church.
You're going for
I
it.
apologize. Push boundaries on that. If Bay is listening, I push boundaries on that. I apologize. I would never make a joke like that again.
She never listens. Her and my mom, good women, dude. They don't listen.
Good days. I have to fight my family not to listen to this.
You just gotta tell them straight up. Well,
Like, it fucks me up knowing if I know you're listening.
true.
I can't talk about jizz with my mom listening.
Yeah, I think if my mom heard me talk about jizz, she would just
Turn it off.
she would shut it off.
So
She would
shut
shut
it
it
off.
off.
That's crap.
Yeah, she would never turn it back on.
It's getting toasty in here, isn't it?
It's getting
awfully hot.
It's getting hot as
Where
well.
are we at? All right, let's
break it up.
Yeah, let's end this episode and go to Patreon.
You got anything for the people?
Yeah, I actually have a bunch of dates back on the road, dude.
Oh, you're up?
I'm headed out west. I got this weekend, the 14th and 15th of August, I'll be in Providence, Comedy Connection. 21st, 22nd, be at McGovey's Joke House with Matt McCusker and Lemaire. And then a live podcast Saturday night. 4th and 5th of September, I'll be at Wise Guys in Salt Lake City, Utah. And then the weekend of the 11th and 12th of September, I'll be at the House of Comedy in Phoenix. Jesus Christ, and the 18th and 19th, I'll be in Minnesota.
Damn, dude, they're smacking your
Utah, Arizona, Minnesota, back to back to back. That's a tough stretch. What really sucks if you like bomb Just fly around bombing. I mean, that's why people quit. They're like, I'm sick of the road. It's like, dude, yeah, no shit. You gotta fly to different places and just get your fucking ass kicked. And just be like, I gotta come up with something. And then once you get in like desperation mode about comedy, it gets real awkward.
Oh,
Be like,
dude,
come on, man, isn't that funny, guys? Come on, guys. Get off the stage, asshole.
That's when you just go full, like, give it up for the troops.
Break it out for weed. Who here's fucking smoking the weed?
I might smoke the most. Yeah.
I love weed. Who here loves the troops?
You guys having a drink?
I wonder if it's still troops. I wonder if you can still give it up for troops. I bet now it's give it up for Black Lives Matter. That's like a guaranteed.
Depends on the room, man.
Just about any room you can be like, hey, we got a lot going on right now. Let's give it up for like.
I think it's probably just like a show at Mike to the chest, being like, shit's crazy right now. Just stay vague.
Yeah, true.
Stay vague.
You gotta stay neutral.
Depends what room you're in, man. You get a room.
It's true. It'd be funny to fly around the country and be like, you believe this horse shit? And the next night, be like, brothers and sisters on the front lines. You get it wrong one time, like a rock star. They're like, hello, Cleveland. They're like, you're in Detroit. You show up to like Hattiesburg or some bullshit in Mississippi, and you're like, am I right? Come on, Black Lives Matter.
Yeah, you gotta get a room.
Damn it, I'm in the wrong city.
You gotta screen it out pretty well. That's why I think you should stay vague. It's crazy.
Crazy time.
I'm not saying this is a bad president, but I think he has something to work on. Nice.
Yeah, true.
Yeah, dude, that's I mean, then again, if you were to bomb, you might as well just ride out the bomb until people stop calling you. All right, we're gonna do something else.
Just keep bombing. Or just rip someone's Pico bill off.
True.
And then head off into the sunset.
This girl ponytails always have a ponytail ready, dude.
I am a couple miles away from a sick ponytail. I'm done.
Well, right now, too, I'm curious to see what it's like to operate with like mask. They take the masks off.
Take the masks off.
Then it's like 25% capacity.
No, it'll be like half at least.
Okay,
so if it's good, it's fine.
They fill it up.
Cleveland fucking rolled. That was the best one.
People gotta be excited too.
People are excited, and we have fans now, which is fucking crazy.
Dogs will be out there.
Dogs are out, dude.
The Goobs is gonna be lit.
The Goobies
Live
is
cats
wild.
is gonna be pretty fun.
I think Providence is gonna be good.
Yeah.
I think Providence is gonna be good. Anyway, Salt Lake is a question. I don't know how our ratings are.
I hear people in
Salt Lake.
People in up from Utah, dude.
Really?
I hope people come out to Salt Lake.
I'll be out there. Filling in for Joey Diaz.
What's he doing?
Laying low. I think he's moving out of the city. I think they're all part of the Exodus.
Is he?
Yeah, the LA Con. Yeah.
Is Callan leaving? Probably. He got fucking smacked with it too.
Bro.
Callan got smacked.
Don't get me started.
What?
Dude, the LA Times ran an article of accusations on the front page against him.
Really?
It's a weird thing to do. I don't know. Fuck. Save it for the page. Save it for the page. Yeah, dude. Switch over to the page.
Oh yeah, baby, we're in. Yo, what's up? It's Brad.
What's up? It's Bryson. Are you 14 and on TikTok? I hope your pussy's wet. I'm 21. Welcome to
Hot guy TikTok.
Welcome to Hot Sway House. I hope your pussies are out. We're gay boys. We're here with our gayest boy, Tim.
That's Tim with a U.
Kind of like cum.
That is the thing. You're always on the edge of coming. You're just like,
you gotta smile though. TikTokers have this killer smile. They do. It's like when you dance, stick their tongue out and smile.
It's like they used to put Vaseline on cheerleaders' teeth.
What?
Yeah, they probably put some Vaseline on their teeth. So like,
yeah, dude. I somehow found a dark hole of hot 10-year-old boy.
Were you on Art Goomed?
No, I was on. I don't know. It was trending or something on Twitter where that one kid had a party in LA, like a mansion party of just unimaginable. It was gold, dude. If I get in one of these,
you have to get.
I'll be like Ted Bundy.
What are you gonna do?
Like a sorority house, dude. If I get in one of these TikTok kids' houses,
you're gonna kill?
Room to room. Taking them.
You're gonna kill them.
When I have my way with them, I'll probably execute these boys. First chance I get.
Some of them are good kickboxers, dude.
Dude, that was making me laugh so hard when I found out that they would definitely just tune us up. Like, if you and me were like, yeah, you guys are fucking gay, just get this shit beat out of us.
You have to be. If you're that high, you have to fight off, people who might come into your match.
That was the guy. And once I looked it up, I remembered who it was. They were boys with that one boxer that's an absolute Adonis. Yeah. You know that kid? Which one? I think it's Ryan Garcia.
Yeah, I think
that's his name.
Yeah, but that was his boy. That was like they all have a slightly less hot sidekick.
Nobody's hotter than
exactly
Ryan Garcia.
Ryan Garcia is the hottest, but that guy was Ryan Garcia's slightly less hot sidekick.
Yes.
And then that guy, slightly less hot sidekick,
is getting hotter, dude.
Looks like my math teacher, Mr. Moore. His slightly less hot sidekick is like a short Italian dude with bowl cut.
He's an apprentice hot guy.
He went too not hot. Girls do this. All of girls' dating profile pictures with their friends, they have all girls have like a fake relationship with a girl who's like not as hot as them, so they can
homely sidekick.
They took note from girls and like, oh, I need a slightly less hot sidekick so my TikTok pops.
Jesus.
Because it's too disorganized. If you have guys who are like all the exact same hotness, unless they're all
no, they do. One does, dude.
Which one's that?
One of them has it. One of my guys, the main guy.
One of the main hot guy houses.
Taylor's sidekick is also jacked. Tanner. He's more tan. Equally hot.
Name's Tanner.
I think Tanner might surpass Taylor with the knee. Taylor with the knee.
Taylor.
That's a battle, dude.
Which one's
they all? I think they all spawned from Logan Paul.
Tanner? Are you talking about Tanner?
Probably. This all started from Logan Paul filming a Japanese dude that killed himself. And it's spawned the whole way. There's a curse in that Suicide Force in Japan. What? It's like, you only have a gay friend. And now there's just an army of the sexiest boys in one house dancing.
Fuck. Dude, yeah, that's definitely, I mean, honestly, in terms of like finding your son in a hot guy house, that's tough stuff. You gotta keep your son and daughter off the pole.
Yeah.
Off the top. You gotta keep your son and daughter off the top.
My dad called me that. Your dad catches you dancing.
Yeah. He dragged me out of that house by my feet. He would seriously my dad would take issue with that.
You had a cool hair
for 6 hours.
You could have
went to piercing for. I was trying to. I had a girlfriend at the time in high school who was like, "No, it'd be so cool. Trust me." I was like, "Okay, yeah, definitely." I went home. My dad said, "I pulled it out of my ear." So I was like, "I gotta take this out."
Yeah, I've met your dad. That was definitely something. You'd be like, "What? What is this?"
Yo, come here. I'll pull that thing out of here. I was like, "All right, I'm taking it." Threw it out.
You ever have any dad? Well, let me give you a hot guy TikToker.
He called me. He hit me with the kryptonite, and I was like, "Oh God."
Fucking dopers.
Yeah, they don't.
They're chatting. They're looking up hot guys.
Dude,
the whole room's been. Dude, once you feast your eyes on these hot boys, it plagues the group. It's all I can think about.
That's how they get the virus passes on. Exactly. You're like, wait, there's not gonna be any pussy left for us. And then we have to form a hot guy group.
We have to start wearing sweatpants.
And then the Chinese Communist Party wins. That's how they're winning.
That's why, thank God, Trump's trying to shut this shit down.
Oh, he has to.
He probably saw a couple of those videos. It was like, yeah.
The military's probably depleting. Everyone's probably deserting. He's like, no, we're just be hot guys. Let's get out of here.
I'm done with these hot kids.
I think the algorithm found you. I think you hit just like the lowest level of success that like the pedophile algorithm.
True. It works.
You're on the spacey.
I understand.
You start trading dudes in pools.
True. Free Spacey. If this was the temptation Spacey was with. I wanted to do
Spacey did nothing wrong.
If nobody ever found like, was he getting like a massage or was that Travolta?
Travolta got a massage.
Spacey was just getting.
He grabbed a dick at a nightclub. Someone brought a 16-year-old boy to a nightclub and I think Spacey grabbed his dick. He got Terry Crews at a nightclub.
Dude, think of a 16-year-old all excited and be like, "This is gonna be fucking cool, man! I'm going to a nightclub for the first time." Kevin Spacey comes out of nowhere.
Spacey,
you have 1 second to be like, "Kevin Spacey."
Oh, you got me. He just rings your bell. He just like ding, pulls your dog down. Yeah, if you go to a Hollywood party, it's nothing. I mean, I've never been to one, but the reason I try to avoid it is because I would have to wear a cup. Otherwise, it would be like Spacey, Seacrest would probably finger my butt.
If they saw you you trot around?
Dude,
That thick ass.
after I just ran 2.8 miles, that's what I'm training for.
2.8.
Today, yeah, 2.8,
Wow.
basically 3.
Yeah, it was like 1.5 like last week.
Going hard,
You're a
dude.
robot.
I'm trying to get in there.
You're training to become a hot boy. You're trying to join the sway house.
I want to get my dick grabbed by an elite. Yes! It's the new autograph. You're like, can you grab my dick? He's like,
You
sure.
assault me sexually. Thanks, Don Lemon.
He tells everyone the cup is for protection, but the inside has like prisoner claw marks. He's trying to get out.
Yeah, dude, you definitely get snatched. You gotta be careful, dude. You're going to get your dick grabbed.
People don't understand what we're talking about. Y'all don't understand.
They do. They're talking.
If you look at
Noah was all over it.
no, it's not.
Were you
No,
a hot
it's
guy?
their age.
Were you a hot guy? You have to be honest. You're young. You're hip. Have you ever taken a hot guy video?
No, I don't have any social media because it's for faggots. Whoa, no, Jesus Christ. Come on, man.
You're fired.
Definitely fine. No, you just got a raise. You get extra slices of pizza for that.
So is that what the youth are all about? That like social media is just completely stupid?
No, like they're like into it. I don't know. I just think it's gay, so I don't do it. Man, I hate those fucking kids so much.
Really?
Yeah, it bothers me.
See, that's the thing. I've been on a really kind of non-judgmental, non-evaluative kick, but I see that and I'm like, that's not good. It's not a good thing. What those boys are doing, I'm like, it's not good for anyone. Your young men can't be being hot girls.
They're just
No democracy can flourish with that. I mean, it's happened.
I do believe that's how democracy is like started.
No, I think that's the peak of a democracy when all the boys are like, oh, let's be hot chicks now. It's like, here comes the dark age.
Yeah, this is just the newest version of them consolidating pussy.
Like that is the 1%.
Yeah,
They have 99%.
it's been like disproportionate forever. There's been like
they're pussy elite.
top level dudes have been the pussy elite getting everybody pregnant as far back as I might be making this up, but I think I read it somewhere.
You're right. I know this for a fact.
So this is just before it was like I'm the strongest, I can provide the most resources. Now it's like I'm the gayest, give me all the pussy.
Now I'm so gay.
True. That's a safe bet, though. You need a nice, stable, gay husband. Otherwise, like a fucking maverick. I mean,
Not only
we can lose it all at any minute, dude. We're not,
not only gay, also a wigger. It's the ultimate combo: a gay wigger that dances well with abs.
Justin Timberlake.
Exactly. It's been a blueprint forever. Timberlake, all the gayest white dudes somehow transformed to black guy.
Or just they get paid.
True. Once you get paid, you definitely.
No, I'm saying that you can make a ton of money. It's highly profitable. You see that dude, whoever that guy's sidekick, Taylor. It's like, Bieber is a billionaire. So if you just emulate Bieber or just turn up the sauce on what Bieber's doing. Bieber's now a family man.
But you used to have to make embarrassing music. Now you just lip sync.
Embarrassing, yeah.
Do rappers know how much of their work is just going into making money for white twinks?
That's what I was thinking.
Like deep burpees.
That's what I'm saying. You know this?
Gucci Mane's gonna be
Gucci Mane would be furious. I'd be fucking ticked. If I was Gucci Mane, and people
Come on. Here we go. I'm so filled with cum. Are you in 8th grade?
Dude, that is. These are basically these are like hyper boy bands. Boy bands were a psyop. Basically, they're like to get in and like. Boy bands would get your 13-year-old daughter horny, and then you'd have to pay $200 and bring them to a concert.
Yes.
It's kind of disgusting.
It is disgusting.
It's a fucked up business model. But in fact, they would torture your 13-year-old, 12-year-old daughter into like going and see, like, we got to go see like the Liquid Town. The one band was called Liquid Dreams.
Yeah.
O-Town. We got to see Orgasm Town, Dad. You're like, how much is this? $116? You're like, Jesus.
Just for you and your friends to definitely masturbate during the sleepover.
Yeah, dude, it's fucked up. I mean, dude, you're speaking. That's facts.
It's disgusting facts.
But that's
what makes the.
That was the market you were dealing with.
Yeah.
And then you would take, again, we got rid of ritual virgin sacrifice, and then we started taking, like, Britney Spears. She's 15, 16 years old. You display her body for the world, and then, like, slowly she just gets completely excavated by just people just shitting on her, fucking with her, and they lose their minds. Christina Aguilera, I don't know what happened. She got, like, kind of fat, but maybe she lost her mind, too.
They definitely lost their mind. You definitely lose your mind. They all
can't
lost
hand the 16-year-old keys to a kingdom that they have no control of, and then expect them not to completely fucking wig out. Dude, they're basically like slaves.
They all got molested too. I was watching a Dan Schneider YouTube documentary yesterday, and every single one of them
had to have got. I mean, Bieber's got his dick. Bieber had his dick grabbed enough where he's like, enough. Like Britney Spears couldn't take the day off. I think Britney Spears are like, nah.
That's gonna be an interesting. Like if Bieber becomes a full like elite Christian and becomes like a saint.
He's doing this already.
He's gonna have a pretty cool like turn, like Paul. Oh, dude, like Paul on the road to Damascus or whatever. Wherever he was going, where he like God came down and was like, stop being bad.
Yeah,
he was Saint Bieber's just gonna be like his dick was tortured by the devil.
Dude, Paul was beating someone's ass. I think Paul was just beating people.
I think Paul was fucking up Christians.
Yeah,
that was like his job.
I think he was getting after it. But yeah, dude, there's definitely. We had this whole period when we grew up on boy bands, and like that kind of fizzled. That was a sick thing.
I have a horrible confession to make. At a slumber party one time, me and my boys discussed the possibility of us creating a boy band.
It's okay. You guys were.
I think it was common enough that it was a South Park episode.
And then we decided not to.
Really, you guys were going to start, dude? I mean,
no.
Again,
it was no. And then we all jerked off together.
Did you really?
Yes.
You guys formed a boy band, broke up, and jerked off.
Yeah.
If you guys had abs and filmed it, you'd be millionaires now.
Yeah. The porno we had was Bus Motel, and that was basically our Yoko Ono. It ripped us apart.
That's what keeps all the boy bands from forming. They make their boy band and they flood the rest of the boys with porn, and it's hard to kind of get it together.
Yeah.
You're supposed to be doing practice of like lip sync and dancing. You're like, oh, let's watch Bus Motel. Whole band falls apart.
Bus Motel. It was a parody of the movie Psycho.
Did somebody just put their dick in a shower when the lady was showering?
No, it was a dildo.
Oh, really?
A knife.
Yeah. Great.
How hard? Maybe I could ask my dad, but like in 1999, right? NSYNC debut, and up to that point, I think the little girls are mostly getting turned on by like your Jonathan Taylor Thomas and shit like that. Like boys and
He was just in an episode of Chicago, by the way, right? Yeah.
So then NSYNC just starts blowing up tween pussy, and you're sitting there, just the TV in the living room is playing a new NSYNC video, and you look over, and your 12-year-old daughter just has like beads of sweat like forming on her hairline.
Oh,
and you're just like, what? And your entire life is different from that.
Well, if you watch, so I saw, man, this was like 4 years ago. I watched, it was either NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, but like back in 2001. And it was like, if they had done that today, they would have gotten canceled because they like very openly and like without any sort of like, this is a little bit weird. They were dressed like exactly like they like took mannequins in a store that would primarily deal with like clothes for black people and just like pulled them off, threw them like backwards FUBU jerseys on NSYNC when like white dudes didn't do that. They were just like, oh, we're gonna fully dress you guys like black dudes, have you do music that's primarily dominated by black dudes, and they're just fucking it.
That must have killed 112. 112 was furious.
It was like 112 boys, and they were just like, "Oh, that's kind of cool." And they're like, "We'll just have white dudes." The Elvis thing, they did it again.
Why don't we do it like more marketable? Dude, that tween, like the Beatles had it. The fucking, I remember. I don't know how true it is, but it was the same thing.
You know that?
Really?
The Beatles took
like blues,
extremely black music, and then sold it to white people in a country where they weren't buying the black version.
And then they Sgt. Peppered. It was like, okay, now you guys are not saying.
Now we're doing white stuff.
I mean, that was next level.
And then Jimi Hendrix appropriated that.
True.
Call it even.
Even Steven. There was Elvis. I think Elvis was a pretty glaring example.
Yeah. But there was a documentary on the Rolling Stones, and they were talking about how the women would go so crazy that there were rivers of piss coming down the steps. Like there was that much. Really? Women just started squirting.
Women piss like scared animals.
Yeah, excited dog.
How is it not talked about constantly? Everyone I know pisses their pants constantly.
Actually, did you ever like micro pee the bed? I micro peed the bed last night. When you let out your first stream, and you're like,
big shut.
When you let out a full stream.
No, there's like a jolt. I guess a jolt. Yeah. I was having a dream, dude. I had a fucking dream.
Like when you're done peeing and you can jolt a couple times.
No, it's like the first jolt when as soon as you zip and hit the toilet seat and let it go. Every time I'm awake, like when I'm about to pee and like when I'm sleeping, I usually almost do that and wake up, but I actually let out like a nice. Came back in, just laid on it and shielded the spot from.
So you pissed in the bed and then hit it.
Very little bit. Yeah, very little bit. I pissed in bed.
Enough that you were ashamed as an adult.
I had a dream last night that not all, but like probably a ton of my male relationships, people in my life, were just like, "Fuck you, dude." person after person in my dream. Person after person was like, fuck you. You're a piece of shit. I went to like an old jiu-jitsu teacher. I was like, hey, I'm thinking of signing up. He was like, what's wrong with you, dude? You're always trying to be the fucking hero. Get out of here. And I was like, what the fuck's that guy's problem? It was you were like, fuck you, dude. What? Me, you and my cousin Pat were doing a
Probably
podcast.
that's because you betrayed.
Dude, so then I have a dream of all. That's why I woke up at 4:30 in the morning. All my relationships crumbled, and then I peed the bed. I shot pee at the very end. At the very end of this, I was like walking away, just like from my old jiu-jitsu coach.
I am the hero.
Dude, no, I was very ashamed. I was like, that sucks. And then another friend of mine had left a private jet, and in a spirit of vengeance, I was like, I'm gonna use this guy's private jet. And then they're like, it'll be $1,500 to fill it up, and I was like, never mind. And then I peed the bed.
Damn.
And then I woke up to a text from you saying, you snake, and
Oh yeah.
and I swear to God, I couldn't think. I was like, what the fuck is this in reference to? And I was like, that dream really happened. I was so confused. And then I ran 2.88 miles, dude. 28 minutes, do the math.
Yeah, I was afraid that when I said you're rash, you act whatever I said.
Rash,
Yeah, I was afraid that because you were like, that's a little intense. I was like, I hope he knows him.
No, so here's what happened.
Definitely fucking with him.
Obviously. But I think your game is you try to get an OL out. You try to pull an OL out of me.
Yeah.
So I started formulating OLs in my head. I go, okay, I'm rash. We'll fucking do this. And then I go, no, I'm not going to OL.
No.
You love that, dude.
What are you talking about?
You've talked about this before. You get people to a territory where they just all of a sudden seemingly out of nowhere OL you, and you go, whoa, what the fuck is that? I said, I'm not doing that.
All right, good for you.
I did laugh.
On my track.
In my head, I'm not rash, and I thought about the last 6 things in my life. I was like, that was pretty rash. I was also very rash.
I didn't think you were very rash.
I'm very rash. I was like, oh man, I'm rash. And I put my phone down. I said, I'm just gonna go fucking.
No, it wasn't.
I wasn't mad at all. No, I wasn't mad at all. In my head, it was going to be this back and forth banter. I said, I'm not having it.
Rash McCusker.
In my head, I'm like, I lost all my friends in my dream. I'm not going to fight you. Go back and forth. Dude, it was a horrible feeling. Like, legitimately.
I had no idea what you were going through.
Oh, yeah. I mean, how could you? Yeah, I peed the bed, dude. I was in. This is technically a teeny bit of pee. Not a lot.
It was a river of bits.
I literally woke. I went as soon as I think I was peeing in a private jet. I was like, all right, because I think this person was like, I'm checking the miles when you get done. I'm like, is that a big deal if you borrow someone's private jet and like rack up miles on it? And I'm like, I don't know. I'm like, that's kind of expensive. And then I peed. That was it. That was like, what? I was like, I gotta pee in this jet. And as soon as I let go, I went, oh shit.
Man, that's a tough dream.
No, dude, I never had a dream like that. It's usually like, I'm getting fucked up, or I'm in like I have a dream a lot where I'm like in a dystopian, like fallen state, but like never had all the people in my life be like, fuck you, dude. And I'm like, it was me, you, my cousin Pat, we're doing a podcast. You're like, Matt, get out of here. I'm doing with your cousin now. I guess I'll do jiu-jitsu. My jiu-jitsu coach is like, you're always trying to be the hero, dude.
Get out of here. Dude, fuck it, I'm gonna get on this jet. Damn it, I pissed myself. Then he woke up to me and be like, yeah, you're a real piece of shit.
He's in the danger of sleeping enough.
Yeah, man. I think I'm getting my REM rebound because I've been on like 3-4 hours for so long, and then I tape my mouth shut, so I got all kinds of nitric oxide. You know what's funny? Huh? So you want to primarily nose breathe. So it's just better for you. It gets in terms of like vasodilation, all this other stuff. It gets when you breathe through your nose, it gives like nitric oxide into your body, or nitrous, whatever the fuck it's called. Whatever that stuff is in it, and they'll explode. And Viagra gives you boners and fucking muscle veins.
That's what makes you run fast.
Yeah, exactly.
Turn on the knobs.
Right into the nose. So if you tape your mouth shut while you're sleeping, you only nose breathe, and it's like a better way to breathe. Because it actually, when you breathe into your nose, you're activating your sympathetic nervous system, or your parasympathetic nervous system, which slows you down. When you breathe through your mouth, you're more activating your sympathetic nervous system. So it's been found, and it's pretty widely accepted. It's better for you to breathe through your nose. But when you're at nighttime, typically you lose consciousness and you just go, and you're just you're crushing your dude. And since I stopped, so I didn't tape my mouth the one night, I did it again. You don't wake up with a shitty taste in your mouth. You tape it,
True.
You wake up and you're just like,
really? Because I get a shittier taste when my mouth is closed after a long time.
Really? No, yeah. For me, when I
notice if I'm in a movie theater or on an airplane, if I have my mouth shut the whole time,
airplane mouth,
disgusting fucking mouth.
Airplane mouth is different. Yeah, airplane mouth. I get off of an airplane, I feel like I just fell in.
And my eyes are always just dark red.
Yeah.
Every single time I fly.
I'm the same way. I feel like a piece of shit. When I get off the plane, wherever I'm going to, I feel like I need to like be on a shower down. Yeah, it's disgusting. I feel gross.
Hell yeah, bro.
But I'm pretty sick.
Let's bury the hatchet from your dream.
From how we both feel sick when we leave the plane.
Yeah, man. That's a good thing. Also about how those kids probably turned us both on a little. We got it incited something in both of us.
Who, those hot kids?
Yeah, those boys dancing.
Not me. Not me at all. Not me.
I can see the way you were pulsing.
I wasn't pulsing at all.
Were you pulsing?
For sure, yeah.
Thank you, Tim, for your honesty.
I'm being honest.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you, Tom.
I'm talking about pants watching this video.
Yeah, man. I don't know. I don't feel anything. I watch that.
No, it made me angry. Not sexually frustrated.
Yeah, just like horny,
this is
like sexually violent.
Annoying. Yes, I wanted to break into their house and take them one by one.
Felt a wave of sexual violence overcome me. Dude, actually, this is really fun. Did you ever see the documentary called Rewind on Amazon?
What's it about?
It's so fun. It's a documentary. So this guy's dad apparently obsessively filmed. Keep viewership up. The guy's dad obsessively. No, you should dance at the story. He obsessively filmed his son's childhood, and it turned out that the son was getting like viciously molested and raped by his two uncles the entire time, and his older brother. Not even
Dudley boys were coming in there.
Dude, it wasn't even the Dudley boys.
He was talking about it all the time.
Only one of his uncles was fun. No, so his dad. So apparently this is going through the whole family. So the dad was molested by his older brother, and his older brother was molested by their older brother, who was also an award-winning opera singer. Which was crazy because they would like go to these home videos of him like, come here, and like they would slow it down. The dad would like look over and just like walk away.
If you
tell anybody, I'll kill you. That's what he did. So it starts out and you're like, I thought it was just like a divorce. They're like, yeah, my husband always had like this camera. It was annoying, and I'm like, dude, is this guy really bitching about this? And then it was like. Then I found there were sores on his genitals. I was like, oh, hold up. And they slowly just unleash like these three brothers were just sucking each other. But the youngest brother was just getting sucked. The other one was like, dude, I'm talking about.
Wait, is this the son in the movie, or is this
is the
backstory?
This is the backstory.
Yeah.
So the dad was being sucked by his brother. Literally, he was gonna lay on the thing. He's like,
how old were they when they were sucking?
Oh man, I think it went on like. Into the teenage, it had to go on into like the teenage. I don't know. It was definitely from like grade school age. But then there was the older brother who was like continuing. The older brother would rape the middle brother, and the middle brother would just suck his youngest brother. It was fucking crazy.
Yeah, of course.
So then, knowing this shit all had happened, the guy just I guess tried to bury it in the back of his head and allowed these people in his son's life all the time. And then so it was like the middle brother was I think sucking his son. The middle brother's son was sucking his son and like all that shit. But then the oldest son,
the alpha son,
the opera singer, buttfuck, he was anally raping the guy's son, and they started raping their daughters. And then so the guy came out. Finally, the kid. We're trying to movie, guys.
What's this family?
I don't do that.
It's supposed to be the horniest family of all
time. It was fucking crazy. But then the whole time, the dad. Which I think this is probably why he did it. He had a camcorder back in like early, basically I think the kid's the same age as us. And this was all filmed in like Bryn Mawr. Like the place they were filming, I used to walk through there. You know, so walk through there. I'm not claiming fame, but it's like there one field. I'm like, oh, that's where I used to get off the little train and walk to the school. They were filming in this field. But I think the dad obsessively filmed everything going on. I guess to like keep an eye on things. But like, dude, he just filmed himself basically. Like, you know, the uncles like messing with him. The dad would like look. And they like slow down the footage, and he would just like walk through the thing. But the mom was like, "Dude, why didn't you tell me?" So they were like, "Well, once they said like."
So the dad was filming his son, and his son was being raped by.
Not while he was being raped, but he was filming like everything, like every single. Yeah, almost everything.
That's how you film.
He would just sit there with a camcorder and constantly all the family stuff. So this guy's putting a documentary of all of his old family footage. Then you're watching it, knowing these dudes have been like raping him and shit. So they're like, "Hey, buddy," and like you see the guy like looking at the kid and like ruffling his hair and rubbing his back. Dude, it's fucked. It is so fucked up. I'm almost done. Brittany makes me shut it off every time it's on.
Serious?
Yeah. No, it's just one. It's one show.
It's a tough one to watch,
dude. It's fucking insane how fucked up this is. I mean, I thought it was like, you know, I was like, It was like, dark and twisted family. I was like, all right, whatever.
Yeah, it can't be that bad.
They haven't brought down the opera singer yet. The uncle, immediately, they went off. The final boss.
This is going to be a tough one.
He was like apparently a high profile dude associated with they brought him, he like entertained the Pope and all kinds of shit.
I bet he did.
Yeah, exactly, dude.
I bet the Papo was fucking
He must have
ecstatic.
partied down. That's pedophile in Thailand, dude. You go to Rome, and you're just like, oh, sweet, everyone.
That's like Canton, Ohio. That's like the Hall of Fame, dude. If you make it into the Vatican City, there's a bust of you. Just like this guy, numbers, statistics alone, dude. This guy deserves to be in here.
Dude, it was pretty
Fuck his
mind-bending.
own kids.
He goes to
They hang up your shop teacher classes in the rafters at the Vatican.
he has drawings when he's a child, and he goes through like his psychiatrist drawings, dude. It's like him as like an 8-year-old drawing, just like his uncle as the devil with like a huge dog, dude. It's fucking crazy. It was one of the most fucked up things. It's kind of a fucking joy killer. But
No, it's very funny.
I watched this and it was like, yeah, the fact that it was like, dude, the dad would be like, he laid on the couch. He's like, I would lay right here, and your uncle would take my penis in his mouth. And I'm not gonna lie, it felt kind of good. And like, dude, you just watch it, and then, dude, it's next, it's unreal.
Just brothers sucking brothers.
Brothers sucking brothers fucking uncles fucking nephews. And then like, dude, at one point the mom was like,
my uncle.
dude, the mom.
My uncle fucking.
In my head, I was like, is this more common? I was like, maybe this goes on all the fucking time. Because I hope videos where them just being like, real normal fucking shit.
Me and my uncle would be like, hi.
No contact. Dude, the mom at one point when the door was shut, he was up with the uncle, the master total dude who would pen. Yeah. The guy. Yeah, exactly. The Phantom, dude.
The Phantom of the Astra.
She would go upstairs and the door was shut, and she, hey, what are you guys doing in there? And he goes, Uncle nephew time. And she was like, he just said it with such authority. The kid was like, why did you open the door? And she was like,
I never would have guessed you guys were butt fucking.
Hey, dude, if the door's shut with my kid and anyone's in there, I'm gonna be like, what the fuck are you guys? It's definitely an open door. It's like, why would you shut the door?
For sure. I'm sorry. I thought it was the uncle's wife. I thought it was his aunt.
No. The mom.
His kid's mom.
Yeah, she's like, hey, what are you doing? And his uncle goes, Uncle, kid time. She's like, what are you guys doing in there? And apparently he was just like, he had just fucked him in the ass and been like, I'll kill you if you say anything. And then was like, Uncle, nephew time. And then went down and like carved a turkey at Thanksgiving. Dude, fucking nuts. That's crazy.
Thanks for having me, guys.
Anyway, tell us about the joys of fatherhood.
I just found out the Menendez brothers had the same thing.
Really?
Did you know that?
They were getting fucked.
I think this is a Netflix documentary. People have probably seen it, but when they were on trial for killing their parents, first of all, I only know about the Menendez brothers from Cable Guy. So I only know about the fake Ben Stiller Menendez brothers. So in real life, they went to trial and
What did they do?
they killed their parents. They were twins. They were adult twins. They killed their parents.
So hot guys have to do.
And their parents were rich. So that was the story. They're trying to get that rich parent money. But then they go to trial. They're like, by the way, my dad was raping us, and we had to kill him. There was nothing else we could do.
But he was dead.
He was dead. And people were pretty dead set on these dudes wanting that money. So then, on the stand, the secret move that they pull off, they're like, if you don't believe us, listen to this. I think, like, the older Menendez brother, I don't know, he's probably minutes older, he gets on the stand, he's like, my brother in the woods, and I raped him because my dad raped me. And then they both tell the same side, or the same story from opposite sides. It was like, yeah, we go to the woods and say it's time to play, and just, like, stick things in his asshole and suck his bird and stuff like that. And the other brother had to be like, yep, totally what happened, and that's why we killed our parents. And then, like, that all, because it was so horrific, unbelievable. And then it's at the end, there's like, yeah, well, you still can't fuck.
Yeah, we still gotta kill you guys.
Yeah.
We definitely can't have you out.
I don't know what they're
Give you access to the woods.
The doctor in the psychiatrist documentary was like, family sexual abuse is a gift that keeps on giving. The question is, where did he get the gift from? Dude, it was just like, dude, you made me think, okay, hold on, no, let me rephrase that. Yeah. It's a gift that keeps giving. They're like, we're trying to figure out who got the oldest brother first. Dude, it's fucking nuts.
Yeah, that's tough.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. No. I don't know what reminded me of that, but I think that is.
Yeah, I was talking about hot dudes dancing for a while. Probably got you on
probably got me thinking about the rewind.
sucking bullshit.
Yeah, Shane was talking about fucking children in
beat him up. True, that's where it was. That's where it came from.
Damn, that would suck to go in there and get my ass kicked while attempting to read a house. Just get jumped. Probably do dance on you. Which would actually be.
Think it'd be like Flight 91.
It would be Flight 93. It would be exactly that, dude. I'd be like, nobody fucking moves. And they'd be like, let's kill this motherfucker. I'll be like, I'll crash us all anyway.
This is you jerking off as you get beat up.
If I'm going down, you're going down. Yeah, you got some jizz on you.
Whole time you're just trying to get into TikTok.
Dude, that has to be the opposite of like dads pulling their daughters out of strip clubs. Like you have to want your son to get into a TikTok house.
You want
really? You want them in? No, dude. They become millionaires.
They do become.
It's dirty money, dude.
They do become millionaires. I hate it. I don't. You know, it's funny as a fat 30-year-old on Patreon to criticize Jack as far as yoked.
Bulking, currently
gains. Currently gains, so I can fuck with it.
What song would you do?
I like mine with lettuce and tomatoes.
Just when you smile, you slowly show your butthole.
Getting the camera down underneath with my sack up.
Oh my god.
That's good TikTok.
I think, I don't know. I don't think about it. Well, if you're dead and you're not like a complete bitch, I think you'd be kind of pissed off. The lack of principles, dude. I wouldn't.
Dude, if I wanted to play soccer, my dad would have been like, "You're gay." These kids they're dancing.
Dude, my friend got bullied out there playing soccer by his dad.
Yeah, you can't.
Literally called him a foot fairy until he played football. I was in the car. I was in the car when this happened. He mentioned yeah, but I kind of like soccer. He's like, foot fairy. He was a football coach, so they made him play football. Bullied him out of soccer.
Good.
I mean, he's on the hot guy TikTok.
What's gayer than American soccer players? Like TikTok.
I mean, that's kind of the
but
slow one.
No, I've been pissed in sports. American soccer is definitely actually European soccer is the TikTok as well.
Well, from an ROV perspective, I would say I would be pissed if I was a dad going into a TikTok house like that.
But times are different, dude. Your dad snatching a fucking ringing cross earring out. They're not the same anymore. There's dads pushing their sons to have.
That's who they want to be. They all want to be Odell Beckham. That's the guy they want to be. It's Drake and Odell Beckham, except it's just white, and they're all so rich.
Yeah.
Every Instagram picture is them with abs holding stacks of money to their ear.
Yeah,
cocksuckers.
It's just kind of, I think, a thing for the elites. I don't think poor people or even middle class people could try to emulate this because it's just people.
Well, you can't emulate it. But
kind of a crappy house. You have pimples on your chest.
Yeah, your parents couldn't afford braces.
We should start a TikTok. This should be a TikTok house.
No, this cannot be a TikTok house.
I'm just describing the rest of TikTok. It's just autistic.
Billy's the only one of us that you might get it. He lost some weight, but Billy could be on TikTok.
You think so?
He's probably got abs.
No.
He's fucking strong. If we got Billy shirtless,
not a PA. He's strong as fuck, but he doesn't have abs.
If we got Billy shirtless and made him stuck till he walks the camera.
Billy can do it. He has his glasses, dude. Fucking lower them down.
We can make some money. We can pay for your brother out on TikTok. But this could end up as some sort of rewind thing where you end up sucking him. True. It's too powerful. True.
Yeah, the dad even rationalized being like, look, as far as my middle brother was to me, he was just trying to show me he loved me the sick and twisted way. But the wife was like, why didn't you tell me your brother's raped you before bringing your brother?
Somebody had to give me head, bitch. I wasn't getting it here. So I went to my brother. He sucked me dry.
How do you chill at family parties?
Knowing that your
brothers that suck
each other
and just be like, they were doing this thing where you go behind the wall and go, he's so silly.
Oh, he's probably getting raped.
I would have to. I would spaz at one point. Be like, dude, remember you sucked my dick? What the fuck? Just carving the turkey.
I don't know though. It's probably that same energy of if you've hooked up with a chick and then you see her later, you're kind of still what up? You and me had something. I mean, they probably have that energy with each other where they're just like, yo, you're my baby.
I mean, that's your formative sexual experience. So you're fucking and you're like, I just want my brother to suck me. Like it's never as good again.
It's never as good, dude.
I bet it's not.
It's your summer love, dude. It's your first love. It's fucked up.
It's fucked up.
It's fucked up. Should be on the internet. I brought it. Possibly the worst topic. I'm having fun. We're talking about hot guys. What's all documentary about sexual.
Tell me more. Tell me more. Well, it was actually my brother. Oh God! Please stop.
We don't believe you.
It was my brother at the beach.
Well, apparently, too, that's what they said the problem was. You had the kid. The kid broke the ice because he was like, I think he started grabbing his sister's boobs, and then they were like, "Hey, knock that off!" And he was like, "That's what our
This is nothing."
like, that's what our cousin does. And they were like, "Is that true?" And the daughter was like, "Yeah." The kid, then they got it out of the kid. Dude, the whole family fell. The kid was a hero. In a weird way, he grabbed his sister's boobs, and that was what like brought this whole thing down. He grabbed his sister's boobs in front of his parents, and he was like, "That's what they tell mom about your guys' secret time with the cousin." So the cousin was the one who brought this whole thing.
Were any of these people
started it?
No one was hot. These sound like very ugly people.
They weren't. It wasn't a hot house for sure. It was not a hot TikTok.
If this was happening in the TikTok house, it would be hot.
It'd be more clicks, more views.
There'd be so many views. The clickbait would be crazy.
Yeah, for sure.
Your brother's brother.
It's got to be on. It's got to be on the internet.
100%.
Stepbrother, sucks stepbrother. Don't touch me.
He's with me right now. Get out of here with that mustache.
Charged you by God. But yeah, man, that was
pretty fired up. I got fired up this weekend. I listened to the smash hit #1 podcast in the world right now, Nice White Parents.
What is that? I heard about that.
It sucks dick. I'll tell you.
What's the premise?
It's like the New York Times presents Nice White Parents. It's just about white parents ruining a black school by giving it too much money. We don't want any help.
Serial podcast?
Yeah, it is. They play like the jazz-like piano. They're like, up next. And it's always just like, I'm Sarah Coral Sea Treasure Map Jones. It's just a bullshit made-up fucking garbage name every day. And then the whole podcast is just like, it's just
Goddamn, Seth.
New York Times podcasts are like, hi, I'm a wealthy person that went to Yale. Here's how white people stink.
It's like ideological hot
It's
house.
fucking insane.
Yeah,
It really is.
It is. It's like,
And then, dude, you should hear, because then there's ads for the other podcasts, and they're like, this was brought to you by, and it's just another white dork with his nose stuffed, just being like, so if you're having trouble sleeping, why don't you try Casper? It's great. Like, it's fucking, it's wild. You gotta listen to it.
Well, these are the people whose like families benefited directly from like NAFTA and like probably had slaves. Like they like had slaves. We're like, no, we didn't, and then we're like, let's sell the labor force. So yeah, I mean, you feel pretty bad.
It's the whole thing's about. Well, it starts out about one school. It's about how white parents ruin public schools. That's what the whole thing's about. White parents ruin public schools. That's the overall message, and it goes into how, which is like this. It tells a specific story about this one school. So I guess in New York, public schools, you get like drafted to public schools. Like you apply to public schools.
Really, not charter schools?
There's charter schools and public schools, but you have to like you get to try to pick what public school you go to, kind of. And this one dude organized all the white parents from this middle school to go to this elementary school to go to this one middle school. He was like, if we all get together and demand that they have a French program, we can go here. It's empty. Nobody's going to the school. It was like half capacity.
So the way they found
POCs. But then this guy led like 20, 30 white kids to this school, all in one grade. But he was also a professional fundraiser, so he also raised like $100,000.
Yeah.
Now they got mad because it was only going to like French programs and shit like that. Yeah.
So he took a school. He basically almost made like a. He basically took a school with a bunch of other kind of rich white people and then used public funding to have like essentially like a private school kind of thing, or what?
Yeah, just I don't know. It's not like he was totally like innocent or whatever, but it was still like I don't know. There was just certain parts where
they made like an Aryan Brotherhood for a school, like it's a prison gang.
Yeah,
let's just squad up. Let's get numbers.
All go together. And
say numbers.
It was just like she was holding white people accountable for shit that she would never hold people of color accountable for. She would be like, the white people didn't want to be. They were afraid that their kids would be bullied if they were the only white kid in class.
Wait, so they would have been, but yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, of course they would.
They
sounds great so far. When does it get ruined?
I don't know. I haven't really gotten that far yet. It's usually in like parent-teacher meetings, which she goes to and records, and it's usually like women of color arguing with like a guy named like Randy, who's like, we just raised this one. It's like, you are not part of the parent-teacher group. That money should be for all of us. She's like, well, actually, it's personal, private money. It's great. It's fun to listen to.
Well, dude, I mean, who of them would go to like the Philadelphia school district and just be like, all right, Chip, get in there. That's why Philadelphia schools are in a standstill. Nobody's pulling the trigger. Everyone has a house here, and then as soon as it's typically a lot of times, as soon as it's Philadelphia school time, they go like, let's get the fuck out. Everybody does it, but it's like, dude,
that's what it's about. That's what
I'd rather fucking nightmare. I'd rather send my sons and daughter to a TikTok house than a Philadelphia public school. Yeah, they are a nightmare, dude.
And but also again, she holds them accountable, like the white people accountable for shit she would never, like she was like, and then this was a meeting for parents. It was voluntary, and about the entire, all of the parents that were there were white.
Dude, this is for this.
It was.
No, these podcasts are for rich white people who are.
Go ahead, motherfucker.
These podcasts are for very rich white people who go through a black neighborhood and get like very nervous when they're driving. So they play like bad white parents or like.
See, not me.
These are people who legitimately are nervous around black people.
The mayor who hates whites. Go ahead.
I don't hate whites. I've been through that system that you're talking about. In Detroit, we had to go to some place outside the city to take a test to get placed in specific high schools. So I
go to Cass Tech.
I didn't go to Cass Tech.
That was Detroit high schools like me. That's a Michigan Wolverine feeder school. They need to get some people out of there.
I wasn't good enough to go there.
So you took the standardized test.
Yeah.
Where did they put you?
The blackest. That's how they send you to school. They're like, well, if you do real bad, we send you to the blackest.
Yeah, they weren't going to send me to a terrible school, but it wasn't because of like the test. It was because of where I lived. So we moved to Pennsylvania after that.
Wow.
So what do they do? Like hold the test and look at you and they're like,
no, it's just like a standardized test. Like in black schools, they train you. Well, in Detroit, our whole like schooling was so we can take this test.
Standardized test. Yeah, they do that here.
Yeah. No, what I'm saying, I've been to homie schools, and it's not necessarily the focus. In black schools, the test is the focus every time.
Yeah, we took the CAT test.
Testing up to get federal money.
Exactly. We took the CAT test, and it was just kind of like, hey guys, like they would take like 3 weeks and be like, hey, we're gonna take these tests. It was Catholic schools. They're like, what the fuck ever. We could not do these. Nobody would give a fuck.
Yeah, true. I went to Catholic school as well.
CAT tests, I kind of phoned those in. CAT tests, and my SATs. I took them once. I was one and done.
Yeah.
Didn't take any prep.
I want to done them too.
CAT tests were my mom.
Yeah, bro.
So I'm talking
Come on now.
Powerful
That's
shit.
what we do. What'd you do? You probably didn't take the SATs, you fucking blue collar loser.
I did take them. What'd you get?
You smart. What'd you get?
Let's show our dicks.
I think it was like 1180. Fuck. BB. I got 1170.
Dude, I know.
I knew we were both smart. About yours to sound smart. You don't give 1180s.
No way, dude. You know, when it was time for CAT tests, I went hard. That was my moment. You crushed.
You wanted to help the school look good by getting it.
No, I wanted to look good. Safe for fire. Yeah, like, dude, growing up in a shitty neighborhood where everyone was like doing cool shit constantly, I was a fucking Super Nintendo kid, and I was like, I got nothing going for me. Stuck on the CAT test, and they dangled the CAT test in front of me. I was like, what kind of cat's going on?
I can't believe that's how dorks actually operate. Like, damn, I have a Super Nintendo. It's time for me to destroy this standardized test to show everybody how cool I am.
I didn't think about it, but I was like, I need to win.
That's pretty sick.
All I have is making me older.
That makes sense because then dorks will get mad when you cheat on them.
Yeah,
I was going to
cheat on the CAT test, dude.
Dorks would be difficult. No, I just mean in general. There will always be dorks that will get upset if you like started cheating.
On that kind of cheater, were you like an eye hustler?
I'm a full fucking.
I'm an eye hustler.
What is that?
I make cheat sheets very rarely. A lot of times I make a cheat sheet and I wouldn't even be able to bust it out because I'm so nervous.
Absolutely eye hustling.
Yeah, it's a big.
There's a point when I thought I was really good at it. That's funny about cheating. I thought I was like, I can read patterns. I'm so good at getting patterns right on standardized tests.
All it takes is the first time you do it and don't get caught, you're like, I might be the best ever.
Yeah, this is all you have to do.
Yeah, you remember the first time you cheated on a test?
I do.
I remember mine was a reading class. And we had like trailers, so we had a school, like a little Catholic school, and then they just started like adding different trailers. We had like a reading trailer, library trailer, nurse trailer was fucking sick. But we would just, I would go to a reading trailer for class, sit there with the computers, and I remember just being like, fuck, I think I missed that part of the story, being like, from where she goes, and I was like, it seems pretty confident, copy. That's awesome. I was like, oh, that's good to know. I remember being little, being like, it's good to know I got some backups.
When was your first cheating?
So all through 8th grade, I was in Catholic school, and I was a good boy, dude, super smart. But then my mom got addicted to pills, and I turned. And so after 8th grade, we couldn't afford Catholic school anymore, so they were about to feed me in the Philadelphia public school system. I lived in fucking Kentucky, so I was like, you're fighting for your life, dude. So I took the standardized test. I was like, holy shit, I'm safe. And then again, obviously my life fell apart. And the first English test I had, I was like, I can't do this, dude. I'm not gonna be able to fucking keep up. And I looked over, and I'll never forget this fucking girl's face. And I looked at her test for like one answer, and she went, "Could you not look at my answers? They're the worst." And so cheating never caught on with me. I ended up just doing bad.
Dude, the funniest thing, you're telling I was in 2nd grade, and I was being like, oh, sweet. I was just a piece of shit.
Yeah, I think I cheated on some spelling tests back in the day. I remember this one kid fainted during the finals in high school, and I just took this dork's test. The kid fainted. So there was medical attention on that kid, so I stole this kid's test. And he was like, no. He was literally like saying no, and I was like, shut the fuck up. Just for like every single exam.
The best Catholic school hack was to just, if you were a sick day for the test, someone else take the test, get the grades back, write down the answers.
We've had this conversation.
And you took it out in the hallway.
Yeah.
There's like,
we've had this conversation. Algebra, I had a teacher that would give you multiple choice algebra, same tests to both the classes. So there was kids in the first class that would just type it in their calculator, what every single answer was, and then give me the calculator. My average in the class was like a 98. I was killing this class, and I think I was already committed to Army. So this teacher thought I was like the real deal. He was like, this guy's gonna be a fucking general. He's 98%. He's the captain of the football team. This guy's incredible. And then it was a recruiting thing. I missed the class because I had to go talk to like a coach or something, and then came back and he was like, oh, here's a makeup test, and it wasn't multiple choice. It was just show the math. Dude, I didn't know 1 ounce of how to do it. I wrote the number 3 for the answer on every answer. I wrote 3 and gave it back to him. What did he say? And he was like, we gotta talk. You got a 0.
you got PTSD. Oh no, fake autism. Like, I'm not really a work on paper. I tried to be a mind.
He did it. What was sick was he loved Notre Dame football. He was a troop. He was a former troop, and he was a geezer. He was just like, I'm not going to tell anybody about this. We're just not going to give you this test. And just, the guy was the man. I think he died. Was this post 9/11? Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Post 9/11. This guy was like, we need this beefy motherfucker out there and send those Arabs straight with his bag. Sorry, son. I was just so focused on turning that shit over like parking lot.
That's so funny. He never forgot you through algebra. He just never forgot. It was like, let him throw a fucking thing.
He was about to fail me. Those planes.
He was like looking at he was looking at all your threes, and it was just like an overlay of like the Twin Towers, Osama from a cave, being like, and he was like, fuck this test, dude. You're
gonna go fuck those kids up.
You're failing a future U.S. Army soldier. I think about that sometimes. If you had just fully went through that, you're a general right now.
I tell you what, I have better posture. I'm gonna be hunched over like Winston Churchill.
It's never too late to become a general.
True.
Still become a general, dude.
I'd have some good tactics.
Dude, that would be fun.
I would send Hype House to ISIS and be like,
oh, they like that.
What you gonna do with it?
No, they love Bachi. I think it's called Bachi Bazi.
That would they would spontaneously combust. They would suicide bomb on the spot. They would premature ejaculate, suicide bomb, dude. Do you think they call that a pre-jack? Do you think they joke about it like before you get into the school? Your vest explodes.
That has to be.
Oh, he fucking, I'm a pre-jack, dude.
There has to be a joke over there pretending you have a bomb on you, man. Just kidding.
Yeah, I got you. Come on.
Alarm clock. It's like a little flavor situation.
You know me.
There has to be a joke. Someone has to play that on here.
Arab dudes do that here. That's like a YouTuber joke.
I know, Bob.
For Arab dudes to be in a room and scream Allah, and everyone fucking runs out and they're like, haha, got him, subscribe.
There's a really old ISIS dude doing Uncle jokes. He pulls it open. It's like a whole cuckoo clock. He's like,
No, there's a video I just watched of a dude doing that and then going outside. He was like, haha, got him, fucking idiots. Then he walks outside and it's a cop. He's like, get the fuck on the ground. He's like, what, dude? What?
Cop's like, guns fake, gotcha.
That's not very funny, is it?
Yeah, I always love those pranks where like guys put on a mask and like scare women into thinking they're raping them in a parking garage. And they're like, you're trapped on an elevator.
Dude, say the N-word is my favorite. They're like going up there like saying something fucked up. They're like, just getting beat up by black dudes seemed to be a prank. That seemed to be a YouTube show for a minute.
There was guys who would do that.
Yes.
Like Israeli and Eastern European dudes do it.
Yes. Exactly right. That's exactly who was doing it. You know, Europeans just tossing it out and just getting. Bro, that's a camera.
A couple walking down the street be like, bro, what the fuck, your girl? They would just like throw a punch and like, bro, it's a prank, bro.
That's a camera. And then sometimes the guy who's throwing punches will be like, fuck. You got me.
It's also probably relief. You don't have to get like an assault charge or beat some guy up.
I don't know. I think I'd be even angrier if somebody was like, "There's a hidden camera there."
Yeah, true.
I thought you were just retarded.
You got a Godfather the camera. You gotta smash that.
True.
Go up his neck, motherfucker.
Yeah, that's a fair
Some
one.
guys like, I'm gonna lick your wife's butthole. The guy's too.
Yeah, there's a camera right over there. We were just trying to freak you out. I was just trying to make you snap violently in public for my amusement, so I can get views.
They'd also just assault women. They would just go up and start fucking making out with girls.
Which had to be fake.
Yeah.
Unless these boys, well, I mean, they are Eastern European. If you're Russian enough,
You'll definitely grab a chick's ass and be like, no, it's just
the closer you get to Moscow, the more like
it's prank. It's prank.
This is fun for us.
If you do not have big reaction, my whole village starts. So please freak out. Please, you know, you need this. I know what some TikTokers who walk, dude.
They did. They were out there. They were just standing on skyscrapers.
They were doing like orders from the haircuts and shit.
They were. You're exactly right. Track pants, no shirt, pull-ups on us like a crane. 1,000 feet up.
Fall the fuck off. They're like, we can't keep doing pull-ups on cranes and dying.
I mean, I have TikTokers.
We gotta go travel.
Compared to what they have.
It's like the space program.
Those dudes die constantly.
They're the first ones to just like jack a woman up the floor in the elevator. Like, I'm going to kill you now. And they're like, I'm just kidding.
That's actually a camera, yeah. That is the space race. You're exactly right. There's a Cold War of the internet. Ours are just hot fucking dudes grinding their floppy dicks and sweat.
That's our Silicon Valley.
Russians are assaulting and committing rape. But full camera, very funny.
Indian or Southeast Asian country, they're getting onto the Hot Boys bandwagon too. They do like very dramatic.
Oh, they might be the worst. It's the funniest shit in the world. And they all have like blue contacts in or something. Or they're like something ridiculous.
And it's like a dramatic thing, like fighting over a girl, and then like one of them dies and becomes an angel and shit.
Yeah, true. That's the new one.
Well, that's a girl sees that. It's like, I like your TikToks, and then you two just live. I guess that's what I come down to. When all the jobs go away, you just do TikToks, and your future wife sees you, pop your contacts out, and she just like has a kid, and your kid has come out in the world, just like,
oh man,
pretty nuts.
Yeah, you know who needs to be getting the dick suckers? Those dudes who dig pools. Those guys, you see those big pools? Oh my god, yes, dude. There's just some jaguar paws out. They just dig hand digging. You would love it. Just time lapse, film themselves hand digging, sick fucking pools, and then like walking to like a body of water with one bucket, filling it up and walking it back. No, it's fucking sick.
It's just for the time lapse.
The time lapse is incredible.
They do it all for the time lapse. That is fucking.
Yes, those guys need to get. They have to be getting their dicks sucked.
Oh, dude, for sure.
My mom wants a pool.
Dude, you can hand dig it. But is it a hand dug? That's what I'm saying. Is your pool hand dug? This sounds like an assignment for a TikTok house.
This sounds like something Hype House would actually have versus Chat House than shit else.
Joey Tail, like, it's central.
I got real sunburn. Time to go inside and drink a bunch of milk. Man, Billy won't stop sucking the shit.
Look at the camera, it's just Mexican dudes actually doing it. Like, oh. I think it ended up being like a production though. I think it's
it can't be right.
It's not like what is it? They're not digging fucking pools by hand, man.
You'll see.
They're doing a couple of things and editing that in there.
You'll see.
That's like building the fucking pyramids.
How do you think who did that? Apocalyptos?
Obviously, aliens.
Definitely apocalyptos.
If you want people to
If all you're wearing is a cloth, you can do wild shit. If you're only wearing a cloth diaper, you can create
Samuel pulling a rope can move anything in the world.
There's not only if they're in cloth diapers and sandals.
I guess if you want the feeling of like somebody dying while on like a project of yours, it's like it's a good business. Like the stadiums and guitar, I mean anyone can have anything built. If you want people to die while building it,
The stadiums and guitar, they like won the World Cup. And they were like, well, we'll build 12 stadiums this year. And everyone was like, sure? How are you guys going to do that? You got a lot of money. Just immediately got signed. Nice guitar parents. True. They still come on and punch money. I love this up. There was something I wanted to get to with Nice White Parents. But you should listen to it.
So yeah, it's them. I'm telling you, that's who it's for. It's for people who are too scared to drive through black neighborhoods without having like a borderline panic attack. You're like, you're gonna listen to this thing. It's about how white people are really bad in public schools. We're like trying to make them, cool and stuff. Dude, it's
very interesting.
Until you find out how they actually wrote it.
Oh, because it sounds like they just made it bro. This is how it gets very weird. So that was in 2015. Right now, the lady goes back to the school. So there's like a Nazi type school kindergarten called Success.
They beat the fuck out.
They don't hit them, but the kids are like super disciplined. And here's what she's excited about is the white parents have zero power. Everybody's treated the exact same, but then she gets upset that people of color are being disciplined by white people. So that's something she's gonna work on personally. That if she can't see that and get upset, she needs something beyond, the podcaster needs to work on something.
You should just balance it out by throughout the day just showing them clips of like Jamaican daycare workers beating the shit out of white children.
This is where it gets crazy. So upstairs, they're obsessed with race at this school. So obsessed that they have a squad that goes door to door to look for racism in the classrooms. So like people walk by with clipboards and just peer into your classroom and see if they find any racism. And then all these adults that are going around classroom to classroom to look for racism in kids. Adults are doing this? Yes. These are the adults. Versus like a committee of adults looking for third graders being racist to each other. And then they all go back together and report. They found this one lady was like, there were groups of 3. And the black boy got the answer first, and the white girl looked to the white boy first to see if she should go with the black student's answer. Now, this could be that she trusts the white student or that the black student could be wrong sometimes, or does she not see him as a human being at all? I mean, it's just like, whoa, what are you doing?
Imagine projecting that shit on a third grader.
What are you doing? Why would you say something like that?
He's probably has her own little weird things going on.
I guaranteed hyphenate class.
Oh, the lady?
Yeah, my name is Smith Steinberg. Janelle Smith Steinberg, the third, fourth. It's pretty fun to do, actually. I was driving, listening to it, just reading road signs like NPR. Last name, like, I'm Merge Right. Janelle Merge Right. Caution. Berg and Smith. Pretty funny.
What you need to nail his sound effect of them opening their mouth every single time. Like every word, like.
It is like ASMR for this white guilt.
Yeah,
it's fucking wild.
That's fucked up, man. To walk around third grade.
That was what fucked me up.
Why did you cheat off the black kid?
Yeah.
You don't think he's a person? You're just sitting there, you're like, That's wrong. That's your brain also in third grade. In third grade, I was mostly just my mouth open, like, like it was like a full fucking like Blair Witch Project POV. Just be like,
Just snot. I was in snot, dude. My sleeves were covered in snot.
dude, if I had to think about myself in third grade, I would just sit there every now and again, look at my cousin and be like, give him the finger, and like throw something and be like, and then eventually I would just keep like reacting impulsively until my dad would get me. At some point, I would get caught, and my dad would be like, can't do that. I'm like, back at school, like, there's no way. If someone was like, you're being racist, I'd be like,
What is that, dude?
first of all, I
haven't even got to coming.
didn't have swastikas. I had swastikas on my ruler. I drew them on there.
In third
No, this was like fifth, sixth.
that's up there.
I had
The break bar, I had a ruler.
I knew that people were like, yo, they're really bad to draw those. I was like, yeah, all right. And 10 more. Oh, man, I used to beat kids. Just swastika. I talked about this before, yeah.
I would have remembered that.
Was it the
Same with my teacher at Success.
It was a geometry ruler too, so it was 3 sides. It was like a club. It's one of those ones you can do, and it was just like bitch, pussy. They had like swastikas, and I would just turn around, and the teacher turned around, and beat the fuck out of the next.
That'd be nice if you get one in bed. I don't know, kids.
It was all perfect. That'd be funny too if that happened now. The teacher was like, "Holy fuck! Actually, it's a swastika ruler."
I have Nazis. Thank God. My second graders are Nazis. I'm going to be viral for correcting this. Yeah, speaking of Nazis, I watched Greyhound last night on Apple TV. Another absolute crap movie. It's about Tom Hanks. He's escorting a cargo fleet in the North Atlantic. Of course, World War II.
Yeah.
Why does Tom Hanks and Steven Spielberg just own World War II?
What else they do?
They did Band of Brothers, Pacific, Saving Private Ryan.
Captain Phillips.
Captain Phillips. Tom Hanks on both in adversity is pretty good. I'll give him that. But there's the same music for World War II that they basically, now when you think of World War II, you think of this music. It's like horns, like slow, like glorious, uplifting horns, and then like a God-fearing, reluctant hero that doesn't really want to be there. That's a great man. Like they went out of their way for him to be like boys with the black chef. It's a white captain on a submarine hunting vessel in the North Atlantic, and the black chef would come up and they'd pray together. And it's like, dude, get out. Like, now he's not even allowed to be racist, this guy. This World War II murderous captain. Still have to show me, like, look how great he was. It's weird, dude. I don't know.
Tom Hanks reached that point in a lot of movies where you get to the point where the main character, like, encounters, like, a woman or a person of color. They're like, by the way, my character feels better about you than everyone else in the movie.
It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, but that's the point of the movie.
Yeah.
Well, Tom Hanks is, like, to be canonized into that. He just portrays like elite level before that in real life. It's weird. It's like how like John Claude Van is like a badass. Or like even Robert De Niro.
Robert De Niro is a
classic example.
Yeah.
Dude, him and Al Pacino were doing like Broadway musicals. They're like, no, that guy's like a mob boss. It's like, no, he's not. He's a fucking actor.
He's plus, yeah, they're like, man, that guy's tough. You don't want a problem with him. Like you would wail on that.
Al Pacino was doing one of those like GQ like epic interviews where they sit like all in white in a weird thing. And Al Pacino's like, yeah, remember that, Rob? We used to do those little musicals. And he's like, you could tell he was trying to change the subject.
Remember those?
Yeah, I went and talked a couple of those few things.
A couple of there, went down there, had a few pops. Tommy.
But yeah, that's weird how actors get like movie credit. That carries them and that follows them in real life.
Yeah.
Like, all right, cut, and then Tom Hanks sounds like a little hero.
Tom Hanks hunted, although it was making me laugh imagining underwater Nazis for some reason. They were all in submarines. I was just imagining a bunch of Nazis in submarines being like, all right, are there any Jews down here? There better not be. The one captain of the one would get on their radio, on the Americans' radio, and just be like, you thought you could escape us? We are the Grey Wolf. We will hunt you. They'd be like, turn that off, God damn it. I'd be like, I ended up like your joke and cheering for the Nazis in this movie. I was like, dude, the Grey Wolf rules. He's talking shit. He's blowing up ships and then talking. She's getting on the radio and be like, "You thought you had us? They would kill you now." It's great.
Tom Hanks like, "Stop talking shit on my black chef." Don't you?
Oh, you did kill him.
I didn't know he was black.
They killed a black chef. The Nazis killed him. Glanced the ship.
They said the black.
They were like firing bullets and one of them just hit the black chef. They killed 3 guys on the entire ship and one of them was Cleveland. Cleveland got
So
shot.
Tom, at the end, Tom Hanks is holding his like dying body. He's like, "I was always the nicest to you, right? Isn't it really cool how broke I was at 1946?" Remember that time like everyone was saying fucked up stuff? I was like, "God, something else, something funny." I wasn't laughing at all. I honor your experience.
So they dropped the black body like a depth charge at the Nazi sub, and they're like, "Ew." The movie ends by the Nazis being like, "Oh, this wasn't as disgusting at all. You ruined it, Tom Hanks."
Trying to die, and he's like, "No, seriously," smacking his face. "I'll never know your experience. No, come on, I need you to stay with me. Stay with me, damn. I'm trying to win this Oscar."
Yeah, the whole, like, that interaction, it's kind of a short movie. There's no real plot. It's just the battle. But they infused this in. They also infused him and his wife. Like, the first, like, minute of the movie is him leaving. So it's him being in love. You know, him being like, "I love you so much. You're the most important thing to me." And then it's just a battle for an hour and a half. And they just, the wife's out. The wife's pointless. It just shows you how he loves him. Such a good man.
Kind of in my taste, he should have like fucked a dude and been like, "I'm out of here."
And then Cleveland comes up and keeps trying to make him eat. He's like, "You gotta eat, Captain." You gotta eat. And for some reason, he just never eats.
Well, he hates Nazis.
One of the bullets does come through and blow up his bacon, egg, and cheese. What happens? He keeps trying to make his breakfast sandwiches. And at one point, a Nazi bullet comes in and hits his breakfast sandwich. He laughs so hard because the Nazi, like, shooting it. Just Nazis are underwater Nazis.
Scopes are like, "What is it?" He's like, "Some sort of pork with cheese in it. Delicious roll."
Cleveland is delivering it. We will get him, boys. Don't worry. They weren't even after the cargo ships. They're just trying to get Cleveland.
Write that down.
They literally killed 3 dudes on the entire ship. One of them was Cleveland. I wonder if they were like, "Mission accomplished. We did it, boys. I'm going to head home." Fuhrer will be so proud.
Right down there looking for Jews down
He was down at the bottom under that sea. They're looking for Sebastian the crab. The Jew crabs. Like, "Oh, Daddy,
They're down there looking for Jew Lantis, dude. No, it's down here.
it's too wet. It's wet down here. I can't do a Jew. Can't do a Jewish accent.
I could have German. Yeah.
Oh, God, it's so wet down here. I can't do it.
That's how you're saying. That's how Atlantis ended.
It's like, it's so wet. It's humid all the time.
Alrighty, mermaids in this neighbor.
Now, once the mermaids moved in, now we collect the rent, but we don't like living with them.
That was my one of my mom's uncles was like a Navy dude, and his big story he would tell you, he was like, "Yeah, I met a mermaid." He always talked like, "Hey, what's up, Kevin? I met a mermaid on the sea. She was human from the waist down." Such a sick fucking
I get it from the waist down. Yeah, I get it. If you were like a dude who was like, because I knew a guy that was like a military guy that he like, there's a military guy in like the 90s, so he like served in South Korea.
Yeah.
He basically did like vacation.
Hey, bullshit.
He did that. They like went to Germany and South Korea, and they're like, time in the army. But then it's like that's your identity for the rest of your life.
Yeah.
It's like the 8 years you basically studied abroad.
Yeah, for sure. You have an anger, and you just
Take
come
the shit on those dudes.
No, I got
I
it.
support the troops.
He rules. For sure. I got cut. Also,
Really?
Yeah, there was like a Veterans Day or something like that, or it was Memorial Day, it was Veterans Day, and I was like, shout out to all my boys, because I know a bunch of dudes who enlisted and then went to Hawaii for like 4 years. Bullshit around. I was like, shout out to my boys, both up in Hawaii.
Yeah, which was fun in games until the Japanese.
True.
In the 40s, they thought that was fun in games.
And it's been pretty sweet ever since.
True. That's because the Japanese got love for that. Nobody ruins party time in Hawaii.
It's also funny to think about that guy in that movie where Tom Hanks is on that guy's boat and being like, "Hey, come on, be nice to the chef, guys." It's like, "I met a bitch and I fucked her once and she was a mermaid, she was pussy." That's now. Yeah.
Imagine 1940s dude on a boat.
Yeah, this guy would be like 1960s on a boat.
I was on a boat in the 1940s on a boat. It would have been fucking dudes.
Nobody came, first of all, the whole time. So everybody jerking off.
I was thinking about that too. I was thinking about that. Of course they jerked off.
Less people jerked off, I think.
Yeah, not as open with their sexuality.
Yeah, for sure. It was definitely hidden way more. And there's probably guys who were like, I'm
not jerking off.
There's guys back then as well that was like, they were going to hell for that.
I rarely jerk off if I'm on bunk beds. To this day.
No, for sure. I've got out of my life entirely jerking off on bunk beds.
Got some bunk beds and you know you. My man sleeps on bunk beds.
I had a dude who used to, Cleveland was jerking though.
That's probably why I wanted to eat that food so bad. Coming all over his sandwiches.
This racist motherfucker.
Just jizz in his thing, all that. It'd be funny if that's how it fucking rolls. Movie sucks. You're gonna be mad when you see it. And then at one point he has like blisters from walking around. He's got like a bloody foot. And they're like, wow, this guy's really working hard. He's Tom Hanks has a blister.
What do you have? A trench foot on the submarine?
He just has a bloody sock. Yeah.
Bloody sock.
Standing and walking. Yeah. It's almost entirely filmed in a like the what's that called? The bridge.
It's almost talking submarine architecture? Yeah.
No. That's the sub. They never show you inside the sub, unfortunately, because that would have been sick.
That pissed me off.
Underwater Nazis, dude.
Well, yeah, let's say they didn't show me the sub. No. What was it like? Was it like Bionic Commando, or just like their face? Like,
It's a Star Trek episode.
You know, see the alien ship, they just come up on like a hologram.
They would come up and be like, "We know there's one in there. We will get him."
It was like Jaws. Oh, it's so fucking fun.
Tom Hanks is constantly like,
just so everyone knows, Cleveland is as good as the rest of us, probably better.
Changes are better. I know it's 1940, but you know,
Cleveland, oh, this tastes so good. You really get your spices or something on it? It's the best.
what do you want of it? I see it. You don't like it when the White Devils are getting after it. You hate to see White Devils having fun.
Actually, the submarines back in Detroit.
You
Fuck you up, UFC. Hey guys, let's give him a chance. I'm definitely Captain Bear. What do you have?
I didn't have anything. How do you feel when you see Tom Hanks treat him? First off, he's a black cook. And he dies. So it is clearly he gets nothing out of this. It's just white people gaining. Tom Hanks being like, that was my brother who died. That was why I gotta kill these Nazis because I'm white.
That was my brother. How do
those guys say it down there? In the kitchen. What do they say in the kitchen?
I don't know how I'm supposed to eulogize this guy. What I'm allowed to say. I feel like he's my brother, but I can't take that.
it's going to be a long time till I got a good handshake again.
That was cool what those guys were doing down there. You'd stick your hand out and they'd hit it.
2 times if you're lucky.
Anyway, let's throw this motherfucker overboard. He's dead. Motherfucker, they taught me that. It was something they talked about.
Some guy's like, who said I fucked my brother? It's like, it's not like that.
It's not like that. It's what the cooks say.
Fuck my mom. Someone's restraining Gary. Gary, calm down. I didn't fuck my mom. I didn't come on the submarine and talk about fucking my brother. That shut the Nazis want.
They want you to fuck my mom.
Jerked off in 76 days.
He's in his quarters and they just go, shit. The Nazis knew their whites were getting too powerful on the ship. They had to get Cleveland. They're like, if they land all the curse words, Jerry would be sunk.
Did you ever see the movie Life?
Yeah. Incredible.
Right at the end where he's like discussing his club, and then Tom Hanks like, and then we'll have a radio show, it's gonna be on XPN, and we tell people about black school, and everyone's like, oh my god, that's so cool, I know the words. Tell us about it again, Tom. He's like, yeah, they're gonna think we're not racist.
It's so cool to be the 40s and I'm still, chill as fuck by even today's standards, where I take extra special care of my black employee, borderline racistly. Racistly. That's a word, sucker.
Did you ever see the Vietnam War movie with Christian Bale? I forget what it was called. It was Werner Herzog movie. But Christian Bale's a POW in Vietnam.
Yes.
That's like a true story.
Oh, fucking Red Dawn?
Yeah. No, Red Dawn was the movie.
Okay.
Red Dawn
Rice?
Yeah.
Anyway, little bit. That is close. Yeah. So it was like a true story, and the movie fucking stinks. I hated it. I watched it on like a Saturday morning, and I hated it the whole time. But one of the other prisoners said like the whole thing's about like them escaping the fucking get out of here. So one of the other dudes is like, no man, we can't do it. No, like he said,
just for no reason.
That's why they eat the snake at the end. They're eating gross shit the entire time. Like they're capturing maggots and shit like that. And then, at the end of the movie, the coward dude, like, I think steals like the one gun they have or something and like breaks off and he like dooms the whole fucking thing. And it turns out that was a real guy in real life, and it was like the opposite of what actually happened. He was like a heroic dude laying himself down, and Herzog was like, my bad. And like used his real name in the movie and everything. You're a permanent
POW, and then
how did they say that? He was beat to a black guy at one point. There's one other black POV. It's like, we're not getting shacked up with him. I know we're prisoners before, but you have to. We're not fucking animals.
Just imagine, those prisoners, and they're like, man, these POCs really got us fucking trapped. Give it all these POCs are treating us so poorly.
They're like, this was our fault, right? Clearly we did it. That guard's about to take a smoke break. The black shift might fall asleep soon. Then we can get out of here. I don't know. We kind of fucked up. We broke out. Wouldn't that be us asserting like our dominance and authority or something? Can't we let them have something? I'm gonna cut my own head off. Hell yeah. Just them because I'm jerking off in there and be like, oh my god, I'm fucking oppressed. Fucking oppressed.
Damn, true.
They don't even think about how oppressed those dudes were. They would fucking love it.
POWs in Vietnam.
You don't know about the POW experience. If they made that movie now, yeah, it'd be guys in there being like, yeah, it must be really hard. Yeah, it's really fucked up what we're doing to you guys. Shut up. Like, oh god, oh Jesus Christ. Turn out the key correction something's like, well, as a POW.
Which, you're a prisoner of society.
He's like, come on, man, give us more rice. The guy's like, wait, you're comparing your experience with mine? He's like, no, Jesus Christ, no, sorry.
You can't appropriate rice.
True. They took it. They appropriated it like
trains. Appropriated the fuck out of that.
That was fucked up, actually. No, I think they studied and appreciated the culture.
They definitely
If you appreciate and study the culture, you're allowed to appropriate, but you have to do it respectfully and ask permission. Like, I just fucking like love rap. I have my own rap show.
Like all of us.
Where are we at? Hour 20. We gotta keep pushing a little more. We can split it in half. And the rest on the page.
Take a break. Let's take a break.
Fire's on right now. No break. Okay. We gotta keep full steam ahead, dude.
Hell yeah. Keep ripping, Jay.
Keep going.
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, let's take a break. We're going to page.
Sure? Yeah, let's go to page. We can split up. That's great.
He's very courageous. I think that's one of his.
You see that dude from the Reds?
No.
Bro. He said, so he's an answer for the Cincinnati Reds. He was like, fucking Kansas City, bad capital of the world. And then in the fifth inning, that was pregame. In the fifth inning, he realized he got caught and had to give an apology. So he's just like, I'd like to believe that I'm a Christian man, God-fearing man. I want to apologize to everybody I let down. I'm disgusting what I said. Deep fly ball. That's a home run. That's 4-0 Cincinnati. Anyway, I'm a bad guy. I don't think I'm ever going to put these headsets on again.
I did see that. That was.
I don't know who it's for.
They don't want dudes around.
They don't want dudes around. You know, Kansas City.
First of all, has that guy ever been to any East Coast city? How tough is that guy in his world? He's like, Kansas City's gay as shit. That guy's fucking tough as shit, dude.
Oh, man, but then it's so funny to be like, to get caught saying something like that and then just being like, that was crazy what I said. It's like, no, dude, just go on and be like, look, I didn't think anyone's going to hear that.
Fucking around.
The people I'm saying it to know me, know that that's not. Yeah, it's just
like I was saying, San Francisco.
Yeah.
There might be some truth there.
And then also, I don't want to get out ahead of it and be like, make sure everybody knows that I was fired for homophobia, please.
True.
Because they were like, Reds announcer fired for using slur off there. And I was like, you might have hit an N-word.
One guy just hit the N-word.
Who?
The tweet he met an accident.
Oh, Denver. You see that one, Louis? This guy tweeted out the Utah Jazz and the Denver Nuggets. Instead of Nuggets, it autocorrected.
He claimed
The N-word.
meaning like, dude, that
How many times you typed it?
yeah, dude. Like, I think I have on my phone now autocorrect to fucking FUKKIN. So, like, I say it all the time. I type like, yo, that's fucking sick. He might have, it's at least 10 times. You have to text the N-word. How many? Oh, that's the other thing, too, dude.
Maybe he was
Apple.
You know, he was probably saying like inspirational like Malcolm X quotes when he was describing, you know, when Malcolm was describing what racists had said.
True. Maybe. He could have been
And
quoted.
he's setting out quotes all
I think he
to
was
his
such an activist that his phone just took him down.
true. But it was, wait, are you looking at the tweet now? The Jazz?
It was the Jazz versus.
you said. Read the tweet.
Shot making in this Jazz versus Bears game is awesome. Bird and Rich are back and forth.
parents, alcoholism, drug
But
abuse.
it's so funny if the Jazz were playing like the Lakers.
Dude, it's the Hornets. It's the Hornets.
No.
It's the Hornets.
No, it's the Nuggets. It was Utah versus.
Charlotte's Hornets announcer suspended indefinitely.
He was just watching it. Yeah. Because it's the Jazz Nuggets series. Damn, dude, I might have autocorrect accidentally even saying a word. While talking, I might.
You might autocorrect. I mean, again, that's going to be a thing that we'll get once we get full digital transparency. We'll be able to see, like, instead of like you look in the records and see like who in people's families own slaves, you're going to get like your parents' fucking cell phone. It'll be like you'll have a social credit score or something where your dad. Oh, fuck.
You see this Montrez Harris?
You're really attention.
Jazz Nuggets?
What's your name stand for? Like, George, son. My name is Shane Gillis, 10,000. Get him expunged since I'm 10 years old. Like, can I get my N-words expunged off a family history, please?
It's also funny that everybody knows, everybody kind of seems to know that it doesn't mean you personally are a bad person if you get caught saying bad words. So much so that, like, I've been seeing, you'll see, like, tweets and jokes about, if you want to be famous now, you better delete everything you already made. It's like, so you're not worried about them being good or bad as a human. So that's you basically admitting you get caught saying something bad. It's just because you got caught, not because you're genuinely a horrible person. Yeah, kind of negates the whole.
Whether where it's coming from,
What's the point? You know, like we've all said stuff. I feel like everybody that's, you know, I'll see tweets all the time. Like, if you're trying out for SNL, make sure you delete everything you've already made. Yeah, it's like, well, it's crazy. So then that eliminates the idea that you're a bad person if you've done that.
well, it's also that people are getting penalized for things that happen before big cultural shifts. So, like, you know, again, Eminem, listen to that old Eminem album, multi-platinum record. Dude, he became the fastest. I think that's why he became the fastest rapper. So he probably just only says fag, the fastest. Oh, he definitely does. But it's like, imagine if you're watching Eminem, multi-platinum, you're like, oh, okay, I can say fag in my comedy sketch, and like 10 years later, they're like, check this out. You're like, God fucking damn it, son of a bitch. That was the ticket for success. Yeah, it's bullshit. It's also true that.
Did you see this fucking, I showed you, Sarah Gilbert chick? That girl who does the Trump impressions, that talks at the DNC. She's in big on Netflix. She lip sync, which are kind of funny, but again,
I was underwhelmed.
Again, if you look away and just listen to the Trump speech, it's just as funny. Like, if you don't watch her say these things, she found funny quotes where he's like, I've taken the test, I aced the test. Everybody said I wouldn't do well. I aced it. You take it, you wouldn't do so. I am great.
It's also, too, if like that lady's famous now.
She got a Netflix special.
She's famous now. She
has 5 minutes.
She quoted.
She has 5 minutes. It's going to be. So what's it's going to happen is she's going to have to use like a PowerPoint. Yeah, she's going to have to use something. There's no way she can just stand and do stand. It's going to have to
Or
be.
she might have a team of writers who's assembling. Like, imagine if they were like, yo, old Daddy Cusk, pay you for your 30 minutes, you have like,
Easy.
I mean, she's gonna be like, you guys Minecraft?
Are you going to get hired from Sarah Gilbert?
No, hell no. But I mean, they'll find.
Go there, Simon. So you have to YouTube watch NHL refs mic'd up. Also, Sarah Cooper's Jimmy Kimmel opening
I
monologue.
was watching that, man. That's what I'm saying, though. It's like,
but in her defense, everybody that's done that has sucked. Just because it's an impossible, you're literally talking to a camera.
the idea sucks.
It'd be
That's
so
why.
hard to just talk to a camera and be funny.
I mean,
True.
fucking nice
Statutory.
I had a funny thought today, and I was waiting for circumstances to align, but I'll just say it now. About someone who's apologized for your tardiness. If you're tardy again, be like, sorry, I was retarded. Sorry for my retardiness.
That's a good one. Now we're
That's just statutory. They put me on a Zoom on Jimmy Kimmel, and it's like, imagine if I was late again and I said retarded.
Do you think the first guy to rape a kid was Statutory? The great Italian rapist, Statutory. He tries a Thunderbird, then he goes to towns, picks the high school girls.
He swears I told him they were 18.
We know he lied, but that is the greatest statutory. The great bastard.
That's up there with Farmer
McGuire and statutory.
Farmer McGuire slamming Sarah, dude. That fucking rules.
I was pushing that, and at first it wasn't catching.
Well, Prophet usually doesn't catch a lot of stuff in his own hometown, dude.
True.
I mean, they kicked Jesus out of Nazareth, dude.
True.
Obviously, they kicked you out of
Slamming Sarah.
how much you sent your address.
Slamming Sarah and Farmer McGuire.
Statutory.
And just having a summer of farts, home run race, farts. Statutory.
It has to make you question. So if that lady did a TikTok and just didn't even do an impression, just mouthed Donald Trump's thing, and now she's being boosted up on like multiple
Netflix special.
Do you want it? Yeah, that's the fucking ticket.
Yes.
Do you want it, dude?
Of course.
I don't know.
What are you talking about?
It cheapens it. The whole thing is just kind of like, what is that?
But
during this time, was it
now you get to, like, just because that'd be like me making music and being like, have you seen Hanson? They got a music video. Hanson definitely rules. But if I was in a metal, if I was in a rock and roll, I'd be like, fucking Hanson's number one on Billboard.
Three brothers, perfect harmony.
There's worth three. I thought it was one sister. I thought that keyboard kid was hot.
same time
You crush
I thought the keyboard kid was hot.
No, I hear what you're saying. It's just for I don't know, man. It's just kind of like that shit.
No, that's just anything.
It's not even on that
Like
person.
you being like, well, I'm not going to write a book anymore because fucking everybody loves Goosebumps.
I know. Fair point. That makes sense. Yeah. No, I can see that. Just this fucking pisses me off.
It does, yeah. But it's good. It's also funny to see the comedians that are trying to be that. Like, there's definitely a group of comics that are like, I would like to. Hopefully, I can make this TikTok work, or hopefully, I can make this work. I was like, dude, just how about you make stand-up work?
Yeah.
Keep doing it, and in 5 years from now, things could be good.
They don't try to cheat code. When you go into like the Reddits for writing, it's all like, how do I get published? How do I get published? How do I get published? It's like, how much you write something that like other people can make this as good.
Yeah.
Where you're like, I need to get published. It's like, what have you written? It's like, I'm still putting my business model together. It's like, okay.
Yeah.
But yeah,
It's a lot like stand-up's the same thing. Like, if you look at it, everybody's like, dude, how do I get a late night spot? How do I do this? It's like, well, change your name to something wacky. Don't be white. Don't be a white guy. Unless you're a pussy.
Yeah.
If you're a pussy-ass white guy, you got shot.
Well, I think they know. I think for them, they know. It's like a racehorse. They know. If you're like a fucking like jacked alpha white dude, they're like, I don't know. We gotta check his autocorrect. Dude. We're gonna pour some money into this guy. Yeah, it just stinks. When you think about the value, right? Oh, you're trying to provide value, trying to provide entertainment, and then there's just like, well, you're another part of it that's like,
So John Mack,
Yeah, hopefully I get good enough to the political party that just totally adopts me as their spokesperson. That's what I want out of comedy. I want to be a mouthpiece for corporate lobbyists.
just driving him, right? Dude, how fucking
Just be like, who's behind this joke? Pfizer? All right, I'm in. Perfect. Who's sponsoring the candidate that I'm sponsoring? That's who's pulling the strings.
that's the funniest part of the whole thing. It's like that they're clearly owned They're clearly owned and doing the work for drug companies. Just 4 years ago, gave us OxyContin. That passed through the experts, the watchdogs. You're talking. Damn it. What?
It just influenced the home runner. It's a little PEDs going on.
Yeah, dude, it's like you have these fucking these people that are like, come on, you fucking assholes, you have to trust in these bodies. We have to, like, we're making it hard for the drug companies to do their job and make vaccines to save us. It's like, so the people who gave us OxyContin and let that slip through, and dude, how many people died from that?
I can't even.
It's gotta be the millions. Yeah. For sure, these people probably died for that. They're like prescribing heroin to people and like ramping it up and letting it roll. And they're talking
After they found out it was bad. Over and over. Throughout history, they knew it was bad. Like, since the Civil War, they knew morphine. You can't give that to people.
Yes.
Because they were giving it to, like, wives. Like, soldiers, widows would get addicted to it.
Yeah.
After the Civil War, like, soldiers that got banged up, they got hurt, would start taking it. They got addicted to it. Widows, out of, like, guilt or, like, grief, got addicted to heroin.
Yeah.
And people would be like, oh, she's got the widower's sickness. Like, nodding off in front of the general store. That was their Wawa. Just like,
she's just doing like a quilt. I mean, dude, they let that one slip, right? The experts who are like now modeling 3D coronavirus things, like this will happen, that will happen. They're like, well, remember a thing that was the exact chemical replica of heroin? You guys in microscope, you're like, that's pretty good. That's really true, but you're gonna sit here and predict like model fucking viruses that are flying around. It's like,
yeah, come on, man. That's what I want out of comedy.
What?
I'd like to be sponsored by
Pfizer?
OxyContin.
That'd be so sick.
That's why I go on Legion of Skanks.
Try to get crazy.
Try to get as many people that will do OxyContin to join me.
That's sick.
That's most of the fan base over there. Depending on how baggy your shorts are, that's how like
how much oxy you do.
How far past the knees is how much OxyContin you do.
Yeah, that's fucking sick. Taking OxyContin in the suburbs, just being like, whatever. Just generations of like fucking your family struggling to like get you into the suburbs.
Yeah, get you to like a nice
I'm
neighborhood.
fucking bored. Fucking assholes. You fucking dicks. What's this? A pill? Sure, man. Fucking idiots.
God damn, pull your shorts up.
Pull your fucking
Stop wearing animal
cargo shorts up all the way.
Stop doing it. Painting your nails.
Yeah, that was the whole point of that is people used to go from jail for that. They used to arrest CEOs, pharmaceutical companies. Like, you had a drug, you died, they're like, okay, buddy, come on, you're out of here. Now they're just like, well, you gotta pay.
How much? Break a couple eggs. Like 10%.
10% of what you made. So, and you can't, if you get vaccine fuck you up, there's no, you can't get any sort of like, you can't go to the drug company. Drug companies don't pay for the taxpayers. The drug companies are like, look, we're not going to keep making vaccines. People keep suing us because they get polio from them. The government's like, fine, let the taxpayers pay for it. Slush fund. People get fucked up from the vaccine. Yeah, I'm not anti-vax, but it's like, you can't sell things and be like, oh.
You can't be anti-vax. Well, you can. I know a lot of people that are listeners, but I think vaccines have done pretty well.
No, yeah, for humanity. I think they're pretty good. But again, it's one of those things where it's like, you know, it's not something you can, it's like an SSRIs kind of thing, where it's like, it takes 10 days to kick in, and it might fucking freak you out. These are like, shoot these, you don't get sick. You're like, sweet. There's nothing you can do. I mean, I don't know why. That's the other thing, too. They're like, well, shooting people with things that are giving them, like, it's like, dude, this shit is fucking salt water. If my vaccine's real salt water and they find you, I'll give you one that, you know, I can't prove that they're not. Fine, you guys win. Like, they're shooting some people that are like crippling. I'm just like, what the fuck is that? I'm just taking it down a little bit.
Yeah. Yeah, it's gotta be a bummer to like hit somebody with that, and you see them a week later, and their legs are all gnarled up. You're like, damn, fuck, I might have overdone that one. We gotta take this one back.
What did you just said that was a virus? How the fuck did you do that?
That's alright, they're pointing. Keep it going. They're not gonna kill us. Yeah. Obviously, his legs are gonna get crushed.
Like, dude, if that guy tripped and sprained his knee, he'd be living forever. Like,
that was the thing you picked up on. Literally everybody at Williams Grove Speedway has a limp.
I'm such a bitch about limping.
Yeah,
I told you,
true.
that's one of the things I picked up from William Crow. If your t-shirt doesn't have anything written on the back, you're fine. You're a bitch.
For sure.
And if you don't limp,
Yeah, you have to limp.
you have to limp, dude. That was something I was like, I gotta start limping now.
Yeah. You have to wear like ankle-high white socks, black Velcro shoes, very light denim. I got sandals on. Whatever.
I gotta take mine out. I'm gonna go to a tailor and get them to take my laces out and stitch Velcro on all my sneakers. I only have one pair, but
That's it, bro. You have to get jean shorts past the knees, slightly, but very, very light denim. Yeah, the lightest denim. And then, a t-shirt, preferably a sprint car t-shirt,
sleeves off,
tucked in, sleeves optional,
bellies
and cell phone, the largest cell phone clip possible. And then by yourself in a field. And then occasionally walk over and get some photo welcome to greatness. I achieved it.
Dude, I was gonna say, dude, I was gonna say outdoor function.
The terrorists hate.
One of the outdoor function.
Outdoor function.
The bathroom was where I was like, I might catch crowd in the bathroom.
Yeah.
But the thing of me, it's like 100. They kept it hot in there, so
It was hot.
it was like 85 degrees at nighttime in that bathroom. I'm doing how? Dude, how was that bathroom so hot?
How disgusting was that bathroom?
It's fucked up.
It's like a cinder block bathroom.
I mean, dude, what's powering the heat? That thing is, they can't be. It's just farts breath. It's farts breath. Farts breath and sneezes. It's 85 degrees of farts breath and sneezes.
It's probably like a hole in the ozone layer. Just all the gas just released out of those men. Jesus. How hot are the women? Nothing better than just white trash women. Get some good sluts. I think that's what it is. You just see them and you're like, God, it's definitely a slut. She has to be a slut. Yes. I come down there, it's like prima nocta. I go down there. I say, your wife must come with me to my neighborhood. You poors. What are these cars? They're loud. Perhaps one of them will wreck. Your daughter seems like a whore because she is poor and has blonde hair. I should take her.
I'll have a meet my father.
There we will have steak. No more of this funnel cake and hot dogs. Politically, you will certainly agree with my father, though.
You cannot say white boy.
Man, Luca hit that game winner, though. He did that for whites everywhere, dude.
He hated that.
White people needed a win lately. We were getting crushed politically, but Luca did that for all the whites.
He might have won for Trump by hitting that three.
That might have put the nail in the DNC. Just call it, dude. Just a white dude hitting a three. I'm like, wait, this is going against our plan. They shouldn't be able to do that.
Luca was shot by Robert in the head. We had Seth Simon did. Who was the guy? Seth Rich. Excuse me, my bad.
That's another OL, dude. You don't bring up his name.
Seth Rich. He had Seth. The guy gets a game winner. So he's like hanging from a fucking rafter.
Dude,
He hung himself in the shower.
Yeah, I can't believe he hung himself and shot himself.
He fucking shot himself.
He really wanted to make sure.
Shot himself in the lower back.
Somebody tweeted at me or something. They were like, how come you never talk about this? It's like, did he fuck you up that bad? It's like, no, this is what am I going to do? There's no point to talking about these people. You just, like, it's just swinging at ghosts. Like, you're literally, like, they're not doing it for you to take or to credit. Like, no, it's just that simple.
It's like, remember the guy who said the thing that I said?
Yeah.
You're just talking about your own stuff.
Yeah. And it's like, the only way to win is to win.
It's America 2.0, dude.
It's just that, so it's about unity.
Come on, man. That's all you
Utilize psychedelics.
I mean, that's what I want, dude.
I want that. I like that. I like your platforms there.
I mean, it's like whatever. You can change the mind, but you can't change the mind.
But they basically consist of
Healthcare. I just don't see how
they
it
see
but
a spacecraft
I'm not gonna freak out about it. Fuck you for not one. But that's the whole point of America 2.0. Dude. It's like quit complaining about something. Just win. You gotta go out. If you're, I think we got psyoped into this thing. We change things from like being all the guys chat log. Well, actually, check out the super long comment I wrote on our politics. It's like,
I know. Has anybody online? I wonder what the percentage of people that have actually changed their mind on the internet. It has to be almost 0%.
well, then the other thing too.
People in an online argument ending it by being like, actually, I think the other guy had a good point there.
Well, this is kind of one of the sinister things about the information wars. Like, you'll be foreign governments, probably us here, other places, go on Twitter, set up like a hashtag for a thing, and then have a bunch of bot accounts that like construct a fake argument where like they kind of like, if you read it, you know, the old person kind of persuaded like, well, it's pretty good points, and you're watching other people being like, oh yeah, I guess I never saw it that way. It's just an orchestrated thing, kind of thing. So you're interacting. You could be literally arguing with a fucking robot online. People, and then it's like, you know, so yeah, I don't have all the answers, but I think about it because people have to start with it.
That's a fun night though.
Argue with the
Work
robot.
all day, come home and argue with the robot. That's like eventually like, actually you're right.
Yes, I knew it that time. It's the things I'm passionate about. You just argue with a fucking like,
Well, actually, I'm very passionate about this subject, so let's not talk like that about Civil War.
oh, you should.
Someone brings up Gettysburg, so I'm like, actually, this is something I'm very passionate about. So
I have a female cat named Marmalade.
like, is she fun to play with? Yes. Does she let you pet her? Gross. I can't ruin it. Anyway, we're just talking about McKeever and I were discussing a sketch where don't write about it. I don't want John to find out I was talking.
Don't ruin it, dude.
Just where I was in love and respect.
Oh, dude.
But just like it turns out that I'm actually autistic. Like I try to. One of the ideas is maybe I sneak in to try to get like just lie, like kind of like the Rare.
Yeah.
And then it turns out that I'm actually just autistic for like the Civil War and video games. Throughout the sketch, it just becomes very apparent I actually am on the spectrum. We're like, yes.
That'd be hilarious.
Do you actually like the Civil War? Yes. Who's your favorite general? Ulysses S. Grant.
Oh man.
Yeah.
That's kind of funny how like just thinking about like Sam Rockwell. Who like Dustin Hoffman. He all tested out on camera and got like lauded. Like would you do the same in real life awards?
No. It would be if I pretended to be.
Why? In the name of fucking cinema?
It would be in the name of cinema, and also hopefully we could have a heartwarming enough ending where it's just like I'm actually autistic.
Yeah. All of autistic.
I get to say fuck that one chick.
Which one? Yo, that one guy freezed up on the one chick who was like, this chick was hot. She was there at the bowling alley.
Oh, fucking
I was like, Mark, look, I wanted to honestly text him and be like, Mark, dude, any of us could have froze up. That chick was fucking hot.
Mark rules.
Gentlemen.
Mark, absolute consummate gentleman. I love when he made it. That one girl and him split the bill.
Fuck, we got it. Was sick, dude.
Drinks Jordan. He's Jordan's pasta. And then he went and held his mom's hand and was like, I had the best size. I've never been this happy.
You fucking roll.
Dude, my favorite part was him taking the girl to a dinosaur museum and being like, you may recognize this character, the Velociraptor. You may remember him from the 1995 smash hit Jurassic Park.
Changed my life.
Changed my life forever.
Dude, that guy fucking rules.
Yes.
I want what he has. I want what he has.
I want, yeah, true.
Just the bliss of being like going up to someone and being like, Jurassic Park changed my life forever. Dude, that rules. I am.
And then something I can hear you.
I mean, dude, just to be able to watch Jurassic Park, just watch Jurassic Park and be like,
Yeah, exactly what I'm doing. That's my vocation. That was my calling. A lot of people hear the Holy Spirit call for me. Yeah, his came in the form of Dr. Grant.
I mean, that's gotta be a bummer. You're like, Mom, they're bringing dinosaurs back. And mom's like,
But
They couldn't do that.
they take you down to the zoo. You can look at some modern dinosaurs. True. You may recognize this bird from Jurassic Park, the 1999 smash hit. Dude, fucking that guy didn't roll it. I would never want to besmirch any of those guys' names. Michael fucking, first of all those dudes rule. I would never like make fun of them, them as to who they are.
They're genuinely fun.
We should be making, in the sketch, we should be making fun of the freak shows that film that. Let's put these fuckers on a first date, play funny, goofy music while they do weird things.
Yeah.
And then be like, no. I'm just trying to waste.
You guys uncomfortable? They're like, put the sound like closer to your head. You guys are like,
What's this, a first date? You guys are very autistic. Let's get some spotlights on this thing. And what's this? Yes, that red light. We are recording this for millions and millions of people to see.
apparently the one guy's on Twitter wilding out now. The guy that
Michael.
Not Michael.
Michael seems like he could.
Bus driver.
Oh, I don't like that.
Bro. Fucking
Because everybody's calling him fraud.
I was calling him fraud.
I don't think you're far off. Look, you and him are closer than him and Kelvin. For sure. Not even close. Man, how sweet is Kelvin?
He fucking such a good boy. First of all, he's such a good fucking boy.
Dude, there's one part where the girl's dating coach is like, what do boyfriend and girlfriend do? And Kelvin's, he's bashful. He's not going to say that from his paw and his fucking, the dating coach. And the dad's like, hug and kisses. She goes, that's right, hug and kisses. Would you like to do that? Yes. She's like, would you like to hug and kisses? Yes. I mean, I want to hug and kiss. That's how bad I want to hug and kiss. You want to hug and kiss? I'm literally, yes. Kelvin perfectly exemplified how much every dude wants to hug and kiss. Just by being like, would you like to hug and kiss before she can finish the sentence? Yes. Yes.
That's when he had his illustrations. And he's like, okay, that's enough. You get out now. And he's showing the hot fucking.
Oh yeah, he's showing the like the tip. He's like, this is what's the end of the camera? He's like, okay, bye. You leave now.
Get out now.
You can leave,
dude. I mean, there's so many boys. Like, I might buy some watching
the fucking the girl that's like Caputas on the date with Kelvin, and he's like, Caputa? She's like, Caputas, look, I'm not trying to be racist with you right now, but I think you're saying it wrong, and he was saying it perfect.
Oh, chick with a speech impediment.
He's like, sorry, dude, Caputa. Like a laptop. He's like, oh, like my dad's. She's
like, dude, I don't know if this is like a cultural. He's like, what? He's like, I don't know if this is a cultural thing where like you can't understand me, but this lady, she had a speech impediment. It was like, dude, how about Asians and their fucking arms? Am I right?
Yeah, that's. I mean, come on.
That was good. I mean, the fact that they kept that into it, it's cool. Them getting into that argument, so like, I'm sorry, I don't know if it's just like you're being fucked up.
Yeah, it's not a good look for that girl.
She might get canceled, bro.
She should get canceled.
They should.
We should.
They might see to it.
Get on Twitter and be like, cancel that racist bitch. So he's not very good at video games, so date's over. Dude, Kelvin's just like, on to the next one. How much do you think they want to fuck their date coach? That would drive me nuts. Dude, I'm watching it like I'd like to fuck that Australian lady. She's so nice. She's just sweet, nice. She talked about hugging and kissing, like real scientifically.
I was watching it being like, God damn.
That should be important. Maybe I could remake that instead of the sketch. Just me as Michael. Put that captain hat on that he wore there.
I'm trying to find my love, and she starts fucking.
Well. Was I doing too much?
Got their names.
What are you even fucking doing, dude?
Looking at
You just fuck around. That's why our internet sound fucks up. You just surf the internet.
Listening to you guys and subscribing.
Sticking to things
You're just enjoying the podcast by looking.
This is a case.
Do you think you're on the spectrum?
Examples.
You're fine.
There's not really
more on the spectrum than you.
I don't think. Bear's got the bug.
He has the Capcom versus Marvel scores to prove it on that's the test. They're like, how do you like this Capcom versus Marvel fighting game? You're like, I love it. All right, okay.
Jot that down.
Right, let her down again.
Also, which character you play with? He plays with like
You remember playing? Okay, you leave now.
Who's the one I saw? Like Kirby. See, you play with like Kirby. He plays with like the most cartoonish, most whimsical.
Yeah, Lemaire, if you're on a date and a girl busted out a Nintendo Switch.
Oh my god.
Because she didn't wait.
Oh my god.
Brett Hibachi.
So many.
Girl busted out a Nintendo Switch. What is it?
Joy-Cons this way, man.
That's just the whole mark of this phenomenon.
We gotta get you on. We gotta get you on low on the spectrum.
Lemaire is definitely on the spectrum.
Can we just do it like a low on the spectrum too and sell it to Netflix?
The people we would have, I mean, would
That would.
filming that maniac on date, be like, you look like so beautiful tonight. I'm so sweet. I'm actually like real sweet. I look like I'm fucking jacked.
Doesn't want to be there.
What's severely Lemaire?
There's a lot of intriguing.
Who else we got?
Film my marriage.
That was
I was watching like small
Vampire
film.
Diaries. Like jumping. Oh, it scared me. It scared me.
Oh my god, they move fast again.
Yeah, I mean, you can get me too. I mean, I'm down in the basement playing that game, yelling up the steps about. Yeah, that's not autism. That's just classic. I got the classic.
You can be radicalized in autism.
I think. Who else we got though in the squad? I mean, filming these are would rule.
Sydney gets that
Julie is not. Sydney is something. Sid's got something.
Trying to think who else. We got some strong autism, literally, bro.
And they say, well, why?
Very pleasantly autistic.
Yeah, divine. All of a sudden, big skinny and doing karate. He's got a twitch.
He came to, it was like the Rubik's Cube, the soundboard. He came down on it today. Like,
how come you don't have that autism?
You have a shitty autism.
Yeah, you're the worst autism, man. All you have is fucking cartoon videos, like comic books. You need to figure out electronics.
Literally came down. I was like, 2 seconds. I'm trying to get down for sub-minute.
Lemaire was just dicking off. Yeah, did you pay attention at all? Or you weren't here for it?
It's set. It's completely set.
The soundboard is set, so it's not to touch. What were you just doing?
It's mic on and off. And yeah, set up too. Once we get the little TV, we'll be able to have little videos.
Nice. Wait, we have videos of us?
No, we'll be able to draw sounds from the computer. So we'll be able to watch.
We shouldn't have.
These headphones do.
That's one bad thing some podcasts do is have like a screen. A thing that shows you what they're filming. So it's a way to show. So like in Compound, there's a live feed. So I mean that is where you would watch videos and stuff, which is good. But then you see yourself up there. It's so hard not to look at yourself. It's so hard not to ever like.
It's like being on Zoom. You're just talking to a picture of your face, and you're like,
yeah. I had to turn that off when we were talking. I look at myself.
What happened?
On Zoom,
You just turn up. You just looked at me.
you can turn your video off.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, it was. Because I kept looking at myself.
It's possible to implant
It's weird. I'd be watching myself talk.
Yeah, it's got bizarre.
Make myself laugh. I'm like, that's just a horror. Go to it, man. That's what we're doing.
Just letting your hair back.
Where we at?
A lot of stock in sleep paralysis.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Keep this thing rolling, man. Chop it right in
Let's
half.
take a break. I got a pee.
Take hold.
Yeah, I'm gonna take a tea.
We're already probably switched over to pitch. Right. Well, you're on the pitch right now, so enjoy it. I'm staring at where it hit before it hit. So I was looking at there's gunk on the inside of my windshield, and I was like looking at it like fucking. I was trying to figure out where it's from. There's like a haze in front of the cruise. I think it's from Left Beezer, Smoke Six.
Oh, dude, for sure. In the inside of the windshield? Yeah. My dad busted me for that in high school. He rubbed his finger on my windshield and was like, what the hell's that? You guys smoking cigarettes in here? Answered honestly, I said, no.
Another theory is that
Joints?
Love weed. Shout out weed.
Yo, baby.
I got a little blaze, baby.
Shane was, that's how we are in real life.
True.
Yeah, you were, it was so fucking funny because I'm telling you, I could just not drink for the rest of my life. I love smoking weed. I was just sitting there, having a couple drinks that were fun. But it's like, it was so much fun after we, I was just sitting down a little bit that whole night. We smoked that joint on the way out. Dude, that was like fucking, I mean, we just, that's the thing. If you want to smoke a joint in public, I've mastered the Fist of Fury. You just hit it, hold it in your fist. You can hide a joint in your fist, and everyone smells weed. Like, where the fuck's that coming from? And just walk right by, pop it back out. When you hit it like a regular cigarette, then you just fucking fist it up by your wall. But we were all so fucking high. That joint was the thing that, like,
I think it took like 2 hits.
you did.
I get so fucking high.
That's half gooey. That's not like anything crazy, but it's
You said that
very nice.
Well, I was saying, you're like, no, this is like a nice, this would be good.
very nice piece.
I was like, dude, I'll get so fucked up.
Yeah, well,
I like instantly like blacked out.
did you really?
Did you? So I was like pretty drunk going into that. Yeah. I wasn't like hammered, but I was getting these are crushed.
We were all getting there. We're all,
And then that weed, I just like I kind of blacked out going to sheets. So I forgot about the
on
sheets.
the way to Sheets, we were trying to figure out how to add stop. So that was something we couldn't possible. So I didn't add a stop, but I changed the destination.
Yes.
So I got us to Sheets. I remember we were laughing really hard in the cab. I don't know what about. So hopefully it was good.
No, it wasn't.
What are you talking about? We were laughing about how we couldn't get the thing.
No, but it was something about the driver.
No, it wasn't. There's no way. What was so funny about him?
He was from a different country.
No, we weren't laughing about that.
That's usually all it takes for us to think it's funny.
No, I think we were talking
I swear to God, it was something that I was
talking about a minivan. I know there's something about a minivan we were cackling about. I don't know what it was, but we were laughing about the minivan. I don't remember. We were laughing hard. We were also stoned. So we were laughing about it. I know we're laughing. We were laughing about the fact that we couldn't navigate. And the whole time we're like, we have to be able to get there. Let's just get there and we'll figure out a way back. And then you see the guy cash pumped up. Somebody rolled up into the Sheets, and I didn't have a mask. So I tied my winger. Winger was the guy. I bought a racetrack shirt. I was tied it around my face. I saw 3 gentlemen weren't wearing masks at all. So my head, I'm like, well, no, I don't wear them. Shout out to them. Pictures. But I ended up I tied a t-shirt on my face and it fell down at a certain point. So when I checked out, I just beat my t-shirt to hold it in front of my face and just checked out. And then people in there were just like, so I was screaming at music from across the big
God damn it. I had to be like, shut the fuck up. You're like, these are like screaming in line with a bandana around his neck. He tied his shirt and then it wasn't covering his face, so it was just around his neck. And he was like, "Fish, are you getting kettle corn? Are you getting kettle corn?
Kettle chips.
Get some kettle chips."
He wanted Lay's or hers, but there was these ones called like Dirty something.
It was enough that I publicly shamed Matt.
I wasn't shamed at all.
I was like, "Matt, dude, you're screaming."
Didn't even notice. I was just kind of looking at Shane. I remember looking at Shane and like, Peter, they're called Dirty Harry. They're actually decent, dude. He's like, I don't fucking want them. I like what I want. Yeah, that was that standing in the track, getting picked up. It felt like he turned his face to the guy in Concourse, and then hopping in his. I was laughing at the fact that we were just laughing at like nothing, basically. Being like, we can't even get this guy's like, the guy, that's what we were laughing about. He'd been driving for 20 hours.
Oh, that's right.
That's what we were laughing about. The guy was pausing. He paused the app. He figured out a way to pause the app. They would allow him to remain. I think they would let you do like 13 hours.
Yes.
He figured out a way to stay on the road for 20 hours. And we're like, what the fuck?
It's just thinking of a dude driving a van 20 hours a day. Picking up stoned people. They're like, can you stop at Sheets?
You know how to get there? When you navigated it back too, you gave an old-fashioned navigation.
Which must have been crazy because I was.
No, not here, turn right. He passed like 3 turns.
Yeah, it was
He was a good sport, man. Pass him.
So when I got out of the car before I paid him, I got out of the car to get my wallet. He was like, like he was like that. And I was like, I got you.
That's what I said. I don't think we got you, bro. No worries, bro.
Yeah. That would have been a dick move.
It's a good deal.
Yeah, never do that to him.
Getting back to the house, I was crushed. I think there was no more steak left. And then you're like, nah, bottom drawer, unearthed. Dude, I unearthed a piece of steak. Like, fucking no lie. That had been like 14 ounces.
So good.
I cut it in half. I was going to share it with the Beezer, but he didn't want it. Beezer only eats chips and snickerdoodles. So I ended up eating, that was the end of my night, eating like that 16 ounces of steak, whatever that was. And then just passing out to sleep was like, oh, man, that was great.
That was nuts. That was nuts. trying to get a game in with Wes Watson.
Wes Watson is looking good.
Wes Watson's my quarterback in my legacy mode in NCAA 14. Oh, dude, I didn't tell you, I blew it. I played Notre Dame in the Orange Bowl. Was up a touchdown with like 2 minutes left. Threw a pick. And they went down.
Subconsciously, you think you did it on purpose?
No, I don't like Notre Dame very much.
Really?
They are friends.
So they weren't.
Are they really?
I Notre Dame is friends. What? They just will never win. It's not like a pro team like can draft somebody who like turn around. It's a college team. It's just like this is kind of as good as they can be.
Same bad nerds all the time.
Same best nerds.
It was fun though, man. That was good. That was good for me to get out. I let my hair down. That was
man. I was happy to see you drinking some cider.
I was like I came up here. I had those 2 cider.
Goatee grew in strong from the trip to the Grove.
Come on. Activated all my fucking goatee molecules.
It's like a pig when it gets feral in like a week. If you go to a dirt track, you just grow a mullet.
Dude, I was emptying a couple bullets I saw.
Yeah, where are they from? Well, I guess Central Pennsylvania. It's pretty easy. Again, it's literally like nothing but cornfields.
I told my dad where we're at. He's like, anywhere you tell my dad, you can name any city in America, and he'll name this another city. He'll be like, oh, near Centralia? I don't fucking know.
Centralia is like an hour.
Yeah, that's up near Centralia. I'm like, I don't fucking know. I don't know. Yes, that's trucker stuff.
Centralia is colder.
Is that where it is?
We're south.
That's what I thought. I was like,
Centralia rules.
it's not York. You guys are north of York.
North of York, south.
York's.
The interesting thing to me about the paralysis part of it is
That's the home of
Speaking of all races.
Live today in York.
York's racist.
Really?
Yeah.
So people from Mechanicsburg, like, nah, that's kind of racist. It's kind of racist.
We're more highbrow. You've seen ours.
I've seen you guys from that.
Well, Mary, you're from round yonder.
I was gonna say York's pretty racist where a place where a lot of
I don't know if it's all of them, but at least in all of the
Puerto Ricans in York?
I've heard,
Or is that a chicken and the egg?
they're
Which came first, the racism or the
People
Puerto
from York, they're
Ricans?
kind of like, what the hell? Who are these people?
they're simply just
Why are their cars jacked so low to the ground?
Yeah, we should let the Puerto Ricans live there.
communicate something to them. Like,
Imagine being from York and you're like, stay back, Tim. I don't know what the hell this is. But I'm black.
They'll have this
They're
decal.
not Chinese either. I don't know what the hell this is. Come back.
They have a decal of like a kid with saggy pants and backwards. It's like a baby wearing backwards Puerto Rico flag hat. We don't know what to do.
Stay back. The cars are excessively loud. I don't know if that's on purpose or muffler fell off. Let me investigate.
Hey, got a problem with your muffler? They said no, Tim. Come. Run, their mufflers are fine. Lancaster's got a lot of Puerto Ricans as well. Lancaster's got, there's a bubble around Mechanicsburg. Pretty ignorant says, whoosh, whoosh. Anytime Puerto Ricans go, whoosh. But we got Somalians and Sudanese. We're like, you guys, hurry up. When the Puerto Ricans get in, we open the door for the Somalis. Oh, shit.
I just love the idea of Puerto Ricans living in like the farm.
They do.
That's awesome.
They're out Amish.
I mean, they fucking farm out up in Kensington. We're in Hobbyville, dude. It's fucking roosters. They keep like roosters and shit. They have like an 8 square foot backyard, and they're just like a full on chicken coop.
As you know, most of Hispanic people come from a strong agricultural history. A lot of countryside.
Oh, you're researching for
Don't break the news.
I'm not bringing this.
Now we gotta do. I'm working on a hardcore history.
Yeah, it's a good one.
We
Talk
should
about
probably change the name of that. Harder core history. Softcore history.
history on the spectrum.
How about softcore? Yeah, softcore history. It's hardcore. It's stepmom history. Mature natural history. Stepmom mature history.
So they have a big, they're very
Agriculture-based society. Folk show.
we gotta get back to that. People should at least have one food.
But Comanches didn't think that show was dead. Plains Indians, dude. If you were like, you need to switch to agriculture, you're gonna have to kill me, dude. You're gonna have to kill me. You're gonna do lady work.
Again, just that whole eye movement you just did when someone mentioned something to you that's kind of gay, and you go. They must have did that back. It's just universal. They do the smile and a thumbs up, and then there's the.
What are you gonna stick a farmer? Yeah, you're gonna have to kill me and all my people. You know that, right?
What do you do? Like, yeah, you just dig at things, you wait. Like, and then your wife. I'm like, I work for my wife.
Yeah.
What is the word for dude? I can't sometimes think of it. Trying to like think of the word. Like, that's like when a guy. He's gay. Gay guy.
Yeah.
My name is Gay Guy, and I'm the last of my people.
So what are we to do?
Man who sleeps with strong ones.
Man not deterred by Adam's apple. Sleeps with many men. First of all, the Comanche treated their women almost entirely as slaves. Yes. Like fully, like you do all the work. We're fucking hunting and going to war. When we catch something, you clean it, you do that. We can share you if we want. Yeah, they enslaved them.
So it's full on. It was like we're stronger than
And they were, yes. It was, again, not every tribe did this. Some tribes had female chiefs and shit. But just like when we, oh, dude, I didn't tell you this. The end of Last of Us, I played a little further. How far did you get? You quit like right away.
After Jordan.
Okay. Did you find out? So all right. So as Abby goes to hunt, or no, what's the girl? Ellie goes to hunt Abby. Turns out, she runs into these two Asian kids. Did you get to this part? You know this?
The ones that were like going through breakup?
No, she runs into two Asian children that escaped this one village that's also in Seattle. The reason they escaped their village is because the one kid was trans. So then Abby.
What did he do? Like Mulan in the army? Really?
Well, no, they cut his hair, and then the village got upset. So the sister,
Hottest trans in the village cut his hair.
the sister and the little sister, who was trans and going for it, escaped the town. And the sister was like, they killed their own mom. The mom, when they went back to the village, I think the mom tried to kill the boy, trans boy, because the whole village was like, you gotta kill that kid. And the sister was like, you gotta be yourself. You did the right thing. They killed the mom. And they were like, anybody who disagrees is a piece of shit. They forces to kill everybody. Shit, it's pretty sick. Yeah, but the whole point of the game becomes then protecting
in their entire career.
as a jack.
You're
You're a jack white woman that's protecting the trans.
Is it weird that
For a bigot white man.
does everybody live in villages or like the white woman? Like, are these Chinese people in America live in a village? They're transing up, checking out.
No, I was just imagining how angry the man would have got at that point. Playing this game, because first of all, the game's 30 hours.
Yeah.
Of you just trying to get out of the room every fucking 20 minutes.
Also, let me protect a fucking male to female trans, dude. I'm not gonna protect a female to male. It's like, wait, you're doing what now? I'm protecting you. Like, yeah, dude. I'm gonna be the last two people on fucking Earth.
You're throwing away all that good pussy. Alright?
We might be the last two people left.
You're throwing away pussy. During a zombie apocalypse.
I mean, imagine if there's the last two people left on Earth. You're like, I'm boy. It's like, oh, yeah, I'm not gay. I'm not gonna fuck you. You're not fucking gay. I have to say you're a girl. You think I'm a fucking gay, dude? The fate of humanity depends on this. The fate of the world depends on me not being gay. If you're a boy, I'm not doing it. Japanese, not Adam and Steve. God. Freak. You what? Oh my god. That'd be sick.
Yeah, percentage wise, if it is down to like, if we do get down to like an Adam and Eve scenario, they are going to be retards. They're going to be dumb motherfuckers. If you took just a random two people in the world, it'd be pretty funny to imagine.
If they did the Adam and Eve generator, they simmed out what it would be like
one guy, one girl. Yeah. No. I'm just saying if the human population drops down to like nothing, The remainder is going to be, well, 2 random people in the world would be idiots.
It'll be 2 trillionaires. It'll be 2 billionaires. That's when
It's
you're
a $1 trillion industry.
When you're a billionaire, the thing you're doing is guaranteeing that your family will survive. Shit, most families won't. Your family will live through like the next cataclysm,
Which is pretty greedy.
Yeah, man.
I mean, it's biological for sure, but it's also like, I think the Gillis is obscene enough. I'm not building a bomb shelter. Even if I made $1 billion, like, if we get bombed, that's it. We had a good run.
There'll be some billionaires who are out there just like just having fun.
Yeah.
But there's some, like I think like Bezos,
Save my name. Yes, so I can get all the Bezos clan out of here. Come on, gang, we're getting out of here.
or space. It's like, where are you going, Uncle Jeff? It's like, don't worry, my house has been a rocket ship this entire
Hop
time.
into the rocket ship. It just explodes on launch. All the Bezos are dead.
I started this in my garage,
Yeah,
and now we will go to Mars.
turns out that nuclear warning we all got was a false alarm. In other news, the Bezos did die in a horrific house rocket accident. They all locked themselves in, their house exploded. Rocket fuel.
And Bezos, even in the event of that, has a little egg that he floats out. Just in case if my house exploded and I have this egg, I float it out back to Earth, where I still command the largest online retailer.
The shuttle? Yeah.
You know the kids wearing class lunch.
Yeah. Well, you're thinking of the Challenger?
Challenger
also.
Yeah.
Blew up the day before.
Because there was a teacher. I know.
Dude, if I saw my teacher explode in a spaceship, I would have fucking been like, hey, who it was? Dude, if I know who it was, I would have been like, Miss Mary exploded in an airplane. Like, dude, I used to pull up to my like multiple jobs. If the boss was late, I used to be like my heart of hearts. I'm like, I hope they don't work for us. In my head, I'm like, dude,
I'd be going places and be like, I hope I get in a horrible I'd be going to school and be like, man, I should just crash this one.
often. Oh, fuck. Yeah, man, I remember just pulling up and he's like, oh, he's not here, where's he at?
Fucking mangled on the side.
I remember thinking, like, his head broke his neck. Chill.
Yeah, true.
Poor Bezos logic.
We're absolutely quickly into the shelter.
Quickly, let's get in the Home Depot before the month arrives.
Oh God, there's a fire. Oh God, the Bezos clan. No, come on, Bezos. Get out of that fire.
Yeah, that would be weird too. Imagine if you survived that, and then it's just like you, Epstein's daughter, Epstein's like niece.
Don't get me started on how
It's
sick
like
this
Hillary.
scenario is.
Hillary, and you're just like, all right, dude,
They
yeah,
have
get
some
after it.
decent days in there. Yeah, some survival base for sure. You don't think they're gonna? They're stockpiling them kids.
Also, there will be just some regular people who just happen to be in like on like a weird mountain or
They
something.
got away. Yeah.
You come down, they didn't meet anything. They're shooting you in the face.
They go look survivors.
Yeah, it's
Good meat.
They have COVID. Like, what's that? Like, never mind.
Can't figure out what's going on here.
I don't know.
That's what I think being a millionaire for sure. Like, those
It's about
survivors, fuck that shit.
You can't prove
You ever
it's
see
not
2012?
there.
That movie?
And he
It was about that.
there's something there, but I can't
Billionaires built like
you can't explain
ships
it,
in
so
China
it's not
in the
there.
mountains.
So
When the world ended, they all just got on them. Yeah. The whole movie, I think, was about like John Cusack being like a cool guy and sneaking his family onto the billionaire ships.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, it's not a
I've
documentary.
never seen the previews for
Like,
it.
it's a documentary on it. That's embarrassing. They're all you had like fucking Warren Buffett. Like, I'm sort of trying to get
I'm in a China cave right now to save my family. The Buffets.
the buffets.
Jimmy, quickly. Jimmy, get here. Quit horsing around.
Here, Sticky, get in here.
Imagine
Imagine if that was the only entertainer left in your life.
Jerry Buffett.
Stepping on a pine. Blew out a flip flop. All right, dude, we're a fucking Chinese mountain, man. No more beach shit. Nothing to do in this autocratic regime.
Wasted away in a prison I sold my gold teeth
To the Uyghurs.
for an extra ration. I got no teeth left because they damn Uyghurs.
no sanctions. They just said, please be a little more
love Jimmy Buffett, dude. Chinese dude, if you're like a Chinese
First off,
aristocrat,
the Chinese would love Jimmy
come
Buffett.
on, man. I love that. Just partying.
Beach life. Look at the party at Wilbur. Dude, I guarantee that was Buffett.
Salt life, dude.
That was Salt Life.
That's how we're gonna crack the CCP with enough salt life propaganda.
What would you call it if you were in China?
Salt life. I'm purely westernized. Yeah.
Salt
life.
Salt what?
Salt life, dude.
Salt life. It's a life. Come on, man.
Come on, dude.
It's a salt rife.
Dude, you're like that girl on that date. You're no better.
It's actually pronounced salt rife. Maybe you can't hear me. Kapuna? Yeah, I think it's because you're Asian. You don't understand what I'm saying.
Asian people can't understand my speech impediments.
Anyway, he's not very good. Anyway.
We think it's like two magnets.
True.
Just totally blanks out.
Beta fish. Just staring in the mirror like, well, you can't pronounce your R, so. No, what? Calvin rolled.
Dude, that guy.
Number one. It's got to be Calvin.
Calvin's up there.
Mark and Michael.
Michael was like, I was pissed. They teased me with it. I wanted to say, I was like waiting for him to find his
I
queen.
think that's not Michael's first Fine Love show. I think Michael's done more. I gotta look into this. I've heard rumors circulating that Michael's actually done more than one of these, which is a little disheartening.
No, he's an old industry fucking hack.
Industry hack.
I love how he's just like, I'm finding my queen, my lady.
It's unacceptable.
I think black people appropriated that from us, like my queen.
No, they was king.
No, I think they appropriated like my queen. My queen.
That's what the Revolutionary War was about. We don't want any of these kangs coming in here. You think the kang is coming? You think British monarchy is going to be like that? In a few years, they're going to get rid of the monarchy. Like they already are. Do you think that people getting rid of, like, how about, like, fucking William quit. Like, they're just a figurehead.
Yeah.
But, like, you think in several years, British,
Who was king?
William was king.
William was king.
He was king, and I took him, didn't I?
No, for real,
We must have Bruce. I fucking took off hand.
for real, we were really kings.
Literally, quite literally.
My mom was a queen, like really. We was kings.
Yeah.
I don't know why. I mean, dude, they're gonna be like, we're it's like we heard it.
Thank you so much, Ralph.
I think Prince William, or was it Harry? I don't know. One of them got out of Dodge.
Take our
Before the Epstein shit started.
Good for him.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, his brother was a bad boy. Apparently, and again, this could be propaganda, but Bill Gates on the Epstein flight log.
Flight log was sick. Flight log was super cool.
I mean, that's the people
You
who
know
are
what show
about
holds on that flight log?
I heard. Is that real? Is that real? Is she on the flight log?
That means
Call her right now.
I should have texted her and be like, you weren't on the phone.
Just tell her
I
that.
did say that earlier because I told Sutter about it. He's good friends with her.
Just warn her.
He's like, bro,
She has to go out publicly and tell her
she's on the logs. What do you think of that?
That was definitely made up by a guy. That was definitely made up by a guy who was kind of like, he saw her in front of Trump. He's like, yeah, I'm pretty sure she knows.
Also, that bitch Michelle Wolf was on there.
Back when she was an open micer, she somehow got on Jeffrey Epstein.
Yeah, in the last 10 years, she was a billionaire.
But
True.
back then, she might have been on the flight log.
The flight log would have been.
She would have been at the age where she would have been like an employee.
Yeah. When did they stop doing? No, they did them pretty recently.
Then they brought her.
In order for her to be on the flight logs, it had to be within the last year.
Or she did the
Or like a year
speech
ago.
and they got a tap and like, oh yeah, let's show her the sex
It
slaves.
could be.
She's on our team.
She'd be like, man, she really slayed him. Anyway, let's get her some fucking snatch it to water. Come on.
You know, in the Philippines, they just they're like, I think the Philippines or Taiwan, one or the other, they're revolting. They basically were like this out front of, you know where they got it from?
Yeah, Hunger Games.
The Hunger Games out. The king must have been like, fucking dorks.
Yeah, I'm actually more of a Harry Potter guy. Anyway, yeah, Expelliarmus, which is I just joke around. That's actually get the machine guns out. Mass graves Aramis.
Yeah, man, that's Billy Gates. Bill Gates apparently was on the.
I'm excited for the term that Bill Gates is a good dude.
How do you sell it, right?
So,
I don't know. Anytime everybody gets behind something, I usually don't like it. And right now, it's fun to say Bill Gates is a piece of shit.
this was a story.
Is that Gates is a man?
I was in the air.
It's tough to say.
It's also he's Mark Zuckerberg.
Yeah.
Gates is if Mark Zuckerberg somehow doesn't die of autism in the next 5 years.
Yeah, what even is an autism, Max?
You just look at Rubik's Cube. You just figure out everything. It's like when you get the limitless at the very end. It's too much limitless. So Mark Zuckerberg doesn't die of autism.
It is limitless.
For sure, dude.
What are your hobbies? You're unstoppable.
Bill Gates is Mark Zuckerberg. If Mark Zuckerberg were to get into like medical shit, you'd be like, what the fuck is this? He's trying to get into currency. And I was like, Zuckerberg, chill, bro. You guys can't have Facebook money. Like, stop that. But yeah, so that's it.
Why can't they chill the fuck out and just get into like buy the LA Rams? Just do that.
Yeah, well,
Quit with the drugs.
well, yeah, I mean, the other thing too is I think there's kind of like a slowly. I think there was like a thing where like you're a billionaire, you're DJT, I just love Eastern European ladies, let me buy a sports team. Now people are like, they get in there. Everyone's kind of McAfee. McAfee went to police and did this with his money. He's like, what's our fun in the police here? Because everyone now is like trying to like,
Dude, McAfee, I haven't been following his work lately. He's still, we gotta have him back on.
we do have to have him
Because
because he fucking rules. But yeah, I don't know, man. That's the thing with Gates. People are like, I mean, how fucked up would it be if he went around like saving the world? He apparently had like a bunch of antitrust things against him when he was. He's on. You're gonna watch the tapes of him. They're like asking him why he was trying to like shut down other firms. Like, what was your problem? Why did you find these other firms problematic? And he's like, I don't know what you mean by that. They're like, the guy laughs. He's like, meaning like a problematic. What don't you understand about the term problematic? He was like.
So that was a really
I don't understand.
He was even jump over a chair.
Did he Frill jumped over a chair?
He actually extremely Zuckerberg asked him out. He was on like Good Morning America or one of these like 60 Minutes or something. They were like, here's a moment to make him very human.
That's what they said they did.
And he like leaped over an office chair. He's like, how about that?
He was like he apparently stole windows from a guy. Like that wasn't his idea.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, apparently stole.
How would that happen?
That was Apple.
So Windows. So this guy was like actively dying of cancer, and then while this guy was dying of cancer, allegedly, Bill Gates tried to take his shares of Microsoft. So he was like apparently doing. The guy was on record, man. Like, this motherfucker, dude. I like basically built the thing.
Beat the cancer.
Not only he ended up beating the cancer. And he was like, not only like the guy, not only like trying to fuck me out of my idea, but he tried to take all the money that I would have gotten from it. And he was like, he was power nerding out. And then he did like he just hit a fever pitch. And then it was like all of a sudden Bill Gates is in medicine. So it's like, I mean, same thing with Donald Trump as president. Everyone's like, oh, Donald Trump only like fucked a bunch of people out of money and didn't pay his construction debt. He loves us now. It's like, it's one of those, whatever. But
Damn, Bill Gates trying to steal the stocks from your boy who's definitely dying of cancer. And then you get the news like he's doing well. His surgery worked. What's that?
You're like, I'm gonna get into medicine.
He shows up. He's like, hey, did you try to take my stock? What's it?
I mean, like, what?
Yeah, well.
Dude, literally, that's
Yes. Did you try to take out my stocks? I was going to feed my family with
company I designed.
Yes. Should we go inside? Yes. I have your stocks. I have your female stocks. Say marmalade.
Yes. Jake.
So you watch this, and then it's like you're telling me this. Like, you can't allow people to even watch this and be like, "Wait, is this real or not?" They're like, "This is a threat to democracy. You can't watch this thing about Bill Gates was an asshole." What the fuck, man?
Yeah, who's saying that?
Even if it's not true, it's like, dude, how many of the things about Trump are substantially, like, totally true? That runs 24/7. As soon as something comes out, like, yo, Bill Gates is kind of a fucking dickhead. It's kind of weird that he's involved in medicine. They're like, this is dangerous. Get him out of here. It's like. I mean, they're calling some shots here.
I'm only here to listen to Julie Louis Dreyfus.
True.
Whatever she says.
Longoria, that's it.
It's actually Mike Ponce.
God, we had a laugh track to that one.
Yeah, it's actually Mike Ponce.
Actually, I heard it's Mike Pants. Gang, stab me in the fucking neck, dude.
All these people that were out publicly denouncing me for being not funny.
Shit, that doesn't bother. Gang's like, yo, it's pretty good.
Yeah, he's like, actually, I think that guy's great. He goes on there, bombs.
I'm like, fuck, dude.
Yeah, I got Rob Schneider and Ponce. Rob Schneider was like, he's great. I was like, shut the fuck up, Rob Schneider.
Is that the end of Pauly Shore's?
No, the animal.
Pauly Shore's?
No, that's Rob Schneider.
What is that? He's a weasel, yeah. You got the animal?
First off, the animal ruled.
Animal fucking.
The animal was good. Rob Schneider he has some bangers. Hot Check was good. You know, it was a good one that I used to like that I think probably sucks. You ever see Sorority Boys? It's good stuff.
What's it about?
There's three dudes that pretend to be in a sorority.
How do they end up
They trans.
Really?
Yeah.
I don't understand what's the problem with the women. Sorry,
They're dudes that, no, true. I'm sorry.
What's even funny about
I
that?
like to think I'm a Christian. Deep fly ball. That thing's headed to left. I don't know if I'm ever going to work again. 4-0 Reds. Yeah, that's dude.
Going to Kansas City. Kansas City, fan capital of the world. Anyway.
Fan capital of the world. By the fifth inning, someone was like, yo, you were on there. I'm a God-fearing man. To my family, the listeners.
I mean, that's just
to guys I work for. I'm sorry.
You're just back at his family party, just putting like roast beef into a roll. They're like, yeah, is that fag in the baseball thing? You're like, yeah. Now I sell insurance. Now I sell insurance. So
to the Reds listener or to the Reds commentator, I can't tell you how supportive your family is going to be. They're going to be too supportive.
Yeah.
They're going to be so supportive. You got to be like, yo, I was kidding. Chill.
So he's gonna get sued by one of his family members. Like, actually, I said Kansas was fag capital. I trademarked that. Now I'm selling
Said
t-shirts.
it at the Christmas party last year. We all laughed at it. And you remember that.
You stole my moment.
You stole my funniest joke and said it on national air. Kansas City.
What does that mean? What does it mean it's catatonic strip?
Fag capital of the world.
Of the world. Really? Don't like everyone have guns there? I was in Louisville one time.
That's probably what he got. He probably got that out, like somebody doing the sounds from this. Okay. Yeah, all right. He was like fat capital of the world.
Testing, fag capital of the world, Kansas City.
His head, he was probably like, that wasn't it.
Were they playing? Who were they playing? Kansas City.
Yes.
Oh, he was like talking shit on the other
I
team.
think he was talking shit.
Trash talk. Love the trash.
Classic locker room talk.
I love the trash talk.
Trash talk. He didn't know he was on. That's all you had to say. I didn't. I'm sorry. The only people that I thought were going to hear that were my friends. I would never say that publicly. I'm sorry to anybody that. Anyway, deep fly ball, that thing's out of here. Suck my dick, Fag City! Dude, it's 4-0. Good guys over the
What were you
gay man from Kansas. Alright, we gotta go. I gotta drive to New York.
Send it to the.
I gotta drive to the fag capital of the world.
That's gonna be fun. Yeah, that's a flight, man. Where is it? I mean, is there a fag capital of the world? It's gonna be France.
Country-wise?
Yeah.
We're probably up there. I think so. America's very good.
And if you call the VA hospital, which I have to,
Well,
because I work for a pizza shop, I deliver there all the time.
Kansas City, I would say, is definitely
They're
right.
extension. They're there to remind
I remember Harrisburg had one gay bar and everyone was like, it's so gay.
We had a strip club.
So
They
you said something
abandoned.
about it. And it's even more scary because the VA is on Highway
Hello,
666.
How you doing, man?
Not
How
only
you doing, bro?
I'm doing all right. Look at
That's
this.
312.
I needed to see it. I needed my rock. While I've been out, you were gone. I could feel it. I was drifting and see. I've been Mr. Cool, bro.
Where were you being attacked?
I've been too cool. Been too cool to answer.
Yeah,
I've been too.
I love Highway 666.
I just need to chill.
What you been
My
up to?
wicked ways.
You went back up to the
Went to the Big Apple and immediately fell into sin. The first night I was there, I dosed my good friend. Jason.
How integral were you to this plot?
I was 30% guilty of the. So out of 3 people, I was 30%.
Well, with a dose, usually somebody provides the dose. It's part of
Lewis brought the dose to the table.
Gotcha.
So he's culpable for that.
Gotcha.
Tried the dose, Ari. Ari deflected the dose and gave it to Jay.
How did Ari know he was going
I
to
told Ari. I said Lewis is trying to dose it.
Did Lewis tell you?
Yeah, Lewis did it directly in front of me. It was like, don't tell Ari. And I was like, okay, I won't. I immediately walked inside and told Ari. Yeah. But my plan would have been to have dosed Lewis, or no one. In hindsight, no one. But at the time, yeah, it was rumpus.
At the time, it's rumpus time.
It was rumpus.
Years are going around. Someone
Years are going around.
How much did he have on him? Like a little vial, like a little liquid?
I don't know. I was supposed to be. It was a tab. He had it to him. Wanted it a beer.
Yeah. I thought he had like a vial of liquid.
It was funny. I stand by that. It was funny. The episode was funny. But, then you feel bad. Once your friends bump, you're like, oh, man, maybe that was. And then every single person I told was like, what are you doing? Yeah. I thought, I wouldn't care. I was like, I wouldn't care. And everybody I told was like, that's like really fucked up, man. That would be like a real problem.
Yeah, well, if you put somebody in Nego prison, that's even that.
Even if you get out of Nego prison, then it's funny. Once you're out of Nego prison, it's like, damn, dude, I was.
How long was he in
I think Jay was in. I was in Nego prison. I felt so bad, which was funny because like the day after, I was like, hilarious. This was so funny. And I started telling people, they were like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
Yeah, man.
And I was like, all right, maybe I'm an idiot. Ari was my rock there.
He was like, no,
Ari was like, it was funny. I was like, I agree, it was.
Yeah, dosing people and getting dogs high or like a similar camp. You're like, oh, it's legitimately funny to get a dog high. You're like, no, it's really fucked up.
Yeah, well, what happened was I did Metzger's podcast. And I like brought it up thinking it'd be funny. I was like, hey, well, Jay got dosed. He was like, why would you ever do that? Who did that? And I was like, mostly Ari. I was like, look, man, it wasn't me. Just instantly backpedaled.
What was he? I understand. So you just knew what was going on. You were just culpable.
Right. I was like, why don't you fucking drink up, Jay? I was like, you should chug, like stuff like that.
You chugged it along with him.
I did drink it after with him.
Which he took a sip and then you're like,
he took a good sip. And then I drank. I would argue I drank more of it than him, but it was voluntary.
True.
So it's not as tough. Anyway,
dude, it's also
just put me in a sad like, damn, dude, is this what I'm doing now? Man, I was close to like some pretty serious success. Now I'm just dosing my friends with acid and feeling guilty for like a week.
You don't have enough evil in you.
I don't. Ari might be the king evil hippie.
I think so.
He actually might be the king evil
But he
hippie.
deflected it. First of all, if people are trying to dose you, you have way too much proximity.
Yeah,
because that's their only threat. If you deal with like rogue hippies, they constantly threaten each other by giving each other mega doses of acid because most of them are kind of pussies.
Yeah.
So they won't like fight each other with people like this for a long time. And they won't ever like threaten violence, but they'll be like, I'll give you like 2,000.
I'll kill you.
I'll drive them insane. It's weird. They like threaten each other with that. But the only thing that cures that is like, or the only thing against that is like, I don't go to like Grateful Dead cover band shows. And like, fuck,
we'll never get him.
Inconceivable. How are we gonna get him then?
Yeah,
so they would all talk about that. I'm like, dude, unless you can get into my house. I was living in New Jersey at the time. I'm like, I don't hang out with you guys. They were like, back in my evil hippie day, my own evil hippie day.
You had a bit of an evil hippie day.
I just was around them. I wasn't an evil hippie. I was just, I was just a mini man doing.
It was like me. You were like me now. I'm amongst some people.
You have to be. They cluster dude in some places. They somehow rise up. I mean, dude, when they're harnessing that.
Ari be the evil hippies.
Nobody wants to accept their evil hippies.
No, everybody.
People get so
Christian. We call this one dude from Helium an evil hippie. Every time I see him, every single time I see him, for like 3 years, he's been like, I'm not an evil hippie, man. And then he says some crazy evil hippie shit. I'm like, he's like, polyamory's all right. I'm like, yeah, you're an evil hippie, dude.
Yeah, like your version of polyamory was like bully your girlfriend into a threesome.
I didn't say that.
I'm not saying he'll do that, but
I am not different evil hippie.
Yeah, but that's the evil hippie. That's it. Yeah, like, come on, man, don't be so.
Yeah, like we should like open things up.
What I'm gonna leave.
Yeah, classic evil hippie.
You gotta watch it, man. I'm telling you, I was in the belly of the beast for a while, and I remember, this is all for entertainment purposes. A long time ago, 10 years ago, I remember I was giving this guy a quarter pound of wheat, and him and his friend were splitting it. Dude, they were like this.
Yeah.
And I watched him chintz his friend down to $50. It was one of those things where it was like, the guy was like, how much was this? The guy was like, $900. And I was like, hey, I'm like, man, that's your boy, dude. Evil hippie, no man.
That is evil.
They'll just like lie, steal, and kill, dude, just so they can follow some shitty band around all summer. They'll fuck people over. They'll sell you like shitty fake weed. They'll just fuck people over constantly and then go sit at a music festival. Dude, you're just devastated. You took people's money, you're like, oh, I'll just mail this out. And they just fucking go and follow like the string cheeses. It's like, you fucking assholes. Yeah, dude, I'm telling you, stay away. They get like
Trick women via drugs into having sex.
Yeah, pretty much.
Sick move. Evil hippies also always tend to have coke, but like something on the side that's like a little more nefarious.
Yeah, no, they do. Usually, the roads usually lead to that. Dude, I remember being at a guy's house. He's like, yeah, I mean, I shoot H every now and again. It's not a good thing. I'm like, what the fuck you guys doing, bro? Yeah, the roads of people hippie know weed pretty much heroin.
Yeah.
So like, yeah, it's not a good path, dude. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I appreciate it. You've got experience with them. I'm new to the hippies. I'm new to the evil hippies.
I was very disappointed. I remember first meeting hippies and like, oh, you guys seem cool.
Yeah.
You see their inner workings, and you're like,
Yeah, they're gross.
once they link up onto the dark web, dude, it's over. It's over. That's how all like the ecstasy gets into grade schools. There's some evil hippie being like, oh, nice. What is it?
Yeah.
They're just committing horrible
They saw me asking what his age right before this episode started. What even is age? Dude, this girl is so hot. I hope she's fucking alright.
Well, you just uncovered a serious.
I uncovered a sick life hack. If any of you are also fucking fat perverts, look, you go on Instagram, click the location. You know, people like tag their location. Click the location. It's always, no matter where it is, it's always just hot chicks posing. No matter what, dude, I clicked Vietnam. It was just hot chicks. Hot pregnant chicks. There was one that was like a hot pregnant Asian. The whole thing dedicated to hot pregnant Asian ladies. Never saw anything like it.
It's weird how information starts kind of arranged now. It's like, why would we want to collect this specifically?
Click Disneyland, it was just hot chicks.
Yeah,
It's weird.
maybe, I mean, you showed me. If you type in like, if you were to type in right now like Maniac, it would just be like some hot chick by a river just being like. That's gonna be sad for the women who. That's like a viable thing for a chick to do right now, and it's just like. When it ends, like if you spent your whole life trying to be a hot chick on the internet, first of all, dime a dozen. Second of all, unless you're doing something else, man, it's fucking. Me and Noah were talking on the way over here. We're talking about hostesses. He was saying his bay had to fill out a job application.
Hostesses are so hot.
That's what I said. He was like, we were laughing. He had to fill out an application.
We have like a 3-year shelf life, dude.
No, not exactly. Well, it was basically like, why is there an application? Like, are you a hot young chick? Okay, you have a job. You do understand when you're 27, you'll get fired. Okay, yes, thank you.
Yes.
Okay, it's just hot young chicks.
They have the lifespan of like an NFL running back. Like 2 to 3 years of like heavy carries, and then it's like get them out and replace them. Yeah, they fucking. Hot hostesses are nice. I like that.
Oh, if a job hostesses are hot. Or restaurants getting the hot. It's like the hottest chicks you have access to. That's who you hire. Sometimes you'll see the hostess. You know, it's a good litmus test for the whole town. You'll be like. This is your prima donna? This is who you present me. I'm here to dine.
I need to get hard before I eat chicken fingers. As a 32-year-old, before I order chicken fingers.
I mean, think about the fact they lead you to the table. What do you do?
When you look at the menu, you just go, I'll just get the chicken fingers. You guys have chicken fingers?
Yeah, man. Right this way. Sorry, I don't mean to split on your girl's name.
No, I've dated a couple.
That's a hot chick position.
Yeah, it's a good thing. If you're dating a lady that works as a waitress, good on you. If you're dating a Hot.
I'm talking about the hostess. Hostess is the
hottest waitress.
Hostess is the hottest waitress. That's when they started falling from grace and hostess.
Waitress is where that's when they put you out the pasture.
Yeah, like grab a fucking
They're like, you done shit. You graduated. You're out of your hot hostess days. Now it's time they put you out to pasture. Then you waitress for a while until shit just really falls apart.
And they'll be a waitress at like cool restaurants, and then you get like 35, 40.
Diner.
You're at the diner, dude. Better let truckers get your ass. You're fired.
Jeez. This is a dark world.
I mean, I don't think they let truckers get your ass.
I think they might.
They might say something about it.
Dude, and then as a trucker, then you hit the showers.
You're
You ever see those?
What shower?
Dude, every fucking Loves, every truck stop has showers. You know this? No. Rest stops have showers. Dude, I drive a lot, and a lot of the rest stops, I've considered catching a shower just because of how funny that would be.
Like NFL type shower?
I don't know. I've never gone into the locker. It's truckers. It's truck stops have showers. And you always hear while you're first off. You've seen what's being sold. So it's just a giant shop of like walking sticks, like medieval snow globes, just garbage. And then all of a sudden you'll hear like shower B7 is ready. And you'll just see a fat dude walk to the back. And just
his ass is itchy as can be.
You know how shitty that guy's ass has to be for him to be like, all right, I need a shower. This loves.
I like to think that they're all
right past the claw machine. You gotta walk past like 6 claw machines. Get naked at a gas station. Damn.
That's like they're in a mall showering, like a football team. There's a bunch of truckers watching it.
God damn, 60's tough today, huh?
Yeah, dude, truckers, I mean, dude, they're just so tortured sexually. Like, they have to fucking shower with other men. They get people, they have hookers on the CB radio. I mean, all truckers must be so sexually confused. Hookers going on, like, I'm gonna suck your dick, and then you're just in the shower.
No.
I don't know what I am anymore.
Initially, it's been confirmed by the speed test.
Good time, though. I mean, I remember being a kid thinking being a trucker would be sick. That cabin, that bed in the back, that's the coolest thing ever. Now you see what it becomes. You see those dudes out there.
Do you think trucks ever start rocking those guys like jerking off? Truck rocking, you're like, oh, goddamn it.
Wow. Yeah, those guys must be just, they probably pull over and jerk off. Anytime you see a truck in that emergency pull off, like on the turnpike, that's a beat. The guy who was driving was like, whoa! Yeah, he's listening to like Playboy radio on Sirius XM, like, my panties are so wet. He's like, oh god, I'm gonna pull over. Here's Howard Stern, some lady on a Sibian. Every dude, once a lady got on a Sibian, 1,000 trucks across the country.
They dropped the Jake brake.
Going straight up that fucking runaway truck.
They should have like a pressure gauge on their prostate. So they look over the prostrate's fucking 3-day back.
Man, those girls getting on Sibians on Howard Stern. Do you remember those days?
Yeah, kind of vaguely. I remember seeing like blurred out boobs at nighttime at 11 a.m.
Yeah.
11 p.m. I'd be like, what's this guy about? Yeah, I was like a little more like my older brothers were watching that more. I would kind of come in.
I was never really into Howard Stern that much until I got older. Until I got older, that's when I got like going in and all that stuff. But like,
I always found his stuff too problematic when I was like,
I really did. I just swear to God, I did. Really, when I was a kid, I was like, this is crap. Dude, like junk, dude. I've always done things and felt horribly guilty. Yeah, it's like even watching like late night if that came on, I'd be like, I'll turn it, and then like act like dude, like literally just flip through the channels just to see it real quick, and then keep going. Like I wasn't even.
It was a battle of good and evil.
Yeah, I've always had that, dude.
Really?
Yes, even today. Like, dude, to this day, if I do something, I feel bad.
You're a principled man.
You're
a principled man.
Yeah, but sometimes it's gay. Sometimes it's gay. What do you mean? I almost apologize to Godfrey. I took shots at Godfrey towards the end of that. That was Mr. Cool.
Oh, LS?
Yeah. Mr. Cool.
So you had like you guys.
Somebody brought up Godfrey. And that had been weighing on me a little while because he did a full episode basically calling us Klansmen. You and I. He was like, I don't think that's a joke. I think that's actually how they talk.
Scottish Klansman?
It's true. Maybe. Now that I think about it. He called us Bravehearts. He called us Bravehearts for like an hour.
So you're talking about the original use of like an African clan hunter-gatherer?
True. But this is coming from a guy who got fired from Sirius XM for homophobic remarks.
Really?
Yeah, man. All these people.
So he's hot potato.
He did hot
He's trying to trade like gay stuff. What did he say?
I forgot. What did he say about gay people? I don't know. Probably nothing. Yeah, it's probably nothing to get fired for. But
What was in there? What were they hiding?
yeah, I had a couple.
No,
he got some dirt. You know what he got fired for? And I will condemn him publicly. Yeah, I can't believe he said that word.
We got in trouble for. We need to know. But yeah, that's
But yeah, then I felt
like he was saying like no, he's got like
yeah.
if our cameras go off, we want it to go up. Or
Yes, it was like they weren't kidding. This is a real conversation.
Yeah.
I did.
Why don't we have more?
Yeah, well, he's fucking jacked, dude. He'll fuck us up.
I didn't do it a push-up yet, right?
Come on, dude. God, he'll fuck us up. God, he'll fuck us up.
Nah, because if I jump on him, we got to
True. Lemaire. That's not good luck. We're gonna Lemaire. You gotta throw some punches if we help Godfrey. We gotta get you in there.
So what happened? So you rode on him?
Rode on pretty hard.
What happened?
I was just like, yo, he's 58 and just signed a contract at Cat Digital, dude. He's done it. Fuck that guy. It was funny. It was funny. But then, like, you know, I'm sitting there. I felt horrible about Jay because Jay wasn't talking to me, and I felt sad that I heard my friend.
During the thing, he turned on you during the
No, after. And then I was like, man, I sound like a pussy for talking shit on the man's career. Should have just called him a hypocrite.
Yeah.
There was a
I got over it. I was sitting there playing NCAA. I was like, I'm just playing. Playing NCAA in my basement. Oh, that's fun. He's doing all right. Not the career I thought I'd have.
Really?
Yeah, it sucks to have like an average career.
On video games?
I was like 7 and 5.
I think they would give you some bids, man. They want to stop the mass shootings. They can't be letting people go 7. They gotta like
nobody that plays NCAA has ever done a mass shooting.
You don't think so?
Literally never.
I think it's pretty safe.
That is not a game for shooters.
What do you think shooters play? I mean,
Shooters play
COD, GTA.
They love Call of Duty. Definitely. Yeah, but I think shooters are playing like shit we've never even heard of. Shit Lemaire would know about.
Like Dark Guardian.
Lemaire, what's like a Dark
Guardian's Realm 3?
That's the problem with the game. There's always some assholes.
Dark Souls.
Shooters are playing Dark Souls.
So they're playing like fantasy.
They're playing fantasy, yeah.
All the QAnon.
Only true ballers play it. Alright, what is it?
The problem.
You guys
talk into the mic if you tried this.
It's
This is why you deserve an agent.
Super hardcore right-wing Trump supporters. I think there's a problem right there. Why are we still seeing?
Oh, there's a gay security guard who's probably like, faggot motherfucker. Fruity bitch. It's Josh.
Pretty well known. They're all Trump supporters.
Doesn't matter. Actually, look it up. It will be funny to make one of you read the transcript. Don't watch it. Don't watch it.
Yeah, so so there's a gay security guard. How'd they know the security guard was gay?
Epstein, where it's like human child trafficking.
Oh,
they believe
I'm
that
gay.
Donald Trump
Stop right there. I'm gonna need you to check in with your fine dick. Big old dick. Let me see ID.
to basically
Sign right there.
Sign right there.
That's what they would do.
Yeah, girl, look at those nails.
So he was accosted by a gay security guard. That's first of all, that's the funniest fucking beef. That beef is.
Yeah. You get fired from Sirius XM.
So bad. You know how much money that is? I don't know. Probably a lot.
That gay security guard sent him straight to gas digital.
They sent him right to dinner.
Sent him straight through the fucking floor. Straight to gas digital. It's a tough out.
Podcast.
You'll now be the 8th most popular podcast on gas digital. Fuck, man.
That's pretty funny. So I need to know what happened.
Here's a synopsis. Godfrey explained how a rant he did live on air after witnessing a security guard disrespect a Sirius XM subscriber. He said that the security guard was a gay man, but he was adamant that his rant wasn't homophobic.
You're giving us, you're teasing us.
He saw a security guard being disrespectful to someone who's like, I subscribe to Sirius, but they were being disrespectful gaily. And then Godfrey made fun of it, and then they fired him for that.
Have you heard of it?
So he claims it wasn't homophobic, but in the rant he included somebody's sexuality.
So when the gay security guard disrespected a serious listener,
Yes.
and on behalf of Sirius XM, Godfrey condemned homosexuality.
I think you gotta have this wrong. The security guard was gay, correct? Yes. The listener was, who knows? Bi. There's bi.
Naturally, we're all bi. Go ahead.
I'm gonna assume bi.
Why not?
And then Godfrey criticized the security guard. He criticized the homosexual man.
Yes. Over the arrow.
Shameful. That's very Klansman-esque.
Oh, for sure.
Got a Klansman on our hands.
You must be the cute one.
After hearing this, I assume you're in the Klan.
He must be a terrorist.
I can't even imagine.
Easily, he must be connected to Boca Raton or
True. No, dude, I'm gonna keep his name out of my mouth though.
Probably bombed the whole
Godfrey's gonna fucking I'm gonna get my ass kicked by the 7-Up guy bad, dude. Godfrey will fuck me up. If I
claim gay, final nail in the coffin.
While he's he's gonna fuck me up. I'm gonna have to DM him and apologize after this.
You think so?
I feel horrible. No, I didn't do it. I typed it out. And then I was like, what the fuck am I doing?
Well, you're a nice person. You don't want people. I love.
He took the first shot. That's the thing. He swung at us, and then it's like I made fun of him back, and then I still feel bad because that is pussy shit. To have a podcast beef or a comedy beef is gay. That is gay.
That's pretty funny. Yeah.
So maybe I'm homophobic by calling Godfrey gay for having a comedy beef.
Can you be gay against a homophobic? Can you be gay?
Homophobic against a homophobic? True.
Cancel that.
Cancel that. Over this.
If you and Godfrey kiss, they should reinstate your guys'
True.
You guys should be like, look, we make out.
I gotta talk to Godfrey about that.
If you guys make out and then vote for Joe Biden, they should be right. You guys are both reinstated.
If I start making out black dudes, I'm definitely gonna be accepted. Okay. I'll get something. I'll tell you what I'll get. What? No. Dude, speaking of the joke I wasn't gonna make, there's these pills that, dude, I was watching. I was watching some sport with Phil. I think it was golf, and it could have been golf because there were AIDS pills commercials. Anyway, there was HIV pills commercials, and I was like, Dad, you're gonna need some of those.
Right now?
And he was like, what's that? What's that? And he started watching the commercial, and he was like, was it because you have gay AIDS? And he was like, so upset. It's so funny. I just think like that. You're gonna need some of this. I forget the name of the pill. It's just two gay dudes like sitting on a dock, being like, "We have it. We're good." You know, it's great. It's great.
Why would that be golf? Our golf.
No way they'd be advertising.
Golf strictly.
Phil's still anti-Tiger Woods, dude. He got that big. Yeah. And I was like, dude, Tiger's the man. Tiger is the man.
You're saying he's a cheater.
And then he was like, I heard he fucked this other golfer, Duffner's wife. That's when it's fucked up. And I was like, this seems like a Duffner problem. Bringing your wife to a hotel with other golfers, and she ends up banging Tiger Woods.
So Gillis says she has a
That's a Duffner problem.
For sure.
And then I looked into Duffner's. You should have been Duffner's wife also banged a couple other players.
Yeah.
So that's not a Tiger thing.
Yeah.
Just bringing a whore in.
Yeah, you married
You know, whore wife.
You weren't good enough at golf to
Duffner was nasty.
more power.
Duffner, and then I looked up Duffner, and he was a little chubby guy.
Really?
Real sad thing. I mean, dude, imagine if you come by Tiger Woods and you play against him and he just fucks you up there making golf. And you banged your wife.
Are golf wives typically sluts?
Yes. They must be, dude. They're only married white dorks.
True.
That are millionaires. They have to be sluts.
Yeah, and they're never golfers. We got actually some heat for making fun of golfers.
Why golfers get sold? Dude, they have that Phil G. I think golfers have gay AIDS. And I'm like, what?
Golf's a hell of a sport. It's the perfect sport for you to get cheated on. You're gone reliably. Like nobody golfs and comes right back. You're gone 8 hours a day. The fucking ball down.
And Tiger's in the hotel. Tiger Woods is in the hotel.
Exactly.
Known billionaire.
Yeah, true. the thing you're doing every weekend, and you just watch it on TV.
Greatest of all time at the thing your husband does.
Yeah, comes through the hotel, signs an autograph. It's a wrap. Just to get you back for being gone every Saturday. Shoot me home with the kids. You work Monday through Friday and you leave all day Saturday. Unacceptable.
I'm gonna blow one of your coworkers.
Just hit balls in the backyard.
True.
Don't gotta go to it.
Dolphins hit him. Shout out Dolphins. That might be my new favorite.
Yeah.
Well, chubby guy.
Just getting
I
caught.
think he sucks now. I think after since the
I would be able to play.
I would. Yeah, you'd have to quit, or you have to kill your wife.
Or, no, because he wouldn't get out. Yeah. Because I was saying, they got divorced and they had to pay her.
They did get divorced.
But yeah, he's right. He doesn't have to pay her alimony, does he? I think you can get cheated on something to pay alimony.
Probably.
If you're Duffner, if you got that much money. So you might be
because like a Duffner's hot wife. Duffner's the man.
Check Pullman's Bay. How many do you think Tiger Woods?
I've heard Duffner's Bay is hot. It's very hot. And she's in there just fucking dudes in the hotel. That rules. It's actually cool. Tiger continues to dominate.
Is he still good?
And then I think he endorses Trump. He's so funny.
Does he?
I believe.
I think
A lot of great athletes have endorsed the dog.
It's all about winning.
He's all about winning, and they're also retarded winners. All these extremely great athletes are also retarded winners. So, like, Tom Brady, Conor McGregor, Masvidal, Tiger. It's a sick squad.
Pretty good, man. A lot of internet. Dude, there's definitely the breeze is blowing, man. There's a lot of the internet personalities. A couple of them that I follow are starting to like double down real hard on like the right.
Jimmy Gaffigan came out hard on
What did
Trump.
Gaffigan say?
He unleashed fury on Trump, man.
Did he?
Yeah. What he said? People are like, fuck Gaffigan. It's like, no, Gaffigan's the man.
What did he say
Let the
about
boy roll.
What did he say about the Trump?
He was just, he said the spec. It's like, Trump's a fucking con man. Fuck this. This guy sucks.
Yeah.
Yeah, man. It seemed legit. I don't know why. Well, I guess because he never said it ever until now. But Gaffigan seemed, I don't know. Usually I'm very critical if I think somebody's being phony or like virtue signaling. His seemed legit. I guess you'd have to see it.
Yeah. Did he do a hot pocket voiceover?
I was thinking that too. Where it's like it's such a hard thing to be like, we need to come together as a country. Hey, I like that guy. That's my president. Hey, mister.
I don't know, man. I was hearing someone today. I think my wife was talking to people about
You have to declare who you're voting for, man.
dude.
You must.
That was people at she was talking like vendors for the wedding. And they were like, everything will be cool. We just need to get a president out. We need a president there who can handle the pandemic.
Oh, that's because they were talking to your wife. She's an honky.
Well,
She's honky.
No, but not honk. She fired a honk. A honk had a thief on the police thing on her thing, and she called her and was like, "You're fired."
Oh,
I don't want that kind of bullshit around. I'm like, no, she fired her. That's like, well, I don't. And she was like, well, I'm gonna take that shit off of your fucking thing. Yeah.
She's part of the thin blue line.
But yeah, man, she was talking to someone, and they're like, well, once we have this in here, then we'll be able to handle the pandemic. But it's like, dude, you're fucking like making cakes. What are you? You don't have any idea what you're talking. People are just literally hearing shit online and reciting.
I'm trying so hard to fucking not do anything, like not be a part of any of it.
Yeah.
Like just totally, like I can't do it.
Yeah.
I'm easily swayed by shit.
Exactly.
I look at shit, I'm like, all right, well, that's how I feel right now. And then I recite it to somebody, and they're like, you're a fucking idiot. And I'm like, I guess I'm this again. All right. I don't like the way that's going. But the CDC is saying that 94% of the COVID deaths were from, they also had underlying issues. So 94%.
Really?
Yeah. So only 6% of people died exclusively from COVID. But one of the underlying issues, it's not like this is new information. This has been out the whole time, but somehow it's just
I didn't know that.
94% included in that are heart attacks.
I didn't hear
And shit like that. So like, if you die and have COVID, you're part of the. I'm trying to figure out how we have it so bad. Everybody's like, because we didn't handle it. Obviously, I think we fucked up handling it. But like, if you look at other countries like Germany, France, England, they're all at like 0 to fucking like 5 deaths a day.
Yes.
And we're still at like 1,000. I don't know. Maybe you know what I'd have to look into? I'd like to see how many nursing homes they have. Maybe that's like a cultural thing in America where we send geezers to nursing homes, where that's like totally accepted. Maybe in those other countries it's not.
Yeah.
Because the nursing homes have to make up half of our deaths.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Because nursing homes just get fucking crushed. It's just kind of funny. I don't know why. It's fun. I don't know why.
It's pretty fucked up.
It's funny that everybody was like, all right, let's lock our home people.
Well, they're maybe the most uneventful. I mean, I've never worked in one, but every time I've been like around one, I think I've been in them a couple times. They seem very, 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 very uneventful. So they have like almost like
the untrained eye, dude, they were all fucking each other.
True that. But you
And they get like beat occasionally.
yeah, dude, people gotta lay down the line, dude. On a couple, you gotta lay a
And
long.
the orderlies that come in and fuck you up.
Imagine some bioweapon.
I think the Chinese bioweapon are Jesus.
Do you think so? Because I was reading a thing about Jews in the concentration camps would take lice. They would go and they would do the Germans. They would do the Germans' uniforms and they would pop lice.
Oh,
and they would
some of that plague.
yeah, so there. But the
I guess you would call that crafty. It's a word I'm used for that.
yeah, they did. Well, people say like they handled the pandemic wrong. It's like. Okay, dude, who barely works 40 hours a week. Where do they drop the ball in this global pandemic?
Yeah, I don't know.
Well, they should have tested. Dude, now they're saying they're testing too much. Well, they should have tested. Okay, fine. They're rolling out tests. They're like, well, now people they're testing too much. People are getting false confidence. It's like, dude, these are two people trying to just sway the public.
I just don't understand it. That's all. I just don't get it.
Yeah, if I was like severely immunocompromised, I would stay the fuck. I'm staying inside. But I'm chill.
We gotta look up. I should have done this before.
What?
I haven't. Before I just got, talked about it. But it's like, I don't know, what did France and Germany do? Like they locked it down right away. I looked up when they locked down and when they closed schools. And it's almost exactly what we did. Maybe they were better at it than we were. Sweden hardly did it.
Barely.
And now the narrative is they're getting crushed right now. I looked it up. They're not.
Yeah.
I don't know. And now the narrative is also the South is they never locked up and they're fucking it up for all of us, which is that, that's what people in New York say. People in New York acted, oh my God, dude. They literally act like they survived Stalingrad. It's fucking crazy. Like, you weren't even in the city. We went through hell. It's like, you stayed inside. What do you think everybody else was doing?
Yeah, and also it's like, whoa, what did you do? What happened?
I cheered for nurses at 7 p.m. every day until race riots. Then it felt weird.
Yeah, then we turned off our brains.
Then we became Marxists.
Yeah, it's fucking weird, man.
This shit sucks. And then it's fucking this Kyle Rittenhouse kid. All that shit sucks.
What's funny is, it is funny how many news is still good. As soon as the news starts showing that guy with his gun, how many people now just die for the Dollar General? They're like, he's defending the dollar. I know.
Right? So he's defending the dollar. They almost set fire to another pet boy.
I mean, dude, I would be pissed if I was in a little town and I had like a pet food shop and people were smashing my windows every day. I'd be like, this is bullshit. Knock it off.
Dude.
Knock it off.
Immune from this in Kenosha, Wisconsin.
So where is Kenosha? What is like the layout of it?
I don't know. It must be close to Illinois, I believe, because that's where that Kyle kid's from. Yeah. And the big thing is he's not even from that state, but it is 12 miles away. So it must be on the border.
Yeah. So he went down there.
And it's where was it? Wisconsin? It must be by Milwaukee. Is it near Milwaukee? If there's a black dude there, it has to be near a city, right? Yeah. That's not wrong to say. It's between Chicago and Milwaukee, like right in the middle of it.
So it's like a diverse suburb. And he was just like, I gotta get down.
Kyle was like, I need to go defend the fucking Pep Boys.
I gotta go down there.
I gotta defend these mom and pop shops. I gotta defend the Walmart. So he went down. And from what I don't know, the only thing I saw was like him talking about like Overwatch. He's like, my friend's up on the roof over there. It's Overwatch. Like he was just using shit like that.
Well, it's also funny because
This is my tactical.
Well, if you're on the right, you're allowed kind of to bring AR-15s to protest, and nobody bats an eye. If you're on the left, you're not supposed supposed to have guns at your protest. So you go up to counter protesters. There's dudes with AR-15s who are like, this is how we get down. There's counter protesters now, or whatever, whoever's on the other side of that, who are like, oh, we hate guns. We're like,
yeah, we hate guns, but they also were throwing Molotov cocktails at the kid.
True.
So I saw footage of that, I think. Well, he was like running from people that was trying to burn him alive.
Yeah.
So that's like a fair. That's where it starts to get into like self-defense.
Yeah,
And then, but also I think the total issue is fuck
how else would they get
everybody there.
Yeah, they travel.
It's also
That's how I feel.
Well, they're still all arrested. Let me bring out an assault rifle and go
down.
Let's go inside.
And then the kid's like, well, the cops weren't going to do it, so we have to. And then half the country's like, that makes perfect sense. And like, there's a part of me that feels that way. Yeah, that's what's. I don't know. Well, it's all gay, dude.
It should be
And I'm dumb, so it's hard.
It should be that if it's your building, people start to come into it, you can fucking light them up. That's your property. I mean, you might not want to. If you're not, I don't know if I'm ready to shoot fucking 400 people to like bunker down at a hardware store. Like, it's like call your insurance company and be like, dude, get a check ready. I'm out of here.
I fucked up. Flo shows up.
He's got a shovel. I mean, it is. It's, oh my god. People whipped into a hysteria by the way.
Yeah.
I mean, dude, it's like I'm reading it's like a free next term from a book called Persuasion, and like if you and they know the people who run political stuff and campaigns know this. So like the day, 2 weeks before 9/11, if you ask people like what's some of the most historical events ever happened, in this country, they'll whatever. 30% of them will say 9/11. If you do that like the day after 9/11, it's like 75% of people are 9/11. It's most.
Yeah.
And then, so that if you're like running for a campaign, all you're trying to do is hit people with that thing where you're like show them their greatest fear all the time.
What's funny is Biden had to come out and be like, I'm against riots. Protests are good, riots are bad. Because they wouldn't do that for so long until they started fucking vomiting on polls. They wouldn't condemn riots.
Yeah, so you have
Because they were afraid to be like, well, that's racist.
Yeah, it's like, no, it's not.
You psycho, just say you don't fucking approve of looting.
Yeah, well,
That's all you had to do, and they wouldn't do it until now they're gonna lose. And now it's too late. I think they're gonna lose.
I think so, man.
They waited till fucking this week to be like, riots are bad.
It's also like that person, Joe Biden, whoever, once he gets
That's
elected.
gonna be on the Patreon, dude. I'm getting in O'Connor's ass.
Oh, I can't wait.
We're gonna get O'Connor up here. I'm gonna swing on him for it.
This is all the remnants of like feudal kings and shit. So like before Joe Biden would have been like, no, here's what I want to do, and then that would have been actually what happens. It's just a bunch of corporate interests, and then they just puppet real people. And they're like, look at the numbers. Oh, okay, you're against looting now. And he's like, I tell you what, God darn it, I'm against looting, and then they just try to play these weird perception games. None of it's fucking real. It's the fact that Trump now is like, I'm gonna do more walls. Biden's like, they're just rallying up different factions of the population to vote, and then they'll just keep doing big business and keep doing shit. That's just what it is.
Yeah. Something's gotta
He's a clown, be like, I don't particularly like people smash people's businesses and take their stuff. I just want to put that out there.
Yeah, I need to say that on the record. You know what's funny? I was also talking. I was fighting O'Connor all day.
Yeah.
Before I left, I was like, "Will you come over and do the podcast?" They were real nice. Like, just come up and do the podcast. But I had to show him that fucking Buffalo Springfield. That fucking. Did you see? You talked on the video?
Yeah.
It looked like nobody that voted Democrat watched the DNC.
Yeah.
Or that is left watched the DNC. Nobody that's right watched the RNC.
It's just
because it's so embarrassing. All they do is watch the other side and be like, man, that shit sucked.
Yeah.
Neither of them watched their own because of how bad both were. Like, I was telling Chris, he was like, I only watch the RNC. I was like, trust me, you'd be shocked at how similar, like, you wouldn't think the DNC could somehow be worse than the Republican convention. It is.
I mean,
it's crazy.
It's a bunch of unlikable psychos trying to fake smile, and they're fucking. It took a fucking flame for narcissistic psychopaths to go to that level where, like, wait, I get to be in charge of all of the fucking, like, surgical masks in Wisconsin? Like, I'll do that. No, dude, get out of here.
Yeah.
It's fucking crazy. I keep thinking, what is it going to be like when we get older? Because there's a huge geezer population. So none of the shit
But it
makes sense to us.
was. Thanks, China.
True. Appreciate that, China.
Actually, China did us a favor slightly.
True. Wait, dude, apparently colleges now are full CCP. Talking to the boy again on the way over here, dude. There's like colleges where you can't go outside in other people's dorms now. You have to wear a mask in your dorm with your roommate. Remember, it's like full CCP shit, dude. And dude, if it was like, if I was seeing like wheelbarrows of fucking bodies in the street, I'd be like, all right, mask up. But it's like, you're seeing this shit where it's like, well, 96% of the people, it's like a real nasty, fucked up flu. Like, if you're immunocompromised, yeah, it can definitely kill you. But it's like, dude, you're telling me, you're telling me I'm 19, I gotta stay and wear a mask in my room with my fucking roommate?
I gotta stop reading comments. It's so funny to be like, look, wear a mask. That I just invoked 3 fucking shades of faggot comments. Just for being like, look, even if you think it's fake, wear a fucking mask, it doesn't matter. Fucking shame, pussy. You're never gonna get SNL. That's not what this is about. And yes, I am.
Yeah, man, I agree with you though. I think it's at one point there is a leap of faith that has to be taken that has more to do with your social context than anything else. It's like, who am I friends with? Who do I want to be friends with? That don't go. And you just find the information that goes with that, live a happy life, and that's that. And then you find another online internet group that comes out in the public. Like, you just have to fight them to death, and it's fine. Everything will be fine. You just have to we just have to kill all the other people who disagree with us, and everything will be fine again. That's all we need.
Yeah, true.
We just need total domination.
We need to dominate. We need to dominate over gay security guards.
Dude, go out and fight. Watch the news and be like, go out and fight people. And it's like, dude, you might have failed the biggest intelligence test. Yeah. Just sit there and watch CNN or Fox and be like, I gotta get out there. God damn, dude.
I didn't want to, but I gotta take care of business. I gotta take this into my own hands because nobody else will.
Just watching Rambo 3 and you're like, fuck it, I gotta do something.
I'm gonna shoot a guy in cargo shorts in Wisconsin. Fuck, dude.
Yeah, man.
It just keeps getting gayer. Every day.
I mean, the news and that's the other thing too, with all this like persuasion stuff. All they have to do is keep bringing up bad, horrible, scary shit. Like, it's going to hit a fever pitch before the election. Because it's like, if you can get like, they can prove that it was like, that was an act of far-right aggression, and then the far-right can be like, a guy was just outside with his AR-15 walking his dogs, and these guys threw Molotov cocktails at him, and it's like, it's all depends on how you present it. Yeah, he was taking a nice walk with AR-15 and some clips on him, and fucking people, these thugs attacked him. Then you get people being like, he was out there, I mean, he's not fucking shit. But it's like, did he walk out there and was just like, come on guys, stop protesting?
Yeah, the thing is, I think he's legally fine. But that doesn't, who cares?
Yeah.
Well, legally, he did nothing wrong other than carry a firearm across state line or something. I don't know what the fuck it is.
There's also when politicians, like, my daughter was down at the protest and she got shot. It's like, don't go.
And then you end up arguing, if you talk to somebody about it that feels strongly about it one way or the other, you end up arguing against it.
Yeah.
Just irrationally being like, well, he shouldn't have been there. And then if I'm arguing with someone that's like, fucking murderer, it's like, well,
yeah,
I think it might have been self-defense.
I mean, this country has a lack of clean masculine energy. You need to have clean masculine energy. Just be like, dude, I don't even watch that shit. Here's what I got going on. And it's like, you can completely ignore it. It's just lost. Everyone wins. Dude, we are on a desert island. It's like, just turn it the fuck off. Dude, if you turn that shit off, they told me about COVID. If I didn't know about it, I'd be like, yeah, we're all inside.
For like 2 weeks, you'd be like,
I started going to a bunch of businesses and being like, God. Dude, they shut down Philadelphia and I would walk my dogs at night forgetting like the whole city was shut down. Yeah. I was sold. I would walk around like, I'm like, oh shit, I forgot to walk down Philadelphia.
Oh fuck, martial law.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, I forgot about that.
Martial law.
But right now it's pretty sweet because if you have any problems with cops, all you have to do is be like, yo, I fucking love you guys. They're like, just go ahead, man.
Oh, they're so fucking happy to hear that.
Yeah. Just to be like, yo, man, you guys fucking.
Yo, have you seen videos of people screaming at people to put up the fence? They go around. I think it was in DC. Some people would be like dining outside, and then like a group of protesters would come up and be like, "Put your fucking fists up for Black Power right now!" It's white people. You're like getting screamed at with bullhorns. Like, just what you munching? Munching on eggs, Benny? and a mimosa.
So much is life.
And then some people get drunk enough to be like, they just stand their ground and be like, fuck that, dude. You don't tell me what to do. Even if you're in liberal city slick, you get a couple mimosas in you, that fucking Second Amendment, that fucking 1776 is here.
No, for sure. If you're kind of
like, put your fist up, you're like, I love this country. You don't tell me what to do.
People get the patriotic after mimosas. People get the patriotic after mimosas. It's so fucking funny.
Back to the fucking thing of being afraid of things, though. It's almost comical now to be afraid of Muslims. Remember we were afraid of Muslims?
Done.
But now it's like, I'm afraid of race riots.
Dude, it's great. Again, what the fuck happened? You're telling me
we need ISIS to make a comeback.
Yeah, man. We might have to join ISIS to bring this country together. Well, that's no longer a threat. Right now,
ISIS is done.
We're dealing with far right. They just
I forgot about it. I forgot we fucked them up. Trump's speech, he was like, yeah, remember I killed the leader of ISIS? Remember when we blew up that guy from Iran? I was like, oh yeah, I forgot. It was like less than a year ago. We blew up fucking Iranian general. We just with a missile.
The guy who died like a dog.
Al-Baghdadi.
So he hit a guy?
He hit a general in their government. Like a military. Yeah, he just blew him up. And then America was like, what the fuck are you going to do about it, Iran? They didn't do shit, dude. We killed their general. And everyone was like, World War III is going to start. We're like, yeah, right, dude. Basically, the U.S. was Godfrey. And I was Iran, dude. I got hit. They're like, what's that pussy going to do about it? I was like, nothing. Sorry.
Yeah, it's. I mean, there has to be an overwhelming majority of people who are like, all right, this is getting really ridiculous.
I think everybody is. It's the same thing it's always been. Yeah. Most people are like, this sucks. Well, dude, there's just retarded people in the streets.
Well, one from
I was trying not to say that word. I was trying not to say it. I already said it. Fact. Working on that. Yeah, going back to that.
You only do one at a time. You pick one. You can't give up. It's like your favorite food. You can't give up.
You can't just give up at once. True.
You gotta diet. You gotta go lean. Go Mediterranean diet, dude.
We're gonna work.
Give up Mediterranean diet. Give up
Gay's not even on the table. Gay's still there. I'm not even close to working my way up to not saying gay.
Not saying this is gay.
This is gay. It's not gay.
I think you're. Yeah, you can. Again, if you only lose 2 pounds.
F word's a tough one. That thing hits hard.
It's swag.
That's one that needs slap. That's like eating cake.
Yeah, that's
you're gonna die. You just got cut out.
I'm in natural or regular settings. I'm good. If I get angry, if I like hit the like level 10, like with someone fuck with me in a car, I gotta watch that. I'll fucking. If I get like seeing red angry, it's immediately coming out, and I just drive away like, oh fuck.
That's a good one. It's great.
It's only ever had like I only ever fight with old men, like old fat guys in construction vehicles.
That hits arms.
Dude, it kills them. I told you about the guy who fucked me up the other day. The guy who was in a truck who was exactly like my dad's truck, and he wouldn't let me over. And I'm like, dude, come on. So he did this thing to me, and I was completely blacked out. I was like trying to get my car handled. My dad always like this. We had discipline slips. He would go. I'm like, oh, he walked over and just kicked me in the ass. Dude, this whole man, exact same truck is going like this, and I was like, fuck you. I was trying to get into the lane. He wouldn't let me in, and I'm like, dude, come on, man. Like, Brittany was on the other side, and I'm like, dude,
you two together. Motherfucker.
Road rage combo. I'm good. I'm pretty good. But dude, I was actually chilling. She was driving. I'm like, Brittany, fuck this guy. I was like, Brittany, just fucking go. It's road construction. We need to get out of this lane. He has like a bazillion pipes. He had a bunch of pipes in the back of his truck. I thought I talked about this. He had like a bunch of pipes in the back of his truck. He wasn't going anywhere. There was like 4 feet. I start to go in, or shall I, Brittany, go ahead? The guy just inched up, and I looked at him like, dude, are you fucking serious? So then I'm like, are you fucking serious? And he was like, you should have blah, blah, blah. I was like, shut the fuck up. And he did this to me. And I just fucking started hitting doors. Blah, 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 blah. You freaking
you called him that
silly person.
You called him what Godfrey called the security guard.
Yeah, I Godfrey knows. I Godfrey. Hard Godfrey. And he was fucking pissed. I was pissed. And I was like, we're just getting us out of here. I went windows down in the middle of we're like Rittenhouse Square. We're like a really rich area.
Fucking Kyle Rittenhouse Square. You and your lady are fucking.
I'm not proud of
tag team, dude. You guys might be the tag team road rage champs.
Pretty much.
That would be a tough card to run.
She'll reach across me and hop the horse thigh. It makes me so fucking mad.
Dude, I saw her in a fucking like Target parking lot. I was like,
She was in a bad mood. She's in a cranky mood. We both been working on that. She's in a bad mood. It's scary.
you guys go off.
Well, first of all,
It's something to be proud of. This is a nice thing that you and your wife both have.
true.
You guys both.
Oh, if I'm in the
Especially if you're combined together, spaz on people.
true. Well, it's also like I'm usually like, yo, chill, and then someone will say something like shitty or like do something aggressive. I'm like, no, it now you didn't even think. I'm like, I have to fight.
Yeah.
So now I'll be like hanging out in the car like, fuck, we're fighting. Yeah, that's been that's what I work. I can't even get involved in politics because I'll fight people that live running a red light. So I can't imagine putting the ideology behind it. So clearly it would be full fucking to be like, I must protect the Dollar General.
I have to protect the Dollar General. Tucker told me to. Tucker calls and told me to protect the Dollar General. And now I have an assault rifle. And Overwatch is looking over. Just a different fat dork.
Well, it's like, yes, there are there's people who go to protests and they're like, yeah, it was peaceful protesters. And there's people who are very clearly on video burning shit and lighting it. So it's just like, you watch one thing, you're like, they are burning stuff. I have to stop this. And it's like, I mean, again, if I owned a shop and people were looting it, I'd be very angry.
I'd be ticked.
Very ticked.
I'd be ticked. And then a fucking guardian angel comes in the form of Kyle. Beautiful guardian angel comes. It's like, clear. Thank you, Kyle.
I mean, it is, if you look at this from the left perspective, when they see like the young black kids get shot, they're like, he was a drug dealer. He was up to no good. And like, if that guy, if a young black kid walked out with an AR-15 and got shot, it would very clearly be like, you don't do that. You can't walk out with that. So yeah, I mean,
They dropped those police reports pretty hard on those guys that get shot by the cops, man.
oh yeah, they start digging.
I think that dude in Wisconsin might have been a bad hombre. The guy that this whole thing was about in Wisconsin.
Who was the guy that he was a pedophile?
He got shot.
He got shot, but apparently he was a pedophile. Someone said he was a pedo. He's a pederast.
Fact check that one. But
He had sex. He entered. No, he wasn't a pederast. He was a rapist, allegedly. So like broke into like 3 women's apartments, and I think like he broke into the hen house.
he got it in the head.
Yeah, I think.
It's no good. It doesn't justify shooting him because they didn't. I don't think they knew that about him before they shot him.
I don't think so.
That has a good feeling. If your cop shoots an armed black dude, it's like rapist. Oh fuck, you raped kids. Just do my job. That's just cops' intuition. I had a good feeling about that shot.
I feel I read his plates on this. It's like a pedo-ass plate number. No, I think he was on like the sexual offender list. Basically, he had bad paperwork. So he would have got. I mean, one of my boys probably would have hemmed him up. Dude, they saw him with the clink. They probably would have fucking put points on him.
Snoop says it's false.
Pedophile or rape?
What's it called? It said that according to Wisconsin state law, he is not a pedophile because it was supposed to be like sex with a minor, but it would have been like sex with a minor somewhere else, but not in Wisconsin.
Thanks, Snopes. Did Snopes include that? They're like not a pedophile by a loophole?
Look, man. Was he accused of sexual assault?
In the state of Rhode Island, it says something about happening in Rhode Island. It's considered a 3rd degree sexual assault.
That's bad paperwork, bro. I don't give a fuck what it says. How old is the girl? I mean,
Maybe she was fibbing.
But I read a thing saying that apparently he had like a warrant. People claim that he broke up.
It's not. It happened in Wisconsin. It's the same legislation as in Rhode Island. So technically, yes.
Technically, yes.
Sexual assault.
So he's sexual assault or not a pedophile? Not a pedophile. Rapist, not a pedophile. What's Snopes? Did Snopes say that too?
Sexual assault is a rape.
Well, apparently this one was like broken apart, like grabbed ass. I don't know.
Blake was previously accused of assaulting his ex-girlfriend, with whom he has 3 children. A criminal complaint was filed against Blake on July 6th, charged with a felony 3rd-degree sexual assault.
Is that the one where he stuck his finger in her pussy and was like, "You've been with other men or something"? Broke into her house and did that. I got this whole. That might have been Biden, actually. Biden did that. Look, you fall into this rabbit hole of like,
You can't do it. It's
crazy. It's like, it doesn't matter if the guy was charged with murder before you shot him.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what the charges are. If you're shooting people, but then it's like you're just grabbing a fucking knife. And the other said, it's illegal to have a knife. It's like, now when the cops are like, put the knife down. Not when you're in a fight with women and the cops show up and you grab a knife.
Yeah, I think there's a speed bump.
Then it's like, you should tase it. I don't know, who the fuck knows.
There's a human also
bad. It's still bad, that's what I know.
The problem with knives is people can close distance on you quicker than you can pull out a gun. So there's like a thing where like if someone's like 7 feet away from you, by the time you pull out a gun or taser, they can already have that thing on you. So, you know, you can spin these things a million different ways.
Yeah.
So,
In this particular situation, the cop did have his gun down on the radio. So
Yeah, there was like 3 cops. Wasn't there like 3 cops with 1 gun out?
Dude, what's the other thing, too? None of us were there. So none of us have any fucking idea what we're talking about.
Agreed. But we did see it. Yeah. He's like reaching in, and they're just like, put it down. It's not good.
What were the 5 minutes before that like?
I don't know, but I can tell from I've watched enough World Star that I can tell you pretty much the first 5 minutes because it starts basically in the middle of the World Star video. Yeah, they're like against the car, dog pile fight. And then
Everyone's
a couple bras and ladies, they're World Star. Cops throwing up
girls
like,
versus
we got a World Star.
We have a horizontally filmed video.
We got actually a pretty decent video going. It's in a minute. It's in 50 seconds, so we still have time to. Absolute beat. What?
So there was a melee.
It was a World Star. Cop showed
Who was
up.
fighting? 3 girls versus a dude or 2 girls?
The dude was maybe trying to break it up, but I think he might have been. I don't know why he would ever get a knife at that moment.
Plus, did he actually have a knife? Or claiming he didn't have a knife?
Fuck, I don't know that.
Yeah. So he had. This all sucks. No, this is the honest guy truth of the matter because otherwise you just go like, well, actually, blah 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 blah. And it's like, okay, so you know, even if you saw a clip, like you didn't see the first 30 minutes, you didn't see this, you didn't know the interactions or that maybe people had with him. I don't know, but it's like you just see a thing and you just choose to go with it to appease your social network. That's all. That seems to be kind of the case, in my opinion. Because there was shit that comes out after all these. We're like, oh, actually, this happened. The Trayvon Martin stuff. There was like a guy wrote a whole book about that. How I think a lot of the Zimmerman sued.
I did. Yeah.
Apparently,
I think that guy sucks. I think
he's a fucking asshole.
That guy turned out to be a fucking absolute tool.
Total dickhead. But then it's like apparently the girl who testified wasn't actually his girlfriend. There was like some weird shit that went on.
It's weird, wild shit. So it is. You know, this is just. The thing is, though, you see video of the dude getting shot by the cops. That like they gotta be able to prevent that.
Yeah, you would think.
Like there's like 3 of them. There's one dude. He didn't seem that big. He seemed pretty small. I think they get a taste.
Yeah,
That seems like the. But who? I don't.
That's a hard armchair quarterback. I used to always say that's crazy. Then it's like, get a phone right now. If you all got a phone call, there's a dude with a knife outside. Let's go stop him. You're like, all right, my hands are like. Your hands or taser. You're like, all right, yeah, see what happens. That guy starts screaming and shit. You know, I don't know. But it's definitely people how quick they are to jump to like, dude, like every single black person that's shot by the cops, there's people in America will be like, all of those cases are bullshit. They just, it's like. You, through reading a couple stories, you've discerned, judge, jury, and executioner were like, no, that was all bullshit. And then the other side is like, no, they were all completely,
I looked at it for 5 minutes. I can tell you the answer.
Exactly. It's like, it's shitty, but it's like, dude, does it really affect you in a way that you need to put your mind, body, and soul into right now? Or is this a thing being perpetrated by the media or being perpetuated by the media to sway you politically? You know what I mean? It's like, is it fucked up? Yes. Is it your business? I don't know. Probably not.
What does it do?
I'm a 23-year-old white chick from Iowa. I'm gonna watch the news and dedicate my life to what they do. It's like, you're fucking retarded.
Yeah, we're working on it.
It's too tight.
God bless you. Yeah, act like it's a sneeze every time. That's funny.
I don't know. I don't.
It's crap. It's junk. We're getting junk.
It's junk.
You know what I've been working on?
I've been covering songs backwards.
History stuff.
Hell yeah, that's a hook. I'm telling you.
That's all I got to do.
It's a vortex, dude. It's
Yeah, you know who actually might be the man? Custer.
Hell yeah. The guy who killed all those Indians?
Indians killed him.
Did they kill him?
Yeah. So, yeah. I didn't see the full footage.
I think he could have lassoed them.
He could have lassoed a couple, but they ended up, they got him pretty good.
That was his last stand, right?
Yeah, last name. He was standing. So he was Sitting Bull fucking got his ass. Sitting Bull rules. Custer actually rules. A lot of people don't know Custer's the man because there's a, I don't know, there's that version of history where it's like any white imperial man is bad. It's like, nah, dude, that guy fucking ruled. Custer slaps. Custer slaps, dude. They're like, he finished last in his class at West Point. He was an arrogant dickhead. It's like, bro, he was having fun. He was first off, I'm reading about Custer. I'm like, shh, being Custer pretty much the same. Just Mr. Cool. Just Mr. Cools, bro. No, Custer was like hot. Well, he wasn't hot. He looked like he kind of looked like Ben Foster, you know, the hell out of water. Okay, the crazy brother. Yeah, kind of looks like him with like long hair. Oh, dude, hot. Oh, he's hot as hell. He did some arrogant shit though. But after the Civil War, when they won the war, Grant hated my dog, Grant. Ulysses. Yeah. How do you say this?
Ulysses?
No. The Ulysses one. I was trying to remember how you said that.
I used to call Ulysses.
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 Ulysses. Ulysses. I used to call Ulysses, right?
I think the S. Yeah.
They copy that whole. You turn it off now.
So on the parade on the way to the White House in D.C., they're having a post. Fucking Super Bowl parade. Boys were walking down. Grant was out front. Everyone's like, Grant's the fucking man. All of a sudden, Custer's horse just took off to the front of the line. And everyone was like, Custer. And Grant was like, that fucking bitch, dude. Who does that?
That must be so funny.
Who does that?
So he raced his
And then Custer was like, my horse freaked out in the parade. I couldn't control it. And then they were like, dude, you're literally the best cavalryman. You're the best in the country.
So he made the parade all about it. He stunted on the parade.
Custer stunted hard, dude.
That's fucking awesome.
But he saved Gettysburg. Saved? Yeah, a lot of people don't know that. It was General Custer.
Right.
Alright. He was 23. He ranked all the way up to Brigadier General. 23 years old. Wow. That's some kind of stuff.
Mayor Snow said Custer saved Gettysburg.
Saved Gettysburg, dude. Jeb Stuart also fly. Jeb Stuart was the Confederate cavalryman. Kind of Custer's. They were both dudes that kept it 100. They both fly, dude. Cowboy hats, feathers, fucking all the gallantry. And then Jeb Stuart fucked up Gettysburg for Grant or for Lee. Was trying to sneak in behind him. The Confederate cavalry. Not if Custer has anything to say about it. What happened? Custer came out, he got the fucking Michigan boys fired up. They were outnumbered 4-1. Got the Michigan cavalry, he said, come on, you Wolverines, charged in there. We got a gay bitch. Fuck.
So the Michigan boys, he fired up.
You got the Michigan boys fired up.
Kyle Rittenhouse.
Also, this is guys doing things. This is very funny. I was watching, trying to watch
KH Fat, bro.
Kyle.
KR Fat.
Yeah, he's a little chubby. I literally got called for it. Every single person that saw Kyle right now was like, that was you, right? Yeah. I tried to watch God's Generals. I think that's the name of it. It's the other Gettysburg. There was Gettysburg. You remember the movie Gettysburg? Yeah. They made another one called, I think it's called Gods and Generals. Same cast, mostly. But it's about like, it's most like, it's just like Confederate propaganda. That was just like a movie in the 90s.
They came out.
It's hilarious. It was all about how fucking sick the Confederates were about like, I love this country and God and all. This is Virginia is my country, sir. Just like slavery is not good, but I love my country. Like every single Confederate, it's like I'm actually pretty good friends with my slaves. It's fucking great. And then I don't know, read anything? I don't know. They have like Stonewall Jackson in the movie. I can't read either. Like, Stonewall Jackson's like best friends with a slave in the movie.
Is he really?
Yeah. And he's like, before at that one point in the movie, he's like, hold my hand, Jasper, whatever ridiculous name he thinks Mr. Pebbles, hold my hand. Man, I respect that I won't let ride a horse, so hold my hand. And then he's like, let's pray together, Lord, this scourge of slavery. Like, oh, and it's just like, what the fuck is this? Lord, bless these people I own. Someday, let me, not be afraid to take a loss financially and freedom. But what was making me laugh was they had a ton of reenactors for the saying his prayers. He sees Mexicans. He was like, "What? Oh, what you think? Oh, you heard my prayer. It's Mexican. How much were they? $3? Pretty much free. Perfect. And I don't have to feel guilty." Just give him NAFTA, and he was like, "What? Thank you, Joe Biden, for giving us NAFTA, freeing us. We can use other people's slaves. I'm saying you enforce the crime bill, so now we can use slaves again in prison. Thank you, Joe Biden." But you did a TikTok dance and you talked to Cardi B? Oh, no guilt to you. Fucking, we laugh at they use reenactors in both these movies, in Gettysburg and in Gods and General. Because they didn't really have good CGI in the 90s, so they just literally had full reenactments of these battles. But the only people that do reenactments are fat dudes. So for some reason, like with ponytails, like all the actors are like historically kind of accurate. Like they look like the generals are portraying. They're like skinny because everybody back then was fucking skinny. Nobody was fat. Especially in the South. You had to be like a millionaire. And which is hilarious because in like 2 generations, everybody in the South is fat. It took like 2 generations from like skinny farm boys to just obese. High fructose corn syrup. Yeah, they got fucked, dude. Yeah, dude, we're people. There's like that's another epidemic. But yeah, when you get to watch that movie, fat, Charles taking care of that. If you're never gonna watch this fucking movie, but I'm gonna check it out. If you're telling me it's all fat people, like hot generals, it's like cool beards, but then they show the battle line, it's all just fat people. But then before they go off to battle, it's like their southern mothers and they're fucking in the parlor. Like, I quilted you this flag, Henry. So you're saying I love you and defend this country of Kentucky. He's like, I will, Mom. I'll come back in one piece. But they run off. They're like, we gotta defend slavery. Dude, actually, speaking of the epidemic of fatness, Lemaire suffered a fat attack, dude, in public. Oh, you bring up Lemaire's fat attack? Lemaire said it wasn't a fat attack. It is 100% a fat attack. I'll give you the version. Before we go any further, I will say this. High school football. Every single year, a kid suffered from a fat attack. It is the funniest thing in the world. No, you remember this? When the pussy kids on the team would be like, I'm having heat stroke. And they'd have to sit in the gator. They'd have to sit in the gator under the shade. Fat attacks on a football field. Fat attacks are real. And then occasionally dudes would die from fat attacks. Every year across the country, a bunch of dudes die from fat attacks in practice. But every year, kids, I do. One of them listens to this. One of my friends had a fat attack, and I know he listens to this. They taped ice across his chest. He had to sit in the gator with his shirt off. They're like EpiPens or Nugs, dude. What up, Nugs? Instead of the defibrillator, you need like a fan for a fat attack. You're like, oh, hold on, let me put this. Blow some air, turn it up. No, we need high. Turn it up to high, doctor. So Lemaire, you got sent to the gator, dude. They put you under a tree. This was a story I heard. It was that the place was packed, right? Already, it's packed, summertime. The threat levels for fat attack are high. So Lemaire pulls up. They should have that on the news. Why don't you be like, today's fat attack probably is red. Where's the red today? Remember to powder your balls, fats.
Powder your balls, keep a towel handy to dab your head.
If you're black, you can carry a towel, which is nice.
I saw a guy dabbing his head today.
If you're white, you must wear shorts and Crocs.
Yeah, so the story was rolled up. It was sweltering. It was crowded, and then
Showed up uninvited.
good friends.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Uninvited.
He was warned. He was warned. Our friends were like, Mayor, it's really crowded here. It's really hot. You can come, but it's going to be kind of miserable.
So his friends were like, "There's a good chance you're gonna have a fat pack." I'm not gonna say it, but it's hot up here. It's not built for the thicks.
Yeah. You were discovered on the steps of this place. Am I correct? Sitting, not laying.
Didn't make it to the roof.
No, I think he made it right back in.
You can make like a video game out of like Oregon Trail, just LeBaron trying to get to a rooftop. Just stop and hunt for chips. Hit the dump, dude.
It gets even better. So the story I heard is that I guess you went out there and got too crowded, hit the steps, and then you were discovered by a friend of the podcast sitting there.
Friend of the podcast found you.
She was like concerned. Was like, dude, are you okay? And you were like, I don't feel well. So you went.
They got treated. They got to throw buckets of water on them. They got treated like a whale being transported to a different tank. They got to throw water on them.
Mayor was then transported to the owner's bed. The owner and laid in the owner's bed. Fans on. Did you have a cold towel? I believe there's a cold compress applied. Ice, maybe.
You don't know. You were like,
There was they fatted out. There was ice. Your Honor, I fatted out. I don't recall. There was ice. I think the person applied ice, and he laid it
to his brow.
Joe, thank you. Yo, Mayor, quick question. I mean, look at all things.
Look at your pride right now. I see your pride.
I don't have any pride.
Admit your attack.
I was being a cool guy.
You being Mr. Cool?
I was being Mr. Cool.
How
I was at the punchline before.
That's Mr. Cool. Yeah.
Andy and Nate. I had like 3 or 4 scotch and sodas.
You can't drink. Do you drink?
I drank a little bit.
I feel like I've never drank with you.
No, we have to.
Now he drinks
Well,
the
because
Bogle.
True. Now these bullying white executives.
So you had a couple scotches, sir.
I kept scotch and sodas. Then they go to the roast battle. Very nervous. Get upstairs.
What are you nervous about?
Because I didn't think I'd get in. And then you get.
Oh, because it was full capacity and they said don't come.
Yeah, more
We can't let you in.
What else am I going to do? Just wait.
That's a Mr. Cool move. I know you did. You big time to everybody there. You said,
more scotch and sodas.
Matt Shane's producer.
I didn't say nothing. I didn't say anything.
So you ran to your car and grabbed a knife.
Matt's wife was there to stop you.
Andy was on the roast battle, so I followed them in.
Gotcha.
Andy was on it, so I came with him. And then they had this drink in the back that was like wine, and I don't know. I drank a bunch. It was sangria. I drank a bunch.
Sangria. Brings me back to Madrid. I'm going back to Madrid, dude. I'm getting some sangria. Little fall, you can walk through the streets and the marketplaces. They just ladle you some fucking sangria.
You gotta go back. You're back like a full, like old school country, like a little.
I'm going back MAGA, dude. I'm going full MAGA.
Oh, you're respectful.
The fascistas will be like, fuck yeah, they get this guy in here.
So, Mayor, so you go in there, shoulder to the punch bowl.
You came
elbow your way to the punch
shit
bowl.
face.
I came in drunk, and I started power drinking. And then the show was over, and I was going the stairs. I'm sweating, and I threw up, and I went to sit down. And then
I threw up. You threw a punch.
I threw up. No, like a lot.
Yeah, but you threw the others food. Yeah, you do. What were you grubbing on? Chipotle, scotch, and jungle juice in a fucking hot stairwell. That's like a pressure cooker, dude. That's like they put that. That's like what the kids. That's Boston Marathon. Just put Chipotle and scotch in a lamer. Set him on the sidewalk and he exploded.
So, the steps, you
After I puked, I hit the steps. I was on the steps because I was waiting for the bathroom to open up and waiting for nobody to be there so I could go. But then I was discovered.
good friend got the products and services.
Yeah, got a lady found him.
Oh my god. Yeah, what are you doing here? Oh my god, are you suffering from a fat attack? On steps?
No, it's Chipotle. That's a fat attack, dude. Don't try to buy a fucking pre-existing condition.
That's true. It's like a COVID.
Yeah, it's a COVID.
And you have COVID. So you're just going around the steps, and you did take refuge. You saved Francis Assisi and someone else's bed.
Yeah.
So your feet.
You rested up, and they laid you to rest in someone's bed.
It's a fevered state. It is fevered state.
Dude, just putting a fucking like sweaty dude you didn't invite a party in your bed. I fucking hate you for this.
Sneakers on?
I didn't lay in the bed. I laid on the side.
I mean, I can't believe you assumed he was wearing sneakers, but
No, I'm saying
Side of the bed, but I didn't put my feet on the
were
bed.
you wearing your tennis shoes? Your finest tennis shoes? You didn't put your feet on the bed. You remember that. You don't remember anything else.
No, I remember Kyle.
You remember the thing where you were polite. That's what you remember.
I remember Kyle and went to the bed, and then she left.
Did you think you were getting something?
No.
You're like, damn, girl, you gotta take it. You move quick. She found you in the stairwell. I was like, come on,
get to the bedroom. Damn. Quick, you have 24 hours. So how did you recover? What happened?
I lay down for like 10 minutes, and I went upstairs on the couch, talked about basketball, and I drove home.
If you recovered in 10 minutes,
that's not good. Oh, man, no more driving. Drinking and driving? Come on. Come on, man.
Age of Uber, dude?
At the age of Uber? Come on, man. That's crap. That does happen. You're talking to Mr. Cole himself right now. Obviously, that happens. I'm Mr. Cold out. I was recently. Mr. Cold out on like Wednesday.
Did you really?
Yeah. What day? It's Tuesday? Never mind. Mr. Cold out on fuck. Sometime one of these days. Yeah. It's all blurred, dude.
What'd you Mr. Cole on?
Went out with my friend who happens to be a POC. Yeah. We got then met up with another POC. So it was me and two POCs. And we had fun.
Were you guys cool out?
We were both, all three of us were cool as fuck. Shout out Andre. Andre, good pal, friend of the cast. He's probably listening to this right now. Something you need to know about Andre. He scored a touchdown in the Rose Bowl. Wow. Come on, man. Damn, dude. That's the type of squad I roll with. Only elite ballers. Yeah. Come on.
So you guys, Mr. Cole.
Then we were all I felt even worse. Continued to feel worse. When am I going to grow out?
Mr. Cole stage? It's tough when you're coming. When you're the big act.
It's coming.
Well, it'll be such a monumental change, dude. You completely get out of it. It's going to be.
Then you evolve into it. If I got out of being Mr. Cool, I'd be full-time, but no, I'd be full-time. Well, that is
full-time Phil Gillis. Phil Gillis is still Mr. Cool.
He's Mr. Cool every night.
Yeah, I forgot he drank.
He stays Mr. Cool.
Yeah.
Actually, his Mr. Cool is easily my favorite version of my dad. Just being drunk is my favorite version. Which I guess is pretty fucked up now that I think about it.
This having a good time.
Him having a good time. Because he's never a mean Mr. Cool. He's always Mr. Cool.
Yeah, it's kind of the curse of having like a pleasantly drunk Irish dad. It's like, nah, he's actually pretty awesome.
Yeah, he's alcoholic. It kind of rules. If he quit drinking, I'd actually be sad. He was like, if I had like a serious dad, yeah, but you know, you just gotta trade like 20 years of life to have a cool dad.
Dude, my grandfather drank every day. He lived till he was like 85. He was demented. He lost it there for a little bit towards the end, but you know.
Oh man, I can't believe how good. Look, where are we at, Tom? We got. All right, we're gonna switch over to Patreon.
Yeah. What do you got? Plug it up, bro.
Yeah, this weekend I'll be at Wise Guys in Salt Lake City. Please come to that. Please come to all these, especially the Minnesota one. I think that's gonna be my toughest one.
You think Soda?
Minnesota is gonna be bad for me. So this weekend is Salt Lake City. Next weekend's Phoenix. Weekend after that's Minneapolis or Bloomington. Wherever the Mall of America. I'm gonna be in the Mall of America. This is gonna be a dark, depressing week.
Nah, dude.
That Minnesota gig, I believe, is gonna be rough. Please show up to that. Otherwise,
bombing in the Mall.
Otherwise, I'm gonna kill myself.
It'd be so fucking fun.
Dude, if I have to,
we're in Mall of America.
Mall of America, just bombing.
I think it'll be fine, dude.
I think that'll be depressing. But it'll be fun, though. It'll be a good stretch. I rented a car from Salt Lake. I rented a truck, a small truck. I'm going to drive along the Rockies down to Phoenix. Come on, man. I probably don't know geography. I'm not near the Rockies at all. But I think the Grand Canyon's on the way. Yeah, I think I'm going to stop at that, take a look at it, take a look, say, all right, things check out. For sure. Exactly how I imagine. And then I think I'm going to go to stand-ups for a couple of days. Be Mr. Cool. Yeah, this is in 3 weeks of Mr. Cool. That's the capital. That might be the coolest. True. I'm going to be Mr. Cool. Yeah, man. I mean, but yeah, come to Hall if you can. If you live in any of those shitholes that I just named. From Utah, Arizona, or Minnesota. Fucking losers. But alright, we're gonna switch over to Patreon where I plan on attacking my good friend Chris O'Connor over his political views. Nice. I think we can short up some solid points on this one. Be like, well, we don't know. We don't know shit, and anybody who thinks they do is stupid. Yeah, I would say for people to just slow it down before they knock it off. That's our political vision. That's been something I've been doing. Every morning I sit in a chair, and it's not even meditating. I just strip myself down to zen mode, where I just sit in a chair and I'm just a dude sitting in a chair. And anything that's bugging me is just some weird shit that I'm perpetuating into my own life. And I go upstairs and I'm saying, I'm listening to what you've done wrong, like when you dose Jay.
That's right. You can get.
I thought it was fine.
Cut content.
I mean, dude, it was one hit. I don't know, Acid. So you could have been like, "That's crazy," and I'd be like, "Oh." It's not a fucking thing. It's also like it's not a lot, but it's also like if somebody slips. He's never done it. There's an inherent. Yeah, it's just scary because, like, I remember I used to handle decent amounts of acid. It's scary when you're holding a big thing of it. So it's like. Yeah, I think Jay was on the same page as me, where it's just like, is this what we're doing now? Yeah. Where it's just a moment of are we more outrageous than comedy at this? I don't know. It's junk. That was crap and junk. It's one hit though, but it was very funny. Yeah, funny junk. It not junk. It be funny. It must have made the night very entertaining. The podcast was great. Except I felt like a freaking horse's ass when I woke up though. It's a teaching moment. I showed my ass. I was screaming the whole episode. Talking over everybody. You were on acid. You're on acid. What are you gonna do? It didn't kick me. I was not on acid. Yeah. No, I was just Mr. Cool. Screaming over people. Dude, I did that when I was younger. I made a gigantic meat cake and gave it to a bunch of people. Hey man, I'm proud. I'm proud, but you really does. Dude, I legitimately was going from a good place in my heart. I thought I love weed, and people just don't know they do yet. I shared it with everybody, and 911 got involved. It was bad, dude. It was 911 got involved. Pretty bad. And you have to be like, yeah, who did it? Who's this son of a bitch who did it? Somebody dosed me. I was like, someone gave me a cinnamon cake, and I thought I'd share it with you. Some black guy. That is what really happened. Some fucking black guy gave me the cinnamon cake. Hey, this is that son of a bitch there. I thought there was a Muslim gentleman selling turtles and cinnamon cake. Oh yeah, that was back then. We were afraid of Muslims. There was a black Muslim gentleman. I think it was Al Qaeda. Selling bean pies and cinnamon cakes. Yeah, dude, but I learned the hard way. That was like people were not happy about it. Dude, I felt really bad. I mean, it was like, again, if you're a youngster, it sounds like, oh, this will be so fun. I love weed, therefore they. That's what I would say. I went through this whole thought process of I don't think I would care. Yeah. If that happened to me, I'd be like, oh, this will be fun. Yeah, I think. You have a hardy constitution. You have a hardy mental constitution. What do you mean? You can handle. I'm saying you can handle yourself. You have a very hardy constitution. Yeah, good. The mental constitution. The fact that someone I just see you with LSD and you're like, see where this takes me. Yeah. That it's a strength. A lot of people. I might luck out. What about all that guilt I have? I think well placed. Be like, yeah, I shouldn't do that. Just I should have done this. Like one of my mentors that helped me. This guy who really helped me, and his girlfriend who's been. Yeah, everything's magnified too, because it's not like it just happened in a one-bedroom apartment somewhere. It's like 100,000 fucking people. Yeah, but it's also again.
Yeah,
you weren't the total agent of cause. You didn't completely.
I know.
And you're not really a psychedelic dude, so you don't. I don't know if you've spent like long, hard hours and like horrible, terrible trips, and it's no. Exactly. So it's like, not no offense, dudes like you. It's just drugs.
Yeah.
It's a spiritual tool, dude.
Yeah,
Stronger on Big J spiritually, dude.
What a fucking treacherous act.
It wasn't even the fact that it wasn't the effect of the drug. It was probably like, what's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen? What's going to happen?
Yeah, I can't speak for him, but I think he was just bummed out that he took me during this whole election thing.
I heard
He took
just
turn
back
back on him constantly. Every week just happening. That's what made it funnier too. Like that's like because once you realize like Jay's the one getting it, anytime he fucks up, it's just like it's even funnier. And Lewis is Lewis is a fucking idiot. So he's went so bad. Lewis got fucking killed him. He lost so bad. Lewis he got 20%. Ari got 48%. Yeah. But that was nothing. Jay got 10%. Jay got like 450 votes, dude. It was like sad. It was like uncomfortable. And then while he's giving his concession speech, Ari puts acid in front of his table. And I was just like, all right, we're doing this.
What happened? How did you? What's your involvement?
Well, I kept moving shit. And then I knew it was coming. I could have, in hindsight, should have got to Lewis. Should have found a way to get to Lewis.
Get it back
very easily.
Get it back to the origin.
It would have been so easy to have given it to one of the waitress or like to the staff, which we were sitting next to. Be like, bring that out with the next round. I'll pretend that I'm with Lewis, making Ari drink, and be like, everybody should chug their beer. Get Lewis a beer. Yeah, we would chug it. He would chug it. Yeah, it would have been so easy.
Hey, look, man, when you're fucking in the pit, dude, you're making decisions on the ground, you can't kick yourself.
I know.
You just have to dust yourself.
I know. I talked to Jay. Things are fine. I feel better. But I'm gay. That's my problem.
Hey, man, it's better than watching someone get carried out by the ambulance, screaming and shit.
Was that what happened with the cake?
Oh my god, dude.
So
I was 19, goddammit.
It's what's bad like that? Was this at a party?
Couple of cake? No, just in my house. It was like a regular Tuesday night. Yeah, it was just a Tuesday night.
Oh my god.
It was first of all, a black Muslim gave me this cake. Let's say it was
a black Muslim, dude. Boko Haram.
Exactly. This is Boko Haram. I think Godfrey actually.
Smiling pirate.
I think Godfrey gave me this cake.
Godfrey, I believe, is Nigerian.
Godfrey used to sell weed on Drexel's campus. So but yeah, it was like
Godfrey's cool.
I heard. I was like. We all ate it. I was like, dude, I'm just these guys all ate like 3 times the amount I did. And I was like, no. So then my friend went over and was like, dealt with that. I heard about that situation. I was popping off. She just went home in person. And then, my friend went over there and that was like the parents got called from like Jerome. It was bad.
Yeah, man.
And then our other roommate,
you never told me this.
I never told you this story? No. Then my other roommate, so there's like,
how dare you fucking cast stones at my dosing?
I wasn't.
How dare you? No, I know you didn't. I know you didn't.
So I'm telling you, it's gonna happen to anyone.
Yeah.
So that I was sitting there. I wasn't even working. We were studying, and I was like, "Hey, check this out!" And I just completely derailed the study session. Like, you fucking sweet kid. Oh my god, dude! But I was chilling. I ate it. I'm having a fun time. I'm watching people just hit like I forgot. I ate like a weed cake dose, like a little modest piece. And like, this shit is good, dude. I'm talking to people who've never even had weed ever before. So this was like, and I didn't think about this. I'm like, look, weed's great. Everyone should do it. I like it. Same thing. Like, I like it. Therefore, theory of mind. Dude, we're both fucking.
It's like it's fun.
Exactly. So, dude. So so I have my piece, and then like we're all watching the show, and I see my one roommate is being like, we're watching like Friends, and he was like, holy shit, that guy's stoned. So out of everyone, I was like, I went downstairs. So I go downstairs. My girlfriend at the time came over. I'm like getting pussy and shit. I'm chilling. I'm like, that's great.
Chris knows the whole group of your friends that were over to study, and then you were fucking.
And then I was like, all right,
you were truly an evil hippie.
This was very evil hippie. So I was around.
You were an evil hippie.
My environment. That was my context at the time. So I was like, you know, so I'm like, oh man. And then I get word from my one friend is like, yo, one person's freaking out. I think they're going home. I was like, okay. He's like, I'm gonna go over there and make sure. I'm like, all right. So I'm like, all right, fuck, that could be a problem. So I think I said my friend, it's like, yo, I was like, I got a situation at hand, trying to chill. So I go upstairs to like assess the situation. That's when I saw the one guy sitting like. And I go, I see that dude. Yeah, but the funniest thing, there's two other people had it. The one person, dude, this is the strangest fucking thing. It was like a 1950s psychology experiment. Like they did all kinds of shit you're not allowed to do today. So, three people, one person, called the parents, had a total meltdown, called the parents, all this stuff, totally understandable. And then the other person just was quiet, just went downstairs to their room, not a fuss. I'm like, all right, we got one situation, I had 3 fires. The other person just having a blast watching, like, Everybody Loves Raymond, or whatever on WB. So I'm like, all right, that looks good. I look down, dude, I'm not lying. So there's another dude. So the other dude comes out. He had a room that should have just been like a closet, but they made it a room, but it was pretty big. Yeah. There's these bifold doors, and he comes in. It was like a sunroom with bifold doors. And he comes out, he's sitting like this, dude, on the fucking
Yeah, I got you.
He's going like this.
With both legs.
There was one.
Oh, okay.
He's sitting there like going this, and then I'm like, I'm looking from like a perch from like the second floor looking down on him because there was like a little cutout. You look down. I'm like, what's up, dude?
Yeah, overlooking your people you do this. Just checking it all.
There was a cat. This place was sick. There's like a catwalk. I'm looking down at him, and I'm like, what's up, dude? What are you doing? Dude, I swear to God, he was like, I just ate all of my cookies, and I don't know why. I was just like, and he just started going, and he rolled on his side. Dude, he was rolling around on the floor, just going, an hour and a half, dude. Just wouldn't stop. Just being like, and I'm like, dude, you're fine. Apparently, it hit me too. I didn't know what was in it. We're all like, it's just weed, relax.
You'd just be like,
look, I know they can't get weed in it. I thought it was just a friend making me a cake, but apparently it was drugs. So I had to be like, dude,
what we should do is not tell anybody, especially our parents. Yeah, we're gonna get through this thing.
So, dude, all night I'm just kind of like, look, actually, I
don't want to get my friend in trouble. You're not that type of guy. I'm not a fucking snitch.
Hey man, you're okay. You'll be fine. And then we go downstairs. Actually, you know what? I actually don't even think at the time I said there was. I think I said to a couple people. I split it up. It's very Machiavellian.
I know what you're doing.
There was another guy. So all the next morning we all congregated. We're eating breakfast. The only other guy who ate it was just kind of like, they were like, that one guy's like, I don't know, man. I think there was like something else in there. And the one guy who was like, nice, fuck, who ate the most cake, by the way. The one dude who didn't infect him ate easily 3 times the amount of everyone else. He was like, I don't know what you guys are talking about. I was fine. And just like, didn't even affect him. Dude, his eyes were bloodshot red. And he was just kind of like, I think he just completely blocked the experience.
I wonder if you never got high and didn't know you were dosed.
He just went to bed.
It was just like, too fucking tired. It's like 4 p.m.
He just like watched some WB program and then just hit the sack, woke up, and like, I'm fine.
Yeah, I don't know what you guys are talking about.
So it's like, there's something the way your mind works. I think it's just kind of being able to be like, no, this isn't happening. Whereas other people being like, oh my God, I'm completely losing control. So he just somehow champed. Dude, if I had ate the amount he ate now, I'd be high for like 2 days. So it was definitely interesting. I mean, again, it was a horrible thing to do, but in terms of the,
You had a good social experience. Yeah. And just watching over it and trying to be like, let's not tell anyone. Don't tell your parents.
Thanks, right. I think I got
We gotta get, we gotta switch over to the page.
Yeah, let's get out of here. But again, I don't want you to feel alone in the fact of doing
I
precious
appreciate it.
stuff to do the psychological.
Thank you. And join our Patreon.
I got it earned. My buddy.
We're doing a little bit of a change split by geography right now. Both doing episodes. So there'll be 2 main episodes and 2 pages. That's how hard we do it. Most people would phone in some bullshit ass Zoom, but it's like, it's just real.
This is joint custody.
It's joint custody. This is weekends right now.
That was actually the first thing I was gonna say. Was like, we gotta talk about how Shane's not here and how it's okay.
tired. Every time Shane's not here, you have us on, or at least me. And I just listen. I know you guys love Shane. Shane loves you guys too.
My stepdad.
Yeah, it's your stepdad talking.
You're the stepdad of Chat Nation.
I also love you guys, and I feel like they just give me a chance.
You look at discombobulated, like, what the fuck?
Trips them up.
Well, usually it'll just be, I'll do it, Shane's doing it too. You are getting that.
2 Christmas podcasts,
Dude, we still love each other, dude. We still love each other. It's just, things are complicated now.
Matt's getting cummed in by a new dad now, that's all.
Well, I thought this was Dad's house here, but that's fine. It's Mom's house.
Stoner dad's house,
This is Stoner Dad's. Hell yeah. Yeah, it's pretty sick. I love having Stoner Dads. Stoner Dads is such a sick podcast. Always fun.
That could be like the Kevin Planet, you know, joint forces podcast kind of show. Totally simple. That doesn't matter.
I mean, dude, if we could put all of our names together, each get a name, that would be pretty sick. I would cut off a third of my life. We had like all of our dicks, and like I got like one day. I want to be sick, but I just feel like, guys, can we power up again? Anyway, we can get together and power up again. Okay, never mind. I would do that.
Yeah,
I don't think I would trade dicks with anyone else, or like dick up with anyone else.
Oh hell yeah! Oh,
Yeah, that's great. I'm about to say, I'll trade dicks with you right now, but I don't know. I'll blindly trade dicks with most people. Most people.
True. We'll go full Tina's out. We'll join them up with our powers combined. With your birds combined, I'm fun.
It'd be funny too to trade birds and then just like, because I think a lot of times like the downward angle, I think I've read this somewhere, like the downward angle of looking at your bird makes it look smaller than it actually is in real life. So it's some to trade birds with someone and still like neg someone else's bird.
They need like the trying on sneakers mirror at bird height.
True.
You know what I mean? Because you look down at shoes, every shoe looks bad.
You'd be like, yo, did you give me all of your dick? Because I gave you all of mine. I just wanted to make sure.
You're going to leave some dick in the car? Go check.
Dude, someone Wild Wild West in your dick transaction, it would suck. They tricked you and you're like, what?
You fed this thing before you waited. I know you did.
Purposely didn't drink any water for 2 days because we traded dicks, man. What the fuck? I'd be sick too. I'd trade dicks with fat people. Then it's like they got all that extra dick hidden in their body, so you get a good discount. Like, nah, I'm only rocking like 5 3/4.
That's a fixer-upper dick.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
I'll take it. Just get shredded.
Do a little bit of keto.
Probably 7. Yeah. Make a couple trips to Home Depot. Hell yeah.
That sucks when you get fat enough to have that acorn cap dick. You know what I mean?
It's what you're talking about, like when it actually,
yeah.
like a bowl.
Yeah.
Like a half pipe.
That's my least favorite part of my body is the soft area directly above my dick.
Dude, how do you get rid of it? It's like a fat pussy for dudes. That's exactly what it is. I was trying to figure out a way to say it because it's like, for women, it's kind of sexy. Yeah. You know, put it in your pants. I got you all putting out of my pants. I think if you just do planks all the time, you can get rid of your dick fat. Or like your, but you're trying to increase it. They can create, if I just like, sorry, my dick fat, it goes right to my dick fat. I eat like sweets.
Yeah. Until you get Fight Club abs, though, that's the softest part of your body. So I think it's normal.
I think it's
Yeah? You don't what's the benefit?
when you're contacting. You don't want like a punching your wife. You only want to make elbow and your wife is usually have sex with her. You only
I think it's a good thing because it like guarantees clitoral contact when you're fucking missionary that.
That's true. I think it's what it is. I think it's like as your bird shrinks from being fat, you get more of a clitoral punch. It's an evolution. As your bird shrinks from being fat, it's just your body was like, all right, well,
because like it used to be like powerful to be a fat guy. Like if you were fat, you were the king of the tribe or whatever, and you had extra fucking clit power.
I thought it was because like your brain can't let you think you're not tearing that pussy up. So if you have that extra fat, my brain just sounds like you're crushing pussy. You're only putting the tip in. There's a level of amateur porn that is usually like a fatter bald dude with like a big fat like scoop of ice cream around his dick. He's always banging like a Thailand sex slave too. It's always a Thai sex slave. It's like, oh, hanging out with a Thai chick. It's like it's a trap.
Those dudes always push from the bottom up. I give it up for those dudes. Those dudes always fuck up from the bottom. Harder than any jack dude you'll see.
Well, you have to. So yeah, if you're gonna fuck up from the think what that is you know, I'm gonna spitballing here. Obviously, I never do this, but it's like you don't want your dick to slip out when she's on top. So you start fucking. You're like, what? You go up while she's going up. Chase her up. Follow her back down.
Yeah. As opposed to being like, could you move a half an inch south so you don't snap my bird in half?
They do that on purpose. Just like, come all the way off it. You're like, just like hovering. They'll go all the way above your head. And then you back down. You're like, fuck. That's not
like you're throwing a baby in the air. You get a little bit of air.
Don't get air. It's like, dude, Jake get air on my bird.
Look, this is totally rad. I just need you to come down.
I need you to not get air on my bird, please.
At least throw a 180 in.
Just flying rails on my dick. Just only manuals on my dick. Yeah, no getting it. I hate when people get air on my bird. 720. Comes back down and breaks my bird. I'm like,
I twisted my bird again.
yeah, the wife got air last night. She got about 4 inches air, came down, took me out.
I had to get the ace bandage out.
Oh.
Yeah, no,
I said, you get air. You want to get air out? That's fucking risky.
That's terrifying. That's like refueling a jet in midair.
Dude, the re-entry is all the way out, all the way in, dude. It's more stuff. That is all the way out, all the way in. It's such so.
That's strictly for dudes wearing sneakers.
You have to have a dick that was pussy more than you. You know, it needs to be like a divine rod so when it comes out, it doesn't change. It just goes straight back in. It's like you didn't.
I just saw that. I just saw you. I was kind of cool.
I'll tell you. Oh my god, we just watched some sick ass
started some.
I'm pretty happy, man. I was on YouTube today and I'm like, looking at it, like, dude, this is the level of like election time propaganda we're under. You go on and just like Joe Biden's a fucking pussy, and you're like, can I just watch the shit I'm trying to watch, please? It goes back to one theory, like Trump loves the cops, Joe Biden's a pussy. And then I told someone sent me on Patreon that video just about Chad Black rapping about how much he loves Trump.
Gun-toed Patriots.
Gun-toed Patriots. Well, Mayor, how do you like that? Back, please. I loved it. I was in love with it. What is that? Really?
It said Obamagate, but the capitalization was capital.
I thought they capitalized gate. I was watching it. It's kind of weird.
Yeah, they capitalized all of the gate. They should have just done MAGA.
Yeah. Or they did capitalize MAGA. MAGA, yeah. But yeah, it's pretty, I don't know, dude. I feel like the fate of our fake democracy rests in the hands of black voters. Everyone wants black voters.
Is that actually true? I'm starting to feel like it's a myth. Nothing means anything.
You think black people are myths? Black people.
Until I see one, I'm not just going to take your word for it.
So you think black people are the true Hebrews? I got some literature. Yeah, I don't know, man. There's also a conspiracy theory.
Melanated voters are a myth. Everyone says like it comes down to the black vote. It's like nothing comes down to anything.
Yeah, black people don't even know. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. There's a lot of guilt with black people not voting. Old black ladies will be like, you know, we did so much shit so you can vote. You have to vote. My wife gets it. They're the first people that vote. They might not vote though. They're like the NBA. 20% of old black ladies are registered. Really? Yeah. That's the NBA. You hear about that?
There was no charcuterie.
The NBA is talking all this shit. Like everybody should vote.
It's not like you're saying, if you're just saying something against what a bigger message you can push.
Really? That's what I'm saying. I also only non-convicts.
Yeah, it's only. I ain't saying green chair.
That was the. Oh my god! I did this as my shape before.
Yeah, no, but I saw that they were saying only 20% of the NBA is registered to vote, but I mean, I can't imagine that.
Yeah, but they're like
20% of the NBA.
they're pushing the same narrative.
I feel like those numbers probably
That's kind of racist.
I'm not saying CNN
And out of those white guys in the NBA,
but
I would say
definitely
like 6%
biased.
of them are
Just like obviously Fox is biased, but
just
Fox
talking.
Yeah, and the other 40% act like melanated voters.
Well, yeah, I mean that's I think the majority of the country doesn't vote. They did a poll and I think like at least 6%.
You think the white players in the NBA are the black girls?
How? What? I don't understand.
I just because they're in their camps and with the
totally.
they just got. I think the white players in the NBA are like my white wife. She represents my class. No, she's.
My wife calls me from the voting booth and I'm like, she's like, who should I vote for? I'm like, we have the name. Like, do that one. Yeah, so she gets a lot of shit for not her mom.
Talking about,
And I get it. You ever, well, your child's still very young, but eventually you're gonna have to give your child something that you'll have to save up for, and the second they stop using it, you're like, fuck. That's like 2 paychecks that you just let collect dust. That's how black ladies feel about voting. It's true. I can see that. Like, what the fuck? Yeah, but dude, I don't. I mean, we're at the point now where it's like, they're like Joe Biden's weak. He won't be out there. They're like Trump's fucking. It's like, why does get an ad block? It's also, I know. First of all, I have to. Why do you even let the advertisers get to your eyeballs? Let alone free and cheap about YouTube. I have like a bazillion subscriptions, $10 a month, but I can't do YouTube. But it's also like, why does some 70-year-old personality, like, why does the fate of the nation depend on somebody's personality? Like, Joe Biden's a fucking pussy, dude. Yeah. Okay. What's that? What are we talking? The issues can probably be broken down like mathematically and by logic, but it's like Trump's a fucking dick. Because you're not actually like voting on. She's not voting on anything, dude. All you're doing is like voting on who gets like the bigger share of like what military contractors are going to pay people to just do the shit that they want.
Yeah, that doesn't matter. Yeah. They don't really.
I was about to run out, and I'm like,
they wanted the black vote. They be in there talking about which one of them gets more pussy, who has the better sneakers. Let me see your guns.
It's going to get there. Honestly, right now, the geezers are getting paid. Wait, what would you go after Trump for to win the black vote? So you can't say like, here's what I'll do. They're not going to listen. When I say they, you know what I mean, right? What would your video about Trump meeting in the black vote?
First of all, there's no way Trump can dunk right backward on the leg. He's not even smacking backward on the leg. Come at me.
What's next after that?
That's all I got.
Yeah.
That's my whole platform. Yeah.
Right now, Candace Owens and Cardi B are beefing right now. Basically,
trying to make me think.
they're both beefing. I think Candace Owens she fired first. Cardi B
and vomit.
Cardi B is a literate Yo, Cardi B, like the fact that Joe Biden is like giving that to Cardi B, pandering, Cardi B, Trump. It's so funny. As Trump is going like smiling into a camera, there's black people touching him and like spiritual death. It's pretty fucking sick. She's like, this is fucking sick. It's all fucking. Yeah, dude, again, I just don't even observe. I just want people to turn it off. It's over. Yeah. Why do people send me shit about like, listen, it's like, that's my next corner I'm turning. Like, I've basically been cut off by all like the people who love or plan on voting for Biden in my life. Next, I need to have a serious talk with anyone I know that's like retweeting shit like that, like, oh, it's the Democrats. It's like, it's not funny. Yeah, I've been trying to get my YouTube out. My YouTube, and it's funny because like, I am whenever I see like a black conservative voting someone, I'm like, I'm not interested. Yeah, it is still funny enough to at least like spare a little chuckle.
Those are the best voting because typically
I was trying to do it. What was the deal with how did that? What was the deal with that?
Yeah, I'm in there.
It was like, how did they approach it? Was it before? No, so it was like at that time.
It's fucking awesome to watch, but it's like then again, it's the same thing watching like some lady like a weird haircut. Also too, I'm wondering like, are there goths anymore, or are they just like fun now? I haven't seen goths anymore, but I do see a lot of ladies. I see like people who are like should be goths. They just have like purple hair now.
Every woman every white woman between 29 and 31 is goth now. Obviously.
Are they like repping like the like demonic spirit world still, or is it just social justice?
I mean, they talk about that, but mostly they just complain and bitch about staying regular and shit like that. All boring old lady shit, and then also they have weird eyelashes and eyebrows, and they're like, oh, fucking goth. I fucking hate all that shit. That's all.
So they still get some goths. I haven't seen any. I see people who are like, in my head, I'm like, you look like you would be a goth, but it's like, I guess they like stopped operating.
I'm in the dark where my close up shop because all these fucking dumb bitches moving on.
People look at me now.
I might become a Mumia guy, by the way.
What?
I think I'm becoming a Mumia guy.
What's Mumia?
What they do, they'll roll.
You guys don't know about Mumia? Fuck, I was hoping you guys would know all about Mumia.
The guy that shot a cop?
Supposedly, he was convicted for it, but there's still
free the Mumia.
There's controversy. Yeah, I'm gonna be a free Mumia guy. Let's just try it out. See that. It's not bad. If nothing means anything, I might as well just do the dumbest, weirdest shit I can do.
There should be little things. I'm gonna start like little starter kits instead of produce delivered to your door. It's just like, here's an identity. Here's all the stuff.
There's your subscription box. Here's your new weird shit for the month. There's your crybaby box. You can get really upset for 30 days, never talk to half the people you know again.
Yeah, I don't think we're supposed to be watching stuff. I don't think we're supposed to be trying to care about stuff. It's not like within our, like, as far as we can see.
Absolutely not.
There's wildfires in California. It's like, dude, that sucks. If I was in California, I'd be very upset about this. But, like, frankly, I'm not affected by it. It sounds really selfish, but I truly don't care. Like, I see it, it's fucked up. If I know somebody there, I'm like, oh my God, are you okay? It's like, it sucks. It's fucking horrible. But I have too much stuff to do. I can't worry about fires. Even halfway across. Like, even if it was like Western Pennsylvania,
my place full. Fuck off. I would love to know, like, there's probably a couple of different levels of work, but like geographically and like emotionally, how far is my radius of giving a shit?
There's like no more avocado.
Don't get me wrong. If it was useful, I would pretend to give a shit about a lot more stuff. But I don't think it's actually very useful. If anything, it probably makes me more useless. I become like a drag on the people that like depend on me and care about me. So it's like kind of doing everyone a favor by not pretending to give a shit about something. Yeah.
Like I said, if I was over there, like my mom was like being engulfed in flames as we speak, I'd be like, man, this is fucking horrible. It's like, 100%. Nobody who's getting burned up there. Like, it's just, I don't know, to me, maybe depends on where she's engulfed by flames. Yeah, I know people call me about the news.
Well, no, that to me is very high art.
It's like, how big of a problem if you shut that show off? Like, I've been watching a lot of small. If I start hitting you guys on like Kryptonian facts on something, if you start shut off, don't worry about that.
Yeah, I would say,
like, dude, no, there's fucking red Krypton. There's green Krypton. Turn it off.
If you were in a position in life where like your boss can be mean to you and it'll ruin your afternoon, you have no obligation to give a shit about anything that you can't see. Like right in front of you in real life. The further you try to like solve the world's ills, I think the deeper of a hole you get into until you're just like a boring old guy who really never did actually anything for anybody. And you just waited to die.
But it wasn't like that, in the early 80s.
Exactly where your problems are.
Although you are creating some problems.
I mean, those problems are created. It's like, but now you know exactly where they are, so you don't have to make up other problems. Like my problems are not for me.
Yeah, like if you're like your life's cause, you're like, what you're talking about, you're like, we have to freak you. It's like, don't you think it's like I think it is funny that you have people trying to solve all of like the ills of the world while also kind of trying to have a normal life, or like trying to like be an artist. It's like, here's my new song, by the way, ACAT. And then they have to like list all of like their causes. It's like, well, then how did you make anything? Did you stop caring about that stuff? Like, what do you care about? You weren't saying ACAT, but like you were the song. Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, Van Halen's different.
What is it? Like, are you guys sad? I can't pretend that I'm like,
some of the hair.
I see anything that's not like, there was like helicopters flying above me, like stores getting looted. I was in my house, kind of like, there's some kill. This will end in a couple weeks.
I remember. You're right.
Maybe I'm a fucking asshole. Dude, there were 6 gunshots. I was woken up by 6 gunshots last night, and I ran to I have a big bay window in front of me. I ran to my window, and I couldn't see anyone that was upset about it. And I couldn't see any like smoke. I didn't see any sirens. I was like, I'm going to go outside. I just went back to bed. So someone potentially was shot 6 times within earshot of my front door. And I couldn't, I was like, I got a lot to do. Or I went back to sleep.
Yeah.
I think that would help people feel accountable. It's like, turn off the news. You know, stop worrying about fighting someone who's it's like, okay, dude, the Dems are going to blow this. Like, who cares, dude? It doesn't fucking matter. It doesn't matter to you. It's never mattered to me. Exactly. My guys, back when I gave a shit, my guys like won elections, and like I got to watch like mathematically my life get worse because of things that they did. I was like, I gave a shit about the wrong thing. I should put those resources somewhere else in my life. Dude, I say these are the new party lines. I feel like girls are Democrats and boys are Republicans. Just rock it like that. Okay, Democrats for girls, Republicans for boys, and then just let it rip. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be political, but I think Democrats are for girls. Democrats are for girls, Republicans are for boys. I can all get along and move on. If you're a boy and you're a Democrat, stop being a girl, become Republican. Like, isn't it weird that also that they kind of think that like once one side, they think that one side's going to eventually win everything and there's not going to be the other side. If one side wins everything, that's a fucking totalitarian regime. So it's never going to happen. They keep, you get like, you get Bush in office and all, kind of lies about weapons of mass destruction. Kind of lies. It kind of invades a country and kills hundreds of thousands of people. And everyone's like, you're a war criminal. And now everyone says war criminal, so they want to say, but it's like, then that happens, and now it's like Bill Clinton, and then there's a bunch of scandals with him. So it's like Bush fucked us up so bad, I'm gonna take us here. Then the next Republican leader after Clinton is like, Clinton fucked up the country, I'm gonna live. And they trade back and forth. So both people are about to be like, it's on, and it's never on. They're just stagnated, it's getting fucked left, right, and center. Dude, the narrative right now is that like black people are being hunted by the police, white people are about to get like completely dumped on by communism. Both parties are being like, yo, you guys will die if we don't win. That's the state we're in right now. It's like, neither of those are going to happen. Guys, it'll be the same old shit as it's always been. Year after year, they're just hyping up the fear factor. There's so many, fucking, like, I think like 7 years ago, they did a poll. They were like, do you think the government makes us So then that was before Obama came. And all of a sudden, it's like, if you're like, I think the government psyop does people have faith. Now you're like, I'm not wearing masks. They're like, well, you're a fucking piece of shit. And it's like, I get not wearing it, but it's like, dude, it's literally 7 years ago. I forget these people look it up. There was a poll that was like 70% people were like, now, if you say that, now it's come about where if you're like, the government's bullshit, you're like, fuck you, dude. What are you, conspiracy theorist? Vote kind of. Yeah, I like it back when we it's better. Like science used to be cool. And we used to know. Remember back when we remember that? Yeah, I mean, not that Bill and I are doing grass. Well, I was talking about if it was ever cooler than when I would fill my school bag all the way up. I love dinosaurs. Name a cooler time in history. Back when guys were allowed to be autistic. That's what I'm talking about. We all had an awareness that science was incomplete, like that it was an ongoing thing. Yeah. And now all of a sudden people are just like, why the
the fuck is all the science out on coronavirus? Like, science isn't even
Like
never
Botswana,
now we're trying, they're like using that against us.
Excuse me, Larry Stone. What's that rumbling around? What's that rumbling around?
That's what happened, man. You should have went with like 2 white potheads. You got ethnic potheads. That's not a good idea. You put ethnic potheads together, they just start doing their own shit.
Honestly, they keep the chatter down. So I'll be sick of there's a constant buzz of chatter behind us. Like you start saying something to the man, like, oh no, man, don't go in there. Don't go in there. They're just showing each other viral videos left and right, like, yo, check this out. Also, I'm proud of you guys. No one's charging their phone right now.
The ultimate move is if they just constantly interrupted the podcast to show you pictures of fucking fat, naked women on the internet. What about that? Like,
I think they gotta do a Cricket Mobile commercial where they're like, Cricket Mobile 7 has 30 minutes of battery time. You can make it literally to work. Plug in your phone. But I think you're absolutely right, man. I think that's people now are like, I just trust science. It's like, which part of it, dude? There's like always conflicting views in it. People are like, no, the one with the most money behind it. I was like, oh, really?
It's always the science we hear first. Whatever information we hear first, somebody in the lab tells us something first. Anybody else comes out with something.
I'm sure.
First of all, like, so you take the coronavirus, for example. They were like, you gotta stay inside. Yeah, that's right, you gotta stay inside.
Yeah.
And then the pandemic came out and was like, no, well, that's how we build an immunity. You have to go out and embrace this way.
You'll just sit with him and you think you know him.
For years, up until they said stay inside, the science was get your immunity. They called that embrace. Like, how did that even
Science caused peanut allergy. We didn't cause it, but that was the thing was like you keep kids away from the peanuts altogether. Like, dude, kids were dying because they had peanut allergies, and then they came out and they're like, oh, actually, like they're like keep all the peanuts out of school, blah blah blah, and then they came out like actually no.
You're making the peanuts stronger. You fell right into their trap.
Yes, Mr. Planter, dude. But no, science said like no, keep peanuts away from kids. Like kids and peanuts can't be near each other anymore. And then they came out and like actually no, the kids are dying because of that. You got to expose labs. People would have been like, oh, I trust this. Dude, when I was working when I had an internship last year in high school, or I was in a grade school. I brought fucking Reese cups in there.
Yeah.
And it was like, the kids freaked out. Holy shit. I was like, I didn't know anything about them. So I had to walk from the room and holding them. I felt like I was like smuggling a pound of weed. I was just like, oh my God.
We had a lady. One time I talked to a lady about her son's peanut allergies. Rolled into the conversation. He was like, what are you guys talking about? Really talking about peanut allergies? I was like, oh, my whole entire diet is peanut butter. And the lady was like, oh my. You would have thought he pulled peanut butter out and rubbed it on her kid right then.
Yeah, I was asked to leave a children's jiu-jitsu class I was coaching.
How'd you eat so much peanut butter?
Well, because I just finished eating an Uncrustable on the mat.
Did you ever toast an Uncrustable?
No.
Let's get serious. Have you ever toasted an Uncrustable?
No,
dude. My God.
Yeah?
You like toast on high? I would imagine the toast it's frozen out in a while. I think you would microwave it to defrost it.
No, you leave it out to defrost it.
Or leave it out. Yeah, it's true. If you microwave it, it'll turn it. Fuck it up. Order it. Yeah, defrost it. Toss one of those things in the toaster. Bro, an Uncrustable, toasted.
I'm already a two Uncrustable serving guy. I don't need to do anything. I'm not trying to fucking make my bird disappear. I've got a great balance. I've got a perfect balance of fucking fat, dick meat, clit stimulation, and you know what I'm talking about? I'm not trying to fucking ruin the
double your Uncrustable intake. Dude, eating Uncrustable on the mat.
I was like, putting the last bite in my mouth. She's like, doesn't have peanut butter in it, does it? I was like,
what do you mean crust? No, it doesn't have crust.
I don't know why, but I remember in my mind you, with the uncrustable in your hand, tumble roll it into the conversation.
I literally rolled it. She asked you to leave. She asked me to go wash my face in the bathroom to get the peanut butter off of it. Damn, and did not plan on touching any children with my face.
Yeah. Did the kid have the peanut allergy?
Yeah, touch peanut allergy. So if you touch anything that has been contaminated with the nut,
I don't think her kid actually has peanut. Because I watched her kid work with my kid most of the time. Every time I get shown somewhere.
And so, like, his.
Yeah, true.
So
I make sure of it.
Yeah, I gave my peanut butter like pretty early.
Yeah, they tell you don't even try certain foods with babies.
Dude, my pediatrician was telling us like there's like a window when they're little that like you can just give them whatever. You just have some Benadryl handy, worst comes to worst, hit them with some Benny. They're like you'll know. You and I are kind of lucky because our kids are like peanut butter colored.
True.
Like that.
So we can't really tell. That's what my kids just show. My kids show up.
I don't want to go too. Like, they're good.
The peanut butter camouflage. Yeah.
It's like driving a dark colored car. You gotta get it washed less often.
True. That is camouflage. Yeah, I mean that sucks. Sucks kids had to die.
Do you think I have a one of my dumb beliefs? I believe no one's ever I know my sister has she is one of her favorite delicacies is anything that's like she's allergic, like this shellfish allergy triggers, and she'll just come home from a night out just looking fully bullfrogged out in the throat. Yeah, it's like hell, you guys grab knives.
Someone who used to buy it because it's like pig on shrimp. Just hit himself.
And it's be tripping.
Yeah, it's funny too when you get into the allergies between different races. It's like white people I think have certain allergies. Black people have like encounter like I'm allergic to can't eat melons. That fucks up my sight. Really? Melons I have an allergic reaction to melons. I don't eat them. Really? Except watermelon because I'm not trying to swallow anything.
You don't want to die from it? Yeah, Uncle Man dies from watermelon.
The worst way to go.
It's a picture of you and a watermelon.
And the people, I told you he wasn't black. That's your black conservative can't rest die from watermelon. He's already writing the blog right now. But Mary's over there writing it like, dude, Sydney black is allergic to watermelon.
Yeah, not mainstream.
Yeah, I've noticed that. The kids I work with with allergies, and I was like, same when black people encounter me with allergies, like, shut up. I'm like, come on. Yeah. Come on, oranges. Come on. Fucking break it.
I think there's something that's making people more allergic to shit too. Like lifestyle. I'm not saying there's like, chemtrails or anything, but like I think our lifestyles are making us more allergic to shit. Yeah. A fucking lady I know who's like 40 years old just found out that she's allergic to corn. She was like getting sick and she had to go to like, a corn allergy. She was like, shut the fuck up. No one's allergic to it. She's got to avoid corn.
Yeah, I think. I think it's probably, I don't know if it's because they used to spray pesticides more, but I don't know. Some people say it is like kind of all the pesticides, or someone could say like the food is genetically modified. So now like people, your body's just like, fuck this. So, I don't know. Yeah, I mean, we're not eating the original corn. Yeah, my boy claims to have landrace strain.
EMP fire, meaning kind of.
I haven't tasted it. Outdoors. OG landrace strain sour maize.
I'm not gonna lie, like.
Have you had like a regular seeded watermelon?
Yeah.
Anytime? Yeah. What am I fucking homeless? How do I thoroughly fuck with seeded watermelons? I don't trust them. I mean, it's so fucking awesome when it has no seeds. I had a seeded one yesterday. I'm like, holy fuck. It's like every bite.
Like cable and
fuck that.
Eating seedless watermelon is the most in the future, I feel. Like, we've mastered the world.
We've really fucking whipped this bitch. That's why black people eat watermelon. True. Yeah. Only eat food when we also eat spit. True. Do they still have that new steakhouse where you can like eat peanuts and throw them like a nice card? Yeah.
like throw five guys. Five guys.
Yeah, because
No. The Lone Star used to be able to eat the peanuts and then just throw the shells on the ground.
Sid, what's that black food that makes where just you have to cross the street really slowly?
That's sunflower seeds.
That's why we eat sunflower seeds.
Sunflower seeds are cross-cultural. Oh, for sure. Yeah. White dudes spit them unsuccessfully out of their car. They just land at the backseat. In the window. Dude, I was down in Florida recently. And the lady came up. So we're at the house, and the lady came up and was like, "Oh, you know, I live here. This is a neighbor here, blah, blah, blah." And apparently, she was like, one of the lady's husbands just died. And I was like, "Oh, that sucks." She's like, "No, it's pretty funny, actually. He accidentally tried to make himself an elf for the doctor. The tonic? They took the shit that was growing outside. I think, like, I don't know if they just wear, like, really little big potions. Yeah, take like weird berries and mix them in water. No, my cousin used to actually try to make poison. So he would mix like these weird berries and like mash them up with mud and all that shit. But this guy made a potion from like these weird berries, drank it, died. He made a potion for himself at like 75. Fucking crushed.
Just a 75-year-old kindergartner.
Died outside, but apparently he had exposed himself. So I was like, you know, no. He had exposed before. Wait, he was Greek.
I did a move.
Yeah,
Wait, I feel like I just lost time. What do you mean he exposed himself?
So I was wondering why the lady was being so kind of like, yeah, he died. It was hilarious. But apparently, like a year before, he had like showed burn through. Like she was looking out her neighbor's alley. He actually exposed burn from outside her house.
Pressed it into the screen door.
Bro, I think the window. He just like, I didn't know you were there. And she was living next to an old Greek dude that never. True. Like old Greek dudes always have like true. That's like the closer you get to like the source of the romance languages. Like when they get older, they're never speedo for sure. It's like one of those speedos with like just their balls on either side. Basically, it's like a thumb testicle.
After they take a bath, go outside and dry it on the porch with a towel. Just individual
Yeah, we should get into that show and test. I would definitely show testes.
Yeah?
Show and test.
I was talking about showing testicle cleavage years ago.
Really?
Yeah.
Talking like hanging them out the side, or just like
I don't know what the mechanics of it would be, but it's just got to be a hint. You need to show a hint of it.
Yeah.
But then you get the pheromones flowing, and who knows what kind of trouble you
just show one trick. That's whatever hangs lower. I don't know what you're working
Straight up to do.
I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I thought about showing my balls. I think you're allowed to show your balls, aren't you? I think you're allowed to show your testicles.
That's why this is
You're like, I don't think that's a decent exposure. I think ballet constitutes a decent exposure.
I can share with them here Google it.
But maybe you show in certain places. I know there's a law. You can legally show, I think, like an inch and a half of your butt crack. I think there's a limit on your butt crack before like it goes from plumbers to I think legally you're allowed to expose someone to like 3 inches of your butt crack.
Yeah, I remember when
it's your God-given right.
the WWF figured that out with Lita, and she had to show her crack on TV every Monday night. They had the ratio down. What is it, Mayor?
Well, nickel bright, like
We found our movement.
What about ball skin? What about a flat ball skin? What if you're like, hey, you want some bubble gum? I'll allow a little bit of ball skin.
Once it loads, I'll read you the legislature.
On balls?
So I would say
on indecent exposure.
a good amount of it.
I need specifics.
It tells you specifics. Yeah, if it's funny, does that count as indecent exposure?
Does it read as like, thou shalt not show any testicles,
They were
Essentially.
nor any belly?
A person commits the crime of indecent exposure if, with intent to arouse,
What if you're just teaching? Wait, you're just trying to get somebody horny?
with intent to arouse or gratify sexual desire of himself or of any person other than his spouse. He exposes his genitals under circumstances in which he knows
he knows his conduct is likely to cause affront or alarm in any public place or the private premise of another or so near thereto as to be seen from such private premises.
Wait a second. So if I stood on my porch with my dick out to get my wife wet,
that's fine. That's
unless someone else saw it.
Unless someone else sees it and is upset about it. But you can't shoot them because it's Alabama.
They're on your property and they see your dick, you can shoot them.
It's castle talk.
Yeah. Everybody's way on my property. I can definitely stay.
Did you be a burglar? But it has to be intent to arouse. So if you go to a playground, you're like, I hate this, and you take your dick out, you're in the clear, dude.
If you want the Pennsylvania statute,
tell me why I love Pennsylvania.
With this one trick, cops hate
I love how they had to figure this out like the 1700s. And you can't show your penis to your wife. Now can't show penis to wife. From that house.
A person commits indecent exposure if that person exposes his or her genitals in any public place or in any place where there are present other persons under circumstances in which he or she knows or should know that this conduct is likely to offend, affront, or alarm. So if you're autistic, you can just show testicles.
What do you mean?
It says if you're aware that it'll like mess somebody up, then it's against the law. If you're clueless to the matter, you can do whatever you want.
But could I be like
claim autism?
Like if the cop showed up and I was like, I didn't know you were gonna be pussy.
Yeah, I didn't understand you get upset. Yeah, cultural thing.
Damn, I already got
Yeah.
I already got my answer.
Also, there was I've had a couple strolls. And, I don't really care about this, but Brittany gets really upset when people pee in public and like show full bird. You get like really daring public urinators who just like bust out the fucking frog and just pee and just like, it's like, first of all, I'm like, dude, is that person peeing? Are they peeing? I think I saw their penis. It's like, well, you asked 3 times if they're peeing, continue to stare, and you saw their penis. Yeah, like that's kind of my hate. That's kind of your fault. I mean, the dude, and that's the other thing. The guy, I think he was like, no, I was taking a piss, but it might be because I think people who need to show bird, it's like a real, they're like they're gotta show it. And then I was taking a piss, and he was like flop bird. Dude, this guy did it. Like 2 girls walked by, and he just like, yeah, I was on the other side of the street. They like got up close view, and they were like, So I think if you're like a have to show bird kind of person, which it's not a nice thing to do, but I appreciate the confidence.
How much of your bird can you take out when you piss?
This dude busted out his dick, dude. And she was like, "No, I saw his penis," and I like saw it out the corner of my eye. I was like, "That was his dick," and I was like, God damn it.
Yeah,
it was fucking nice.
Yeah, it's like,
damn, my fat fucking dick. I saw it from my peripheral. If I was opening the hoagie, what the fuck was that? I thought he made a fist. Yeah, he busted dong out. He actually peed right in front of some public health building. It'll get cleaned up. Yeah, it was actually, I went by, she went home, and she left, we were in the dog park, she left the dog park early, so I walked on that side of the street to see his piss puddle. It wasn't that big, so I'm like, this guy might have just been showing dog. It was like an emergency piss. Yeah, it was an emergency piss, so I was like, I would have followed that down the street into the sewer. This was like the last 25% of the block. I've taken emergency piss in the home, they run. They go, little waterfall off the curb, down the thing. This was just like a cat splat, just like a splat, and then it stopped probably a foot.
You see ladies piss in Philly a lot. Dude, this might be the lady piss capital of the world.
Spud has a fucking camera on his driveway. Nothing but people shitting in his driveway. People take shits. People take shits in his driveway, and he's like, dude, women they're professionally dressed. We'll just stop and just spray piss everywhere. And they love it. It's something weird.
Women secretly love piss in public. Yeah, outside at least. I don't know if they want to be witnessed, but they definitely they're outside. No other women are like, oh, go ahead.
It's a major insecurity. Speaking on behalf of all women, it's a major insecurity for women out there who stand up. I mean, dude, imagine if you all had to sit down and pee and your wife just stood up and like fuck, dude. Fucking rules. You're just like, and I was like, yo, I see a little mark you left. I'm gonna blast that. I'm gonna precisely aim and blast that off the side. I'm gonna split your arrow. It's gotta fuck you up.
The first piss that I was ever in DSL was this guy, big dude, full public piss, but he was like walking forward as he was pissing. And I was like, why that's sick? Trying it the first time I tried to piss all over my basketball shorts. I think I'm walking too fast.
If you ever see a dude walking down the street backwards and you can't see his hands, he's pissing.
Backwards walks. St. Patty's Day, that is like just people backwards walk pissing down the street. You know, it's actually a funny visual seeing like you as a young boy. This guy is like. I mean, in reality, that's how you're supposed to piss. You're supposed to piss and like cautiously walk behind it.
Yeah, with Sid watching you, like he's watching a parade, like he's watching an astronaut go by, like, wow. Do you think someday? Piss parade, just every dude who can piss while walking down Main Street.
I'm not gonna lie, dude. I'm starting to get a little bold in the public bathrooms. I've been flying a decent amount. I've been stepping back. I've been like I've been getting some distance on the girls. A little razzle dazzle. I've been making up for lack of bird. Just like long shots of confidence. I'm like, yeah, man, I see what you got over there, but can you do this? And I'm back like, dude, I've been sitting back like a while. Just need to say something.
Damn,
I'm going through something about this, dude.
I've adjusted since I've had so many like shitting your pants close calls. I've fully adjusted to even the filthiest bathroom situation. I've gone full Indonesian toilet. I stand on the seat with my sneakers. Yeah, I don't hover anymore, dude. It wears out your quads, and I'm a bigger fella, so
You crouch basically,
bro. I hit it in a porta potty when I was at the hotel from Twin Peaks.
No, I don't want to censor that.
When I was in
I want to know exactly who they are. I want to know exactly where they are.
There was like no inside bathrooms, and all the like porta potties outside were just demolished.
They come like that.
Yeah, so I
drops them off like shit's everywhere in them, and bro,
I went in one, fucking jumped, did the 180, and just feet onto the seat. If you didn't touch anything inside, like brace yourself to get up.
The dude drops them off. I'm pretty sure standard issue is shit, pee all over them, and then you write the N-word on the side. This was right for you guys.
There's like having a clipboard checking it off. Like, you got the N-word, right? All right.
Oh shit, I gotta go back.
Someone else did too, I think.
It's left from last time. It's all good.
So yeah, I've tried it since then. I've tried it out in rest stops, a campground bathroom.
I actually splatter on the face. Are you dropping logs? I mean, dude, I run
the fucking gamut, bro. Come on, man. I'm not, whatever. You're not gonna get married to one ship for the rest of your life.
I'll go face right now. I'm gonna shut a big shrimp basket face. Not even shrimp basket. I'm like a leech, I think it's an intestinal blockage. But it's like when you get those flat fucking snaky turns. I've been rocking snakes in a can.
That's the one I won't put up with.
Sit down, you go, boom, and you look down, it's just like 9 skinny turns. You're like, oh,
now, I'll go full liquid inverted mushroom cloud, like up the side of the ball. That's fine. I won't do skinny snakes. Get that shit out of my face.
I looked it up. I think it's when you're, I don't know what causes this, but I guess fucking wrong stuff. I think your intestines will kind of, I guess
what I'm saying is they get
inflamed. And then there's like one spot in your intestines that inflamed. And then the turd gets Play-Doh. Like it's like steamroll.
Oh, it kinks the hose.
It kinks the hose. And then you get flat turds.
You got a thumb over your butthole.
I got a bad asshole, dude. My grandfather, my dad's side, dude, died of asshole poisoning. He had asshole stuff. Didn't concoct that in his bed.
He put a bunch of berries in his ass.
No, he died from asshole. Asshole took out my grandfather.
What do you mean?
Turns out it was asshole. Doctor, you got a bad asshole.
You got a toxic asshole, dude. How long do I have to live?
So sick, your asshole doesn't work. And he was like, you're gay.
You're like
my asshole check. Check another man's asshole. I'll talk about that in stand-up.
Gay doctors only.
I swear to God, I used to talk about this in stand-up, but it was family lore. But then the doctor was like, "We got to check you out." He turned down like a butthole check and then just died of COVID. Also crashed a trash truck in Oak Ridge. didn't have the clearance. No, he didn't have the clearance. Just fucking clearance.
Why?
Have you considered that maybe your nightmare hemorrhoid is like Eye of Sauron gathering strength right now? It's gonna show his face again.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie. I also found out I was
It's making me fart. I'm sorry.
It's on me. Dude, I found out from my. We talked about
love the
this
hang.
before. I know, like for some sort of school thing, they're looking to like they're forcing you to go back, see like your grandparents, like what was on their life, do like a whole like family tree thing, trying to assess like intergenerational stuff, like your personal family contacts. And my aunt was like, yeah, your great grandma dropped one of her kids in the school. Oh yeah. Dude, I was like, we were down in Florida and I was near the Gulf and I was holding my eye, we're checking out the fish, and I was like death gripping. I was like, dude, this shit is fucking family. And I was so scared of fucking dropping her in the water. Because I was like, we're feeding, there's all these catfish coming up, it was super fun, and I was like, this is probably what got me. Like, look at that catfish, and you're like, oh. You would feed the ducks, imagine dropping like a fucking, but then you got shit in the water. Honduras, that's it, big.
Did I talk about the kayaking kid on here? No. When I was in the Pacific Northwest, we went to this fucking campground. I talked about this on that beat, but this fucking dad took his 10-year-old son kayaking. They were in timber kayaks, and this river was so buck wild that I wouldn't even get into it as like a joke. And they got separated. Dad thought it was kayak, and he swam to shore and just watched his 10-year-old go down the river. That was beginning of July. There's still people out there looking for the kid. Yeah, so like he might have got out. He might have escaped the river and like camped out. He had pretty good survival skills. Dude, the weekend I was there, I was swimming in like the lakes and shit like that. I got up in the middle of the night in a light rain, and I was so cold. I was like, I might die before I get back to my camp from like 500 feet away. And they were like, so anyway, this dude just watched his 10-year-old just sail off out of his life.
The 8-year-old probably found a dad that wasn't a pussy.
Yeah, true. That was what my wife said. I was like, can you believe the dad got out of the water? She was like, I would make you get back in. Right, we'd drive back, and I would watch you get back in the river.
Yeah, dude, that's crazy. That is crazy.
So, be kind to your ancestors, man. Who knows what the river was looking like that day? Maybe it rained.
Schuylkill?
Yeah, maybe the Schuylkill.
The Schuylkill, I mean, the Schuylkill's it has a little current, but there's no rapids. I mean, also the water is like, basically like half water, half like oil. So it's true. It was probably super dark.
Do you ever, there's this one pool game I played. I went to a summer camp one time, and they covered a watermelon in Vaseline, and you had to like fight over the watermelon in the pool. Who knows how slippery that baby? Maybe they got the baby a couple times, like,
True. It was just like, it was just gone.
Yeah.
Or it was like an iPhone back then. You're just like, just a phone. Should I leave the phone?
You're going to a fucking Iranian dude for crack baby repair.
Ruined a marriage. Yeah, of course it did. Took its toll. What was the baby was gone? Maybe as far as I know, unless you just fucking, because a lot of parents drop stories, it's like, you pick it right back up. Yeah. It's like, you still tell the story. I want to do babies float?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, there's the thing where they like take newborns and throw them in water.
And they have like that swimmer reflexes?
Yeah.
I mean, there's Noah. Yeah. Noah floated in the basket.
Mostly, basket is mostly the water. That's the thing. If you're taking your kid to the water, take a wicker basket.
True. At least we'll end up in the hands of the family.
We'll end up in a really cool book at some point.
I'd be sick if we floated all the way up to the Northeast and got to like the head contractor.
I'm gonna name this baby James.
Yeah, man, that's I was like, that was fucking. The whole time I was there, I was like, all right, even if you did sing, could I like see? And when I jump in, dude, the whole time I was like doing math, like jumping. Yeah. Partly being like, also, cool. No, I'm like kind of tortured by that question. She comes to the pool with us, and I'm like, would she hold her breath? I just went under real quick. I'm curious, but I'm like, also, she gulping it in. Dude, one time we were at a playground, and Finn was on my stomach for fly, he was sliding down, like on his stomach, and like as he was sliding down, he was saying bye to me. And then one time he did it, like I dove on my stomach and grabbed his hand,
I still recall that. Remember that one time you saved me on the slide?
What was he about to like go down and get
I just did it to be funny. I got you. You know, just
it was life or death.
Yeah, he still remembers that. And I feel like a hero. Every time I think of it.
You fake saved him?
Yeah. and my family was there, and so was his grandma. Like his grandma also saw it. So she's like, you did care of my grandma.
Pretty tight.
Yes.
Did you see the guy who like ditched the soccer? Or did you hear about it?
No, we got there the day that the search party started. Yeah, come on, I'd be in the river right now.
Also, dude, there should be a rule. If you jump into a river like that and save someone else's kid,
It's yours.
you should get the bucket of their wife. No, you get that. You should get the bucket of their wife. Or take their kid.
We should get a card. We get the pick. They're all on the same prize level.
I mean, naturally, you should at least get head.
Yeah.
Look, man, here's your kid. I need head right now. It just has to happen.
It's a perfect prize because any woman would sub to get their kid back from Russia. I wish I could start that stupid fucking sentence.
I'd be so pissed. That's the girl's version. Like, oh, I was supposed to suck his dick and I didn't want to. You're telling me to suck his dick? Our kid floated down the river? What the fuck?
Get out of the way, I'll do it.
Give me it. Come here.
That's actually what it should be. Like, if the dad is there, Tim jumps in, saves their kid. The mom, she gets to choose which one of them sucks Tim's dick.
Yeah, either she would want to so badly that she would do it, or she would be able to force her husband to.
True. Also, first of all, 2020 swag is the new answer to all those questions. Like, would you suck a dick for $1 million? Yes.
Oh, sure. Yeah, I don't trust you if you act like
for $1 million? No. Film it. Actually, I don't know. I go back and forth on that. I'm like, I'll take $1 million. It's like, here's my thing. How did we get rich again? You're like, oh, here it is on YouTube. It's like your grandfather blowing some guy.
thumbs up in the camera.
Don't worry about it.
I'd be like, Jesus loves us.
Is it that serious? Dude, if I was like, you know, say like I was like the great grandchild, say I found out my great grandfather could have sucked a dick and I could have been like Donnie Trump, basically, the son. Yeah, coked on. Yeah, they're trying to say he's coked on.
Yeah, they've been saying he's been snorting Adderall for years.
Yeah, so I could have been coked out at the RNC, at the boys' party. Boys Republican fucking nomination has been like, dude, my dad fucking rules.
We're probably
my great grandfather blew somebody.
We're half a generation from dudes just sucking each other like for clout.
Dude, I'm telling you, I was in social work school and there was a guy being like, I get out with all my female friends. Like, it's like a new thing. Like,
it's pretty gay to not be gay right now.
It is.
A lot like young kids.
I feel like I made it to this point, right? Like, in my neighborhood, there were so many circumstances where dudes had to end up sucking a dick. And I made it out. Like, I'm 40 now. It's like, I'm not going there.
What was the circumstances?
Just dudes making other dudes suck their dick. You know, like, we'll be hanging out and saying, it's like, all right, it's time for somebody to suck my dick. And then, like, jumped out the fucking window. It's like, I'm gone. Like, that literally happened. Like, so, yeah, I'm going to say his name because he got me hit by a car. But my cousin...
For not sucking dick.
My cousin Trent, we were hanging out at this dude's house. And both of them, like, the guys who we were hanging out with, they were both a little retarded. Like, a little autistic. But the older brother was like, he was more functional, like, basically. And he came in, and he locked the door behind him, and he was like, all right, somebody's sucking my dick. And my cousin Trent started laughing like a joke. I fucking jumped right out the fucking first floor window. Not even hesitating. Also, I always wanted to jump. Their window was one of those windows that was low enough that you stepped it, like you could step out of it, just touching the ground and still in the house at the same time.
You went head first though.
I always dove, tumbled, got up, ran, went home, went straight to his house, my cousin's house.
Yeah.
To tell his mom what happened. And then they all went down to the house and they were banging on the door and everything. It was a big deal.
It's a big fucking deal.
Yeah, it was a big deal. And like, they got in and they got my cousin, they got him out, and it was never talking about this. Yeah. Like, I mean, he never expressed whether or not he did suck the dick, but he had
That's usually the first sign of having sucked the dick.
Yeah,
Yeah, but no, definitely not. Man, that's fucked, dude.
yeah, it was pretty ridiculous.
So,
You know, I'm just
How'd you get hit by the car?
So years later, which was probably retribution for me leaving him to get his dick, to suck a dick.
so what I did
It was almost as if he planned it. He came into the rec center and was like, "Yo, you want to go to Bruce's to get some hot dogs?" Like, you should have took that. And then we crossed the street and there was this dog in the yard. He was never on a leash. He would always run up to the hedges, right?
Yeah.
And then he loved to get chased. So he was like,
Sorry.
so as soon as the dog started running towards us, like, he was like, "Yo, it's coming!" And I started running. And he pushed me into the street, but he was pushing me to get me to start running with him so we could both run together. But I knew that dog wasn't going to come out of the yard. I was trying not to run. He pushed me, I went stumbling to the side.
Save my energy in case someone made me suck a dick.
Dude, the last thing I remember, his hand back. Like, pushing me, started backing up. And I was like, and I got woke up in the hospital.
Damn.
He pushed me into a car.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Did you see this dude at all?
I saw him recently. I went to Pottstown with a friend. I saw him. He just bought a new motorcycle, and he never ridden a motorcycle. He drove it all the way back for like 10 miles, and almost died a bunch of times. He was just like, "Yeah, you're still fucking living a risky lifestyle."
Yeah.
How many things are
I thought I was bad babysitting. I would like lock myself in my parents' room and just jerk off this like swindle channel. And I was like, that was a shitty babysitter, but dude, I was insane, dude.
Yeah, well, he was my age. We're the same age.
Yeah.
So I mean, he was babysitting.
Yeah, I understand. Yeah.
But it was he was always like all of the big trouble that I ever got into. He was I was never the person to like do this slightly illegal shit.
Yeah.
He would ask me to go somewhere with him, and then the next thing I know was like, "Oh, by the way, we're doing this slightly illegal shit."
Sounds like a motherfucker.
Yeah.
Dude, that's like as bad as it gets.
Yeah.
They said that the other dudes are kind of like had some like autism stuff going on.
Yeah, the some guys.
Yeah.
Yeah,
we're not suspending you. We're not.
Were they like a gang of dudes?
That's a fucking bad hombre. That's a bad hombre, man.
It was a bad hombre.
The Democrats love it. The Democrats want him ruling your streets.
Yeah. He was always, I felt like he was always trying to, like apologize for getting me hit by a car without actually saying I'm sorry. As if, like, if he admitted it, I would sue him or some shit.
Yeah.
But he was always, you know, like every time I see him, I feel like he's still trying to
Push your What was the plan to get you away from the dog so it was like less
just keep me running with him so that we would not be inches. Like that was every single thing that resulted in me getting in trouble was like him trying to get us a chance.
He likes hybrid. He plays motorcycle. He likes hybrids.
Yeah, like there was like like really jack dudes, they were like stars of the track team. They would always, every day they would like work out by themselves, like outside of school, hang out at this one part of the race. And then one time we tried to, let's go talk to, Kyron. So we go there. And I think we're going to get him. He has a handful of like gravel rocks. And we're going to talk to them. And he's like behind me, like, yeah, what up, Corey, what up? And then and then they just come at us. And like I didn't even realize what was happening at first. So like I didn't start running fast enough. It was just like I barely they just swarmed them. It was like I must have got hit like 30 times in a second. And they were just chasing me.
Oh my god.
I have a theory. Do you think that maybe his like fixation on like this chase bullshit at you was because you escaped the day where he was forced to suck a dick, and he was just constantly reliving that situation.
He was one to suck, right?
No. He had to suck.
Oh, man.
Sid escaped.
I was so sad. I was like, why are you killing the dude who's
Sid made a Sydney-shaped hole in the wall. And he was like, and he
I
froze
thought
in
this
place.
was the guy. I thought he was pushing in front of the car for getting away. He was like, oh. So that guy's out of the picture then.
Yeah, he was always a he would like literally come up to him and go,
Yeah, he was trying trying to Rico and come up with an album and suck a dick.
Get away. Yeah. I'm trying to be you, dude. You're trying to give me the suck a dick.
In one way or another, yeah.
Wait, dude, if I was ever jealous of anybody for anything, all of us were sitting in a room and you guys escaped and I ended up blowing somebody, I'd be like, you guys want to race? Yeah, that's right.
Yeah. And, like, if I didn't trip and suck that bird, I probably would have been the guy that
was trying to get over that. I gotta run. Dude,
is it a cool move? You went head first out a window?
Yeah, that's fucking cool. I mean, but like I say, I like to say this, like that is why still to this day,
yeah, I'm not doing it now, dude. I'm running.
I'll take your I'll get $3 million out of it, sure.
I'm gonna run away and then run back. Thanks, sir. Pleasure.
Yeah, I can't imagine telling my family I love them and then turning down $1 million for. I assume you have to swallow it too.
I'll say attitude macro.
Put on my tab.
Yes, that's the age-old question. I don't know. Now hearing this, it's like, do I run? Do I arrange this whole situation?
Oh, I won't be forced to. I'll do it for $1 million, but I won't be forced to.
Yeah, I hear you saying. It has to be like at a meeting. Bring some briefcases.
It has to be. If there's no briefcase, it's also off. It can't be a digital transfer.
I'm gonna set this up and then assault the person when they're ready. He's been fuck you.
Here's how it works, dude. You show up with a briefcase. It's got $1 million in it. I don't know what $1 million looks like, but it perfectly fills this very nice, like, dark metal briefcase.
Yeah.
It's handcuffed to your wrist, right? Okay. Before I start sucking, we also handcuff it to my wrist.
There you go.
Maybe there's only one key. Maybe there's two sets. I don't fucking know.
Tighten my tie against my neck.
Yeah.
Dude, you gotta make him come so hard that handcuff rattles off his
Yeah. Dude. For $1 million, I would make that dude come so hard that he'd be like worried about his own identity.
As if he isn't already, not like as himself.
He was like, oh, this was just supposed to be uncomfortable for you.
It is funny though, if you think about it. It's like, all right, I used to go up like 120 feet in the air on like a lift and like just hit lasers, like cut down metal beams and shit, which is pretty dangerous. There's guys who like go to war for like college tuition. It's like, it's like, yeah, if you break it off, you just see it.
We're all sucking dick in our own way, dude.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty nuts for me. Like, nah, I'm gonna suck dick. I'm gonna go fight him. I'm gonna go enter combat.
That's what I noticed.
I mean, dude, there's the opportunity.
This is stupid.
The truth. I
would, but this is stupid.
I will say, you probably could suck enough dicks to go to college. Oh, but you couldn't be an engineer. Typically, wouldn't go like that. Meaning, like, you know, going to like army. Go to the army. And it's like, I guess you could suck dick.
Yeah, I feel like.
I don't know. This is. You're right. Yeah.
I'm losing my mind. I'm having a hard time even tracking the logic now.
Well, I'm saying there's a lot of dangerous jobs that guys will do it. It's like, yo, go suck that guy's dick.
So at least likely you look to suck a dick before you can.
True.
No, that is true.
So maybe spend a couple of years like learning how to weld first, looking like a guy who welds.
You gotta look tough.
Up your dick sucking. We're not leaving the topic ever.
One of the stories, you gotta look tough.
Make a couple of like selfie videos in a pickup truck. Cigarettes now.
Trying to know my value. That's all.
All I'm saying is they're only 12% of the population.
So that is true. Mayor, what are we at time-wise? Wow. Perfect. 8 minutes, that was easily dick sucking.
We cut that out. We got like a tight 37 minutes.
Yeah, well, let's slide in the page.
Yeah,
you guys have anything you like to address Chat Nation with? Anything coming up or anything?
Yeah, I mean, if you guys want to see some live stand-up comedy, if you're near Woodbridge, New Jersey, next week I'm going to a drive-in show. Other than that, you can catch me on 2 Jack Roads.
Listen to fucking Dab Me. Follow me on twitch.tv/Tim Butterly. Somewhere around Philly on Friday night. It's 9/11, so we're doing a comedy show.
Is it 9/11 today?
No, on Friday.
That's my comedy. You're doing stand-up on that?
Yeah.
Goddamn. You sound so enthusiastic about it. You should come.
I want to do outdoor comedy.
Oh, you're gonna be at the drive-in, 2 different places. Where are you doing this?
know. I think it's his fault. I should have looked before this, but I'm not the plugging type. You know what I mean? Yeah. I feel icky. You know what? Edit out my plugs, dude. Because if people want to know me, they'll find me. I'm gonna come to the show. I'm gonna be in East Falls. Mayor, you gonna be there?
No, I might go to watch.
Really? Yeah. Hell yeah. Careful. Careful. Last time you rolled up on a show. Yeah, I have nothing, man. Catch me on Mad Shane Secret Podcast. Let's catch me on this, and let's do fighting games again soon. Yeah,
Oh, hell yes, dude. Can I also check out Two Jack Brothers Patreon too? We're on there.
So check out all the Academy Patreons. Check out all. No, seriously, just check out ours.
I mean, honestly, like most of the people that come to the Patreon for Two Jack Brothers come from
Slide through, right? Slide through. Yeah, I don't really have anything. All I have is up on the website right now. Can't keep dates because it's not here. That's it. Hell yeah. Thank you, Lamar. Thank you. No. Thank you.
Expect to see several big announcements over the next couple of days about
Every time we would go and hang out, they would disappear into a room.
Holy fucking shit, we're here right now. We're live. We're live. The tech has significantly improved. Yes. Look at that. Look at that Yeti, dude.
I might still hold it.
Yo, do you, dude? You might have to. What you up to? Halfway across. My heart's
happy to see you, bro.
I can tell how far away you are. I just feel my heart, dude. More than aches. He must be out. He's coming back to Minnesota. The ache is left.
Yes. No, I'm still in this. Dude, I think I'm the first guy to ever do this. I was just like, can I just stay in the comedy condo for a few more days? They were like, yeah, I guess. Yeah, you just gotta be out by Wednesday. I was like, all right, I'll stay till Wednesday. I'm just doing a comedy condo in Phoenix.
People don't understand comedy condo. People don't understand there are comedy.
Well, this one fucking rules. But this one, hold on, I'll give you a little. Turn this around for a second. You can see it's probably a little messy. Yeah. The comedy condo fucking rules. See the crossbears? Oh. I had some Captain Crunch going on.
Yeah, if they were putting a comedy condo near my house, I would petition the neighborhood of like, yo, we can't let this thing in our neighborhood.
They're typically very, very bad. This one's alright. This one's good. But, you know, you do get a weird dude in your apartment complex once a week.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I as a public safety thing, I'd be like, yo, man, we're not having no comedy condos in our neighborhoods.
Chances are there is a alcoholic sexual predator in your apartment complex once a week.
There's a comedy club, so like a Catholic church, they're like, all right, we'll put you over here.
Move them around.
Shoot the Atlanta Funny Bone.
No, dude, we just talked about this.
Dude,
yeah, speaking of pedos, hold on. Last night I put on Cuties. Bro. So I didn't watch it. I scrolled through to get to the scintillating parts to see how wild it was. Because I was like, maybe it's not that wild. Bro, it's wild.
Well, Spud actually did a breakdown of it.
Oh, really? There was, you know the fucking wet ass pussy nets where you're on the ground and fucking, you know, the girl does it. And then teaching them all how to twerk and like slapping their asses. Well, dude, it was genuinely like, man, this is actually weird.
I mean,
it was weird. I was thinking it was like, you know, there's that thing on the right where they're like constantly on the lookout for pedophiles.
Hey, man,
Bitch rules.
It rules. Well, it's funny because Hanson was carrying the torch by himself for years. Everyone was like, look at this weirdo. And like, people just turned it up. Hanson carried the torch, right? Dude, he must have hit people at that show and they're like, say what?
Yeah, but Hanson was getting to the bottom of the barrel of pedophiles. The right's not after that. They're not looking for like Indian dudes and retarded guys.
You showed it. Hanson never did he ever roll up any like I heard Hanson
Instead of Cowboys and Indians, just retards and Indians. The goal of the game is to try to get a kid.
I think Hanson actually found MC Tyler. I think he found enough Indians retarded guys that he connected the dots. He was like, all right, so we got this guy working at Chuck E. Cheese. We got this guy going here. This dude's IT here. They go,
I said the FBI should have hired the bus. He should have just walked in that temple and been like, what are you doing here? What are you doing?
Dude, it's like, people can defend the movie and say, oh, well, it's I think the thing is, they're preaching against pedophilia. It's like, all right, like, we can all agree that you don't do that, but, like, dude, first of all, to cast the movie, everyone's talking about, like, casting the movie, so there's 300 girls in
casting must have been fucking weird.
Dude, how as an adult you cast a young girl for a sexual role? You have to. There was a 40-year-old man who was just kind of like, 13, 12-year-old's not that hot. She's hotter than her. Dude, I mean, how else are you going to do it? Why didn't they cast a chubby woman? That's my problem. Why didn't they cast a
one of them? There was a chub.
Just one?
There was one thick BBW. One BBG.
Was it really? What did the parents look like?
They're African Muslim immigrants.
Did they ever smash in the movie?
I didn't watch it long enough. I literally watched the first dance scene. I was like, it was genuinely making me like, I was like, this is weird that I'm watching this. I was watching fucking Monday Night Football and I was like, I'm gonna toss this on real quick. Just sit on my phone and I was like, I tried to record it to send it to the group chat, and I think Netflix probably has a thing where you're not allowed to record from your iPhone. Maybe there's like screen grab a Netflix show. I don't know. I tried to record
this on your phone.
Yes.
What? I don't think that technology exists.
Well, then I'm wrong. Maybe I just fucking missed the button. But once it did record, I was like, I don't need to try to record this. And then I was like, man, it'd be weird for me to have that video on my phone. That's not to get out of here.
Dude, that's kind of I got into it. One night I couldn't sleep, so I stayed up and watched just like YouTube cuties commentary. And it's everybody on there being like, I want to share how fucked up this is, but I can't. It's just young chicks being sexual, and I don't want to be the guy being like, yo, here's the clip. Like, I can't show the clip. Dude, it's like, yeah, man, you can say the movie, people should be able to do whatever they want, the movie is inappropriate, whatever, but it's like, dude, from a work perspective, first of all, if I was like, if I was working on a script, I'm like, Shane, check it out. Here's what I'm going to write a movie about. Yeah, if you were like, dude, that's weird, I'd be like, all right, Keever, check this out. Everyone I know would be like, stop.
I think that is kind of weird.
Well, they'd also be like, okay, so say you make this, your passion project is like 11-year-old sexuality. How are we going to make this? Like, we can get some kids. We can get, come on. Like, dude, the fact that they were on set, like, no, I'm a little hard. Like, there was grown-ups instructing her how to, like, grind the floor and how to be more like, you're telling me that 11-year-old was that sexual? Or was that 11-year-old trained to be that sexual? Again, I haven't watched it. But it's like, I'm thinking of checking it out, but it's like, as a director, when you're trying to, like, when you're trying to tweak, like, a person as a director, we're trying to direct, it's like, you're to tell an 11-year-old, like, you gotta, like, did the 11-year-old come as sexual as the director needed her, or was the director like, no, like, a little more sexually like this? Like, that was
true. I wonder if they sent, like, Army recruiter type people to, like, elementary schools. They were like, who's the biggest slut here? Man, you gotta serve your country of France.
True. Yeah, like, there's so many practical concerns. Like, how did they direct the child? How was it? And it's just kind of like, I don't know, man. It's kind of weird. It opens up a lot of weird shit. Like, everyone bitches on the movies. It's like, dude, there's so many parents out there. They're like, take my daughter, take my daughter, take my daughter.
For sure. For sure. But yeah, I was thinking, also they changed the verbiage on the description of the show, which is funny. I noticed that.
But they didn't say
the description of Cuties was she joins a twerk team. And now it's like a free-spirited dance. It's pretty funny.
Yeah.
So a lot of people are like, yo, this is kind of bother. Like, oh, we gotta get rid of twerking and change it to free-spirited deity, but then keep the scenes in.
Yeah, man. I mean, I Spud, word from Spud, he's like, it's softcore child porn, dude. He's like, that's the thing, too. If you're a pedo and you're watching that, that's got a rule. So, as a rule of thumb, it's like, let's not try to get pedos pumped. Let's keep the fruit forbidden for the pedos. That way we can roll them up. You can't just be like, they can think, no, that's fucking cuties. Or they could be like, I'm working on an art house film. Like, why is there like an 11-year-old getting her pussy? He's like, no. There's a film set, I swear. He's not touching.
Literally during the dance scene, first off, it's the first dance scene is probably like, it's like a 2 or 3 minute like music video type of them dancing, the girl instructing them, and the camera's like zoomed in on their ass while they're dancing. It's weird.
Well, there's a scene where what?
Yeah, nothing.
Well, there's a scene where
it's fucking weird.
The one thing I saw on YouTube, there's a scene where like the girl steals her stepdad's cell phone. He's like, give me my cell phone back. She's like, no, and she runs in the bathroom, takes a picture of her pussy, and then uploads it. Like the stepdad gets in trouble.
Wait, where's this?
In the movie, apparently she's fighting with her stepdad. Like she has his phone. He's like, give me my phone. I know you have it. And she runs into the bathroom, takes a picture of her pussy, and then uploads it. Apparently, again, I just saw this clip. But I guess like gets her stepdad in trouble.
Those are cuties.
Apparently, yeah. From the little YouTube clip.
You get a big trouble for that.
First of all, why would you give them this idea, dude? So you're a pedo. So now you're a pedo, dude. You think this is pedo fantasy world. You're like, no, it's not mine. My stepdaughter was getting revenge on me and took a picture. And it's like, dude, stop.
Stepdaughter revenge porn?
I mean, exactly. This is pornographic, dude. I didn't realize there's a bar full of old black dudes that sit outside my house, and I basically, like, every time I walk by them, they like say something to me, and I'm like, okay. I
turn into an Australian every time.
I turn into Australian every time. I was delivering all the t-shirts the other day. There's so many of them that I just took my stroller and just filled the stroller with bags, like boxes and bags of shirts. Yeah. I pushed it to the post office. Post office was closed. Came back. I said hi to them. They came back with a stroller. They're like, all right, now they say whatever. Like, you know, all right, now I see you out there in the stroller. And I was just like, hello. And then I was like, God damn it, dude. Every time I try to just think of the first thing to say, it sounds so ridiculous. Like, what's happening?
I'm 28.
I'm so exposed.
Dude, I did a fucking interview with this Australian TV show here.
Did you really?
Yeah, it was via Zoom, and the only they're gonna edit it out for sure. But the whole time I was like, I am 28. Like, what? It was like Love on the Spectrum, and they're like, you guys know about Love on the Spectrum? I was like, it's huge here. They're like, yeah. Yeah, really? Yeah, they had no idea.
What was the show for?
I don't know, some cancel culture Q&A in Australia, and they were like, nah, you can say whatever the fuck you want, dude. This is Australia. I was like, sick. But I think the lady hated me, so we'll see. I bet they added that to me. I was pretty cavalier about the whole thing, which they probably didn't like.
What do you mean? What did they want you to be?
Probably serious and answering questions.
Yeah, they want you to put duct tape on your mouth.
Like, I kept it, censorship. I was like, no, I get it. I understand why I was canceled. They're like, I kept doing an Australian accent. She was like, to be honest, you're very bad at that. You're very bad at that. And I was like, no, I'm not. Like, I'm good at it. She was like, what do you think the hardest accent is? I was like, Chinese. She was like, all right.
You're gonna demand this tape, dude. You're gonna Alex Jones.
At the end of it, I was like, all right, edit this to make me look like a dickhead. See you guys.
I think so.
It's gonna be, but it's in Australia, so. Yeah, it's true. Yeah, whatever.
Love in Australia, dude.
The Aussies will be like, yo, who the fuck was that guy? That guy ruled. Who was that?
Yeah, I mean, it's weird. I mean, there's nobody in America who gets weird about different countries putting on an American accent. Everyone's like, hell yeah, dude, that rules. Everywhere else is like, oh,
I'm so happy. I'm so happy when someone does it. I'm like, yeah, that's pretty good. It's funny because it's always slightly fucked up, which is funny. But yeah, it's great.
I don't know why people are such accent babies. First of all, it's not even like I get pumped. I demand you speak in my accent.
I know, I'm like,
any other dialect, they piss me off.
Say fucking speak it. Speak it now.
Fucking baby. If someone comes up with a southern accent, I'm like, dude, knock that the fuck off. Talk like me, or I'm gonna fuck you up, dude.
You lost the order. Talk right.
That dude, honestly, that should have been another condition. And slavery, knock off the mumbo jumbo. Like, no.
I mind. Yeah, dude. Fix that. And fuck all those pussies, dude. I talked about driving that fucking Silverado on the stand-up podcast, and everyone like a bunch of dudes on the rad were like, of course he's afraid of a truck. Fucking Yankees are afraid of trucks. Dude, shut the fuck up. All our listeners in the South are so rude, dude.
No, dude, they're the rude dudes. That was making me laugh so hard. Thinking about you white ducklings, just like Grand Canyon turns or Silverado.
Well, I did get used to it, but the hardest part was getting out of Salt Lake. Like, I didn't talk about the stand-up episode. I had like a weird breakdown where I was like walking back and forth halfway from the truck back to the booth where the guy was working to be like, I don't need this truck. And then I'd walk the other halfway, like, what am I fucking doing? And turn back around. Sit in the truck like when I was picking it up from the airport, it took me, I spent 30 minutes deliberating on whether or not to try to trade it back in. It was like a genuine, I had to like slow down. Like, this is like a mental, this is a problem. I glitched out hard. Because then I was like, this is so dumb.
Like, get in the big truck?
Well, not just the big truck, but I was literally driving it for 12 hours. So to get a fucking Silverado is very stupid. I should have got like fucking. I requested the small truck.
Yeah.
Fucking it's like a Nissan something. I don't know, it was the cheapest option. So that was the other thing. And they were like, here's the Silverado. And they're like, it's $600. I was like, alright, whatever, fuck it. I'd rather pay $300 more than I thought to avoid even the 4-minute conversation of changing trucks.
Yeah.
Why? Yeah, that's what it is.
Why?
Weird, dude.
You got a Ranger. You got a Ford Ranger. There's a lot of good small trucks out there.
You want a Silverado rules though? Yeah, I think the rules.
Yeah. F-150 Raptor.
It really does rule, dude. Raptor's fucking old.
Pickup trucks are fucking sick, dude. I'm stoked the fact that you drove on the way.
You feel cool. You feel cool. You feel cool at every gas station. Pulling up, just fucking hopping out. Oh yeah. This whole thing, don't worry about it. Big boy told you got me dip. Damn, dude.
How's Utah? Is Utah as weird as people say it is?
Yes. Salt Lake is fucking weird, man.
What is it?
Awesome city. It's just a city of whites, dude.
Really?
Whole city of whites.
What's their deal?
Just doing white.
I heard Utah were the people who got kicked out of Canada for being too white. So like, too white in Canada, you gotta go to Utah.
Kind of. The Mormons, it's not like they picked Utah, I don't think. I think the Mormons were bouncing around and people were like, get the fuck out of here.
That's Mormon Israel?
Whoa.
Yeah. And then I was getting in like debates with Mormons about how it was dumb, kind of. Like, I guess think like the Garden of Eden's in Missouri. They're like, yeah.
So what are they doing out here?
Setting up shop. No one else was out there. It was just them, and then I think they got rid of the natives. They false flagged the natives once.
What do you mean?
They killed a bunch of settlers coming out west, and then they scalped them and tried to make it look like the natives did it. There's the Mormons, dude. Yeah, Mormons, they get rowdy.
Yeah, they're nasty, dude.
Little nasty fuckers. So they went out and got all the Samoans, dude. So now they got jacked Samoans.
So they killed the settlers?
They killed a couple of settlers. I mean, in one incident. Yeah, then they false flagged it to try to get the government to get rid of the natives out of Utah.
Really?
So,
What was a sneaky?
It's hard to hold down two wives, dude. The natives rolling around, dude. Steal your girl every now and again.
We're all definitely Mr. Steal Your Girl. Literally kidnap your girl. It's so funny, Mr. Steal Your Girl. This chief steals your girl. And they got Samoans, dude, who went out to like the Pacific Islands and started recruiting like just jacked fucking rocks, dude. They went and got the rocks. Yeah. To defend them against the Steal Your Girls. Really? Unleash the rocks on them.
How do you even do that? I guess you just go out there and you have like, if you have like one cool thing, you can get like the whole town to come fuck the natives up. You're like, check this out.
Yeah.
Hey, what was their thing they bored them in with?
Oh, the Samoans did?
Yeah.
Fucking walls?
True.
Look at this house.
Imagine like, we'll build you one of these. You have to go kill all these guys.
Hey, that's my car.
I don't think that's the reason they got this from, but it's funny to imagine it is. Yes.
Yeah, it must not have taken much though. You go over there and be like, yo, we need you guys to kill someone. That's scary as fuck. Just rolling up on like a totally different island and like, all right, I'm gonna get these guys to kill people. Hopefully they don't just kill us as soon as we show up.
Yeah, the Samoans and all those, the Pacific Islanders were always tough. Like people always like veered away from them. Yeah, because they were actually like the one group, like native warriors that were all fucking huge, like jacked. Really, there's a bunch of Troy Polamalu just running around, just spearing old British dudes.
Damn, dude.
Dude, bunch of Kirk Cousins rolling out.
Let me pause for a second. I gotta see if this is picking up. This lady's going down.
It's okay. I hear it. I hear it a little.
Okay, go, chill.
I can tell you.
It's driving me nuts, dude. It's right above my head.
I hear it, but don't worry about it. I thought it was your lady, and I thought she was coming down the steps.
Nah, she's clean.
I was excited for
confrontation.
Like a look, no, just a look off camera. I was waiting for the look off camera to sit, like give me the eyes. Fuck up, stickers.
Dude, I'm cherishing my time. She's going away Wednesday until Sunday.
Damn, where to?
So she's gonna bring Maya back. I made a deal with her.
Oh, that's right.
Yeah.
That's what we were supposed to do. We did.
Yeah. Wait, was it?
That's a good question.
Yeah, we were supposed to this week.
You're thinking like, oh, wow, my car.
So that was like 4 weeks ago.
I'm gonna want more cheese.
No. What? Was it? Oh, yeah, it was. It was August. It was August 22nd.
Dude, you're in a fucking Utah time warp, dude. You might have totally lost your marbles. You might have totally lost your marbles, dude.
I did genuinely have like a weird, like, it was weird. I don't know what that was.
I'm just like, yeah, you Rain Man out, dude. You went in.
I'm broke. I was like, I gotta tell him to switch this. I don't know, whatever, who cares? Don't tell him to switch it. Just back and forth. Then I got in and I couldn't adjust the center console.
Yeah.
And I was spazzing. So the center console was up, so it was just a bench seat in the middle. And there's a little strap you gotta pull. So I was pulling the strap, but I wasn't pulling it hard enough. I was going too weak on it. I didn't realize I wasn't man enough, dude. So we're on it. I was like, I'm gonna break this fucking thing. I was like, pulling it. I was like, I don't want to break this fucking thing. And then
that thing's rated for retard straight. For sure.
It truly is. And then finally I got to a gas station. I was like Googling the owner's manual for the Silverado. I was doing like PDFs. It was a weird path to power, at least.
After you decided
of like sweating, armpit sweating, not like hot sweating, like nervous, anxious sweating. Walking, I was like, if there was security footage, I'd be like, yo, this is creepy. Like, it would be scary to see the footage of a dude walking back and forth, getting in and out of a truck and walking back and forth.
How many times?
3. 3 separate times of starting the truck, turning it off, getting out, walking down a row of cars, turning around and getting back in the truck. I tried to explain. I was going to start to explain that on the stand-up podcast, but I knew they would never understand it.
True, they would
never understand the comedy. They'd be like, "Oh, that's weird." Oh man, Sam Talent, we had such a fucking good time there. Did you really? Took mushrooms the last night we were there, and didn't think. First off, shout out to Sam for thinking he could beat me in a chug contest. Come on, bro.
Was this on the mushroom night?
Yeah, we actually had just taken some. Yeah, and then he was like, let's shotgun beer. I was like, I'm not gonna shotgun beer. And then I was like, let's just chug beer. He was like, I'll fucking kill you and chug it. And I was like, kept it quiet. I was like, yeah, you probably will.
Put a wager on it or no?
No, I just let him be like, I'll fucking kill you with this. Boom. God, he really. Then he demanded a double. He demanded a rematch. What do you think happened there? Oh, God, Mr. Cool, dude. And then. He had no idea. I was Mr. Cool. And then the mushrooms hit, like right after we chugged 2 beers. I was gone. We sat up on the roof of Stanhope's Funhouse and laughed about Stanhope's cat dying. That was a while. For about 3 hours. The hardest I've ever laughed. Thinking about Stanhope. Two bites. So I happened to stab him twice.
It's about a G and some change, dude.
I don't know what fucks you up on mushrooms. I still don't know the measurements, but that's a social dose. That's a social dose. Got me. Anyway, we were just laughing about Stanhope being drunk at his bar and seeing his cat die from like a scorpion bite. And just him laughing at his bar being like, no. That was it. That was the whole joke.
It's so funny how if you're on mushrooms, that's like a head rattling, like, please let go. Right, injure myself thing.
Yeah, that's exactly what happened. It's like, this is the funniest fucking thing in the world. Couldn't dare to try to like hang out with Doug again. Couldn't. It felt like we were trying to hold it a laugh. We were both dying laughing. And he picked up on it. He was like, are you guys like laughing at me? Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? That's so fun. And then I woke up. As soon as I woke up in the morning, I tried to be like, man, that was funny. And I was like, oh, that wasn't funny at all. That wasn't very funny.
Try to put it all together. You're like, yes, I have.
And I was like, damn, that was such a funny fucking bit.
I haven't even closed it.
I was like, dude, this is it. Yeah, but it was good. I started reading his book, Sam. Sam has a book called Running the Light. Yeah. It's fucking awesome. It's really good if you get a chance. Check it out.
I'll pick it up. I'm in an audio book wormhole right now.
What are you working on?
I got a couple of them. I'm doing all this mindfulness stuff. I have a bunch of I'm in another plane right now, dude.
You look jacked.
Oh, dude, I'm at 2,500 push-ups. I'm on the month.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'm doing 5.
I can see it.
Dude, I've been ripping 200 a day for the whole month.
Wow.
Yeah, I'm getting swole, dude.
I've been ripping 200 push-ups a day.
Every single day.
Damn, how, what intervals? Like of 20?
I do 20 now, yeah.
Sets of 20?
I'll do 5 sets of 20, take a break, and do 5 sets of 20 later.
10 sets of 20, yeah. That was right.
Yeah. Sorry. Yes. But yeah, no, I was
Is that 2,000?
I'm doing I'm trying to do 5,000 for the month. I'm in this Under Armour app and with like my cousins and a bunch of my friends from home, and it's so much fun. It's like, especially right now, like everyone's kind of trapped in the house, so it's pretty fun. But yeah,
challenging each other.
I'm leading push-ups, dude. No, I have everyone by 1,000 pretty much, except for Billy. Billy's on my heels right now.
Yeah, Billy's gonna let you win that.
Dude, I don't think.
Although I will say you are just as much of a psycho competitor as him.
Exactly. So
you hide it, you pretend you're not.
Yeah, it's there.
Every once in a while, there's a spaz.
I think on the running group, I think I just kind of bother everyone because it's always I'll run like a mile and put a picture because you can take me a picture afterwards. And I'll like run like a mile. Today I ran 2 miles and I'll try to see if I'm done. And I'll do like 0.3, 0.2, 0.3. And for everyone, I'll put like a picture of David Goggins. But yeah, that's all I've been doing. Like, and it's funny too because I'll like get on their ass like, damn, dude, you guys fucking. But it's like I have all day to do this. They're all like, at work balancing all this shit. I'm like, what's wrong with you guys? I can't do this. And it's like, oh, dude, I'm ripping for 50 push-ups. And, it's pretty funny.
That's tight.
Yeah, I'm getting small right now, bro.
Yeah, you look swole. That's good.
Yeah, bulking for sure, dude. Fucking my Brittany joined this like fitness thing, which is like you you pay this guy, and it's all pretty much all girls. I think it's only girls. But her friend's Jamaican, so they have this like Jamaican virtual personal trainer who like approves your meals and stuff. It's almost like Nexium sex culty kind of. It's like a sex culty kind of thing. There's a it worked for a friend really well, so she wanted to do it. But the meal plans are from like Jamaica. I don't like it. It makes no sense. You get them, and it's like 2 ground provisions, and 1 piece of fruit, 1 ground provision yam. It's like, dude, what the fuck? What can I eat? But the women in there's like a group chat, and they all call him sir. He's not in this group chat. There's just the girls in there, and they'll be like, sir wants us to do this. Sir wants to do it. It's weird. Whoa. That's why I'm getting jacked right now, dude. There might be Jamaican personal trainer. I might have to fight a personal trainer to the death.
Fuck, dude, there's nothing worse than personal trainers.
I mean, dude, this guy's got a nice Nexium sex hole going on right now.
Yeah, having a fucking group text about you calling him sir that you're not in.
It's daddy. He's daddy for like 30 chicks who are looking to slim up. And then they slim up and love their daddy. Dude, it's weird. It's really kind of creepy and unsettling.
Yeah.
But it's like, dude,
have you tried to bring it up to Brittany that you don't like it?
I
You can't do it. You can't do it.
No. So I'm like, go ahead, do your thing. I've said, I'm like, this shit is fucking weird. But I'm like, dude, the pictures. This dude has a website of just chicks in their underwear. So he take a picture to start out and give before and after. This guy demands almost nude. It's crazy. So this guy just fucking rules. He kind of does. That's why I can't hate on him. He just so
it's just in a fucking place in Jamaica. It's like, all right, eat like a fucking piece of grilled chicken and some fruit and some nudes. Anybody can do the Diet Coke.
Dude, it's fucking wild. And he has like different batches. He'll come
I don't know, eat a fucking salad or something. Send me the picture.
It's literally it's like if you don't go by what his thing is, he'll kick you out. So he like rules with an iron fist, and obviously the Bays love this daddy energy, so they all
hate fucking trainer daddies.
Dude, I mean this guy's on another level. Oh, Spud saw his work. It was me. Me, Brittany, and her friend were sitting there one time. Spud came over, and they were like showing me these. They showed me first, and I was like, dude, you guys are great. You can't be trusting this dude with all these nudes. Like, this is wild. And they're like, no, it's just like before and after. Spud saw it. He was just like, what the fuck is this? Like, right away on it. I'm like, yo, I know you think he's just using this stuff, but like, I'm like, he's fucking these chicks for sure. Like, dudes don't just get dudes in.
Is he living in Jamaica?
He's living in Jamaica, dude. From Jamaica.
Oh, just come to the sandals. You earned it.
So,
you reached your goal. Come to sandals.
We're going to Jamaica.
I might stop by.
We are. Yeah, it was just before the plan was just the Well, I know, dude. That's why the push, dude. I have to fight.
Oh, no.
I'm gonna have probably like 4 pieces of fruit and 3 grams.
When you're down there, all Jamaicans are in like pretty good shape. Your head's gonna be spinning, dude. Is that motherfucker right there? Why is he dressed as a waiter? A taxi driver?
Still has his shirt off. Why is that fucking waiter, dude? He's fucking
there's that son of a bitch.
Yeah, dude, it is so funny listening to the group chat. I'm just like, sir wants us, and like, dude, if people don't get along, it's just like this dude surrounded by sycophants. It's like ripped chicks now who have like fat chick lack of confidence, sycophanting around daddy. This dude's gotta figure it out, honestly, dude. We gotta go back. We gotta go to school for personal training. Day one, dudes. I'm just hitting the befores and be like, nice. Don't even worry about it.
Nice. Actually, 36. Plateau. Stay there.
But yeah, dude, it's pretty much being like, here's a workout plan. Take pictures of your food, send it to me, and he'll be like, yes or no. And then you actually just lose weight. It's just, it's very simple. But I think he has the daddy thing going, and I think they'll sit there and argue. Like, you ask a question, they'll be like, don't even bring that to sir's attention. He'll get so pissed at you. Like, dude, it's crazy.
Yeah, man, that's tough. So I'm happy you seem to be handling it. I couldn't. When my ex was going to a personal, like, I would look at their pictures of their like personal trainers. There's just one dude. I was like, this guy's a fucking clown, dude. I hate this guy. And I was right. He did ask her out on a date. I wasn't wrong about that. But she was like, he played college football. And I was like, this motherfucker. So I looked it up. He was a fucking punter, Division II. I was like, so I'd be like sitting at home playing like FIFA for like 4 hours. And she'd come home from the gym and I'd be like, you see that fucking gay ass punter? Like, talk shit. It's funny. I was trying to explain to her. I'd be like, fucking punting, D2 is not. She's like, he's active now. And I was like, yeah, well, that's a thing. Fuck that guy.
Also, why is he getting so ripped? It's like, yeah, I used to be a punter. I was trying to stay in punting shape. It's like, stretch out one leg.
Yeah, you know this guy. You know exactly who this guy is. Tattooed sleeves now. No, for sure. Jacked. Yeah, get pussy in high school. Jacked now.
Why do you got some punting pussy, dude?
No. You don't get my pussy.
You'll get like an English lit. Like, you'll get a weird English lit.
In college, you might have got some punt pussy for sure. In high school, no punter ever has got pussy once.
Sorry. Facts.
They are literally lower than like band.
Yeah,
high school punter.
Well, it's just like the most disappointing position in the game. It's like, oh, we're giving up again. Send that guy out. Send the guy who gives up for us.
Send out the surrender.
Oh yeah, you met the girl.
Former soccer player. Send out the surrender soccer player.
Oh no, we were disappointed. Go ahead, send out the disappointment squad. Yeah, dude, it's too funny, man. I mean, honestly, I'm kind of. I think the fact that dudes, I had the Atlantic Ocean working for me. You know,
that's nice. You have Gulf, you got the Caribbean Sea.
Exactly. I'm like, I got some distance, dude. You know, if he wants to try to make it up here, I'll deal with that.
Yeah, but that's the thing, dude. He knows exactly what the move is.
What do you think Travis' move is?
Oh, I see it. I see it on the screen.
You
keep it on.
Now there's a bunch of
So she would say, I wasn't.
You need to be her, sir.
I'm like, dude, that's what I'm saying.
I need the cleaning lady, sir.
No.
Tell her to call you, sir.
I actually love her so much. What? I'm saying that, like, you know, he's great. Come on.
Yeah, you love your cleaning lady so much. She's great.
Nice.
She's a great person.
She rules. She's great with my kid.
I would love a cleaning lady. I would love her. I would take care of her.
True. I might do it.
You try not to say things.
No, I don't know. Dude,
Oh, I thought you still loved it.
No, it's not like that, dude. I have a father's love now. So, it's different.
That was good.
Yeah, I'm a father's love, dude. I was thinking about how pure my love was today. It's like, it's unbelievable how pure my love and sexual energy is right now.
That's so nice. I can't give myself a fucking compliment. If I sat there and I was like, damn, my love is so pure, I'd be like, what the fuck am I doing? God damn it.
That's all the stuff I've been reading about. It's how to just let your thoughts drift to your head and just be like, huh. Anyway, what was I doing? Just go about it. Dude, I've gotten called up to, well, first of all, I think I might start having macros and some things now. And be like, well, I'm actually doing my own system befores and afters. Yeah, that's cool what you're doing there, Britt, but I got my own thing going over here. Sure.
It'll be senior. Just make her, it'll be senior. Fuck. Make her hit a sir in front of Brittany. Oh, dude, like if she's like, sir. Dude, pay her $5 extra to just call you sir whenever Brittany's sir.
Strictly your stead, dude. That might be like, oh my god. Yeah, dude, it's it actually. Here's the kick. Here's why I'm not tripping about it, because
it's funny to correct. I'm sorry to correct Spanish people. Like, show you more respect to be like, you mean Usted? Pardon me? Usted. That's Usted to you.
Usted rules, dude.
Yeah, it does.
It's like, well, there's this whole thing built into a language. If you're better than the other person, they have to say that.
They have to call you Usted. Yeah. Spanish, yeah. That's what I've been researching.
Spanish.
It is.
I'm stoked on that.
Don't be excited. That's another thing. You were talking about self-hating. I might. Next time I'm going to save the clip of me trying to record something by myself.
Please.
Just to send you. But, dude, I just sit here for, again, it's almost like the truck thing where it's like, for 2 hours I'll record the intro.
Dude, I'm no stranger. I'm no stranger. I'm doing Psycho Academy right now.
There's times where I'll be like, today we're going to look into, and I'll be like, today we're going to fucking look into the league.
Dude, I'm doing Psycho Academy, and I have to have class things, and I have like little slides, and I'm talking in the window. It's 1,000 redos every single time. I made a new rule where I don't do any more redos. Now when I
we've absolutely fucked ourselves into a corner of having the meanest, most dickheaded fans possible.
True.
So if we, like, I mean, I'm not saying they're in your head, but there's a part of me that's like, I'm gonna get shit on for whatever I do. I gotta give them as little work with as possible as far as me being gay.
Yeah, this older brother stuff, dude.
It's absolute older brother stuff.
Still shook. It's the same thing. I'll start being like, hey guys, welcome to the hey guys, what am I fucking cutie pie? And I'm like,
bro, I 100% deleted the hey guys yesterday. Hey guys, it's Shane. And I'm just sitting here like, fuck. Dude, yeah. I went out and sat in the hot tub for a while.
I go run.
Hot tub out there.
I'll start glitching on my intros, and I'll be like, I'm doing a whole academy. I'll do like 10. My rule is if I do 10 glitches, I'm like, dude, you're a psycho. I'll go run, just full psycho run. Like, yeah. And they come back and stuff. Hey guys, God fucking damn it.
Hey guys. Hey guys, what's up? Today we're gonna be looking into like Spanish colonization.
Dude, I should say, I think I have. No, I don't think they save. I have a new screen recording thing that I use, but dude, it's like. The worst one, I'll get like 4 minutes into one. I'll be like, like it's kind of like the Jedi. Like I start talking about Jedis and Sith. I read about it on Wikipedia for like 2 seconds. I was like, all right, I had this totally figured out. Started talking about it, which would be like, and the Jedis, Jesus Christ, dude, it was so fucking funny. Or I'll just say a thing weird. I have a thing where if I'm talking too fast or I'm kind of nervous, I'll skip a word. And it's kind of like nerd mouth, where you'll like mush 2 words together like a nerd. Dude, I can't explain it, but I'll catch myself.
I get it.
Nerd mouth. And you'll like say 2 words real quick, or like leave a word out. And it's like, God, nerd mouth. God damn it.
And you gotta just keep it moving.
I was deleting
it back to like, oh, I forgot that word.
Yeah, or it's like, it's not even there's a specific inflection of nerd speak where they'll like, they'll leave space out between 2. I have to replay it and show you when I do it. I do it every time.
I hear you. I think I understand. I believe I understand nerd speak.
Yeah, dude, I'll nerd speak.
I picked up on it. I got a keen ear for nerd speak. I hear it. Because I'll be not paying attention specifically during like a class or something. If I hear nerd speak, yeah.
Yeah, this is the negative karma of bullying. It's like I was torturing kids down to like the level of their soul in grade school, a little bit in high school. I really ragged on a dude in college for having a German tattoo, convinced him it was like a Nazi symbol, which I'll pay the price for obviously right now. I have a hate symbol on my body.
That guy next to you.
Hate symbol.
Yeah, hate symbol, and you're actually a Nazi. That was right away.
True that.
Which is basically the SS in modern America.
For sure. Did you see the Paul Rudd video?
Yes.
How good is that? I'm so stoked on that. It's about time young kids got like a good message from a celebrity.
I didn't hate it as much as I guess other people did. I didn't care. You know?
The problem I have.
It wasn't one that got me. I didn't mean to make that like oh you care. No, I didn't mean it. I meant like I genuinely was just like normally if something's corny enough like that, it gets me fired up. That one I didn't get triggered.
It didn't really like.
I did start to be like, this is pretty good. That's all I got.
The thing that triggered me is the very end when it says brought to you by the state of New York. And I'm like,
didn't get to the end.
Oh, dude, just
that would have annoyed me.
Keep the end of that. First of all, he just pretends to be.
Oh yeah, you can screenshot it.
Yeah, just let's sit there.
Bring up the fucking cutie scene, dude. Make the people watch what the fuck we're talking about.
Let's go back. Yeah.
People think you're being a weirdo about it.
No, not at all. I'll bring up some cuties. What the heck?
right, we're here. Here it is. This is how much of this did you watch?
Probably a bit.
Let's speak about the whole thing.
All right here.
The beginning was funny. Play it again. Play the very beginning.
Millennials need to wear masks because.
What
else am I doing? I can't sleep. Yo, what up, dudes?
Pretty
All
sick.
right here. Back to the 55 young person. A few days ago, I was talking on the iPhone with my homie Governor Cuomo, and he's just going off about how us millennials need to wear masks because, get this, apparently a lot of COVID is transmitted by us millennials. No cap. So Cuomo's asking me, he's like, Cuomo, you gotta help. What are you, 26? And I didn't correct him. So, fam, literally.
That bothers me when dudes try to be young. It's like taking out a girl. But
Real talk.
I agree. I agree with that.
Totally beast. So slide that into your DMs and Twitch it. Vibe check. Yes, queens like ourselves. We want to go to bars.
Also, I was wondering, is he just making fun of black people?
Yeah, that's exactly what I thought. The first time I watched it, I was like, damn, dude.
Yeah, I feel like Cuomo was like, look, Paul, we need to get a message out to the young black teens of America. Paul Rudd, you're our man.
Oh, look up different TikToks. I get it. I'm not going to preach at you like some celebrity. Look, this is a combo where I talk and you shut up wearing mask. Hello? Oh, hi, Billie Eilish. What's that? You're wearing your mask? Man, I want to stand you. You're so my bae. Yo, listen, hype beasts. Masks protect you, and because caring about other people.
Calling black people hype beasts. Listen, you hype beasts.
Want a challenge? Dude, how about
I can't stand for this, dude. Why is it one pant leg up?
The first time I saw it, I thought he was making fun of Jay. Jay knows the little bit.
I wear my mask. It's all I ask is that you wear your mask. Please wear your mask. Just wear a mask. Just wear a mask. It's easy. It's simple. Please. It's not hard. People are dying. Hundreds of thousands of people are dying. And it's preventable. It's preventable. Just wear a mask. I shouldn't have to make it fun. It's science. It's science. No!
Dude, this is the shit. Again, the whole thing, oh my god, this is just corny bullshit. This is what I'm watching. I'm like, is this the new state propaganda, dude? Ugh. It's like, obey celebrities. Billie Eilish, whatever the fuck that is. It's like, I just talked to a celebrity, and I'm a celebrity talking to another celebrity, and the governor, our super cool governor through the hip state of New York, is putting out viral videos. It's like, what the fuck? That's like, I was just like,
it's science. Oh, man, can anything encapsulate how fucking cunty and condescending the left is more than just that right there? It's like viral propaganda being like, it's science. Oh, I can't believe we even have to explain this to you.
It's like, explain it. Please explain it. Like, and that's the problem too. It's like, so that's the level of discourse we're giving young people. Like,
also, nobody, you come to Salt Lake, zero masks.
Really?
It's funny, I got off the plane. I got on the plane at JFK where, New York's every single person's wearing a mask. If you don't wear a mask, people are looking at you like, I didn't see one person not wearing a mask at the airport, but Salt Lake got off the airport for something that was packed for some reason. It was very funny because JFK was like relatively empty. My plane was pretty empty. Landed in Salt Lake, and I must have been in an area where like 3 planes were boarding. It was just packed shoulder to shoulder with just white people without masks on, and I was like, damn it, it's good to be back, dude. Salt Lake City. When you get into the city, it's the cleanest city you've ever seen. Real, just white people picking up trash.
just not wearing a mask.
Just white people cleaning.
Well, Cuomo might have to. Well, Paul Rudd has to head out there, dude.
Paul Rudd might have to tell the people of Utah to wear a mask. Don't listen.
He's gonna
false flag him, dude. Fucking scalp him and play.
He's gonna see all white people like, we're good here, actually, Governor.
Yeah, he's like, actually, you guys don't need to wear a mask.
Yeah, dude, that thing of him just dressed like a black dude from the 90s, man, listen, you fucking idiots. Who are you I guess it's like that. Is that I don't know if that's what young people do. We have a babysitter who's pretty young. She doesn't like roll in here with a boombox on her shoulder, like, "Yo, what's up, my peeps?" I get the humor behind it, but it's like
For sure.
that's what we're.
If you make that, if you shine a light on that article or that ad as if it's making fun of black people, then yes, it's very funny. Like if you posted that and we're like, this is racist, yeah, that would be funny. If he could get in trouble for that being racist.
It kind of fucking is. It's
Like
just
if somebody was like, yo, this is weird.
it's strange, and again, the end of it being like brought to you by the state of it's like it's science, quoting Paul Rudd, brought to you by the state of New York. It's like, you think I base my things on Paul Rudd? Like Paul Rudd's upset about something. I'm like, hold on. Let's, it's science. So first of all, let's hit up Paul Rudd to get the opinion. If it's science, why would you have a scientist?
Yeah.
Like, you know me, it's Paul Rudd. I'm from Ant-Man. Anyway, what's up, black people?
Anyway, so what's up?
What's up, black people?
Paul Rudd. Hello, blacks. We can wear your mask. Chicka boom. You guys get it?
There's a whole level of internet thinking now that's like, it's science. This is complete thought. It's pure obedience, incomplete thought. It's like, dude, I'm not saying like take them off. It's like there should be.
You got me on a good day, bro. It was a lovely day, dude. I watched Pandemic. You got me on a good day, dude. It's like whatever. The most recent propaganda that I've watched is what I'm balling on. Just so happened to have watched Pandemic, so I immediately investigated pedophiles.
That's a good way to make it. Pandemic slaps, dude. Pandemic.
It's whenever I watch it, every single day.
Yeah. Well, I mean, as soon as somebody tells me, like I'll talk to someone and they're like, I'm like, yeah, man, like I was watching that thing, hundreds of thousands of people, like that's a lie. I'm like, okay, maybe. Yeah. Right now, it's the two possibilities are that there's a horrible pandemic murdering everybody, or there's not and it's a lie. It's like I don't like either of them. It's the way I'm true. Just listen. Slap it on. Dude. Again, when I go to stores, I always put it on. I don't want to it's the same thing. Like I don't want to make people feel weird or just be like, or just go somewhere and be like, it's like I understand that, but then like to have Paul Rudd, not him specifically, but like Governor Cuomo being like, let's get the young people fired up with a celebrity and talk about Billie Eilish and blah blah blah. I fucking hate that line of thinking. To be like, look, you're a retarded idiot. Here are three celebrities being like, I do it, so you should too. And just saying, ironically mentioning science. It's like, dude,
They are always going to wear masks. I was thinking about that.
What do you mean?
People are going to keep wearing masks.
Oh, dude, we're trying to do it here on out. I used to always be able to have a good old laugh when I walk around.
A good laugh. Look at them wearing fucking masks. It's so funny they wear masks. Yeah.
Now here I am. I guess, dude, is that why it's like in China now? If you don't wear a mask, like every Thursday, everyone's like, dude. China's been on coronavirus lockdown for like 25 years. They've been rocking out like this. This is what it's like to live over there. Fucking Paul Rudd probably sent you a message.
You want to do that? You want to do the Paul Rudd in China video?
It is man. But yeah, dude, it's like that must be what it feels like to get like kind of a constant government propaganda, especially if it's one-sided. At least we have like two gigantic retards fighting each other in the political sphere. China's just one.
Got to the mantra. Just retarded guys destroying cities in their wake, just fighting each other.
China's just one home team, dude. If you like it, it must rule. Be like, yo, we're all on the same page. This rules. Like,
I mean, if you were Chinese and like, let's say Trump, like if they were that level of fans, of like hardcore Trump fans, And then it's like, yeah, he destroyed the other political party. It's just him now. Oh shit, we got the best economy in the world. Fucking everybody owes us money. Oh shit, we're expanding like crazy. It'd be like, yo, that's a hype piece, dude. There's definitely some hype piece.
Sure.
They must be so fucking stoked on what's going on.
Yeah, if you're getting like, if you're like,
China's number one.
dude, if you're like super loyal to the party, they hook you up. It's like, oh, this rules, dude.
China's number one, dude. They can get Taiwan.
True.
Second in Hong Kong, dude. We gotta go get them.
I wonder, man. I wonder if we'll fall into. That's what everyone's saying. We're gonna fall into like socialist type. Everyone's convinced on both sides we're gonna fall into some sort of like tyranny situation. Yeah. It'll rule either way. Either way, I get to be like a fucking renegade in the night, carry the torch, pour the beer out, and be like, stop. It's also got to be for sure. It's also like
until we get like beheaded early, they erase everything we've ever made. And
well, people are super judgy.
That's what happens.
People are super judgy about people in totalitarian systems. It's like, dude, I'm feeling like just like a couple. There's a little totalitarian breeze blowing around that I feel here, and I'm like, I'd be like locked in my basement, like, please don't fuck with me. That's terrifying.
It's so scary.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah, I'm afraid of like YouTube taking us down. Think of like them actually like coming to your house. They probably just taking your shit.
Beating the fuck. I literally. Yeah. When you really think about how powerless you are, I remember they can't take our guns. It's like, keep your one gun. They can bomb you.
Well, no, I will say that the guns actually, and for a while that's how I thought. I was like, yeah, I mean, what good's that gun gonna do against a tank? But they're not gonna be. I would be shocked if the boys turned on us.
Yeah, well, that's also true too. We always forget too that like people are like, oh, it's one gun, but it's like, yeah, but like, dude, think about 200 million people with guns. It's like that's a fucking problem. That's a motherfucking.
It's like World War C, dude. They don't even have to be accurate. They're just gonna be hordes of people.
What would the government? Do you think the government would nuke if all? I mean, I'm gonna get my house fucking stormed, but like if everybody was just roll up with guns, be like, yo, fuck off. I guess you couldn't do it because it would devolve. It would devolve into a war itself. Like, all right, I get to be Trump now. They would all be like, I'm Trump.
Yeah. No, I don't think. No, I think we're good. I think we're all right in the United States. I think we're all right. I think our totalitarian state is going to be much more just the closest we'll get is like deplatforming and fucking wild surveillance. And I mean, I doubt it's going to be like, did you see what they did in Iran?
No.
They fucking executed the wrestler. What? It was like a famous wrestler there, not like WWE, but like, I don't think Iran's like good at wrestling.
I could actually see this guy.
I think Iran has, like jacked hairy dudes.
Yeah, man. They're those dudes that come from the UFC and we're best.
Yeah, dude, if you see, that's it. That's one of my rules. That's one of my betting rules in the UFC. If you see a guy from a stand, like if you see some dude from like Uzbekistan, it's like pick him. That guy is a retarded man. He's gonna murder someone. Yeah, they're all evil. Yeah, dude.
They only ride on the top of their cars.
They're absolutely different than white people. They are not white people, dude. If they're from like Georgia or T-Wolf, Khabib is not a white guy. He is something else, dude.
Catch him
He's terrifying, bro.
He's probably a professional driver just so he can surf the top of his van everywhere he goes.
There's an Instagram. I found it. I'm late to it, but it's called Look at This Russian. It's an Instagram page. It's the best. It's the best thing in the world, dude. It's Russians. It's just videos of Russians doing just wild shit. Russians rule, dude. I'm coming around. Russia does rule. Russian fucking rule.
Russia's
what was I saying? Oh, they killed this guy. He was like a famous fighter. They killed him for going to a protest. He got executed by the state. Yeah. For protesting. The world knew about it. So that's totalitarian. Like that's tough.
Yeah, that's true. That's when you know you're in a city or a state that's fucked up. When like that.
Yeah, the whole world is like, don't do it.
Yeah, everyone there's like,
the government's like, what are you guys gonna do? He's honest. Jesus Christ.
That sucks. Yeah, that's true too. People gotta stop being babies here. I mean, yeah, we are having all our civil liberties slowly stripped away. But at least it's slowly stripped away from us. You know what I mean? They could do it faster and more aggressive. At least they're like, be like, come on, guys. You guys are still in control of everything. Come on.
We're dragging our feet.
Rock the vote, guys. Get out there.
It's not even like we're dragging our feet or like fighting it. It's just like a dumb herd. It just takes forever to get everybody to like nobody's like resisting. It's just everyone's just fat and slow and looking at like getting distracted by shit. It's like, no, come on, this way, keep walking.
I'm kind of bummed about how fat we are as a country.
It does rule. And it sucks. I think our fatness is dropping a little.
What?
I think I think we peaked as far as the fatness. I could be wrong. I don't think kids are as fat these days.
I can see that. Yeah.
You remember seeing Drexel's campus?
Yeah.
I swear to God, I didn't see one fat kid on campus.
Yeah, I guess. Well, I think you might have, your eyes might have been averted. There's definitely. I went to Drexel. There was no fats.
Well, you went to Drexel. Sure, you went.
Yeah.
Yeah, when I went, they were fat. We were like the last generation of fats. We were the last generation of kids. We're the last of the fat kids.
We might be the fattest generation, dude.
For sure. We were the last group of kids that got fed sugar constantly.
True.
I just had Captain Crunch. I still have it, dude. I'm the last of the fat kids.
We actually might have came up on the worst nutritional era ever. Because in like the 50s, it was like, you got bacon and shit. But there was no like candy to be had. There was no sugary cereal. It was just like bacon, grape nuts or whatever that like really fucked up shitty cereal, like the original Cocoa Pebbles that are like grape nuts that are actually rocks. It was like that, eggs, bacon, whole milk. You only got like a quart for a family of 10. They all kind of like weird skinny ripped. And then we came with the Reese Puffs. It was a party.
Yeah, and then all of our dads that used to be skinny Jack and Jack were like, "Dad, you fat pussy." It's like, what, yeah, dude? You gave me Pop-Tarts and soda for a decade.
Yeah, we got fun.
Fats, and now the new kids are not as fat. No, dude, I promise. I've scoped out college campuses.
Yeah, the schools now are like, making you eat fruit. My school choices were soft pretzels, chicken fingers, or like a rib sandwich. That was like when I went to high school to buy lunch, my only options, I had to pretty much eat fast food all day, every day.
Yes.
I ate fries every day. I ate soft pretzels, liquid cheese every single day. And I would bring a thing of Cozy Shack rice pudding and crush that before lunch. Then I'd go home and eat bagel bites. I'm surprised we're all not dead.
Yeah, it's wild how bad the food is that they gave us.
Yeah, we got fun.
I got some. I think I might go vegan, dude.
Really?
No chance, but I don't know. I was eating lunch meat yesterday, and I started feeling grossed out by it. Just like, I don't know. I might, damn, dude. They thought I was gay before. I don't like driving a truck. I think I'm gonna become a vegan. Damn it. No, Nate Diaz is a vegan. I think I'm gonna do it. It's kind of Nate Diaz are both jacked.
Styles Big, he was the guy from the Locks. He's a vegan.
Yeah. I get high.
Kind of a sick power. Yeah, it's kind of a sick power. I did it for a month. It's pretty awesome, dude. I think I had.
Can't give up wings, dude. I literally cannot give up chicken wings.
They're delicious. I bought a big pack of them. I made chicken. I knocked people socks off some chicken wings the other day. I made them. But not bragging. But
I'd be like bummed. I'd be like sad in a world without wings.
It's honestly, wings are delicious, but dude, you stop eating this.
Seitan wings?
There are.
They're so good. No, there's some really, really good ones.
Well, Shane, if you knew anything about me, you would know that Seitan's literally weak.
Okay.
That's my kryptonite, bro.
So you can't have it.
So the fact that you bring up Seitan for a person who's gluten compromised.
Shut up, you fucking hype beast. You can't believe you agree with it.
Yeah, dude, I can't believe that people are slowly finding out we're just complete pussies. Like, I'm jumping up a Seitan. But yeah, dude,
just got confirmation on a pretty good guest for the Patreon. Just putting that out there for the listeners. Pretty good.
And if you don't want to come through, they're big.
No big, but don't worry about it. Are you gonna like this one?
No problem. No problem. Damn, that's fucking swagged out, dude.
Yeah. Major league swag out. Major league swag out. Yeah, it's gonna be a tough one.
That'll be fun. We'll see. It'll be.
Yeah, we'll see. It'll be interesting. Yeah, hopefully it works. Hopefully this gets done. But yeah, you're gay. You are allergic to gluten.
Yep. Diagnosed gay. But yeah, dude, the vegan thing,
Oh,
man.
do you want to? I should do this off there. Never mind. I was gonna ask you. You want to feature at Helium on there in October?
Hell yeah. It'll be all, what date are you doing it?
Don't you dare fucking bail on this.
I'm going to California in October, so as long as it's not that day.
What day?
I don't know. I'll find out.
15th, 16th, and 17th.
I think we're in the clear. I do think we're in the clear.
I hope so. Because then we can do a little live cast too. They need to see you. The reason I brought that up is just remind me of the gluten allergies. Oh, fucking queer. That's my favorite joke.
I'm excited to do stand-up now. It's so funny now that now that I can't do it, I'm like, this will be kind of. Now I'm like looking forward to going and doing it. Like, this will be really fun.
Dude, I've been telling you, wait till you see what it's like. We have fans.
Sure, and it's easy to pack everything out now because everything is quarter capacity.
Oh, I was selling out everywhere I've gone.
That's what I'm saying.
Except, oh, dude, I forgot to tell you this. So up here, the club here, he runs rough ones. But I have two things for fans that come to shows. Please don't yell any of our catchphrases during my stand-up. It's weird.
People are hitting you with catchphrases.
People are yelling, oh, hell yeah, like non-stop hell yes, non-stop. People will be like, that's John, that's John. Like, come on, dude. I don't want to kick you out for yelling, like for being excited.
True.
But yeah, that was a tough one. Saturday Late Show here. Ran into a buzzsaw of a crowd, dude. Probably the most retarded crowd I've ever had.
Really?
Yes, it must have been just literally the club of, oh fuck, I forgot I was going to stop saying retard. I haven't said the other one. Now I think about it. That's a big win today. Probably hit one. That's a hype beast, but I'll probably hit one on the page, dude. I got to show out. There must have been a gathering of like the retarded part of our fan club. They must have pregame together, joined forces, come to the show. Saturday Late Show, which sucked because Saturday Early Show, and it got my confidence up. I was like, man, dude, I'm fucking good at this. Then I watched in the back in terror as the way this crowd operated the whole show. I watched it destroy every opener. Really? And then when I got on, it was just VP, Leisure Skanks. Just people just, if I'm like, yeah, my dad, like 30 people are like, Phil. It's like, yeah. It's nice, it's funny. Yeah, man.
I just love when
I just see normal people.
Sure, no, for sure.
You love when it's a fucked up crowd unless you're the headline.
Oh, that was horrendous. Because you can always
be like, I can do 50 minutes of just like putting out fires the whole time you're on stage. Like whack-a-mole of just retarded guys yelling out something I would say.
Dude, when I was at Topgolf, it was the last show of the whole weekend was just like, dude, it was like a bachelor party.
Just the boys.
It was the dogs. It was the dogs. The dogs were ruling hard. They came in immediately. Were like talking shit to other comedians, and then
don't encourage that.
Well, there was the problem even wasn't so much the dogs. There,
and it is funny.
I get respectful during my set, but it was just like. You know, there's like not that many people there, but everyone's hammered, so there's like space between a bunch of like space junk, hammered people floating about the ground. It was so bad. And
that's what every show is.
It's kind of nothing. You go up there and you're like, there's
true.
Any worse.
True. I did not really care, but it was crowded enough. Like Sunday, like last night was pretty empty. Or 2 nights ago was empty, the crowd. Yeah. And it was great. That was my favorite show. It was like fun to just fuck around. I didn't care at all. But no, this was like literally like dudes screaming. Yeah. And then I forgot to play opener. It was autistic. I forgot about this. As soon as I got on stage, a bunch of dudes, he had Asperger's, and a bunch of the dogs were fucking yelling right away. And I was like, sorry to everybody, this is my fucking autistic fan base. I was like, fuck, sorry about that to the opener. Just instantly criticized people for being autistic.
An old autistic.
He didn't laugh. He was a pal. Like, he's very funny. Although, somebody hit an N-word on Thursday.
In the crowd?
Not a dog. It was not a dog. It was not a dog. The dogs went straight in.
Yeah, no.
This guy,
Which is a stupid reason
so, the autistic, the kid with Asperger's, he's also an African American black fella. He's a black fella. He's a real life beast. And
You better be wearing his mask, dude.
he was wearing a suit. True hype beast. He rules. He was up there. He and I went straight up to propose. He was great together. He was the man.
That's a good way.
Great way. I was joking about it. I was like, autism is so close to being just like a true player. Like you would just walk up to women and be like, "No, you're ugly." Keep walking. I'm like, "Damn, dude, this guy." No, I'm not gonna kiss her. She's ugly. Nice. So the kid who's on stage, I keep calling him kid. The guy, Mayhem, who's on stage, he had a bit about like fucking a white chick and the white chick asking if she can say the N-word. And he was like, people have done way worse to get pussy, I don't care. Like, it was funny. And then like 3 jokes later, this guy in the audience is like, how come you're allowed to say, oh, we're not? Like, it wasn't even part of the, just screamed it. He screamed it twice, same thing. Hard. I was in the back like, oh my God. And I was about to go on stage. What's going on? You got the monster.
He's on serious thin ice.
What did he do?
He's trying to take ownership of the basement, dude. He keeps dumping. Like, nasty diarrhea dump. Still does. Still, dude, I had him in the Cobra clutch today down the basement. I was trying to bring him to him, dude. It was so funny. I like whenever I go down and smell it. I'm like, motherfucker. So I go downstairs. I verify the dump. I see it splattered. So I go up. They hide and scatter. They take over. So I go and find him. He's curled up. So I'm like, he knows. So I grab his collar. I gotta bring him to the thing to be like, don't stop shitting down here.
Yeah, sure.
Look it up on YouTube, and apparently this guy doesn't work. But so I'm like trying to get him to go to the thing. He won't go to the dump, and he's bucking back on me. And I had him in a Cobra. I had him almost like a triangle today. So I was like, dude, I might put you out. Dude, I might kill you.
What are you looking at him right now?
Yeah, dude. Look at that boy. Fucking asshole, dude. Fucking dick.
He's very funny.
He's such a dickhead. I would praise him. Brittany had him in the crate for like 5 nights. I guess
you don't even get it. He's very cute.
I was like, don't put him in it. I fucking bled for him not to do it. He's such a jerk off, dude. He went there today. Today I was down here. I cleaned it up. Me and our little quarrels. We made up. I took him to the DP. I can't say it out loud. I took him to the dog park. And we made up. I took him to the dog park. And, we get home. And I'm sitting here down here working on my computer. I see him go to the exact spot that he dumped at. And just kind of like sat by it, sniffed it. And I looked at him like, I shot a dagger out of my eyes. I'm like, dude, I will. This time, I'll complete it.
Yeah, if he did it in your face.
Huh?
He won't do it like in front of you.
He just sniffed the spot and like looked at me, and I looked at him like, go ahead, dude, I dare you. And he just came back down and sat down. I'm like, dude, don't even try it, dude, I'll kill you. He got used to his team down. We went away to Florida. He got used to the team down here. So he thinks it's sweet, right? He thinks he can just come down here and pee.
He thinks shit is sweet.
He does, dude. It's like,
that does rule for him. Imagine if you had to wait for someone every time you wanted to use the bathroom.
Dude, it's like
that's just a fucking.
As far as he's concerned, we just added a new bathroom to the house. He's like, oh sweet, this place has 2 bathrooms now? Sick. Perfect. Dude, it's the work. It's like the whole time. I work down here every day, so I'm down here. It's just the dogs, diarrhea, dog smell with the cleaner combined. So like the first 4 hours of my day, it just smell like dog shit mixed in with like orange terpenes.
Oh shit's so bad.
Oh dude, it's the worst, man. I don't know why the fuck.
Oh shit, yeah.
It's had diarrhea for like a month now. And then as soon as
probably had fucking Captain Crunch for breakfast. It's probably on my diet, dude. That's how you get diarrhea for a month.
Dude, he's fucked up right now. But we wrestled a little and choked him out over the dump. I fucking gave him it.
Yeah.
Dude, he was bucking instinctively. I caught him in. I'm like, oh, I gotta choke.
Well, that's just your training.
My white belt kicked in, and it was such a secure. It was so funny.
Yeah.
And dude, at one point I thought he was around.
That's a pretty good joke.
I thought he was going to get me. He gave me the side eye, the crocodile side eye, and I'm like, bro, like, we can actually fight. We have beef right now, so if you wanted to fight me, it would be on.
He would fuck you up. He would fuck you up.
I don't know, man.
He would fuck you up.
He's so strong, dude.
You would kill him. You would win the war. But
dude, if he clamped on my arm, I might bitch out.
Yeah.
Dude, he's bit me,
he
messed
clamped
around.
and fucking torn and ripped.
I have to poke his eyes out. I have no other
You have
choice.
to kill the boy.
I mean, dude, there's a thin line of love and hate in this house between me and my dogs, dude. I would have to poke it. If he gripped my arm, I'd have to hit both, if not one of his eyes.
Dude, with the Stooge.
He has no idea.
Yeah, I know, with the Stooges.
I'm over here talking. Me and Brittany talked about that recently. She was like, "What would you do if the dog bit Maya?" I'm like, I'd have to kill them.
Yeah, spaz and kill him.
I'd fucking kill him. I'd fucking murder them. Dude, I'd kill both. If one of them bites her, I'll kill both of them.
Oh, someone's getting it's bath time. You put him in the bath.
Today, Jackson's shit on the floor, so I cleaned that up. And I'm beefing with Jackson. Me and him make up pretty quickly. I'm like, you know what, man, I gotta start training you better. It's not your fault, my bad. But then, so I'm sitting down here, I hear Brittany yell. Apparently, while the commotion was going on, Matilda went upstairs. Brittany had like her meal plan that she has to take a picture of. For Sarah, she had 2 boiled eggs. 2 boiled eggs and a piece of toast with cheese. First of all, the meal plan's with 2 boiled eggs with a piece of toasted cheese. I'm like, that sucks. That's not a good meal.
I'm telling you, sir is a fraud, dude. Sir is literally just like,
1 piece of cheese or 1 piece of Wonder
you
Bread.
need the Wonder Bread and send me a picture.
1 gram of
and shit pigs. Dude, what are the grams of provisions? What's he talking about? Is he trying to say protein?
No, it's like there's like ground provisions or like anything. Like I think it's like a root vegetable, but also broccoli fits in there. It makes no sense, dude. There's no. I mean, I'm a big Law and Order guy. I'm big on Law and Order. There's no fucking.
You're big on Law. You've always been big on Law and Order. I'm big on making. I forget what the fuck bikes. What's his thing?
He's not the Law and Order president. Oh, he's
What's his phrase?
It's like
so you can bring back the old or something. Fuck it, it's weird.
Yeah, it's some bullshit. Yeah, Trump's
some bullshit.
Trump's like, I'm Law and Order president. I want to have the federal guard here. I want nothing but the federal guard. Oh, dude, so Brittany makes her plate for Sir. She's about to take a picture of her water dog.
Dude, I hate Sir. I know who Sir is. I hate him. Sorry.
He's a motherfucker right now. So this is dude, right now, you know, I have all the problems in my life. That's just one of them. I put it on the back burner and I'll deal with this when this comes.
Damn, you need to go to the Team Joe store.
What's that?
Team Joe.
What's he got?
It's Team Joe.
What's he have?
I'm Team Joe. No malarkey.
Yeah, none of that fucking malarkey.
No malarkey is a sick fucking phrase.
Also, he was against gay marriage pretty hard at one point.
Was he?
Oh yeah, he was pretty explicitly. It was like,
you gotta get a Latinos. Just get a Latinos for Biden t-shirt.
That was
squared around. Yeah, get a black people for Biden. Build back better.
Yeah,
that's what it is. You can buy Joe Biden hand sanitizer, by the way.
Can you really?
Yeah. Unity over division.
Fuck yeah. No, I take my fucking shit.
I think he did, and it's actually a pretty basic white tee.
That son of a bitch.
Wow, they're trying to make like cool fashion. How they propaganda. Yeah, it's like crop top for a girl, like a long-waisted tie-dye shirt. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
like goes past your knees type thing.
He's got shirts for like cutie. He would be sick at making cuties age apparel. Imagine JB.
I genuinely thought that was a Sam Hyde t-shirt. Sam Hyde posted that. He posted that on his Instagram, and I think I DM'd him, and I was like, "Yo, how do I get one of those?" And it was from Joe Biden's website. Now that I see it.
That is fucking hilarious.
I'm kidding.
Long story short, Matilda ate a piece of bread with cheese on it, which is a building block of healthy nutrition. I'll take a half of a grilled cheese.
So when that was going to happen, it was like all these things, man.
That's crazy.
Dude, I mean, it
works. Piece of bread with cheese on it.
Yeah, you're not supposed to have that. That's not fitness, dude.
That sucks. I'm mad hearing that somebody ate that.
It's not like
It's not good.
You can't dispute it. Like, there's no wiggle room to be like, hey, man, like, what about the culture around the thing is like, I heard that I have a dairy intolerance. All of the sycophants are gonna be like, can't hack the fucking program.
You can't do it, sir.
You gotta eat cheese. You gotta eat cheese if you're gonna get jacked.
Just to get jacked or just lose weight?
Both.
You get jacked all the
What you lose, there's just lose people. It all depends on your goals.
Sir is just trying to break it down.
Sir only, so that's the other thing too. Like, I'm just trying to lose. Sir only wants you to be slim thick for his before and afters.
You can't have
That's why you have to bulk. You have to bulk because Sir needs you to be slim thick. You can't just be rail thin.
Unless your wife is in the military or
So what ends
the
up
thin blue line,
happening is
she cannot call another man, sir. That's you got, dude. You have to kill it.
She doesn't. Right. That's what's pretty sick. She doesn't.
That's
She's
it. She's
a
around.
rebel. Yeah. I was like, look, man, just get your little meal plan, get your workout plan, and she doesn't really like it. She has a very rebellious streak about it.
Don't let Sarah find out she's rebellious. That's all he's only gonna get more turned on.
Well, that was the problem at first. It was kind of like, fuck this, I'm gonna do this, and I'm like, just don't get Sarah upset. Look, I don't want you to get Sarah upset.
Don't get Daddy upset with us. Sarah might fuck both of us, dude. Dude, she's jeopardized all of us.
One of my scopes. I'll let you know when it comes. When it comes, you might have to bump it down in like a couple weeks. I don't think he'll be here, but when I go over there, I go back.
100%, he's getting you.
He might, dude.
In Jamaica?
True. It's not that far.
Down in John Brock?
Yeah, for sure. I'll be furious if we go down there and have to Dude, if I had raised Sir Junior, dude, if I had a kid who started, if I had a Jamaican baby who started bossing me around, dude, that would suck.
It's fast as hell.
What's wrong with you, Daddy? You're a bossy boy. And I'm like, stop it, Sir Junior.
Sir Junior, please. Yeah, that'd be a fucking tough one, dude. I think I've only seen it in movies, but like dudes that go on vacation with their wives, they fuck somebody at the resort. It's a sick move. It's the worst. You gotta fly home, dude.
Yeah, I was thinking about that today, actually. Like, I was really thinking about, like, pervert dad energy and how there's some dads who just can't get it together. They're just, like, malicious perverts for their entire life.
Malicious perverts.
I was, like, thinking about it, like, she's going away for a couple days, and there's, like, if I didn't have pure, clean, sexual dad energy, it's like there's dudes who let their wife leaves, and it's like hookers, grabbing a bag of coke, like, it's on, dude. And you just have to button it up. As soon as they come back, you have to be like, hey, babe, I miss you. It's like, dude, very easy. Oh, it's not even like a judgmental thing. It's just so much to keep together. You try to be like, all right, hopefully my phone bill doesn't get checked. God,
I feel guilty if I do weird things, and I have literally no one to answer to.
Yeah, if I'm not angry,
Imagine.
I'll go off into orbit. If I'm
you're wild.
I'll fucking just. I see how it happens, but it's like, you hit a point where you're like, all right, I'm responsible for other people's, like, a new entity's well-being. If I horn dog out, there's about 100% chance that it'll affect this little creature negatively and very unfairly. One day have to be like, I was horny.
I had to come. I'm sorry that your life is hard.
But it's so funny because I'm always like, dude, I know I'm like 6 months in talking shit. I'm like, it's gonna come for me, dude. The cum reaper's gonna come for me.
The cum reaper does come for me. It comes for us all.
Exactly. So I'm like, let me not get too fucking high and mighty, but dude, it's like I just pray right off the cum reaper, so like I don't do.
Well, you just gotta remember the cum reaper. It's not worth it. Like when I was dating, my last girlfriend, the one before her, in a long relationship, I was like, man, I should be getting pussy. I should be out fucking. And then now I'm fucking a little, get the pussy. It sucks, dude. I'm in a comedy condo in Phoenix eating cereal. That's what comes. You want to know what comes with getting pussy? A depressing world.
Yeah, dude. My whole
It's
life.
fun though, and pussy rules.
Sure, of course.
But you gotta be willing to make a lot of sacrifices in order to get a lot of pussy. Not saying I get a lot of pussy, but you know.
I know what you're talking about. My whole life, I feel like my whole life pattern was I'd get a girlfriend and be like, I'm not getting enough pussy. This chick's holding me back. I fucking rule.
I swallowed so many pussy.
Dude, just regularly getting pussy for no reason, confidence. You're like, I can be much more than that. And then you go out and you're like, yeah, I forgot. I'm kind of a fucking weirdo dork. And you're like, fuck. And then you get pussy again. You're like, I knew I was bad. And you're like, oh, dude, fuck this. I gotta get back. And then after like 10 times, like, no, weirdo dork. I've come to grips with it. I think at a certain age, where you're just kind of like, at least for me, it's like, I've stopped deluding myself that chicks want me per se. Like they just like this is probably a very paranoid and very negative way to think. But like to go out and be like, yeah, this chick thinks I'm hot. It's like, no, I just would make her life a lot easier and it'd be cool. And then, so that's how I view myself. So it's
I never ever once thought anybody thought I was hot.
Yeah, not that, but it's like you delude yourself and think I'm so good. I'm so good at sex.
I also have never been tricked into thinking I was gonna fuck anybody well.
That's good, dude.
I would go out purely like, this girl just saw me do stand up. I can fuck her.
Yeah,
that's it, dude. I can do it, but yeah, it's gonna be bad. And it's gonna be, it'll be funny.
The spell will last till midnight.
The spell, I gotta hurry up. It was funny. In Phoenix, these dudes were like, you wanna go to this bar? Like, it's a good place to pick up chicks. And I was like, literally the only girls I can fuck are the ones that were at that show. It's 100%. I'm not going to a bar to pick up chicks.
You should start going to a bar and just watching yourself doing stand up on YouTube and just be like, just wait till someone comes up. You have strong daddy energy, dude.
I have daddy energy.
You have strong sir energy, dude. I think names forever.
No, I can't.
Stand up
helps. The quality of that drops tremendously. If I hit a good set like helium or something.
Yeah, that's you're fishing at the top of the pond at that point.
Yeah. That's what's nice about New York.
Yeah.
Every night. And then the girls are just very, very pretty. So you have a chance to talk to a pretty girl. And then every once in a while I'll see a pretty girl at the bar that wasn't at the show. And I'll try to talk to her and it's so funny the difference.
They're just kind of like, huh?
And I'm like, oh, hey. Like, what's up? Hey. Like, I'm like, oh, did you see the show? Nah, that's what I do. It's nothing. It's like, who are you? Yeah. Anyway, it's good to talk about pussy again. There's one more thing I wanted to complain about that would make me sound gay. God, I forget what it was. Never mind. Disregard. Oh yeah, I forgot the rest of the Emirates. He got kicked out like right away, which was, it took a minute. And it was funny. The host didn't see it happen. The host came in and was like, "All right, I'm gonna bring you on." I was like, "Yo, wait, that guy is getting thrown out for saying the N-word." What he said? What? Like everybody, dude. I've never seen. It put a damper on the whole show, like hard, like a very hard, like fuck. Like it was actually like depressing. Dude screamed the N-word and it was like, while he was getting kicked out, it's so fun. First off, his wife yelled Trump USA, which actually I commended her. As soon as I got on stage, I was like, that's a ride or die bitch, dude. Like her husband was going down for an N-word. She was like, oh, she was the band on the Titanic, dude. The Titanic was singing and she was like, I'm going down with my band. She started hitting Trump USA. The guy stands up while he's getting kicked out. He was like, what is this, fucking communist Russia? He was like, all right, you fucking socialists. Like, was yelling at the audience, calling everybody socialists. And then on the way out, his wife started to bite a chin.
Damn, they probably love when they went home that night. They're like, what was it?
I think they paced out front of the club for a while. That was the reports. And I was like, I think I'm going to get killed. A patriot's going to roll on me because he screamed the N-word and got kicked out of an establishment.
Oh. Imagine finding that wife who would just be like, what? Like, I know. Well, do anything.
They think, I bet their argument is like, why can't we say it? Exactly. And it's like, well, look, if that's your argument, it's dumb. But also, don't yell at me in public during a show to a black guy.
Yeah, also, I wonder.
From the darkness. I like back of the room.
Well, imagine, too, if it was just like, okay, yeah, you know what? Good point. Go ahead. Have at it, guys. Like, what are you going to do with it? That's the question.
So, what's the well? I can put it to use. What are you talking about? You can put that to use.
Talking like a friendly greeting?
Oh, I wish. Like a. That's all I would say.
What's it? Next
say dude. Next say dude. Every 2 words. Exactly. If we were black, that would be it.
It's the ultimate.
We would be so cool. It's the ultimate dude. It's the ultimate dude.
I mean, it's my
final dude.
My handicap, and I live with it. The fact that I can't really beat on my boys, but that's just I accept that.
My boys, how sick would that be?
How much closer your boys would get, dude? That guy's right, dude. We're being fucking shattered.
That guy brought up some good points.
He brought up some good. He's supposed to get as close as possible with his boys, dude.
One of the boys, I don't want to. I'm not gonna rat out fam. Yeah. He was sad. He was sad that I told him to shut the fuck up a lot at the show.
Really?
Yeah, he was very heartbroken when I came outside after the show.
But he was at, he was trying to have a good time.
I said, I'm so sorry that I was like ruining the show. He was like hammered. I had to tell him to shut the fuck up like 12 times.
Yeah.
He shut that in. Came outside. He was a little teary eyed. He was sad.
He said, yeah, boy.
He was teary eyed.
Oh.
And he was like, I got a picture. I was like, yeah, dude.
That's what it's all about.
You can't kick the dogs out. The dogs love it. They're having fun.
You can't beat them, dude.
I mean, basically, that was me putting fucking Jackson to sleep. He and him were Jackson. He was shit. And that was the exact analogy I used, dude. I was like, you're shitting in the kitchen. I was like, you're like a dog I gotta put to sleep. I swear to God, I said that. That's wild.
That's so fucking funny.
He was like, all right, I'll be quiet. I was like, yeah, you learned your lesson.
Oh my God.
There was a table of people in the back that there was a table in the back that the guy faced the table. His back was to the stage the whole time. And they talked. It was just people that just talked the whole show to each other. I was like, you guys are like, this isn't like that. I think they thought it was like a TGI Fridays. And just sat there, ordering appetizers, talking.
Fucking funny.
I was like, what are you doing? I was like, I don't care, but come on.
That'd be sick if that was our version. You know, like the Beatles would have young chicks who would like cry when they see him. We just have like young men stand up and they're just like, why can't I say the N-word? Whoa, slow down.
Wait till you see it. Wait till you do stand up a couple times with me and be like, oh, it is, dude. We are literally the Beatles of just fat. Like, it'd be you and me running down the street with fat autistic dudes chasing us.
Like, hold up, check this video out. Check this out. Look at this. Check out the COVID numbers.
So that was kind of the start of the
But we do it. They're literally the best. Dude. The dogs are so fucking funny. Stop giving me drugs. Dogs that come to shows, please stop. 3 different people gave me acid in Salt Lake City.
Yeah, dude.
Dude, what are you doing?
Dogs are wild.
I forgot I had it, and I drove down to San Jose with like a lot of drugs in my suitcase.
Yep.
And I forgot, and then I remembered while I was driving, I got scared.
Yeah, dude.
I would have like gone to jail, I think.
Not a lot of people on the roads right now, man. You're like running some out-of-state plates and shit.
And you go out-of-state plates, and you go through like legit checkpoints, like fucking border security checkpoints. He lives down by Mexico.
Yeah, you were in like drug trafficking the routes. People dress drugs. They typically avoid that area because they're looking for drugs. They usually stay north. So you went you were down where they would have pulled all over, but they're sitting tall in that pickup truck. I
got sunburn on my elbow. You can't really see it. I had a sunburn right there.
I want you to shoot the Ford commercial out. You guys are so bad of you're just like slowly backing up and like kind of going up on a rock, coming down.
Not being able to back up, like,
just backing up. I run a closed course. You're slowly like
yo, backing out, dude. I don't know how much I got to say on the stand-up podcast, but the Star Party in Utah, bro, backing out of that driveway was the most stress I've had in a long time. That was the most stressful experience I've had in a very long time. Backing out straight back out of the driveway of this fucking truck. Both sides are getting scraped by fucking like branches. And the car in front of me is like bumper to bumper. They were in front of me facing me. And I should have rammed fast. Should have rammed. I almost did, dude, because I kept falling off the road into like a ditch, so I had to like ramp back up on the driveway and I had to slam on the brakes. Seriously, it was probably like a 40-yard. Eventually, I was like, "Fuck it, I'm going off road," and I almost slammed into a post. There was like a driveway, like a gate. I almost fucked this car up. Going. Just drive through their gate.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I was embarrassed to go back because everybody there watched me. Like Rick, the guy who runs the Star Party, came down and was like, "Oh man, I didn't mean to make you reverse out of there. I'm really sorry." Like everybody sat and watched. Everybody gazed at the stars and contemplated their own like mortality and how small we are in this universe. And then everyone turned around and watched me back out the driveway. I was like, be that idiot.
I think parallel parking unsuccessfully times a million.
It was the exact feeling of parallel park. Like when I brought that up to Sam, he was like, "That's like back parallel park." I parallel parked in front of a venue where it was just my fans, and they watched me trying to parallel park. Like they were lined up outside to go into the show. Yes, that's stress. But this was the most. Yeah, this was the most stress.
I had the opposite experience one time where I pulled up. There was some sort of heavy metal concert outside of Punchline, whatever that venue is right next to it. Fillmore. And there's metalheads wrapped around the block. And I pulled up in, I forget what I was driving at the time. I think it was somebody, I think it might have been Spud's Workfest. It was Spud's Workfest. And I pulled up parallel, blasting some live Kenny Loggins. So the metalheads are looking at me right away. There was a tiny spot and they're rooting against me. They were like, "Look at this fucking pussy, blah, blah, blah." Blasting live from the Redwoods. Dude, I whipped, it was luck. Like, I didn't think, I was like, fuck it. I just like, let me see if I can get in there. Got in within inches, blasting some Loggins. I'm decent right now, but like, dude, this was a tight spot. Got out, and the metalheads were like, "Nice spot." And I'm like, "You guys ever listen to Kenny Loggins?" So they just looked at me and were like, "Fuck yeah, dude." Like, you guys like that Loggins? So they're just like, "Fuck yeah, dude."
Hey, going into the Punchline. Yeah, it was pretty cross that night.
Probably bombed. I always bombed. No, you know what? I don't know. I hate this fucking stage. It's like 9 feet high.
Yeah. Absolutely.
I hate going there.
This was a tall stage out in Phoenix. Real tall.
It gives me the shivers, dude.
It gives me a heebie-jeebies every time.
Be up that high to be like,
yeah.
So, I don't know.
And somebody's screaming, "Suck our dicks to all our enemies." Like, all right, great. A lot of people here haven't listened to the podcast. Thank you.
It's so funny.
There's like normal people, people that don't know who the fuck I am. Sit down on like a date night, and there's just dudes all around them, like,
That's so fucking sick.
It is funny. It is very funny.
But I know what
like, stop doing it. Stop
when you're actually like you've been trained to like scan the crowd, get it going, and people are just like, "Suck our dicks." You're like,
yeah.
All right, back to square one.
I'm getting hit. It's actually karma for the turd.
True.
Everybody would yell turd. I thought it was very funny.
True, you encouraged it.
Now it's pure karma because now it's just Legion of Skanks fans screaming. Like, the Juggalos, what about the Juggalos? Talk about that. And it's like, all right, well, hold on.
That's hilarious.
Yeah. But it's all love. It's all love, dude.
I love
just fucking love.
When they come out, you see them right away. They're jacked. They're just like fucking. They're sitting in a seat like this.
Some are jacked. You'd be surprised.
Some are swole.
There's a swole lad in the last show.
Was it really?
Swole lad.
That gets me
I think with like a snow hat over his eyes. It's classic jacked lad. Two fucking elite lads in Utah, by the way.
Really?
Yes. The lads are coming out.
Latinos for the.
We are like Trump, dude. We have like a sneaky high approval rating with the lads.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you. I get all the messages. I deal with all the messages from Patreon and stuff, and a lot of lads come through, dude. Great boys, dude. I'm always eagerly so stoked when I know the lads are so.
Oh, it's a lad, dude. It just made me hyped, dude. Like, so sick that lad is. All right, let's wrap this up. You heard it though. So come to Helium, October 15th, 16th, 17th, Stress Factory in Connecticut, 8th, 9th, and 10th. And I think we're doing the Goobies in October as well. I'm gonna try to get Matt to come to a couple of those.
What's the Goobies?
I'm not sure. I think it'll be in October though.
Yeah, hit me up. I think the Goobies is the beginning of the month. I'm going to verify 15, 16, 17 right now in between this.
And coming up next, we may or may not have a Patreon. So don't get your hopes up, but it could be with Sam Hyde from $1 Million Extreme. Absolute baller. Could be. We'll see. Yeah, we'll see what happens. We'll see. Hell yeah, dude. All right, bro. My God.
All right. What's up, everybody?
What's going on?
Damn, low energy intro.
For me?
Yeah.
Well, I was actually, you had me thinking about Noah Jackson. Noah is Mark Ruffalo from This Much I Know Is True. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
What did you see that?
I think I get you some fucking white New Balance. That's just a full. That's the only difference between like cool hipster. Not saying you're a cool hipster.
No.
Also,
Not saying you're a cool
is
hipster.
he high or does he just look like that?
No, those are two dopers.
Okay, that's what I figured. That's what I figured.
Oh yeah, they both were. Oh, he's dropping it.
It's like, what's up? Oh no, I'm like, this guy's fucking deep.
Our squad sucks.
Yeah, he was putting off Mark Ruffalo vibes. This Much I Know Is True, dude.
I hate to see it sad though.
I hate to see it.
It's depressing.
I want to know if you climb the ladder and fall off. I want to see how much like Mark Ruffalo. That show is probably the best show on HBO.
Wait, what is it? I've never even.
It's about a guy. It's about this Italian guy who thinks that his grandfather molested his mom the entire show. And he has a schizophrenic brother, and it's him trying to figure out if his grandfather was a molestor, excuse me, or well, he wasn't, but his life sucks regardless. But he's trying to figure it out. Meanwhile, he's a schizophrenic brother that's like locked in a mental institution. He's trying to get out.
So yeah, no, you look like a disheveled house painter with a really terrible schizophrenic.
Oh, I thought you were going to say he looks like he's definitely been molested.
Well, no, because Noah's. I said that forgetting about the spoiler alert if you haven't seen it. Because if you see Noah's breakdown, matches up with the spoiler alert. But I can't. It's a good show.
What's up with Mark Ruffalo starring in shit about people getting like appropriately? He did that Spotlight movie too. He loves it.
What movie was that?
Spotlight about them. It was like
they tried to lie. It was a lie about the Catholic Church.
Yes, but it's like all the.
Remember when the Jews tried to ruin Catholicism?
I remember that.
Yeah, it's the Boston like Chronicle or whatever. They broke the news story about the church.
When did Mark Ruffalo play 11-year-old altar server? As the Hulk.
He was a reporter. Did you see that? Dude, there's this. So the whole movie is about.
This is Lou Miziano.
Oh, hey, by the way, Lou Miziano on the cast.
So the whole movie's about kids getting molested, and it's heavy as fuck. And you're like sitting there, and you're like, this can't get any heavier. And then like halfway through, they have to delay the story because 9/11 happens. And you're like, Jesus Christ. It's like this whole thing about kids getting touched. All of a sudden, they walk into a newsroom, and everyone's watching the TV. It's like, oh fuck.
Did you leave that door open by chance, old Lou dog?
Nah, dude, that's
wow.
Damn, someone's blasting.
That guy just says nice. That wasn't Steely Dan, that was Drake. That was laugh now, cry later.
When you came in, was fucking West Side Story still happening?
Yes, there was a drum line. A lot of music.
Wait, there was a drum line?
There's a full, like a marching band. Shit's, yeah.
I called the cops on a drum line last night.
Did you? They followed you.
Dude, say what you want to say about Latinos, but they throw a fucking street party better than
who? Black people?
No.
So you're saying Latinos have better parties than black parties?
Oh, without question.
I don't know. Black people tend to. I've seen like bouncy houses.
True.
Every once in a while they'll break house.
You don't see a lot of bouncy houses at Latino block parties.
No, but you do see a lot of brass instruments out of fucking nowhere. And that's what I'm hearing.
Oh yeah.
Dude, I remember when I was looking at 19th and Girard, like, they wouldn't even, because no one's getting permits for that shit. They just, like, one day you just wake up and the whole street's just blocked off.
Yeah, there would be, I used to live on 15th and Girard. People would go right above that, 16th. People would, I would get a knock on my door and like, yo,
You need to move your car because we're inflating a bouncy house. I mean, I was planning on doing it, but I guess I'll just leave it there. It's already inflated. I'm not gonna like make you guys inflate it and drive over it. So I get out here.
Oh, I thought you made it seem that they inflated it over your car.
No, they're just letting you know. Or someone would used to try to wake us up to do chores. We had a block captain, a very active block captain, who would be like, hey guys, let you know we're cleaning up. You want to wake up? Like, it's 7 o'clock.
Block captain? Is that just like a poor homeowners association?
Block captain is when somebody claims to be in charge of the entire.
Somebody assumes power.
It's the lowest form of political power. It's autocratic. There's no vote. It's not. You don't elect block captains through democracy. Someone just steps up like I'm the block captain,
right?
And you're just like, all right, dude. I guess.
It fucking stinks.
I just love watching Lemaire operate. He tried to turn a page in his notebook quietly, and it was very fun to watch.
Lemaire, are we hitting red at all? Like, what are the sounds? Hit us with some visuals.
No, this sounds pretty tight.
How are you feeling? How are you feeling?
Yeah, Lemaire.
I'm feeling okay.
I was out. I was on the road, and I got some bad reports about Lemaire. I had a couple. The reports were flying in.
There was no fat attacks.
It wasn't, although somebody did throw up on that deck again. It wasn't you. I'm not saying it wasn't you.
Someone puked on the deck, and I gotta be honest, you were the one. I got a couple people being like, "Yo, another fat attack happened."
You returned to the scene of the crime. Just puke again.
There was one time where we were at the old house in West Philly, and we were all playing poker, and we were getting drunk and talking shit and whatever. And I called Lemaire beast in hands, and nobody heard it. Except Chris Wood, who tapped me on the shoulder and was like, "That should have gotten more credit." It was really fucking
Of course, the one is like, you came underneath it. No one heard you. That's like how you approach the audience.
Dude, so I was at a roast battle. Shane was off. I was on the home front, and I got invited to judge a roast battle, which is the best thing you can do.
I can only imagine. I mean, you just sit there and just talk massive amounts of shit.
You're a big roaster.
Yeah, that was like the. I mean, I only got into it because I wasn't getting booked at all. Then Pat Barker was like, "Just fucking come, sign up." And then it was an
You're good at it.
Thanks, man. Yeah, it was an opportunity to just like wear a suit and be a fucking dickhead. So
yeah.
It was
awesome.
awesome.
I think didn't someone take you under their tutelage? A famous roaster?
Not Pat Barker, but pretty much. I mean, I was hanging out with Jeff Ross.
That's shit.
Don't belittle my man.
Don't belittle anyone. I was saying you were studying under the roast master.
Yeah.
You became scandalized.
Right. Yeah, exactly.
How'd that go?
Oh my god. Can I just know?
Oh. Well, I'll say I'm just dealing with facts. You were studying under the master.
Also, can I just say what I found out when the day that story broke? I literally out loud was like, "Well, there goes my career." I'm not even fucking touching kids, and I'm still getting fucked.
Did he?
I don't think so.
No, I'm saying you.
Oh, I don't want to talk about that.
Nice. You've been into 11.
Staying out of this.
I can't wait
out of this.
Well, it's a valid question.
I'm also really excited.
Did he do it?
Yeah.
I'm really excited for Mark Ruffalo to probably play him in some sort of.
It's a valid question.
I know. The Roastmaster. It's just a tough nickname to have while going through an ordeal. The Roastmaster is on trial.
That was like.
So I was in Minnesota at a depressing weekend. Depressing week in Minnesota, and I looked at my Instagram story, saw you with all of our friends having fun, dude. I was at a hotel room just looking at it like pieces of shit. I was jealous that you guys were having fun.
Wait, what you guys do? So I was, it was funny, actually, I rarely ever go on Facebook, and I was I took all the apps off my phone now, so I have even Instagram's on the desktop.
That's a fucking move.
I go on never now, so I'm like, all right, I'm going to check all my messages for everything, for half an hour, and then just turn it all off. So I open up Facebook, and then lo and behold, it was an invitation to judge the roast battle. So I called, and Geezer was doing it too. So I was like, fuck it, man. I called Geezer, whatever. And started late as fuck, by the way. Started at 11:30.
That makes sense.
They told me 10. I thought it'd be 8. I assumed 8.
Roast battle's a young man's game.
It's a
desperate, hungry young man's game.
Yeah, for real, dude. But we go out there. Long story short, we're out there, we're watching. Oh, I see Lemaire, dude. 2-on-1 roast battle.
Oh, man.
Wait, they stack people against each other? Like they got... How did that work?
Well, man, I heard you came up with a pretty good plan that you were going to tag team.
No. The plan
Yeah.
wasn't to tag team. The plan wasn't to tag team. The plan was to change the game. But we offered him.
So you planned on changing the game?
Yeah, we offered him a chance to get we offered him, we were like, dude, get a partner. You can pick one if you don't. We had like a thing.
Who was signed up first?
What do you mean?
So was it him versus one other person?
No.
Okay.
No. It was me versus, you know Sean Gardini?
Yeah.
Sean Gardini booked the whole thing like the day before. So we had to like get last minute people, and he asked me, and I was like, yeah, this guy, he's my roommate, we can go get him. And then I was like, I want to do a tag team. I got a friend, you can get somebody if you want. And he was like, I don't want to go with anybody. All right.
Damn, he rolled solo on you guys.
Damn, and he fucked you up?
He didn't fuck us up.
And he fucking
Wait, so
smashed
rules weren't better. He won because it was 2-on-1.
He smashed you.
The judges roasted us better than he did.
Well, yeah, the judges always fire the fucking comics. Wait, so you guys like in that roast battle? You guys like sit down with each other and like give each other like ammo, or do you guys just going totally blind?
What do you mean? Like,
whereas like a roast battle in LA, it's like the person you're roasting, like you'll go out and like get a beer and like get coffee and like.
No, we knew the guy. He knew us, so we didn't have to worry about getting ammo. We knew
this was your roommate.
Yeah.
So you've been building stuff on him. You've been building a case on him.
No. We didn't even go into like. We didn't even just make fun of the way he looked and like.
So wait, this was your roommate? You tried to tag team? I didn't fuck you up. I got defensive. They get defensive, the boys.
I'm gonna tell your side. I'll tell the true story.
I'm telling my side.
I don't know, dude. It seems like your roommate had like fucking pictures of you in his fucking room with like red string connected.
Oh, like he picked you apart.
Did his roommate? Did he true detective you?
Yes, did he true detective? He picked you apart.
If given the chance at this roast battle, you should probably kill yourself.
Yeah. Lemaire threw up on the deck and fell. Lemaire threw up in front of everybody. Got booed and collapsed. We need to lay down in the master
Your roommate had like a separate garage where he had all your
Wait, so what's the true story? What happened?
True story is, the roast battle itself, it was, Lemaire, correct me if I'm wrong, you were going for like a kind of more like WWF theatrical style.
You tried to be meta. You gotta focus on just regular before you need to focus on regular before you can graduate to meta.
No, that's what I do at the roast battles in LA. Like I have like a bunch of dumb like at one point like halfway through a roast battle I pulled out all my headshots and I started signing them and giving them to people.
God, I hate that.
I know, it's the worst.
I hate what you're saying.
I had one girl, I had a girl planted in the audience that came up and like I took her panties out of my pants and gave it back to her.
You're doing magic out
Oh
there.
yeah, dude.
It's wrestling.
It's a lot of fun.
It's time to move home. The magic show is over. Back to Philly.
Well, so Lemaire was going up against this guy, and it was a tight race. I thought the guy, to be honest, Lemaire had a slight edge on you guys. So the guy was legitimately winning.
Hold on, I'm sorry, Lemaire, can you tell me some of the, I know you remember, what were some of the things you were attacking your opponent for?
I was like, Ned Arnold, boy rapist.
You call him a boy rapist? Fuck, I would have been cheering for you.
Yeah, and then,
this is sad, like, this is the most disgruntled I've seen Lemaire.
yeah.
It's fucked up, dude.
Because I won. We won. Our jokes are better.
What would you have won?
Because it was 2-on-1. They have a title belt that I really want now.
Oh, yeah, you love wrestling.
I love wrestling. So I played wrestling. I was doing wrestling. It's wrestling.
Yeah, but you got to go at it alone, dude. And you can't have two people in the ring at once. You know the rules of wrestling.
Yeah.
You broke the rules of WWE. Vince McMahon would have fucked this.
Vince McMahon. No.
This is we're going to go 2-on-1.
Lucha tag means when somebody else isn't speaking, another person can speak.
Lemaire.
You got your butt kicked.
You got your butt kicked and then you threw up. You look like an idiot.
It's my This is my first time on the show, and I don't like this negative energy. But
Lemaire, I know, this is crazy. Normally he's so happy and fun.
that's what I thought. That's what I remembered.
Right, so then
there's just big old bubbly Lemaire.
I know, and then he had a fat attack, and now I think
he's growing up and collapsing.
He lost a little weight, now I think he's too cool for school.
Those people those people are the worst. Stay fat at heart.
Yes.
True. So I'm telling you,
You gotta stay fat.
Roast battle, I'm an impartial judge. The kid, I felt like he had an edge. Because it was too discombobulated. You know, they're all good. They're doing a good job. But Beezer, the motherfucker that he is, points out Lemaire's shoes. This is what and Lemaire, you were wearing some very pointy, strange shoes. You were wearing elf shoes, dude?
I was wearing Chelsea boots.
Chelsea boots, dude.
Dude, this is what I'm
You
talking
haven't
about.
lost enough weight.
Yeah, dude, that's what I'm saying.
So what are you doing wearing Chelsea boots?
I'm fashionable. Fashion. I look nice.
So he busts out these Chelsea boots.
It's just like it's like those like Chinese princesses that had to break their toes to like put